All the parking spaces she planned were full, and there was a long line of cars along the road leading to the farm. Most visitors came to plant vegetables and raise chickens and ducks. Growing rice is time-consuming and takes a long harvest period, so it's less popular. Growing vegetables is different. People can eat them in just 2 or 3 months, and some seedlings can be on the table in just over a month. There are many varieties, with new crops coming in continuously, keeping it fresh. Raising chickens and ducks is also simple and not labor-intensive. Most visitors come to relax, sweat a little, and enjoy healthy, organic food. They can't work as hard as farmers, but they want to experience farm life. Fong Jinju had already thought of this. The farm originally only had 20 acres of vegetable fields, with 500 acres of rice paddies. But as long as she could rent out all the land, it didn't matter what the guests wanted to grow. She was willing to turn the entire farm into vegetable fields. In just one day, she rented out more than 50 acres. Don't underestimate these 50 acres. In the past, 1 acre of land could yield about 1,000 jin of grain. Depending on the harvest, rice prices ranged from about 0.9 to 1.2 yuan per jin. At the highest price of 1.2 yuan per jin, 1 acre could earn about 1,200 yuan. But now, the rent for 1 acre of land is 2,000 yuan. With 1 more acre, you can earn 20,000 yuan in rent. Just 50 acres of land can generate 1 million yuan in rent. And that doesn't include management fees. If all 520 acres are rented out, the total income could exceed 10 million yuan. And that's only from renting farmland. Raising livestock also brings similar profits. Although fishing in the pond is more of a side activity, each person pays 300 yuan a day for fishing, and they can take all the fish they catch. For dozens of acres of ponds, serving 100 people daily, that's a significant income. Plus, there are farm vegetables and a small supermarket. After sending the last group of customers away and dismissing all staff, Fong Jinju forced a smile that stretched to her ears. She separated her farm's bank card from her antique selling account. Now, she was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, smiling foolishly at the numbers on her phone. Today, all the income from General Lin totaled over 1.36 million yuan. Of course, it's not as fast as selling antiques. Even if the entire farm was rented out, it wouldn't earn as much as selling antiques. But she still felt very happy. If her parents saw what her farm had achieved today, they would surely be proud of her. Thinking of this, tears of joy welled up in Fong Jinju's eyes as she repeatedly checked the numbers on her bank messages. Just then, Zhuya's video call came in, and she answered happily.
Jinju?
Seeing the tears in her eyes, Zhuya's bright smile quickly faded. What's wrong? Did a customer bother you? Jinju said today was the first day of the farm's official start and many customers would come. He knew that with more people, there might be some troublemakers. Fong Jinju shook her head and smiled through her tears. No, I'm just so happy I want to cry. Zhu Yi finally relaxed and smiled again. That's good. Today's farm business must be very good.
Yeah.
Fong Jinju nodded heavily, wiping away her tears with a smile. I earned so much today. Then she held up one finger. Over 130,000 yuan. I'll soon earn back the 5 million yuan I borrowed from you. Hearing this, Zhuya's eyes darkened slightly, and the corner of his mouth drooped a bit. Jinju, you don't need to distinguish so clearly. Without you, there would be no North Liao today. Whether it's selling antiques or earning money from the farm, it's all yours. You can use it freely. Even if you never spend a penny on North Liao again, that's only right. Fong Jinju's eyes shimmered with gentle light, and her face softened. All the money from selling antiques will be used for North Liao. Even the money from the farm, aside from my daily expenses, will go entirely to North Liao. Until the day you and everyone else are strong enough not to need me. When she said this, she smiled with hope. Then I can step back and return to my own life. Zhu Yi was silent. To him, North Liao was an unshakable responsibility, but to Jinju, it was a burden. Jinju. Finally, Zhu Yi showed a look of relief, gazing steadily at Fong Jinju. The 90,000 acres of land in North Liao have been fully sown, and the 40,000 Chong soldiers have surrendered. North Liao can now protect itself. So, Jinju, there's no need for you to do anything for North Liao anymore. Go live the life you want. Jinju's eyes sparkled slightly. What kind of life did she want? During the days when her parents had just passed away, her dream was to pay off her debts, have 3 meals a day, and reduce the malice around her, just a little less each day. If she could find 1 or 2 loyal friends who would stay with her, that would be a gift from heaven.
But now,
she was loved by elders, had 2 little ones happily around her, and a sincere friend like Zhu Yi who cared for her constantly. Most importantly, her career was just beginning, giving her confidence to help a city recover and flourish. Thinking of this, Jinju's eyes grew more determined and proud. She smiled at Zhu Yi with relief. The days now are exactly what I want. North Liao is getting better and better, and the farm is improving too. What more could I ask for? The only regret was that she couldn't see North Liao City in person, couldn't meet you and the old lady face to face. When she thought of this, she seemed to remember something. She straightened up excitedly. Zhu Yi, tomorrow I'll have Shushu teach you how to use your phone to take photos and videos. When the time comes, you can send me videos. Show me how big the general's residence really is, and those 90,000 acres of farmland. By the way, I haven't seen an ancient military camp before. Seeing tens of thousands of soldiers standing together must be very impressive. If I get the chance, please take some pictures for me, okay? Unknowingly, Chuya's mood had completely changed because of Jinju's words. Just moments ago, he felt guilty and distressed because she was constrained by Beiliao, and he wanted her to let go and live freely. Now, hearing her say that her current days are what she desires and that she is curious about Beiliao, a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his lips.
All right.
As long as you're happy, I'll do anything. Jinju seemed to have found a new world, and she kept talking excitedly with her bright lips.
최혜우의 리스테넷 카레풀리, 시밀링 아펙티오나텔리.
Suddenly, Yi Tingxian rushed into the granary, interrupting their conversation. General, someone from the court has arrived. Chu Yi suppressed his smile. On the phone, Jinju also suddenly fell silent, straightening her back and listening carefully. Who is it? Where did they go? Moments later, Chu Yi spoke again, his tone cold and serious. Yi Tingxian also frowned. It's Wang Shuyi, the Minister of Revenue. He's already in Mengzhou County and will reach Beiliao's border in a couple of days. After he finished speaking, there was a heavy silence. Through the phone, Jinju saw that Chu Yi's hand clenched tightly on his leg, his face as cold as snow on a mountain, capable of freezing anyone with a glance. She felt a strange pang of sympathy. Chu Yi, Beiliao, like a child burdened and hated by parents, pushed toward the edge of a cliff. Just when he finally found a glimmer of hope and endured pain and hardship, those cold-hearted, unfeeling parents suddenly sensed he was still alive and eagerly came to see for themselves. Even an outsider like her could see through it. If those heartless parents saw their child thriving, they would probably exploit him again and then ruthlessly destroy him once more. It's ironic, tragic, and hateful. The very existence that makes people freeze with coldness at just the mention. After a long while, Chu Yi finally spoke again. I understand. You go out first. Yi Tingxian looked at him with complicated concern, bowed quietly, and withdrew. Chu Yi's gaze then shifted to Jinju, unexpectedly catching a glimpse of the pain in her eyes. The icy expression on his face suddenly cracked, and a surge of emotion rose in his throat. He forced a gentle smile to comfort her. It's okay. The court. Fang Jinju's blood and energy surged uncontrollably. For the first time in her life, she cursed loudly during the hardest and most painful times in Beiliao. When they reached out for help, they were afraid of being burdened and cut off the hands that asked for aid. Now that you see yourself surviving through hardship, why are you rushing to do what? To with it. Clearly, they have bad intentions. Zhu Yi's pupils trembled slightly. Then he was amazed. From the beginning until now, he saw Jinju as kind, smart, playful, and even sentimental. But no matter which side of her he saw, she was always gentle and polite. Now, her face full of anger, she cursed the court without restraint, ignoring manners and discipline. So beautiful, so fierce, like a lotus above the mud, no longer just pink and white, but bright and dazzling red. A stunning beauty that outshines all worldly colors. Seeing Zhu Yi stunned into silence, Fan Jinju realized she had spoken too impulsively. Her face flushed, but her tone remained firm. Even if you think I'm coarse, and I will still curse. Zhu Yi, hasn't the court already divided Beiliao? Now, Beiliao is no longer a part of Tang Wugua's territories, but an independent Beiliao kingdom. Now, Tang Wugua is no different from Qiangu Kingdom to us. They are both enemies. When enemy envoys come, we should warmly welcome them if it's beneficial. If it's harmful, we should just drive them out with a big stick. Fan Jinju was truly angry. She had never been so furious, not even when betrayed by a scoundrel or mocked by two uncles in front of others. After all, no matter how arrogant they were, they never dared to threaten her life. But what about the Tang W court? They had the power to help but chose to let 50,000 soldiers and civilians starve to death. What use is such a motherland? Zhu Yi nodded solemnly, agreeing. Well said. Very satisfying to curse. As he spoke, the coldness around him melted away, and his eyes softened. Jinju's words are like bloodshed. How can I not listen? The ruler of Tang W is unkind. Why should I uphold righteousness? Let's listen to Jinju. Drive out the big stick. Seeing that Zhu Yi was not stubborn, Fan Jinju's anger eased a little, and she calmed down gradually. We can talk and think, but we can't act rashly. Do we know how strong Tang W's army is? If we can't resist Tang W now, we should use a gentle approach. We can't just fight head-on. Northlia has finally managed to catch its breath. Even with the strength to resist, it's better not to confront directly. Hearing this, Chu Ye's eyes showed surprise that he couldn't hide. Tang Wu's entire army is about 100,000 strong, mostly spread out along the border connecting the three countries. Mengzhou County currently has 30,000 soldiers stationed there, with 20,000 in each of the other two locations. The remaining 20,000 are part of the Imperial Guard in the capital. The forces at the other two locations can't be easily called upon. As for the 30,000 soldiers in Mengzhou, they are no match for us now. If the capital sends 2,000 Imperial Guard troops, we won't be afraid. Not to mention that the 4,000 troops of Qiangu have already surrendered. With 6,000 troops available now, even if we fight, the chances of winning are high. Moreover, with the gas canisters provided by Jinju, a few bombs dropped would probably scare Tang Wu's timid soldiers into wetting their pants. Northlia now has enough confidence to use a big stick to push out the court's puppets. Fan Jinju relaxed, then her eyes flickered with a cunning smile. So, with our current strength, we don't need to fear Tang Wu, right? Chu Yi nodded, his gaze burning as he looked at her lips. Jinju always managed to surprise him at critical moments. Many complicated problems could be simplified and solved when she was around. He wondered what shocking and extraordinary idea she might come up with this time. Then we proceed like this. The next day, Fan Jinju woke even earlier than yesterday. Today is Sunday, so there are definitely more people than yesterday. The guests who rented the land yesterday would surely come back today to work up a sweat. Because there were so many guests yesterday, Fan Jinju was worried about poor service causing accidents, so she politely declined some visitors, asking them to come today instead. Besides, more new guests would likely hear the news and come. Today will be busier and more tiring than yesterday. Therefore, last night Fan Jinju quickly hired 10 temporary workers through a recruitment platform. This time, they were all men, capable of doing heavy work women couldn't handle, like helping guests set up tents or tilling the land for those renting the fields. She also recruited 2 retired soldiers to serve as security guards at the farm. With so many guests, accidents could happen, and having armed support would make her less anxious when trouble arises. Just as Fong Jinju predicted, it was true. Before the farm even opened for business, a car honked outside. The staff hadn't arrived yet, so Fong Jinju hurriedly led Ruerue and Shushu to open the door. "Wait a moment, I will open the door for you now." Xiao ran forward while smiling and shouted. But when she got closer and saw the car clearly, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. "It's your second uncle's car." Seeing her suddenly stop, Fong Hongqiang stuck his head out of the car window and shouted, "Jinju, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and open the door for your second uncle." Fong Hongjian simply got out of the car, pushed the iron gate, and said, "Hurry up and open the door." Jinju didn't move but coldly asked, "What are you here for?" The farm was getting famous. Her two uncles would find out sooner or later and come. But she didn't expect them to come so early. She knew very well what their little plans were. Fong Hongjian was the spoiled youngest son of the family, quick-tempered. Seeing her not opening the door, he immediately lost his temper. "What attitude is that? No matter what, we are your real uncles. Talking to elders like that, aren't you afraid of being looked down on? Hurry up and open the door." He said this while unkindly knocking on the door. Jinju snorted coldly, "Uncle? You guys? When you forced me to sign in front of my parents' memorial and openly threatened to cut off our family ties, you were already showing off your seniority. Now you're pretending to be elders in front of me?" This bluntly exposed their faults, making Fong Jianheng angry and ashamed. "No matter what, we are your real uncles. Less talk. Open the door quickly." Seeing this, Fong Hongqiang quickly got out of the car, wearing his usual friendly smile. "Jinju, it's all a misunderstanding. Your parents promised us they would work together to make money, so we invested in the farm. We put all our savings into it. The farm was managed and operated by your parents alone. We don't understand anything, just waiting for dividends. Who knew it would turn out like this?" He patted Fong Hongjian on the shoulder and said, "Don't argue with your little uncle. Your wife has been sick and hospitalized recently. He's anxious and a bit short-tempered." Then he looked at Jinju with a face full of kindness and helplessness. "Jinju, we had no choice but to withdraw our shares. We couldn't just invest money and not make any profit and lose everything at home. You know our family situation. Your parents only have you, but my little uncle and I each have two sons to support. We really can't take any risks. So, what's next?" As Fong Hongqiang finished speaking, Fong Jinju immediately retorted without hesitation, "I've taken on all the risks. Just go live your peaceful lives. Why are you bothering to come here?" Her sarcasm and clear boundary setting were obvious. Someone more shameless might have turned around and left in anger. But before the Fong brothers arrived, they had already prepared themselves mentally, so they weren't easily provoked by Jinju's few words. "Jinju." Fong Hongqiang looked around the farm, automatically ignoring Jinju's unfriendly attitude, and straightforwardly said, "We saw the account for our farm last night. It's only been a short time, and we already have tens of thousands of followers. Looking at the comments, many people are very interested in our Fong farm. It's the young people again, so clever, coming up with new ideas to revive the farm. Jinju, you're just a girl managing such a big farm alone. You have no one to discuss things with. Your second uncle is worried and cares about you. Why don't we combine our efforts again? Based on the shares your parents had when they were alive, you get 40%, and your uncle and I each get 30%. This time, your uncle and I won't be sitting back and doing nothing. We'll come to help manage the farm. How about it?" In the face of profit, Fong Hongjian had to suppress his anger, softening his tone a bit. "Yes, you're just a girl who just graduated from school. If you're not careful, you might get tricked. Your parents are gone, and your second uncle and I are your guardians. We will keep your share of the profits for you. When you get married, you can decide what to do with it. That's the safest way." Jinju was stunned by the shamelessness of the two in front of her. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that she had been forced to sign that withdrawal agreement.
Haha.
Dealing with such people was pointless. She directly told them to leave. "There's nothing more to say. Please leave." Fong family farm does not welcome you. Fong Jianjian was about to lose his temper again. Fong family farm also belongs to us.
Boss. Who are they?
His words were cut off by Fong Qingqing, who had come to work. Seeing the unfriendly look of the Fong brothers, she quickly parked her motorcycle, jogged forward, and asked, "Who are you?"
What do you want?
She then gestured with her fists defensively, looking at Fong Hongjian with suspicion. Seeing her approach, Jinju silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fong Qingqing told her that she has practiced taekwondo since elementary school and is now a black belt. She can easily handle 2 ordinary men. Boss. Boss. What's happening? Soon after, Zhou Xiaoli also arrived riding a motorcycle, with a female worker sitting behind her. Boss. Boss. Zhou Xiaoli's car was steady at the front, and others arrived one after another. 2 veteran security guards, brothers, also rode in, one in front and one behind. Everyone was walking toward the iron gate while giving the brothers suspicious looks. The brothers looked at the large group of employees coming to work and were instantly stunned. Did Fong Jinju really hire so many workers? It was clear that the farm was starting to make money. With so many people, they felt more confident, and Fong Jinju finally opened the iron gate. Qingqing, Xiaoli, please go ahead and prepare everything. Fong Jinju then looked at the 2 new guards and said, "You 2 handsome guys, please stay here for now." The guards were both over 1.8 meters tall, with serious and strong faces. They clenched their fists and stood behind Fong Jinju, glaring sharply at the Fong brothers, as if daring them to cause trouble and promising not to let them off easily. Fong Jinju coldly and firmly told the brothers, "I'll say it again, leave here quickly." She was glad she had brought 2 security personnel beforehand. Otherwise, with their shamelessness, they might have resorted to violence if pushed too far. Seeing this scene, Fong Hongjian rolled up his sleeves and said angrily, "You, Fong Jinju, what do you mean? Trying to hit people? I'm going in today."
What are you going to do about it?
Fong Hongqiang quickly stepped forward to hold him back, and Fong Jinju forced a smile. "Jinju, even if you hold a grudge, visitors are guests. We're opening the farm for business. You can't just turn customers away, right? That wouldn't be good for the farm." Fong Jinju paid no attention to all this and was about to ask the guards to remove the people. Before she could speak, several cars approached the farm. "Is this it?" "Yes, that's right. Look, there's a sign, Fong Family Farm. Look, that girl at the gate must be the boss, just like in the video." As they spoke, a few women stuck their heads out of the car windows and waved to Fong Jinju. "Boss, are you open for business? We came to visit the farm. Can we park inside?" Seeing this, Fong Jinju quickly changed to a friendly face, smiled, and waved back, saying, "We're open now. I'll open the door, everyone can drive in, there are parking spaces inside." She then opened the iron gate, stepped forward to guide the guests' cars inside, and called out to the farm, "Qingqing, guests are here. Greet them." Seeing guests arrive so early in the morning, the Fong brothers exchanged looks, their eyes filled with complicated feelings. Who would have thought that Fong Jinju, a young girl just out of school, could have such great ability? In just over 10 days, she managed to revive a nearly dead farm. Thinking of this, their regret grew, and they became more anxious. Fong Hongjian even stepped forward and grabbed Jinju's arm.
"Jinju."
Before he could finish, the security guard beside Jinju pinched his wrist, making him grimace and loosen his grip. Hey, let go." Jinju looked gratefully at the security guard, then turned to Fong Hongqiang. "You're right. Visitors are guests.
I really can't do anything to you.
If you want to come in, just come in. I won't stop you." She then pointed to the surveillance cameras every few steps. "But I have to tell you, every corner of the farm is equipped with sound recording cameras. If you cause trouble, I will call the police immediately." After saying that, she looked at the 2 security guards. "Today, you don't need to do anything. Just keep an eye on them. As long as they don't disturb other guests, they can do whatever they want." Then, she pulled the 2 little ones and left without looking back. There's no such thing as a thief for 1,000 days without guarding against theft. The farm security was good enough, and with 2 guards watching, there was no fear of them causing trouble. She definitely wouldn't risk losing money over two useless relatives. After the video of the farm's busy business was uploaded yesterday, more guests came. In less than 2 hours, the parking lot was full, and cars lined the roadside longer than the day before. Jinju was so busy she completely forgot about the two unworthy uncles. Seeing the busy fields, fish ponds, and animal shelters, the Fong brothers' faces darkened. They overheard the conversations between staff and guests clearly. Renting a vegetable plot costs 2,000 yuan, plus management fees. In just 2 hours, they watched 10 or more acres of land being rented out. And that didn't include livestock adoption and fishing pond rentals. Imagine if all the land was rented out and all the animals adopted. What huge profits that would bring. What is 5 million in debt compared to this? And this is just 1 year's profit. Every year from now on, the farm will generate this kind of income. Moreover, Fong Jinju's small supermarket and the big local restaurant are both very busy. With these two businesses combined, they could earn enough in Onqing to buy a house in a year. The two brothers are so regretful they feel sick, wishing they had asked Jinju about her plans for the farm before deciding whether to sell their shares. Who would have thought this girl has such a good business mind? Jinju worked tirelessly until dark, while the Fong brothers wandered around, waiting until nightfall. No matter what, they had to find a way to persuade Jinju to let them work together and make money. As Jinju finished sending off her last customer, the brothers hurried to approach her. They saw Jinju respectfully holding her phone and starting a video call.
Uncle Han.
Jinju, how's the farm business today? Don't worry, Uncle Han. Today's business is even better than yesterday. Just wait and see. Within half a month, the 500 acres of land will all be rented out. Great, I knew you wouldn't let me down. When you promised to buy the farm and said it would turn around and make a profit within a year, I thought you were just talking big to get me to buy it quickly. I didn't expect that in just a few days, I'd be close to breaking even. Uncle Han, if it weren't for your trust in me and your willingness to buy and manage the farm, I might be in debt and pushed into trouble. Rest assured, I will do my best to make the farm better and better. You can just sit back and wait for the money to come in. Haha, good. Keep up the good work. Once the farm turns a profit, I'll give you an extra 5% of the earnings on top of your 2,000 yuan monthly salary. Thank you, Uncle Han. Seeing Jinju happily hang up the call with a bright smile, the Fong brothers were completely stunned. Has the farm really changed hands? Did Jinju really sell the farm? She has such good ideas for revitalizing the farm. How could she sell it so easily? Oh no! Heng Jian hurried forward, frustrated. Jinju, how could you sell the farm? This is such a good business, earning hundreds of millions a year. Why didn't you discuss it with us before selling? Feng Qiang also looked regretful and distressed. Yeah, Jinju, who is Uncle Han to you? Can you talk to him and get the farm back so we can run it ourselves? If this farm belonged to Fong Jinju, they would keep pestering her to give up half the shares. But if the farm changed hands, their plans would fall apart. Fong Jinju's smile turned into a sharp, mocking look. Are they asking for free help? Do they think publicity is free? They only see the farm thriving now, but do they know how much money was invested before? Do you think the bank would lend money to a girl who just graduated, never worked a day, and is burdened with a 50 million debt? If it weren't for my classmate's grandfather helping me, I would be ruined for sure. It's so ironic. My own relatives are heartless and unfaithful, and in the end, it's a stranger who helps me. As she spoke, she moved closer to the Fong brothers, step by step. So, now that you see the farm making money, are you regretting your actions? Honestly, if you hadn't been so cold and pulled out your investments, we could have worked together, borrowed some money, and kept the farm. Then, every penny earned today would belong to you. Do you know how much the farm made today? Fong Jinju looked furious and held up.
2 million.
In just one day, the farm earned 2 million. If you share it, each of you gets 40,000. Too bad you're so selfish and cold-hearted, afraid of debt, rushing to leave a mess for me to clean up. Now, I can only watch others make money. Finally, Fong Jinju relaxed and pressed her lips together. But I'm content. After all, I'm just a recent college graduate from Anqing. Who else has a salary as high as mine? Besides, it doesn't matter who owns the farm, as long as I can make it successful and fulfill my parents' wishes. Two of you, the farm is closing. If you want to stay overnight, that's fine. It costs 300 yuan a night, cash, QR code, or card. Then Wang Shui, furious and embarrassed, ordered the general to go out immediately and deliver the imperial decree. The Fong brothers' faces turned pale as they left the farm in a hurry. Listening to the engine fade away, Fong Jinju finally let out a big breath. As long as the farm belonged to her, Fong Jinju, those two uncles would keep thinking about it every day, bothering her constantly. Eventually, something would happen. So, during the day, she took the chance to send a message to Uncle Han, explaining the situation. That's how she managed to stage the farm transfer with Uncle Han's help earlier. This way, she could completely stop her uncle's evil plans. Border between Beiliao and Mengzhou counties. A group of people slowly entered Beiliao territory. Leading the way was a guard riding a tall horse, followed by a carriage. Behind the carriage were two long lines of guards, about 100 people in total. What's the situation outside? A deep male voice came from inside the carriage, sounding proud but clever. The leading guard looked around and honestly reported, "Lord Wang, no one is here to greet us." After a moment of silence, Wang Shui snorted in displeasure. "You, Chu Yi, I sent someone last night to inform you. The imperial decree has arrived, yet you dare not come out to meet us? Perhaps General Chu holds a grudge because the court previously ignored him." The leading guard replied, "That's why he's deliberately delaying. Lord Wang, Beiliao is in a desperate situation, yet they still managed to find a way to survive. This shows General Chu is not simple. We should be cautious on this trip." Wang Shui, inside the carriage, half closed his eyes with a nonchalant attitude. So what? Chu family is full of loyal and brave people. Loyalty and filial piety are the family rules. Even if Chu Yi is unhappy with the court, he would never dare to break Chu family's rules. At most, he might refuse to come to the border, but he will definitely wait obediently at the city gate to greet the imperial decree. Full speed ahead. Aim to reach Beiliao city gate before noon. The general's residence. Chu Yi was smiling and chatting happily with Fong Jinju via video call. Fong Jinju tilted her head back and took a big sip of cold beer, sighing contentedly, "Finally, I can breathe. You don't know how busy the farm has been these past 2 days. Someone is always shouting about this boss or that boss. My ears, eyes, and hands feel overwhelmed." Though she said this, Fong Jinju was smiling like a little mouse falling into a rice jar. No wonder everyone wants to be a boss. It really is addictive, haha. Chu Ye's eyes were full of gentle smiles. Seeing how Jinju confided everything to him made him feel like he was walking on clouds. The food in front of him also seemed more delicious. "How much did we earn yesterday?" As soon as she mentioned this, Fong Jinju became excited, holding up. 2 million, 300,000 in 2 days. Do you know how it feels to go from poor to rich suddenly? Haha, that's exactly how I feel now. While speaking, Fong Jinju took a few more sips of cold beer, squinting her almond-shaped eyes, her face full of satisfaction and pleasure. Chu Ye's smile grew wider. "No matter how happy you are, don't get too cold. Hurry up and eat some hot food to fill your stomach first. Mom cooked braised pork today based on your recipe. You should try it." Fong Jinju obediently sat up straight, smiling as she served each of the 2 children a piece of braised pork. "Here, eat some meat, grow some meat. That way, you'll become even cuter." Recently, Rui and Shu Shu had visibly gained weight thanks to her care, making them even more adorable and easier to cuddle. "Thank you, sister." Shu Shu squinted her eyes happily and grinned at Fong Jinju. Then she leaned close to the video and complained to Chu Yi, "Little uncle, yesterday, there was a bad guy trying to bully sister." Rui's little mouth stopped chewing and cautiously squeezed into the video. "It's okay, little uncle. There's a tall big brother to protect sister. He's very brave." Chu Yi on the other end of the video smiled stiffly. "Did someone cause trouble at the farm?" Who was this tall big brother Rui mentioned? Chui felt a strange tightness in his chest, tinged with an unintentional sourness. Every time Jinju was in danger, he couldn't help her at all. What kind of friend was he? Fong Jinju first gently patted the heads of the two children to comfort them. Don't worry, they won't dare to come again. Then she looked at Chu Yi with a smile. No one caused trouble. It was just my two unworthy uncles who came today smelling of money. We met and started a fight. Rui and Shu must have been scared. But I also arranged for 2 retired soldiers to be security at the farm. With them here, even if my unworthy uncles wanted to do something, they wouldn't dare. Chu Ye's eyes darkened.
Jinju, I'm sorry.
You have great kindness for Beiliao, but all I can do is thank you with words. For the first time, he felt a selfish thought. He hoped he wasn't a general of Beiliao, just an ordinary man by Jinju's side who could protect her. Fong Jinju paused slightly. Seeing the loneliness and self-blame on Chu Ye's face, a strange flutter stirred in her chest.
Who said you can't do anything?
Finally, Fong Jinju softly smiled. What you've done for me is something no one else could do. Chu Yi looked up, disbelief in his eyes. You don't need to comfort me. I'm not comforting you. Fong Jinju shook her head with a gentle smile. I'm speaking seriously. Because of you, I, the ordinary girl Fong Jinju, have had the chance to help a city and become a revered goddess. In this, no one can compare to you. Also, you and Rui Shushu eat with me every day, listen to my stories, share my happiness and sadness, just like family, carrying all my joys and sorrows. She spoke softly, leaning closer to the video, smiling but very serious. This is something others cannot do. Chu Yi, it's not that you don't want to do anything for me, but between us, there is a gap of 2,000 years. It's something neither of us can change. But I believe that if you were here with me, no matter what danger I face, you would step forward without hesitation to protect me, right? Chu Ye's eyes showed emotion, and he nodded firmly. If I could, I would protect Jinju with my life. All the complicated feelings in her heart were cleared up at this moment. Fong Jinju smiled happily and contentedly. Just as she was about to respond, she saw Chu Yi suddenly turn his head and look outside. Are they here? Then, Yi Tingshuan's voice came from the phone. Yes, General, they have arrived at the General's residence. Then Wang Shuyi is so angry he's embarrassed. Tell the General to go out and accept the decree immediately. Hearing this, Fong Jinju understood everything clearly. It must be that the people sent by the court have already arrived at the General's residence. From Yi Tingshuan's tone, they probably still think that Beiliao is just a poor, barren city that they can manipulate at will. Alright, I understand. Chu Ye's face was calm. Just follow my previous instructions. No need to inform me again. He picked up a cold beer and raised it towards Fong Jinju without caring about manners. Jinju, let's continue eating and drinking. Fong Jinju also smiled and clinked her glass with him from afar.
Cheers.
How about it? The beer is chill now, much tastier, right? Yeah, it's much more refreshing. Tomorrow, I'll let you try wine made from grapes. Grapes can also be used to make wine? Of course. It's sweet to drink, and if you're not careful, you might get drunk easily, especially feeling high. Seeing the general and the goddess relaxed and happy, with bright smiles, Yi Tingxian couldn't help but smile. He didn't want to disturb them, so he quietly retreated and went to the main gate of the general's residence. Where is General Chu? Seeing Yi Tingxian go in alone and come out alone, Wang Shuyi was furious. Why isn't he coming out to accept the decree? Yi Tingxian raised a challenging brow and quietly stood still, holding his sword without paying attention to the commotion. The imperial decree is near. It's fine if you don't come to greet it at the city gate. Wang Shuyi's face turned pale with anger. Now that I am here at the general's residence, Chu Yi still refuses to come out and accept the decree. This is disrespecting the emperor and the court. Does he want a rebel? Yi Tingxian lifted his eyebrows again, a mocking smile on his lips, but still ignored him. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi's chest heaved violently. His proud face alternated between green and red, and his two mustaches trembled with anger.
Fine, fine.
Captain Lei of the guard. Lei Jinling, the sword-bearing guard, quickly stepped forward. Chu Yi disrespects the emperor and the court. His crime deserves death. I order you to arrest him immediately and bring him back to the capital for judgment. Wang Shuyi's eyes sharpened, his voice high and commanding. I will personally him back to the capital to face the emperor and seek his punishment. Lei Jinling's eyes flickered with doubt, but he still drew his sword and prepared to rush into the general's residence. Whoosh! Yi Tingshuan's expression sharpened, and he drew his sword swiftly, aiming directly at Wang Shuyi's face. The Chu family soldiers guarding the gate also moved at the sound, rushing forward to surround Wang Shuyi and his men. There were over 2,000 Chu family soldiers guarding the residence, with 200 at the gate alone, while Wang Shuyi's guards numbered only 100. The confrontation made the difference clear. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi was stunned and pointed at Yi Tingxian in disbelief, shouting, "What are you guys trying to do? Are you planning to rebel?" Lei Jinling's eyes darted around nervously, staring at Yi Tingxian as if facing a great enemy. As a military man, he was always sharp and accurate in sensing danger. He knew very well that if the Chu family soldiers truly wanted to rebel, they wouldn't survive for long. Yi Tingxian remained silent, but the tense atmosphere was already responding silently. No way into the residence. Before heading north, Wang Shuyi had to weigh and judge the situation carefully. The court's neglect during the Northern Liao crisis and its abandonment had deeply hurt the people's hearts. Chu Ye's refusal to accept the decree was understandable, and they certainly wouldn't show a friendly face. But the Chu family's etiquette and loyalty were deeply ingrained in their bones, and everyone knew this. Even if Chu Yi resented the court, he would still treat them with respect publicly. He definitely wouldn't dare disobey the emperor's orders. However, he never expected such a situation to happen. Not only was Chu Yi too lazy to come out, but his subordinates also looked ready to kill court officials at any moment. Wang Shuyi felt a chill in his heart and quickly weighed his options. He brushed his sleeve and said, "Commander Lei, this matter is very serious. Immediately return to the capital along the original route. I will report this to the emperor, who will decide and punish accordingly." Normally, since the court abandoned Northern Liao over 2 months ago, Northern Liao should have been a fallen city by now. However, recently, General Yuan stationed in Mengzhou sent a message saying that strange phenomena appeared in Northern Liao. It seemed there had been 2 battles, and the city suddenly went into strict quarantine, like a sealed iron barrel. Their spies couldn't get close, let alone sneak inside. But what is certain is that Northern Liao's city is lively and bustling, full of vitality and celebration. Other details are unclear. Such strange signs defy logic, so the emperor immediately issued an order for Wang Shuyi to lead 100 personal guards to investigate openly. As they entered Northern Liao, the common people they met were thin and frail, yet their faces were full of life. They moved swiftly, as if the ground was propelling them forward, with no signs of desperate struggle. It was clear that Northern Liao had plenty of grain, very enough. However, Chu Yi did not meet them at the city gate. Instead, along the way to the general's residence, they encountered several patrols of Chu's army. Each time they were questioned thoroughly, which made Wang Shuyi burn with anger. He thought he could question Chu Yi thoroughly at the residence, but the situation was far beyond his expectations. As he finished speaking, Wang Shuyi turned to leave. But Chu's soldiers raised their spears, not giving way.
How dare you? How dare you?
Wang Shuyi, a civil official, was usually confident discussing border defense, but he had never faced real combat. Now, he was completely panicked. "What do you want to do?" "Deputy General Yi, we are here on official orders." Lei Jinting tugged at Wang Shuyi's sleeve, lowered his voice, and looked at Yi Tingxian. "Honestly, we are just messengers. We don't carry official commands to trouble General Chu deliberately. If General Chu doesn't want to accept the order, we can't force him. But please let us leave so we can report back to the capital." Wang Shiyi's expression eased slightly, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Tingxian. Even if the two countries are at war, messengers are not harmed. As long as they clarify their stance, Chu Yi shouldn't trouble them. Unexpectedly, Yi Tingxian remained silent, only coldly watching the two of them. After a moment of deadlock, Lei Jinting also became uncertain, feeling a strange sense of unease behind him. Chu Yi did not move or respond. What exactly was he planning to do? Wang Shiyi couldn't hold back and wanted to say something. As Yi Tingxian moved his sword sheath, it suddenly hit his face, almost knocking out his teeth. His old face instantly swelled on one side. You. He was scared and angry, instinctively shouting out. Yi Tingxuan's sword sheath hit his other cheek, without mercy. This scene was recorded by Chu Yi, who was standing around the corner of the corridor, using his phone to take pictures. As Yi Tingxian left, he immediately followed behind. Because Jin Ju said she wanted to see what the officials in the court looked like. Wang Shiyi covered his face, bending over in pain and groaning. Even if he wanted to speak now, he couldn't. Deputy Yi, what exactly are you trying to do? Lei Jinying couldn't help but ask, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yi Tingxian glanced at him and waved to Chu's soldiers at the door. Chu's soldiers immediately dispersed to both sides, making way. Lei Jinying looked at Yi Tingxian with a complicated, anxious expression, then gritted his teeth and pulled Wang Shiyi to leave the general's residence. 100 personal guards wanted to follow, but they were blocked again by Chu's soldiers. Seeing this, Lei Jinying and Wang Shiyi froze at the door, looking at Yi Tingxian with shock and confusion. Yi Tingxian still silently watched them, with a meaningful look. After weighing the options, Lei and Wang no longer cared about the 100 guards. They just wanted to leave North Liao quickly. If they didn't leave now, their lives might be in danger. They almost ran to the carriage, but were once again stopped by Chu's soldiers with spears, preventing them from getting on. Then, some Chu soldiers came forward and took away the carriage and horses. Why, what do you want to do? Even Lei Jinying couldn't hold back anymore and loudly questioned the Chu soldiers. Are you trying to make us walk back to the capital? The Chu soldiers lowered their spears and stepped back, ignoring them. At this moment, Wang Shiyi was terrified and grabbed Lei Jinying, hurriedly running away from the general's residence. Chu Yi leapt up, light as a swallow, and flew onto the wall. Yi Tingxian and the Chu soldiers stared in surprise as their general, holding a magical artifact, climbed walls and ran after them. Immediately, 4 or 5 Chu soldiers mounted their horses and scattered in different directions, heading to the city gates to deliver orders and post notices. In the evening, at the granary, Chu Yi, old Madam Chu, Jin Ju, and the 2 children were having dinner together via video call. Fang Jinju was full and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Madame Zhu. Madame Zhu, your cooking is getting better and better. Every dish is super delicious and easy to eat. Madame Zhu smiled happily. It's because of the seasonings you gave me. Even if I just pick some grass from the roadside, I can make it taste good. That's different. The food you make has the taste of home. Fang Jinju praised sincerely, her bright eyes full of warmth. Since her parents passed away, she was left alone to eat. When she served herself a bowl, she would remember the warm scene of her family eating together. She would stuff food into her mouth hurriedly, just getting it over with. Because even the tastiest food with tears in her eyes becomes hard to swallow. But now, every bite of food carried Madame Zhu's love and care. No delicacy from afar could compare to it. Madame Zhu felt both happy and sad. Her throat felt a little tight. As long as you like it, I will cook for you for a lifetime. She really wanted to help Jinju with her food, scoop soup for her, or hug her and hold her hand. In short, she wanted to do all the small things that could make her feel happy and warm. Unfortunately, they could never really eat at the same table. Fang Jinju smiled and nodded, then quickly shook her head. Madame Zhu, don't spoil me. Be careful, I'll get too proud. After saying that, not only Madame Zhu, but also Zhu Yi was momentarily stunned. Then Madame Zhu earnestly said, I want to spoil you. Even if you get too proud, I'm willing to do it.
Ha ha ha.
Happiness burst like fireworks in Fong Jinju's eyes. She smiled like a child. Wow, Madame Zhu, you're so kind. Don't worry, I was just joking. I wouldn't dare to be too proud. Otherwise, my parents would come and beat me in my dreams. Ha ha ha, you're such a kid. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yi looked at Fong Jinju with something hidden in his eyes. He smiled at the right moment and asked, Jinju, did you watch the video? Hearing this, Fong Jinju quickly swallowed her food and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I watched it.
It's so satisfying.
She sighed to Zhu Yi with admiration. Your soldiers are really something. They're all impressive. That Yi Tingxian usually talks a lot, and he seems unable to hide his emotions. How did he manage to stay silent in front of those two court spies? Don't forget, he really looks intimidating when he doesn't speak. Those two officials were so scared they turned pale. Zhu Yi smiled proudly, his eyes shining with confidence. Orders are as firm as mountains. No matter how they behave normally, in front of military orders, they must behave properly. Fong Jinju looked at him with admiration and gave a thumbs up. Soldiers of every era are the same. They always give a strong sense of security. Sense of security? Chui looked a bit confused.
What is that?
He could tell it was praise, but he didn't fully understand. Fong Jinju thought for a moment and said, for example, I am afraid of walking alone at night, but if you, the general, walk with me, I won't be afraid of anything. Even if a mischievous spirit suddenly appears, I wouldn't be scared. That's what I call a sense of security. Do you understand now? Chu Ye's heart moved slightly. He nodded. I understand. Jinju, are you afraid of the dark? What about those nights when her parents passed away? How did she get through them alone? Fong Jinju instinctively looked out the window at the darkening sky, her eyelashes trembling. Not many girls are not afraid of the dark, right? You don't know. The farm is in a remote place. Within a few dozen miles, I think I was the only one there. The first night I arrived, I couldn't sleep even with the lights on. She stretched her arms around Ruerue Shushu, looking very grateful. But luckily, I met Ruerue Shushu on the second night at the farm. With them sleeping beside me, I felt very safe. At this point, Fong Jinju suddenly looked a bit sad. I really can't imagine what I would do if one day they weren't around anymore. She tightened her grip on Ruerue Shushu's hand. The two little ones are always part of the Chu family. They can't stay with her forever. Including Chu Yi and old Madame Chu, and even Beiliao, they can't always be involved in her life. After all, no one knows if the space-time portal will always exist. As she spoke, old Madame Chu's eyes showed worry, and Chu Yi also fell silent. Life is unpredictable. Just like how no one could have imagined Beiliao's current situation in the beginning, tomorrow is also full of unknowns. Jinju's fate is now closely linked with theirs and Beiliao's. They dare not think about what would happen if Jinju suddenly disappeared from their world. What would Beiliao be like without the goddess? Thinking of this, the three exchanged a knowing look and smiled, pushing aside their brief confusion and sadness, then continued eating, talking, and laughing. Because the future is uncertain, the present becomes even more precious. We must cherish it. Night fell. Lei Jinling and Wang Shi sat crouched at the street corner, like stray dogs. They originally planned to leave the city and walk back to Mengzhou County. Once they reached the boundary of Mengzhou County, they would be safe. At that time, they could report everything they saw, heard, and experienced in North Liao to the emperor for his decision. But the 4 city gates of North Liao wouldn't let them out. They traveled back and forth through several city gates, already feeling very hungry. Inside North Liao City, everything was deserted. All the taverns and shops were closed, and even with silver in hand, they couldn't find anywhere to buy food. Moreover, the Chu family army had posted notices all over North Liao City, ordering the people not to sell food to them or shelter them at night. They had no food to eat, nowhere to stay, like stray dogs. King Lei and King Zhen were both noble figures in the capital, used to respect and comfort, so they felt angry, resentful, and scared about this treatment. Commander Lei, where should we go tonight? Wang Shi, holding his still slightly painful face, frowned. Lei Jinling sighed and then stood up. Let's go to the general's residence. Wang Shui was shocked. Are we going to our deaths at the general's house? If Chu Yi wants to kill us, how can we still be alive now? Lei Jinling's face was complicated. We can't leave the city now, and we have nowhere to stay or eat. If we don't go to the general's residence to find out what's going on, are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Without waiting for Wang Shui to respond, he strode toward the general's residence. Seeing this, Wang Shui hesitated for a moment and quickly followed. Commander Lei, wait for me. Jinju means that the people of North Liao City should stay busy. In the granary, Chui paused with his chopsticks, a faint light in his eyes. Fang Jinju was serving food to the two children and nodded. There are still about half a year until the harvest. We can't just wait around doing nothing during this time.
Jinju is right.
If people just sit idle, they might become lazy. Chui nodded in agreement, but then showed a worried expression. But besides the newly cultivated fields, the city and outside are all desolate. There are no shops, no workshops. Even if I want them to make a pair of straw shoes, I can't find any materials. Wait a moment, Chu Yi. Let me eat a few bites first to fill my stomach, then I'll talk to you carefully. Fang Jinju smiled softly at Chu Yi, then focused on her meal. Her beautiful eyes occasionally curved happily because of how delicious the food was. No rush, take your time. Finish eating first, then we can talk. Chu Ye's face softened with tenderness. He reached out again to serve her food and silently ate with her. A pair of eyes unconsciously drew her attention in the video. Every movement, every frown, and smile seemed to tug at the corners of his mouth. I'm so full. After finishing a bowl of food, Fang Jinju reluctantly put down her chopsticks and looked at Chu Yi. You don't need to worry about supplies and materials, but we should first discuss what the common people should do so I know what to send. Although I don't understand the customs of your time, I think clothing, food, shelter, and travel have been similar throughout history. Starting from these points is probably right. Since food and shelter are not worries now, let's focus on clothing and travel first. Chu Yi quickly set down his bowl. Winter clothes for warmth are already available. As for spring and summer clothes, the current ones are a bit old, but still wearable. As for travel, North Liao is now sealed off. Soldiers and civilians are not allowed into the Central Plains or into other countries. The common people only move within North Liao City, so I don't know what to do about that. Let's start with clothing. Fang Jinju pursed her lips and asked, what do you think of the winter clothes and boots I sent compared to your previous winter clothes? Hearing this, Chu Yi seemed to understand. Not just warmth. The winter clothes you sent are simple and elegant in cut, with many clever details. The best part is how the military coat's buttons are easy to open and close, much more convenient than our lace clothes. Also, the cotton pants are very well made, fitting closely and easy to move in. The waist is elastic, which is very clever. No need for a belt, which is very convenient. After speaking, Chu Yi grew more impressed with the Chinese people, his expression full of admiration. Of course, our Chinese products are many and excellent. These are just some examples. Fang Jinju also smiled proudly. As you said, the spring and summer clothes of the North Liao soldiers and civilians are all worn out. Why not take this chance to give them new ones? Chu Yi paused slightly. Jinju, relief efforts are one thing, but helping the poor is another. As the saying goes, saving a life is more important than saving a city, and your delivery of grain and winter clothes is for saving lives. I can't refuse that. But if everything, big or small, is handled by you, it will only make the North Liao people lazy. In the future, everyone might just want to sit back and enjoy without working hard. I understand. Fang Jinju nodded in agreement. So this time, I won't just send ready-made clothes. I will send fabric, so you can make the clothes yourselves. Chu Yi was stunned again. Make them yourself? While this was somewhat stronger, buying fabric also cost a lot and felt like unearned reward. I think it's not very appropriate. The more I understand, the more I realize that Chu Yi is a person of great worth. His admiration in his eyes is clearly shown. Madam, You've raised you very well. It's truly rare to find someone as good as you, even with a lantern." Upon hearing this, Chu Ye's face turned slightly red. "Jinju, you praise me too much." Fang Jinju shook her head decisively. "I'm not exaggerating. Details show a person's character. You are truly very good, especially good. Back to the main point, I agree with everything you said. So, this time I brought fabric as a form of payment." Chui nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. "Jinju, you know we can't do that right now." "Yes, I understand." Fan Jinju softly interrupted. "This payment is different from others. China has many good things, but North Liao also has items that are highly valued by our people. So, when I say payment, I mean in exchange of goods, mutual benefit. You should have embroidery women in North Liao, right?" "Yes, we do. Most women here are skilled in needlework, but their skills vary." "Good, just as I expected. I have a good idea about making clothes. Let me tell you." The main gate of the general's residence. "Little brother, please pass the message. We want to meet General Chu." Lei Tian and Wang Shouyi, both eager, tried to persuade the gatekeeper. While speaking, Lei Tian took out a silver ingot and handed it over. "Please, little brother, do us a favor." Only then did the Chu family soldiers look at him. They took the silver and put it into their pockets. Lei Wang exchanged glances, their eyes showing surprise. Sure enough, no matter where or when, money can solve everything. Both of them waited with big smiles. But unexpectedly, after the Chu soldiers pocketed the silver, they turned into statues. Lei Wang looked at each other again, with anger and helplessness tearing inside. Did they take the money but refuse to do the task? How shameless. Although they thought this, Lei Tian clenched his teeth and took out another silver note, handing it over. "Little brother, if it's difficult for you, we don't need to meet the general. But please tell us, what does the general mean to us? Is there some deep meaning? Even if it's death, we want to understand clearly." The Chu family soldiers expressionlessly took the silver and put it in their pockets again, turning into statues once more. Seeing this, Wang Shi became furious and loudly said, "You took the silver and didn't do the work. Aren't you afraid that your general will ask you about it?" The Chu family soldiers remained expressionless. Soon after, Yi Tingxian appeared from the general's residence, holding a sword. The Chu soldiers responded quickly, taking out the silver from their pockets and handing it to Yi Tingxian. Yi Tingxian took the silver and pocketed it, then cast a meaningful glance at Lei Wang and Wang Shui. Lei Jinling and Wang Shui were both angry and scared, their chests almost bursting with frustration. After a while, Wang Shui forced out a smile and said, "Deputy General Yi, even during war, we don't trouble messengers. We can't just take out our anger on you because of disagreements between the general and the court, right? Please, Deputy General Yi, tell us clearly, what must we do for the general to see us?" Yi Tingxian smiled slightly and turned to walk into the general's residence. Lei Wang and Wang Shui were overwhelmed, but they dared not act out, only stomping around in frustration. Later, no matter how much they begged or bribed, the guards at the gate, the Chu soldiers, gave no response. Night fell over Beiliao, and the cold was intense. Although they had warm clothes, they were stored in the carriage. At this moment, they only wore autumn shirts, and the night wind made them shiver uncontrollably. The houses in the city were all shut tight. They wandered around the city, huddling together, but couldn't find a place to shelter from the wind. In the end, they had to crawl through a dog hole into an abandoned, deserted house to spend the night. Early the next morning, they returned to the general's residence and knelt at the gate. "General Chu, please spare our lives." "General Chu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken arrogantly to the general at the start. Punish me or beat me. I don't care. Just please give us a meal." Hungry and cold after a night, they looked at the wooden door and desperately wanted to take a bite. All their pride and arrogance were gone. They only wanted to eat a full meal. No matter how much they begged and kowtowed, they received no response. Driven mad by hunger, they went to the street and stopped passers-by, pleading, "Annie, please have mercy. Sell us a meal." They took out silver and banknotes, saying, "As long as we can eat, all this money is yours." The townspeople knew who they were. Seeing them offer hundreds of taels of silver just for a meal, they immediately remembered the 2 months they had endured hunger without divine help. They refused to show kindness.
Bah.
Corrupt officials. Now you know how it feels to be hungry, huh? We've been starving for 2 whole months. What does it matter how much silver there is? I won't sell you even a single bite of food. You deserve to experience hunger and cold so you can understand how cruel and selfish it was for you to abandon North Liao City. After asking around, Wang Lei and the others didn't get any food. Instead, they only received scorn and insults. Gradually, they began to understand why Chuyi treated them this way. It was their way of revenge against the court for neglecting North Liao. But abandoning North Liao wasn't something they could decide. They felt very wronged. If they had known, they would have pretended to be sick and stayed in bed, avoiding being sent here and suffering this hardship. But now that things are like this, complaining is useless. After starving for 2 days, Wang Lei and the others collapsed outside the general's residence, too weak to even beg. They looked like miserable dogs. On the 3rd day, new notices appeared all over North Liao City. The general is hiring embroidery women and seamstresses. North Liao has no fabric left. Why does the general need embroidery women and seamstresses? The notice says the embroidery women can make beautiful designs for the goddess, and she will reward good quality work with fabric for new spring and summer clothes. Really? I thought my embroidery skills would be wasted, but now I have a chance thanks to the goddess.
Yes.
Also, the goddess will send some sewing tools. Any woman willing to learn can sign up at the general's residence.
Great.
I'm going to sign up right now. I'm coming too. Hearing about the notices, the villagers were very happy and went in groups to the general's residence. Soon, a long line formed at the gate for registration. Although Wang Lei and the others were starving and exhausted, they could still overhear the villagers' conversations. Goddess? Embroidery women? What are these about? Suddenly, a leather water bag was thrown at their feet, interrupting their thoughts. Zhen Tianling was the first to react, quickly picking up the water bag and drinking greedily. "Let me have a sip. Save some for me." Wang Shi reached out to grab it, but he was a weak scholar in his 50s, no match for the brave warrior Zhen Tianling. Zhen Tianling drank his fill and finally let go. But he held tightly to the water bag, unwilling to loosen his grip. There was still water inside, but who knew when they would get water again? In the face of life and death, he couldn't care less about the loyalty of serving together. He only wanted to hold tightly onto this last chance for survival. The instinct to survive made Wang Shui hold onto Lei Jinting's clothes, begging desperately, "Commander Lei, since the general is willing to give us water, he must not want us to die. He will give us more later. Please, just let me have a little, just a little." Lei Jinting shook his head firmly. "Master Wang, don't think I am heartless. Who knows when the next water will come? I have to protect my own life first." As they struggled and pulled, they completely ignored that they had already become a joke in the eyes of the common people. It turns out that even these proud and noble people lose their manners after being hungry for a few days. Farmstead. Fang Jinju just received the first batch of embroidery work sent by Zhu Yi. "Jinju, what do you think of these embroidery pieces?" Zhu Yi looked at the woman in the video with eager eyes, his face slightly anxious. Northern Liao is not as good as Central Plains. Even the best embroidery women there can only produce items that are about 60 to 70% as good as those from the Central Plains. Fang Jinju was actually amazed at first glance. But upon closer look, her joy and excitement surged. The embroidery designs and materials were all sent by her. They included flowers, birds, fish, insects, bamboo, orchids, plum blossoms, and chrysanthemums, with many patterns. She allowed the embroidery women in Northern Liao to freely use their skills and choose what they were best at to embroider. Zhu Yi had previously mentioned that the embroidery skills in Northern Liao were average at best, only decent, not exquisite. She didn't have high expectations, just hoped that since it was classical embroidery, it would stand out among the uniform modern industrial machine embroidery. Even if the marketability was weaker, it would still be an additional income, which was better than nothing. But she never expected that these embroidery works would be so outstanding. Each piece could rival intangible cultural heritage, far exceeding her expectations.
Zuye.
Fong Jinju looked up with a bright, smiling face. These embroidery pieces are simply excellent. Now, we have another way to make money. Hearing this, Zhuyi relaxed and also felt a bit puzzled. Clothes in Huagua are so easy to put on and take off. If, as Jinju said, the embroidery women make clothes similar to those in northern Liao, would anyone really buy them? Fong Jinju pursed her lips and smiled. Zhuyi, do you know what? Not only are the Chinese people proud of their ancient culture, but many other countries also admire Chinese traditions. The traditional clothing is the most eye-catching part of this culture and is highly sought after. With the embroidery samples you just sent, anyone who recognizes quality could sell them for an incredible high price. If these are sewn onto clothes, their value would be priceless. Hearing this, Chuyi finally relaxed and looked pleased. That's great. When the people of Beiliao use their skills to improve their lives, it truly shows self-sufficiency. But there's more. Fong Jinju playfully blinked. The traditional embroidery art of Beiliao is worth a lot here. If these clothes were circulated in ancient times, they could have earned a lot of gold and silver. Chuyi seemed to understand. Jinju means that not only can the people of Beiliao wear Chinese clothes, but they can also trade them to make money? Why not? Jinju raised her eyebrows. Instead of just being proud of the Tangwu kingdom, why not profit from it? You could send people secretly into Central Plains pretending to be merchants, trying to get Chinese clothes into the hands of officials' families and noblewomen. They would definitely be popular. When that happens, selling a piece for thousands of gold is normal. Throughout history, who doesn't love new and exciting things? The rarer they are, the more people want to buy them. Especially the wealthy and powerful. If they can't get them, spreading the news would be embarrassing. Even if they don't need them, they would buy to save face. Moreover, this isn't just about Tangwu. We could do business with other countries too. Even if their currencies don't exchange directly, we could trade goods, exchange resources that Beiliao lacks but other countries have. That would be great for our development. But these are long-term plans. Right now, the most urgent thing is to ensure the people of Beiliao have the freedom to wear what they want. After saying this, Jinju felt a bit parched. Before she could reach for water, Shushu held out a straw cup to feed her. While drinking, she casually hugged Shushu, stroking her soft hair and gently pinching her chubby little face, her eyes full of deep affection. Shushu obediently snuggled in her arms, opening her mouth to take the small cookie Ruerue offered. After feeding her sister, Ruerue tiptoed and gave her older sister a cookie too. Finally, he moved a small stool over and sat beside his sister, acting as their little caretaker. The warmth shared among the three was so strong that even the phone screen seemed unable to contain it. Chuyi felt comforted, and a growing desire filled his heart. The frustration of not being able to obtain what he wanted made him feel uneasy and restless. Jinju, women have their own matters to attend to right now. Chuyi struggled to regain his focus and get back to the main topic. Men shouldn't be idle either. There are nearly 10,000 young men in Beiliao. I plan to station the Chu family army in each village to train them. Even children over 5 years old should exercise daily to strengthen their bodies. Only when both soldiers and civilians are strong can they protect themselves in times of danger. What do you think? Fong Jinju nodded repeatedly in agreement. I think that's very good. When the youth are strong, the country is strong. Children are the future pillars of Beiliao. Speaking of this, it reminded me that physical training is necessary. We should also open private schools and academies quickly so that all children in Beiliao can read and write. And it should be free for them to learn. While Fong Jinju spoke, Chuyi kept nodding in approval. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Free education? Fong Jinju nodded seriously. Yes, free education. Children in Huagua can go to school for free. That's why, out of every 100 people in Huagua, 90 are literate and understand principles. Reading and writing are important ways to cultivate talent for a country, so this expense cannot be spared. Don't worry about books and ink. Make a list of what you need and I will buy them. She waved the embroidered map in her hand and smiled. If this works, even if everyone in Betrayal wants to read, we can support them all. Also, gather carpenters and skilled craftsmen. I will buy more wood and tools to send over. We should make a few more catapults like before, and I'll think about what else we can prepare in advance. Only when our strength is powerful can we have the confidence to discuss other matters. Chuya's eyes widened in shock, moved deeply. Jinju, meeting you is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Suddenly, he was unexpectedly brought onto a high platform. Fong Jinju smiled brightly. Likewise, likewise. Father, it's not me. Really, it's not me. Not you? Could it be that Jean you jumped into the lake herself? Old master, it's so cold today. She's trying to take Jean Yu's life. Fong Jinju. The evidence is clear. Your sister is lying in bed, her life and death uncertain. And you still want to deny it? Guards, take her away and beat her 30 times, then throw her into the southern village to fend for herself. Don't, father, it's really not me. It's not me. Late at night, Fong Jinju suddenly woke up with a start, gasping for breath, covered in cold sweat. Although she was clearly dreaming, a strange pain seemed to come from her waist and hips, as if she had been whipped 30 times, feeling very real. She nervously reached out and touched her side. Her soft little body was disturbed, and she turned over. Fong Jinju sighed in relief and reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. The soft light clearly illuminated the room, confirming it was her dormitory. But in her eyes, there was a look of confusion and fear, and her heart was pounding unusually fast. That nightmare was too strange and vivid. When she woke up, she couldn't remember what she had dreamed about, and even the faces in the dream were blurry. But the sound of her name, Jinju, the feeling of being wronged, and the pain from being hit with a stick felt very real and clear. Fong Jinju looked at her phone to check the time. It was 2:05 a.m. She lay back in bed, but didn't dare turn off the light. She turned onto her side, hugged Ruiru and Shushu, and finally felt a little more at ease. Fong Jinju closed her eyes, but didn't dare to sleep. She felt a cold, chilling sensation on her back, as if something was watching her in the dark, ready to pull her into a nightmare at any moment. She turned over, picked up her phone, and found Zhu Ye's WeChat profile picture. It was a selfie she had taken and uploaded. He was dressed in armor, looking serious and upright, with a slight awkward smile at the corner of his mouth, both brave and a little silly. Fong Jinju smiled softly, feeling a sense of relief settle in her heart, and her fear eased a bit. After hesitating for a moment, she carefully typed a message in the chat box. It was late, the time when people are usually asleep, but she was disturbing his peaceful sleep, and she felt a little guilty. But the nightmare was strange and eerie, and the fear lingered in her heart, impossible to shake off. It felt like her courage was being drained little by little. She was not only scared but also restless. She felt that something was going to happen, but she couldn't predict what. It was like falling into an abyss, with the constant fear of hitting the ground at any moment.
Granary.
Suddenly, her phone rang. Zhuyi opened his eyes, turned over, and picked up his phone. Zhuyi, I had a nightmare, and I'm a little scared. Can we talk for a bit? The girl's fear and cautious tone came through the screen, and Zhuya's eyes filled with concern. He instinctively wanted to send a video, but then remembered the 2 little ones were sleeping soundly, so he dialed her phone instead. Sorry for disturbing your sleep. The woman's soft, trembling voice gently touched Chuya's heart, opening a small wound that released her protective feelings. It's okay, I've had enough sleep. The man's voice in her ear was unusually gentle, making Fong Jinju's heart tremble. Her anxious feelings were calmed by his calm tone. I had a bad dream. Don't be afraid. It was just a nightmare. Don't think too much. I'll stay with you. Chuya's voice was warm and soothing, making Fong Jinju feel her ears burning and her body warming up inside the blanket. She quickly pulled back the blanket and sat up, exposing her upper body. But her mind kept flashing back to Chuye's face, with deep, gentle eyes and that same tender voice. Fong Jinju felt she was losing her mind. She quickly patted her face and said, "I can't remember everything else, but in the dream, the people looked like ancient people dressed like you. Someone called me Jinju, and others wanted to punish me with 30 lashes. It all felt so real. Chuyi, I feel like something is about to happen, and I feel anxious inside. Don't worry. You've been working too hard lately. I also took many photos of Betrayal for you. Dreams are just dreams. They're not real. Jinju, I have good news to tell you tomorrow, but it seems good things can't be kept secret forever." "What good news?" "After dinner today, I went to the fields in Betrayal and saw that the millet has sprouted." Fong Jinju suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "Really?" Then she realized she was too excited and quickly covered her mouth, but her face showed her joy. "Really? That's great." Although the seed company's boss guaranteed the yield, she wasn't familiar with Betrayal's soil, so she was a bit nervous. But she couldn't show it in front of Chuyi. Hearing that the millet had sprouted finally eased her worries. It's no wonder our country's seeds are so powerful. Chuyi on the phone smiled slightly, his tense expression easing. "I also took some photos. Wait a moment, I'll send them to you now." The phone vibrated, and Fong Jinju quickly opened the photos. Tiny, tender yellow rice shoots densely packed into her eyes. They looked so small, it was hard to believe they would someday grow into full grains. But despite the gravel and stones, their vitality couldn't be suppressed. It made her feel hopeful about life. "This is wonderful." Her eyes filled with emotion. "In a few days, Betrayal will be full of green." Chuyi smiled and said, "Today, when the Chu family army came to deliver the message, it was already dark. The photos weren't very clear. From now on, I'll go to the fields during the day and send you a picture each day."
Good.
"Remember to take pictures of the whole field." Fong Jinju felt a swelling in her heart. There was no room left for fear or worry. "I want to see with my own eyes how North Liao changes little by little."
Cheheouye noted. All right.
"Tomorrow, you've also arranged to meet Uncle Ling and the others. Don't stay up late." He selected the 10 best embroidery women from North Liao and made 5 traditional embroidered hanfu dresses based on Jinju's sketches, 3 for women, 2 for men. Jinju said she would deliver them tomorrow to see if these clothes could find a market in the upper circles. Jinju was grateful for the support and care from these elders, but unfortunately, she wouldn't have the chance to thank them face to face. "Lie down first, put your phone by your ear. I'll tell you about the progress of the school." Fong Jinju obediently lay down and put on her headphones. "Chuyi, I've already lied down." "Jinju, you should know that in ancient times, studying was not affordable for most families, bathing and learning, buying books, ink, paper, and inkstones. Only those from wealthy families could afford to study and enter officialdom, becoming richer, while the poor grew poorer. I know. That's why I want to provide free education for everyone. It's also a way to give everyone fairness." "Yes, but fairness is the hardest thing in this world. So, if we post the announcement for free schooling tomorrow, I think the whole of North Liao City will go crazy." Hearing this, Jinju's lips curved into a proud, happy smile. "Then tomorrow, send me some pictures of the common people looking happy, so I can share their joy." "Okay. Are your eyes closed?"
No.
"Then close your eyes, and I'll keep telling you."
All right.
North Liao already has a study hall. Just clean it up and recruit some teachers. But as Jinju said, one hall isn't enough for all the children in North Liao to study. He didn't know how long he had been talking, but Chuyi didn't feel tired at all. At first, the woman responded occasionally, but later only her sweet, even breathing could be heard. Chuyi lowered his voice, a slight smile on his lips, and softly called, "Jinju?"
Jinju?
He was met with only her peaceful, sweet silence. Chuyi and the dark night looked at each other, with feelings in their eyes that were even stronger than the night itself. "Jinju, I am very happy. Because when you were scared, the first person you thought of was me." The next day, Fong Jinju handed over the farm to Feng Zhou and early in the morning took the two children into the city, heading straight to Beishan Villa. Uncle Ling had already arranged a meeting. The visitors were all potential wealthy benefactors, so as a minor participant, she had to arrive early to show her sincerity. Rue Rue. Shoo shoo. As soon as the car stopped, Uncle Han and Uncle Yang hurried out to greet them. They eagerly opened the car doors from both sides, smiling kindly. Grandpa Ling, Grandpa Han. Grandpa Tian. The children happily stretched out their small arms and jumped into their grandfather's arms. They eagerly took out treats from their pockets and offered them to the grandfathers, saying, "Grandpa, eat. Delicious." Shoo Shoo also took out a piece of paper from her pocket, grinning as she handed it over. "Grandpa, look. This is a drawing of me and my brother. Give it to Grandpa." The old men looked at the drawing. Though it was drawn by children, it accurately captured each person's features, which was impressive. After they finished looking, Uncle Han quickly folded the drawing and put it in his pocket. "Thank you, Rue Rue. Thank you, Shoo Shoo. Grandpa likes it very much." Old Uncle Yang and Uncle Wei looked unhappy. Hey, this is a gift from the kids. Why are you putting it in your pocket alone?"
Exactly.
"I think it should be framed and kept at Old Ling's house. Since we gather at Ling's most often, everyone can see it later. It's fair." While speaking, Uncle Wei reached into Uncle Han's pocket and took out the drawing, then ran into the house. Hey, why are you being sneaky?" Uncle Han and Uncle Yang chased after the children, acting like mischievous kids. Fong Jinju smiled and quickly took out the items from the back seat of the car and followed. "Miss Fong, hurry and open it so we can see." They haven't arrived that early. After playing with the children for a while, they arrived at the second-floor exhibition hall. Old Uncle Han eagerly urged Fong Jinju to open the bag. Fong Jinju nodded and smiled. "All right, let the uncles help take a look." She carefully took the men's clothes out of the dust cover and hung them on the hangers prepared in advance by Aunt Zhang. The elders immediately gathered around. "Wow, look at the tailoring and sewing techniques. They are all traditional methods. I didn't expect anyone nowadays to still pursue ancient craft skills. It's quite rare. The embroidery patterns on this are also very unique. But we're all amateurs, so besides saying it's beautiful, we can't really tell what makes it special."
Let's not talk about that now.
Just looking at the craftsmanship, it takes real skill to make something like this. This black outfit looks very noble and commanding. Old Wei, your taste is sharp, but I think only Old Ling's aura can match this. Miss Fong, let's try them on first. After greeting Fong Jinju, a few elders took their favorite robes and went inside to try them on. "Uncles, please feel free to try." Fong Jinju responded with a smile and hung out two more women's shirts. One was a bright white robe with embroidered patterns and wide sleeves, and the other was a coral red riding outfit decorated with white floral embroidery.
Wow.
Almost as soon as she hung out the clothes and opened them, someone at the door exclaimed. Fong Jinju turned her head and saw a graceful, elegant auntie in a white cheongsam with subtle floral patterns walking quickly over. As she approached, she looked at the white shirt with surprise and leaned in close. "This is." She gently lifted a corner of the fabric to examine it carefully, then looked at Fong Jinju with admiration. "Young lady, is this jade embroidery? Where did you get this?" Soon after, several other elegant and noble-looking aunties followed, each dressed in different colors. Fong Jinju stepped back a little to give space and politely explained, "Annie, this was made by my classmate's mother. She and her sister are skilled in traditional embroidery. They usually like to make hanfu, but they keep to themselves and don't like socializing. My classmate also studies fashion design. She just graduated and hasn't found a suitable job in her field. She wants to encourage her mother to open a jade embroidery hanfu studio, blending modern fashion ideas with traditional hanfu. But she doesn't know the market well, so she asked me to bring these clothes out to see if there's a market. That was her reason before coming here. People who focus on their craft usually stay out of the limelight and avoid too much social interaction, which also helps avoid unnecessary questions." She made up the story about the embroidery experts to prepare for future opportunities. Although both are jade embroidery, The embroidery skills and techniques of the Northern Liao embroidery women differ in depth and mastery. If they are considered sisters, it would be suspicious if later someone becomes highly skilled at fine details. Secondly, if the market for these traditional clothes is good, the sales volume will need to increase later. If only one person makes the clothes but they are sold frequently, it might raise questions. Hearing this, Elegant Aunt nodded in surprise. Such excellent craftsmanship. Not opening a workshop would be a waste. Yun sister, this white brocade dress suits your style very well. I like this hibiscus red riding outfit. It should fit me. I want to try it. While a few aunts were talking, uncles dressed in men's traditional clothes came out one after another. Uncle Ling, who was always serious and commanding, wore a black hanfu with cloud embroidery on the sleeves, giving him a noble and commanding look like an ancient general. Uncle Wei wore a pale ivory robe with bamboo embroidery, making him look like a refined scholar from ancient times. Uncle Han, who was a bit rounder, struggled to fasten his dark-colored clothes, which looked a little funny. The group of aunts stared intently and kept praising, "Old Ling, your outfit is amazing. With your wind-like black horse, you look like a true commander. Old Wei's outfit is also nice. Wearing this to teach scholars, they'll admire and respect you even more. Haha, Old Han, your outfit doesn't quite fit. Maybe a young girl can take your measurements and make a new one for you." Finally, a few aunts tried on 2 more dresses each, and everyone discussed their outfits animatedly. Fong Jinju watched silently with a smile, knowing she had made a good choice again this time. After a lively discussion, the elders asked about the prices of the clothes. Fong Jinju honestly told them the material costs, then looked at Uncle Ling. "Uncle Ling, Uncle Han, you both are used to seeing good things. Aunt Yun is also an expert in clothing. Why don't you help set the prices for these outfits? If we open a workshop in the future, it will give us a reference." Her words were polite and sincere, earning praise from the elders in the room. In the end, after discussion, everyone agreed that although the materials were inexpensive, these clothes were handmade with exquisite embroidery and tailoring, carrying the heritage of ancient culture, making them more meaningful than regular high-end fashion. The set price for everyday clothes was 100,000 yuan each, and riding outfits were 120,000 yuan. Hearing this, Fong Jinju shook her head repeatedly. Several elders looked at each other, thinking she believed the prices were too low. They were about to say something when Fong Jinju spoke up. "The price is too high." "Too high?" The aunts all looked surprised. Even the sellers found it strange that buyers thought the prices were high. This was the first time they saw such a thing. Uncle Ling and the others exchanged glances, their eyes showing pride and satisfaction. Fong Jinju quickly explained, "Uncles and aunts, these clothes and fabrics are not very expensive. The main reason for the high price is the rare ancient embroidery and traditional tailoring techniques, which make it valuable. But our studio is not well known, so only because you, uncles and aunts, recognize its worth can it stand out. If I truly lacked judgment and agreed for my classmates, it would be like ruining her reputation before she even opened her shop. So, let's set the price at half of what you suggested. This way, we preserve the value of the ancient embroidery and craftsmanship, and more people can afford it. That's the real way to make it last." These traditional clothes, made by 2 embroidery women in just 3 or 4 days, cost very little in materials, which Fong Jinju personally bought and sent to Beiliao. Selling at 50,000 each, limited to 20 pieces a month, would bring in 1 million in revenue. It was a side income, originally meant for funding the school, and it far exceeded expectations. Although the elders appreciated Fong Jinju's vision, they didn't fully agree with her suggested prices. In the end, they set the final price at 80,000 per piece. Fong Jinju was happy and added a few aunts on WeChat. No need for other channels. Just these aunt circles were enough to make Beiliao self-sufficient and ensure everyone could afford clothing. At the general's residence. "Are you still alive?" Chuyi looked at the 2 King Lei, curled up like dogs, barely breathing, and said. Wang Shui twitched slightly, but had no strength to reply. Over the past few days, Lei Jinling had aggressively seized most of the water sources. He still had some strength. Seeing Chuyi come out, he crawled desperately toward him, using his hands and feet. General, you finally agreed to see us. General, please spare a meal for us. I am willing to give my life for the general. He kowtowed as he spoke. Due to 3 or 4 days of hunger, the kowtowing was just a formality. Chuyi's tone was cold. Have you thought things through these days? Lei Jinling was stunned, his gaze flickering on the ground. Your subordinate. Your subordinate is confused. Please, General, enlighten us. General. Wang Shi curled up on the ground, weak and breathless. We have only been hungry for a few days, and look at us now. Moreover, Beiliao has been cut off from grain for months. The court abandoned Beiliao. This is truly heartless and unjust. It cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. After saying this, Wang Shi completely lost strength and fainted. Hearing this, Lei Jinling suddenly understood and quickly agreed. Yes, the court's abandonment of Beiliao is indeed unforgivable, truly unforgivable. They had been starving these days, calling out to the heavens and the earth, but no one responded. That deep, gnawing hunger was like endless torture, making life worse than death. They truly felt the despair and helplessness of Beiliao's previous abandonment. Moreover, now, just to stay alive, they could say whatever Chuyi wanted to hear. Chuyi withdrew his gaze and ordered the Chu army nearby. Go, bring some thin porridge. 1 meal a day, enough to keep from starving. The court wants to send people to check on Beiliao's situation? Then let them come one by one. He would deal with each of them. He would torment those who looked down on others and treated human lives as nothing. He wanted those high and mighty people to experience the suffering of being insignificant. It hurts so much. Grandma, help me. I don't want to die. Jinju. Fan Jinju woke up suddenly from a nightmare, clutching her suffocating chest, gasping for air. Her face was pale, sweat stuck to her forehead, and her whole body felt like it had been wrung out. It was that nightmare again, that feeling again. In the dream, the sense of near death was more suffocating each time. She felt like she was the girl in the dream, about to die, full of despair and helplessness. Fang Jinju turned on the bedside lamp, her steps unsteady as she got out of bed and went to the living room. She turned on the light, and the room instantly brightened like daytime. She grabbed the water on the table and drank several big gulps, then sank onto the sofa, staring blankly. In the past month, she had almost nightly nightmares. Each time, the scenes were similar. The girl named Fang Jinju was wronged, beaten, and left to fend for herself in the countryside. Every time she was near death, the girl in the dream would cry out Jinju in a piercing voice, as if calling for help across the dream. Except for the first night, after waking from each nightmare, she never sent messages to Chuyi again. In this month, the farm's land and livestock had all been leased out, only needing maintenance. They earned over 26 million in total. Nearly 30 orders of Han clothing had been produced. The benefits from the farm and traditional clothing were all collected and sent to Beiliang in various supplies for daily construction. With these supplies, Beiliang made weapons, built schools and factories, and started busy production, gradually getting on track. The wheat in the fields was also growing well and had begun to form heads. During this time, Zhu Yi was inspecting and advising various places among the people. When he heard from Madame Zhu that he carried a steamed bun every day and was out all day, with no time to return for lunch. At dinner each night, Fang Jinju could see Zhu Yi looking tired, so she didn't want to bother him with this matter. Fang Jinju stared blankly at the water glass on the table, her mind wandering quickly without pause. She increasingly felt that this nightmare was a warning. Although she didn't know what the warning was, she thought she should do something. But what could she do? Fang Jinju picked up her phone and checked her bank account balance. There was still over 800 million. Would she die? Suddenly, this thought appeared, and her heart responded as if it was pounding harder. The sudden, intense heartbeat made Fang Jinju's face turn pale with fear. She hurriedly grabbed the water glass and drank a few sips to calm down. Fang Jinju pressed her hand to her chest and dared not think about that word anymore. She knew what she needed to do. Fong Jinju quickly started operating her phone. When she finished everything, it was already 4 a.m. Back in bed, although she still felt dazed and uneasy, she was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. At 6 o'clock, Fong Jinju was awakened by the alarm clock. She quickly got up, washed up, prepared breakfast, and ate with the two little ones. After breakfast, Fong Jinju first sent a message to Zhu Yi. Then she stroked Ruier and Shushu's heads and gently said, Rui, Shushu, I need to handle some things. For the next few days, you two should stay at the general's residence with Grandma. Once I finish, I'll tell Uncle Xiao to bring you over, okay? Hearing this, the two little ones froze in place. Then Shushu stepped forward, opening her small arms to tightly hug Fong Jinju's neck. Shushu, no, don't leave sister. Shushu, be good, don't make trouble for sister, okay? Rui also hugged Fong Jinju's arm carefully and said, Rui is very obedient, taking care of sister and little sister. We won't be apart, okay? Their pitiful expressions made Fong Jinju's heart soften suddenly. She almost gave up the idea of sending them back to the general's residence. A feeling of unease and fear lingered in her heart, like an invisible warning telling her she must send them back. What if something really happens? What should they do then? Trying to hide her sadness, Fong Jinju reached out and hugged the two children, pretending to be relaxed and comforting them. We won't be apart. I can't bear to part with Rui and Shushu, she said softly. It's because sister has something very important to do. When she's busy with her work, she can't let go of Rui and Shushu, just like when little uncle goes to fight enemies. He can't take Rui and Shushu with him, right? Sister knows that Rui and Shushu listen to her best, right? We'll only be gone for a few days. As soon as sister finishes her work, she'll send a message to little uncle to bring you back. Shushu also needs to help little uncle send some things, too. She gently pushed the children apart and smiled as she looked at them. Besides, Rui and Shushu haven't been home for many days. Grandma and little uncle must miss you. While sister is busy, you can stay and keep grandma and little uncle company. Sister promises that as soon as she finishes her work, she'll come to pick you up, okay? Her gentle words of reassurance made the children furrow their brows, looking conflicted. They understood her. They used to spend every day with Grandma and Granny Wei. They really hadn't been home for many days, and Grandma and Granny Wei must miss them. Little uncle hadn't held them and flown high in a long time. He must miss them too, right? And they missed little uncle and the others as well.
But
Shushu looked at her sister, her lips slightly pouting. Shushu, I miss Grandma, I miss little uncle, but I can't bear to leave, sister. A corner of Fong Jinju's eyes seemed to collapse, trembling. For a moment, she couldn't bring herself to say anything more. Rui stared at her sister without blinking, as if sensing her difficulty, a determined look flashing in his big eyes. He reached out his little arms and gently hugged Shushu's shoulders. His small mouth moved close to her ear and whispered softly, Little sister, we will listen to sister. Sister, after you finish your work, you'll come to get us. Then he looked at Fong Jinju. Right, sister? Her understanding attitude made Fong Jinju's nose sting, and she nodded repeatedly. Yes, after I finish, I will definitely come to pick you up. Rui stretched out his tiny finger and said seriously, let's make a promise. No cheating, okay? Fong Jinju sniffed and quickly stretched out her little finger. Hook, if sister tricks me, I'll turn into a puppy or a pig. Her big hand and small hand intertwined. If the hook is broken, we won't change for 100 years. Whoever breaks it is a big, silly pig. Finally, Rui tilted her head and looked at Shushu with big, reassuring eyes.
See?
We all hooked our fingers. Shushu, you do it too. She took Shushu's small hand and reached out. Fong Jinju quickly hooked her little finger. Shushu blinked her big eyes and pouted her little mouth, but she obediently hooked her finger. Then she let go, ran to the table, and pointed at Fong Jinju's water cup. Sister, I want to drink water. She shook her head hard. No, I forgot. Okay? She then held up 3 little fingers. In one day, I need to drink this many cups. okay? Fong Jinju almost started crying. She quickly stood up and calmly wiped her tears. Yes, yes, I'll listen to Shu Shu. I will drink enough 3 cups of water every day. Sister, take a bath. Rui also took out a towel and seriously instructed, hang this here first. She ran to the bathroom and pointed at the hook behind the door. Don't forget. Just as Fong Jinju nodded, Shu Shu pulled her hand and hurriedly ran into the room, pulling out a big stuffed toy from the bed. Sister, sleep with it. It's Shu Shu's. She also pointed at Rui's big stuffed toy. That's brothers. See, sister, you're not afraid of the dark anymore. Suddenly, tears fell. Fong Jinju quickly turned away to avoid Shu Shu, but met Rui coming up behind her. Seeing her cry, Rui pouted and held back her own tears for a while, but they finally started to fall. The little girl hurried forward, hugged Fong Jinju's leg, and buried her face in her leg. She quietly wiped her tears, afraid Shu Shu would see, and start crying too. Fong Jinju quickly dried her tears, took a deep breath, and steadied her voice. I didn't expect Rui and Shu Shu to take such good care of me. I must finish everything quickly and bring you back. Otherwise, I'll be all alone. Okay, I'll prepare some delicious food for you. And bring your toys too. When you go back, you can spend time with Grandma and everyone else. She then looked for a bag and started packing the little one's things. Subconsciously, Fong Jinju was really prepared to bring the 2 children back with her at any time. So she only packed a few changes of clothes and their favorite toys, plus a big bag of snacks from the nearby supermarket. I just finished tidying up when Chuya's video call came through. In the video, he looked worried, with his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Jinju, has something happened? Jinju said she had something to do and couldn't let go of Rui and Shu Shu, so she planned to send them back to the general's residence for a few days. Earlier, at the farm, she was so busy that she wanted to bring Rui and Shu Shu to be cared for by her mother, but Jinju didn't want to let go. Now, with her sudden arrangement, Chui felt a bit uneasy. Jinju quickly signaled for silence and left the dormitory. I just told them. It's because a friend of mine is sick and hospitalized. She has no one to care for her, so I need to visit her for a few days. Hospitals are full of viruses, and children staying inside for a long time can catch illnesses even if they are healthy. I might also need to stay overnight at the hospital. There are no beds, and with Rui and Shu Shu, I really can't handle it all. She smiled softly. Besides, Rui and Shu Shu are actually your nieces and nephew. I've kept them for so long. Don't you want to see them? Jinju, if something happens that you can't handle, you must tell me immediately, okay? Chuyi looked at Jinju intently, trying to see if there was anything unusual in her expression. Although I can't be with you right now, but I care about you and worry about you. Do you know that? Jinju teased with a smile. These days, besides not telling you how many times I go to the bathroom each day, is there anything else you don't know? Don't worry, if anything happens, I will tell you. And even if I do face trouble, I have a few uncles to protect me. Seeing her eyes sparkle with affection and her tone straightforward, Chui felt a little relieved, and his ears warmed slightly. Good. Jinju smiled brightly. You care so much that you get confused. All right, I won't say more. I'm going to bring Rui and Shu Shu over now. You wait on your side. She said this as she carried her bags and took Rui and Shu Shu to the gate of the shelter. Shu Shu first handed over her things, then trotted forward, reaching out her little arms to Jinju. Big sister, hug. Jinju bent down, holding both children in her arms, burying her face in their tiny necks, feeling their soft, warm scent. Finally, Shu Shu cupped her face with her small hands and gently pressed her face against Jinju's, softly saying, Shu Shu will miss big sister. Rui also held Jinju's hand and pressed his small face against her palm, earnestly agreeing, Rui will miss big sister too. Pin Jinju's eyes filled with moisture again. She quickly smiled and said, Sister also misses you all. Go quickly, little uncle can't wait any longer. The 2 children reluctantly left Pin Jinju, holding hands and turning back every few steps before disappearing behind the shed door. Only then did Pin Jinju's tears start to flow freely. She wiped them fiercely, forced a smile, and tried to ignore the loneliness that swept over her in an instant. But unexpectedly, her tears became even more intense. After all, they are from the general's residence. Even if none of this had happened, they would eventually leave. When that time comes, it will only be harder to let go. Now, sending them back is better than enduring long-term pain. Pin Jinju kept convincing herself, wiping away tears as she hurried back to her quarters. When Feng Zhou arrived for work, she gave a few instructions, then took her bag, got in the car, and drove into the city. Pin Jinju drove straight to the hospital, registered, consulted the doctor, and then received a long list of tests. She guessed that the frequent nightmares might be a warning from her body. She had all the necessary tests done, which took 3 days before she received all the results. During this time, the farm also received many shipments, orders she had placed. On the first day, 5 million pounds of grain arrived. She originally wanted to order 10 million pounds, but Juyi said the general's residence couldn't hold that much, and with the harvest of grain in Beiliao in 2 months, they were more worried about why she suddenly ordered so much. Pin Jinju joked that she was worried the grain yield might not meet expectations. Anyway, she had money in the account, so it was better to prepare early. She asked Shu Shu to come over, and she sent 4 million pounds of grain. The remaining 1 million pounds couldn't be stored at the general's residence, so she temporarily stored it in the farm's warehouse. The second night, 2,000 gas tanks, bows, swords, shields, and various fireworks with celebratory patterns were delivered. Previously, she had already sent many cold and hot weapons. Juyi had arranged for the residence next door to be turned into a weapons depot, which was now full. After Shu Shu delivered about 80%, the residence couldn't hold any more. The rest of the supplies were stored in the farm's warehouse. On the third night, various medical supplies and seeds arrived. At Pin Jinju's insistence, Juyi also arranged for the neighboring residence on the right to be used for storing medicines and seeds. 80% of the supplies were sent over, and 20% were kept in the farm's warehouse. Over several days, Pin Jinju bought everything she could think of. Seeing that the farm's storage and dormitories were almost full, she finally stopped. Meanwhile, all the hospital test results came back. Besides a slight anemia, everything was normal. These past few nights, she still had nightmares. And after getting used to the company of Ruerue and Shu Shu, Fang Jinju became more afraid of the nights on the farm. It was quiet and dark, with every corner filled with loneliness and fear. At night, Fang Jinju would lock all the doors and windows tightly and leave all the main lights on all night. Chuyi worried that she was scared alone, so he called her every evening, talking with her until she fell asleep. On the first night, she woke up from a nightmare and was surprised to find Chuyi hadn't hung up the call. He immediately asked if she was okay. On the second night, Fang Jinju refused to let Chuyi stay on the phone all night, saying she would fall asleep while talking. After having dinner with her family via video call, she said she would turn her phone to silent mode, watch shows, and sleep, so he shouldn't call again. Even if he did, she wouldn't hear it. That evening, Fang Jinju placed her laptop by the bed, playing Chinese history documentaries. She slept among Ruerue and Shushu's plush toys, gradually drifting into sleep. Although she still woke up from nightmares, she was comforted by the light and sounds when she opened her eyes, so she wasn't as scared. Boss, why do you have such dark circles lately? Yeah, boss. Is it because Ruerue and Shushu aren't here, and you're afraid alone on the farm? Maybe I should stay over these nights to keep you company. Once you bring Ruerue and Shushu back, I'll go home to sleep. In the morning, Fang Jinju, with panda eyes, went to open the farm's gate for the staff. Feng Chengcheng and Zhou Xiaoli couldn't help but ask her concern. Fang Jinju hesitated for a moment, but then smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. I just found a good TV drama and stayed up late watching it. Don't worry about me. Just focus on your work. Tonight, the last batch of goods would arrive. She couldn't let Feng Zhou find out the farm secret. Her health check was done, and she had stocked everything needed for Beiliao. The farm was now well managed by Feng Zhou, so she didn't need to worry much. For a moment, Fong Jinju felt a little empty, not knowing what to do.
Boss.
Zhou Xiaoli, who had just taken a few steps, couldn't help but turn back and waved her hand in front of Fong Jinju's eyes. If you like staying up late to watch shows, I can recommend a cream for your eyes. It's a real remedy for dark circles. I'll send you a picture. When you go shopping in town, you can buy it and try it out. Fong Jinju snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes slightly brightening. Okay, send it to me now. I'm going into town today, anyway. I suddenly realized that since my parents, I have always been in a state of mental tension. First, I worried about huge debts, then I hurriedly worked to save Beiliao. Once Beiliao was stable, I focused on managing the farm and building Beiliao. I haven't gone shopping in a long time, haven't taken good care of my skin, and haven't bought myself a nice piece of clothing for quite a while. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju suddenly understood everything clearly. No matter if it's a nightmare or a warning, what is meant to come will come, and you can't stop it. But before that, I should at least enjoy some simple, indulgent happiness to avoid regrets. Without hesitation, Fong Jinju immediately drove into the city. She first ate a bowl of hot wontons, then stepped into the busiest square in Anqing. In college, her parents' money was all invested in the farm. Whenever she went shopping with classmates, she only dared to browse because the prices inside were beyond her living expenses. But today, her bank card was ready, just for shopping and buying things she loved. She had long admired luxury lipstick brands but never bought one. Now she wanted one of each shade. She also saw high-end skincare products only in ads. Hydrating, whitening, spot fading, repairing, whatever the effect, as long as it's good for the skin and makes her look better, she wanted a full set. After skincare, she bought makeup, then clothes and bags. If she bought too much and couldn't carry it all, that's impossible. She could buy more to help the salesgirls boost their sales. The hardworking, ambitious salesgirls promised to deliver everything to her home personally. Feeling hungry after shopping, she looked for a seafood restaurant she usually couldn't afford. Normally, she only watched food shows Eating King, but today she ordered the biggest one herself, wanting to see if it's as fresh and sweet as they say. Unfortunately, she had a small appetite and only dared to order one king crab. Although she's not short of money, she couldn't waste food. Finally, she remembered to pack some for the farm workers to try and bought small gifts for everyone. She bought luxury lipstick and perfume for a few young girls named Feng Zhou and gave each of the temporary workers a neck and shoulder massager. For the two security brothers, she bought each a pair of Huawei's latest earphones. When Fong Jinju returned to the farm, everyone was waiting at the gate. Because Feng Chengcheng said the boss bought gifts for everyone and told them to wait until they received their presents before leaving work, everyone was so excited. Even during festivals, small companies don't usually give holiday gifts, let alone on an ordinary day. Although they haven't spent much time together, Fong Jinju is kind to them. She almost every weekend sends rice, flour, and oil as a reward for their hard work. They feel that outside this farm, it would be hard to find such a good job and such a kind boss in Anqing. When Fong Jinju takes out the items, the young girls scream with excitement, and the uncles and aunts are also thrilled. Everyone has a king crab. Everyone has a gift they usually wouldn't buy for themselves. Seeing everyone so happy because of a small wish fulfilled, Fong Jinju feels full of happiness and satisfaction. Maybe this is the meaning of working hard to earn money. After the staff leave the farm, the items she ordered are delivered one after another. Her dormitory is packed full, and Fong Jinju's heart feels just as full. Outside, the sunset is just beginning. The evening glow colors the clouds red, and it also bathes the entire farm. The large fish ponds reflect the sunset, creating a stunning fairy tale scene in Fong Jinju's eyes. Unconsciously, she walks to the edge of the fish pond, takes out her phone, and captures this beautiful scene to send to Zhu Yi. Suddenly, a fish jumps out of the water with a splash, startling Fong Jinju so much that her phone slips into the pond. She instinctively leans forward to catch it. In that moment, she clearly sees her reflection in the pond. But in the pond, besides her face, her whole body looks old-fashioned and elegant. Splash. At the general's residence, Zhu Yi is about to video call Fong Jinju to deliver food when he receives the photo she sent. A flash of amazement crosses his eyes, and a smile unconsciously appears on his lips. So beautiful. Little uncle, video call. Look at sister. Shu, holding Zhu Ye's leg, looks up eagerly. Rue is already at the gate of the time gate, pulling a small cart. On the cart is a large food box. Although Shu could directly deliver the food out of thin air, they don't want to do that because these days, they only see and hug their sister when they deliver meals. That's why sister prepared this little food cart for them. Zhu Yi pats Shu's head and happily dials Fong Jinju's video call. But no one answers after the ringtone stops. He frowns slightly and tries again. Still no answer.
Bang, bang, bang.
Zhu Ye's heart pounds faster. He finally manages to connect Fong Jinju's call. Once, twice, 3 times. But no one answers. Zhu Ye's usually calm and steady eyes were suddenly troubled. Yi, Jinju. Old Madame Zhu hurriedly stepped forward, her face tense, and didn't dare to ask the rest of her words aloud. Rue dropped his small car and ran over quickly. He looked serious as he glanced at Zhu Yi, then carefully looked at Shu. His little mouth moved, but he didn't dare speak. Little uncle, Shu hit. Shu seemed to sense something. She tiptoed and stretched out her tiny hand toward Zhu Yi, saying, Shu, call sister. Zhu Yi lowered his head, his anxious eyes trying to stay calm as he looked into the child's eyes. Sister is probably not home yet. When she returns, she will definitely call us back. Shu, go back to the room with Grandma first. When sister comes back, little uncle will send someone to call Shu, okay? Shu was stunned for a moment, then her little mouth pouted.
No.
Shu, wait here. He said this while wiping tears and sat down behind Zhu Ye's desk. Woo, Shu, wait here for sister. Shu, be obedient. Old Madame Zhu held back her choking voice and stepped forward, hugging her. Shu, be good. Let's listen to little uncle and wait in the room with Grandma, okay?
No.
Tears rolled down her small face as she shook her head and struggled free. Shu is not good, not obedient. Shu will wait here. Woo. She spoke while looking at the time gate, her big eyes full of helplessness and unease. Zhu Ye's heart felt like something was tightly gripping it, heavy and painful. His fingertips trembled as he dialed Fong Jinju's phone. He waited anxiously, his eyes filled with worry, fear, and all the fears of his life. But no one answered. Zhu Yi staggered back a step, feeling like something was about to collapse inside him. Little uncle. Rue couldn't hold back anymore. He pouted and stepped forward, trying not to let tears fall from his eyes. Rue will go find sister, okay? Rue will go see if sister is home, okay? His voice was choked with restrained tears. Zhu Yi looked toward the time and space gate, his eyes flickering. They had agreed to have dinner together at this time, every day. Even if Jinju couldn't leave her work, she would send a voice message in advance to say hello. Just now, he had clearly received a photo from Jinju. A photo. Zhu Ye's eyes widened in shock, his heart trembling with fear. Jinju sent him a photo of a fish pond, showing the location where she was taking the picture. She was probably standing by the pond. Could Jinju be? Thinking of this, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and his chest felt tight, as if his heart might stop at any moment. He loudly ordered someone, bring a rope. The longer, the better. The Chu family soldiers, sensing something was wrong, quickly rushed out. Mother knows her son well. From his expression, Madame Chu guessed things were not good. Tears streamed down her face, but she held back from crying out loud. She was afraid to scare the child. Soon, the Chu soldiers brought a bundle of ropes. Chu Yi squatted down to be at eye level with Rue, gently placing his large hand on the boy's small shoulder, trembling as he said, Rue, sister might be in danger. You need to go and check. Just you alone. Do you dare? Saying this, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. No one knew what was behind the door of the space-time portal. The situation could change at any moment. How could he let the child take such a risk? But Jinju was in a life-and-death situation. He only hated himself for being powerless and unable to cross the space-time door himself. Ruerue nodded without hesitation. Ruerue dares. Then he wiped away his tears with his little hand, opened his short arms, and said, "Quick, little uncle, sister is in danger. We need to go fast." His face showed no fear or hesitation about facing the danger alone, only worry for his sister's safety. Chuyi picked up the rope, feeling as if his heart was being twisted by a hot knife, unable to stop for a moment. "Ruerue, after you go, call me immediately. I will teach you what to do. Do you remember?" While speaking, he carefully tied the boy's small body, checking to make sure it was secure. Ruerue nodded, skillfully opening his watch phone, flipping to the contacts and finding his little uncle's name. Then he dashed toward the space-time portal. "Big brother." Shushu ran forward crying, tightly hugging Ruerue. "Shushu wants to go too. I want to go too." A flash of urgency crossed Chuye's eyes. "Shushu, be good. Don't make trouble. Every second you delay, sister faces more danger. Let big brother go first and see what's happening." Hearing this, Shushu released Ruerue, sobbing loudly. Ruerue leaned in to kiss her tearful face. "Shushu, be good. Big brother will save sister. I'll be back soon." Afterward, the little boy dashed toward the space-time portal without hesitation or fear. Watching Ruerue disappear into the portal, Shushu burst into a sharp, heartbreaking cry. "Big brother. Big brother." Madame Chu could no longer hold back and covered her mouth, sobbing quietly. Chuyi watched the rope slowly disappear, nervously staring at his phone. Ruerue hadn't called back. He couldn't wait any longer and directly dialed Ruerue's smartwatch. There was no ringing, only a busy signal. The rope that was supposed to be sent through the space-time gate suddenly stopped moving. Overwhelming fear instantly flooded Chuyi, and he trembled as he tugged at the rope. There was no resistance to its weight. He gradually pulled the rope back, and his heart sank deeper and deeper. All the rope was retrieved, but Ruerue hadn't returned. The conveyor belt in the middle of the time gate also suddenly vanished without a trace. Chuyi collapsed to the ground, exhausted.
Hui hui.
Smack. The crisp sound of a slap and the pain on her cheek made Fong Jinju suddenly come to her senses, gasping heavily. Before she could react, two maids grabbed her arms. She looked up, and a man and a woman came into view. The woman, in her 30s, with elegant hair and brows, dressed in fine clothes and jewelry, looked noble. At this moment, she was angrily pointing at Fong Jinju and scolding, "It's not you? Could it be that Jean you jumped into the lake herself? Master, it's so cold today. She's trying to take Jean Yu's life." The man, in his 40s, wearing a luxurious purple robe, had a stern face filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Proof is clear. Jean Yu is lying in bed, her life and death uncertain. You still want to deny it? Take her away and give her 30 lashes, then throw her into the southern village to fend for herself. Fong Jinju immediately regained her senses, her heart pounding with fear. She remembered falling into a fish pond. She couldn't swim and knew she was surely going to die. The feeling of suffocation lasted a long, long time. During that period, she kept thinking, what if Chuyi couldn't contact her? What if Ruerue Shushu could no longer see her? Without her, Liao North should still survive, right? Because she was worried about so many things, her fear of death wasn't so strong. But now, what's going on?
Did she not die?
Or was she trapped again in a nightmare? But everything in front of her was too real. The two maids were pulling Fong Jinju to be punished. As her arms were painfully pulled, a tearing pain shot through her mind, and countless memories, not her own, flooded out from the tear. She stared in horror. She had actually transmigrated. The man about to hit her with 30 lashes was Fong Hongjue, the prime minister under Tang Wuchao, second only to the emperor and her biological father in her previous life. The noble lady standing beside Fong Hongjue is her stepmother, Zhao Bishio, who is the original body's biological mother. The original body was the eldest daughter born to Fong Hongjue's wife before he became successful. At just 16, she lost her mother suddenly when she was 5, and soon after, her father, Fong Hongjue, married Zhao Bixiu as a second wife. Zhao Bixiu, a princess's daughter, surprisingly fell in love with Fong Hongjue, who came from a humble background. After their marriage, Fong Hongjue quickly rose to high official positions. Without her mother, she felt as if she had lost her father too. Since Zhao Bixiu entered the family, she had a son and a daughter. Fong Jinju, the eldest daughter, became not only unnecessary but also a plaything for her stepbrother and stepsister, suffering much hardship and mistreatment. Fong Hongjue always favored Zhao Bixiu openly, never listening to her words or protecting her once. Today, Fong Hongjue wanted to hit her because her stepsister, Fong Jinyu, asked her to hold a hot teapot. She spilled the hot tea on Fong Jinyu's leg, burning her. Fong Jinyu, furious, falsely accused Fong Jinju of pushing her into the lotus pond, even though her dress was dry. Zhao Bixiu, who already found Fong Jinju annoying, decided to use this opportunity to drive her out of the estate. Fong Hongjue didn't even ask questions, but immediately condemned Fong Jinju. Realizing her situation, Fong Jinju was shocked. She understood that the nightmare was a warning from heaven. After being whipped 30 times, she was thrown into a farmstead and died within a few days. No, she couldn't endure the punishment. 30 lashes could leave her disabled, even if she was treated. Father, Jinju has something to say. Thinking quickly, Fong Jinju looked at Fong Hongjue and cried out painfully, 30 lashes will surely end my life. My life is worthless, but I am still the legitimate daughter of the estate and listed in the family records. If I die without reason, others might gossip behind your back, damaging your reputation and career.
Jinju knows she is wrong.
Please, Father, reveal my faults to everyone. Punish me by sending me to the cold land of North Liao to fend for myself. This way, I can comfort my mother and sister and avoid the shame of being accused of murder. It's a win-win situation. Her voice was full of pleading, each word trembling with tears. But Fong Jinju's heart was churning with nausea. These were the most untrue words she had ever spoken in her life. But in ancient times, she was just a tiny ant, her life and death at the mercy of the powerful. No matter what, she had to survive. As she spoke, Fong Jinju was already forced onto the torture bench. The guards raised their sticks, about to strike at any moment.
Wait.
A sharp glint appeared in Fong Hongjue's eyes. He raised his hand to stop them and suspiciously stepped in front of Fong Jinju, looking down at her from above. Fong Jinju's heart was heavy, but she held back her tears and looked up at Fong Hongjue. She thought of her deceased parents, filling her eyes with longing and unfulfilled filial piety, even hiding her fear of death. Zhao Bixiu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. After some thought, she did not step forward to stop them. The northern Liao was thousands of miles away from Tangwu, and the land was cold and poor. Now that the court had abandoned them, sending this fool there would surely lead to death. It was better to beat her and send her to the farm than to do anything else. Fong Hongjue's eyes flickered slightly, and he coldly said, "Don't you feel wronged?" Fong Jinju shook her head, tears falling at the right moment. There is some grievance, of course, but without father, what is Jinju? All these years, Jinju grew up in the noble house, dressed in fine clothes, better than many girls in the world. So what if I feel wronged? Now that I've offended father and mother, the only thing Jinju can do is stay far away, not causing any trouble for father. That would mean father's efforts in raising me weren't in vain. That's all I have to say. My life and future depend entirely on what father decides. After speaking, Fong Jinju resolutely closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was clear she was Fong Hongjue's biological daughter. But her memories told her she couldn't trust her father's kindness and love, as he had given his remaining affection to her half-siblings. She could only bet on his reputation and interests. Wrapping her in the bond of blood ties might give her a chance. If that didn't work, She would endure the beating and find a way to escape once she reached the farm.
Ha ha ha.
After a moment of silence, Fong Hongjue chuckled softly. Jinju, you still think you can outsmart your father? You're too naive. Thinking that pretending to be filial can save you from a beating is just laughable. Fong Jinju's heart suddenly sank. Yes, how could she expect to fool someone who had climbed from poverty to power?
But
Fong Hongjue's tone suddenly changed. Though you crawled out of your foolish mother's belly, you are still my blood, my second flesh and blood. You're not completely stupid. Though you rarely show yourself, in the end, you've shown some potential and understood to fight for yourself. He crouched down and ordered, "Open your eyes." Look at me. Fong Jinju's eyelashes trembled slightly. She obediently opened her eyes and made eye contact with his sharp, insightful gaze. She used all her strength to keep her composure, not letting her expression fall apart, and stared at him steadily. It felt like a century had passed before Fong Hongjue finally curled his lips and said, "You really think escaping punishment means you'll survive? Not only will you be punished by being sent to North Liao, but you'll also be expelled from the official residence. You won't last 3 days. Today, I will fulfill your plan and let you see clearly that the world is much more dangerous than you think. Someone come. Remove Fong Jinju from the family tree and send someone to the Ministry of Revenue to remove her from the household registry." As he spoke, he stood up and looked at Fong Jinju with a cold gaze. "Search her belongings thoroughly and drive her out of the house." 2 maids immediately took down the only red hairpin on her head, then searched her all over, taking her purse and handkerchief, even stripping off her embroidered shoes and outer garment. Finally, they found a rough cloth linen outfit from somewhere and threw it on Fong Jinju. "Hurry up and change, then get out of the residence." Fong Jinju was eager to leave, but she kept a calm appearance, trembling slightly as she put on the rough cloth clothes. Fortunately, she had previously tried on the ancient clothes sent from North Liao. Now, although she was flustered and hurried, it was mistaken for fear and panic, so she wouldn't reveal her true situation. Under Fong Hongjue's cold gaze, the 2 maids drove her out of the residence. The residence was located in the wealthy district of the capital city. The surrounding mansions belonged to powerful families, each guarded by guards at the gates. Outsiders were quickly driven away before they could get close. Although it was noon, the nearby streets were quiet with few pedestrians. Fong Jinju was driven out through a side door. She walked a long way without daring to look back or glance around. She knew the 2 maids had been watching her at the gate. She tried to make her steps shaky and unsteady, her back appearing to wobble, showing a frightened and helpless look. Only after turning a corner did her heart feel somewhat at ease, and she dared to walk more steadily. She didn't look back to see if the maids had left but quickened her pace to leave the area. After turning several corners, more pedestrians appeared on the street. The noise of chatter entered her ears, and Fong Jinju finally felt she had survived. She looked around the street. On the wide, bustling blue brick road, people hurried past, and carriages and horses filled the street. There were no bustling vendors or wandering merchants as she imagined. Instead, a few scattered stalls lined the streets, sparse and lonely. If you looked closely, you could see that the stall owners were all thin and patched up, with tired faces and a look of despair, yet their eyes held hope as they waited for customers. On the other side of the street, shops were busy with people coming and going, talking and laughing, creating a scene of prosperity and wealth. This sharply contrasted with the sad-looking vendors on the street. Fong Jinju's eyes filled with doubt. Beijing is the capital of the country, a place full of wealth and prosperity. Why did she see such a different scene? "Sir, you haven't paid yet." Suddenly, a middle-aged vendor selling reed brooms stood up from the ground. He grabbed a sturdy-looking man and looked very humble and nervous, almost to the point of despair. "Sir, this broom is very good, only 5 copper coins." He carefully held out his hand to the man. Unexpectedly, the man swung his arm and looked fierce. "Don't bother to find out who I am. If I like your stuff, that's my luck. How dare you ask me for money? Get lost." After saying this harshly, The man took the broom and walked away confidently. The middle-aged vendor chased after a few steps, then stopped awkwardly. His steps were quick but hesitant, afraid to move forward even half a step. Finally, he sighed and sat back behind his stall. He carefully fiddled with the broom he had spent countless days and nights making, his face full of bitterness. Seeing this, Fong Jinju felt a tightness in her chest. Looking at this strange, cold ancient street, she felt suddenly uneasy and lonely. This was not the society where everyone was equal, where she could walk the streets at night without fear. It was a chaotic world with clear social ranks and hidden dangers. In this moment, she might be safe on the street, but she didn't know what she might encounter next. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju's eyes flickered with resolve. She quickly turned back into an alley, grabbed some dust from the corner, and smeared it on her face. She also pulled her hair into disarray. The original owner of this body looked exactly like her. Though not stunningly beautiful, she had once been a pampered girl from a wealthy family. Even in rough cloth, her skin was smooth and white as jade. Walking alone on this street, it was hard not to attract trouble. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly. The original owner hadn't even eaten breakfast before her stepsister Fong Jinyu called her to serve her. Now it was noon, and she was starving. But she had no money, not even enough for a bun. Her only hope was Zhuye Yuan in North Liao, but she didn't know how anxious they were right now. She must survive first, and then find a way to reach North Liao to find them. Although Fong Jinju had never read any novels, her college roommate was a big fan of stories, and gradually, she understood that heroines in crossing stories often had special abilities or lucky charms. She quickly closed her eyes and tried to sense her surroundings. After a dozen breaths, Fong Jinju felt discouraged. Heaven was not on her side. She had nothing. To fill her stomach, she realized she still needed her brains and hands. Enduring waves of hunger, Fong Jinju aimlessly walked onto the main street. Along the street, there were fabric shops, restaurants, grain and oil stores, cosmetic shops, so many different shops. She walked and observed, thinking about ways to earn money or get food. Washing dishes or doing odd jobs was out of the question. Most of the work outside was done by men. And she, a young girl at her age, was like a lamb. If she actively sought trouble, she would be handing herself over to wolves. After walking for a long time, she left the main street and entered a quieter alley. Fewer pedestrians were around, and the shops there didn't do as much business as on the main street. Honored guest, Jingxiang Fang just opened recently. Customers who dine here can receive a signature dish for free. Come and try it. No thanks, go away. A shop assistant eagerly tried to attract customers on the street, but with little success, only a few people went in. Fong Jinju watched for a while and then came up with an idea. She didn't go directly to Jingxiang Tower, but instead kept watching the passers-by. Finally, she followed a modestly dressed, familiar-looking woman into an alley. When the woman turned into the alley, Fong Jinju quickened her pace and called out, "Auntie, wait a moment." The woman turned around when she heard her and saw Fong Jinju looking disheveled. She hesitated, surprised, and took a step back.
You called me?
Mrs. Fong Jinju nodded repeatedly, her face full of sincerity. "Annie, please don't be angry with me for being rude. I am a girl from another place coming to visit relatives. I didn't expect to find no family, only to be robbed by thieves and lose my belongings and money." Seeing the woman frown slightly, she quickly waved her hands. "Auntie, I don't mean to ask for money or food. Although I have no money, I have a way to earn some. My family has been cooks for 3 generations, and we have many rare recipes from the capital. I was thinking of selling these recipes at the new Jingxiang restaurant to earn some money to go back home. But seeing how I look as women, you might want to keep your distance from me. If I go there rashly, I might even be beaten away." She hurriedly stepped forward carefully. "So, Auntie, please help me. Talk to the manager of Jingxiang restaurant and tell him about my situation. If I sell the recipes, we can split the money equally, how about that?" Maybe because she showed all her sincerity and had some intuition about people, the woman didn't dismiss her as a beggar or a liar and walk away. Instead, She looked hesitant. Girl, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm just an inexperienced woman, not good at showing myself in public, and I don't know much about business.
Auntie.
Fong Jingzhu hurriedly interrupted. Annie, since I came to you, I have a way to help you sell these recipes. Just follow my instructions, and these recipes can sell for at least 20 taels of silver. It's just a matter of running a few errands and saying a few words. Not only will you earn 10 taels for free, but you can also save my life and earn good karma. Auntie, this is a win-win situation. Hearing this, the woman's expression softened, but she was still doubtful. How can these recipes sell for 20 taels of silver? Fong Jingzhu kept saying, they are my family's secret recipes, passed down for 3 generations. Selling them could easily bring in 100 taels of silver. If I weren't desperate, I wouldn't sell them so cheaply. Please trust me and give it a try. It will only take a little of your time, and if it works, you'll get 10 taels of silver. Actually, she was prepared for the woman to refuse. Living in ancient times without resources was very difficult. Anyway, she had a plan and was quite confident it would succeed. If this woman refused, she would find someone else. If she approached 100 people, she believed she would find someone kind enough to help.
All right.
The woman thought for a moment and finally agreed, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, don't blame me for being slow or careless. Fong Jingzhu was surprised, then her eyes filled with joy. No, if you, Auntie, agree to help me, I am so grateful I can't thank you enough. I would never blame you. With a choked voice, she completely eased the woman's last doubts. Sigh, it's tough for you being alone. Don't worry. If it doesn't work out, I'll buy you a pancake to fill your stomach. That's all I can do for now. I can't help you more. Her words almost made Fong Jingzhu cry. Auntie, that's enough. Today, I faced only cold looks. Only you're willing to help me. Your kindness will surely bring you good fortune in the future. Heaven hasn't given up on me. The first person I met is a kind-hearted god. Without paper or pen, Fong Jingzhu repeatedly recited the recipe to the woman. When she remembered it clearly, she then taught her how to negotiate with the shopkeeper. Later, the woman arrived in front of Jingxiang Tower and was smoothly welcomed inside by a young clerk. Fong Jingzhu found a hidden spot and nervously watched what was happening inside. She saw the woman approach the counter, say a few words to the shopkeeper, who then waved impatiently, as if asking the clerk to chase her away. Unaware of what was said, the shopkeeper suddenly came out from behind the counter and started talking with her. Although she couldn't see their expressions from afar, her body language suggested he was quite interested. Fong Jingzhu's heart relaxed a little. The recipe she shared was a common dish in modern households, stir-fried lean pork strips. But the method was something North Lia didn't have. Thanks to what she learned from Madame Zhu, she knew that North Lia's current cooking techniques only included steaming, boiling, stewing, and roasting. Stir-frying with an iron wok was unprecedented. Originally, she bought several large iron woks and sent them to the general's residence, then helped rebuild the stove and taught Madame Zhu how to cook, so everyone could enjoy fragrant stir-fried dishes. But when the woman suddenly came to sell the recipe, it was a new idea and naturally hard to gain the shopkeeper's trust. So she thought of a new way to attract customers quickly, offering the woman to speak to the shopkeeper for free. That idea was to hold a lantern riddles guessing game at Jingxiang Tower with free tastings. They would put lantern riddles at the door and make some silver vouchers. First, they would drum up excitement to attract people, then the guest who guesses the most riddles would win a free meal voucher. The free dishes can be fixed as 3 courses and 1 soup, or 4 courses and 1 soup. The shopkeeper can adjust based on the situation. Then, similarly, 20 more prize positions for lantern riddles are set up, each awarding vouchers for wine, free dishes, or soup according to their rank. You can't expect to catch the wolf if you don't let go of the child. Moreover, people love to join in the fun. Although 2 tables of dishes are sacrificed as a gimmick, those 20 vouchers are hard-earned by the guests, so there's no worry about them not coming to eat. Plus, this activity is new and unique in Beijing, sure to attract many people, far more effective than a small shopkeeper trying to lure customers on the street. Easily, 10, or even 8 tables of guests could be drawn in, making it easy to recover costs and make a profit. Using the cooking methods and recipes provided by the shopkeeper, every guest who enters will become a repeat customer, creating a good cycle of customer referrals. When that happens, even if Jingxiang Tower is located in a quiet alley, business will never be a problem. They waited a long time, but the woman did not come out. Fang Jinju was not worried. Instead, she felt relieved. The longer the wait, the more promising the situation. After about 10 more minutes, the woman finally appeared, holding a small purse, with a big smile stretching from ear to ear. Fang Jinju felt a surge of excitement, her stomach no longer feeling hungry, and quickly stepped forward. The two of them walked into the alley where they had just spoken. "Young lady, you are really impressive." The woman happily took Fang Jinju's hand. "Just as you said, the shopkeeper initially thought I was just talking nonsense, but then I explained the method you mentioned to attract customers, and unexpectedly, the shopkeeper became very interested." "Oh, miss, meeting you today is truly my good fortune. You don't know, my husband's leg is broken, and he needs at least half a year to recover before he can go out to earn money. I was worried about the household expenses during this time, but today, I unexpectedly encountered such a good thing." Fang Jinju also held the woman's hand tightly. "Auntie, if you want to thank someone, it can only be your kindness. You are my benefactor, and I will always be grateful for your help today. Once I stand firm in this world, I will repay you properly." As she spoke, her stomach suddenly growled loudly. "Such an unfortunate child. Look at how hungry you are." The woman quickly opened her purse, took out 5 taels of silver, and then tucked the purse into Fang Jinju's arms. "Miss, I only said a few words, and I feel a bit ashamed to take all 5 taels. These are for you. Hurry and buy some food to fill your stomach." Fang Jinju was stunned and shook her head repeatedly. She quickly took the 5 taels of silver from the purse and returned it to the woman's embrace. "Auntie, let's stick to our original agreement, 10 taels each. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't even have a single tael." She really wanted to cry. Even though she had many ideas in her heart, she was still very anxious. After all, this is ancient times, and she wasn't sure if her shocking plans would be accepted or work out. She was already very happy with the current result. At least she had found a way to survive. Even if there are thorns ahead on this path, she is not afraid. Seeing her sincere promise, the woman's eyes flickered slightly. Then she made a decision. "Miss, today our meeting is fate. If you don't mind, come home with me. I will cook a meal for you, okay?" At first, she was worried that this girl might be a scammer. In troubled times, good people are rare, and one must be cautious. Since she heard Fang Jinju's plan, she felt that this girl was definitely not an ordinary person. She must have been robbed and fallen on hard times. Despite lacking silver, she still kept her promise and didn't steal or take anything. This made her even more certain that this girl had a noble character. It's worth helping her. Hearing this, Fang Jinju was momentarily stunned, then repeatedly waved her hands. No, I appreciate your kindness. You've already helped me a lot. I wouldn't dare trouble you further." She bowed to the woman and was about to leave.
"Miss."
But unexpectedly, the woman grabbed her quickly and said urgently, "It's already afternoon. You probably won't have time to rent a carriage to go back home today. As a young lady outside, it's dangerous everywhere. Tonight, you can stay at my house. Tomorrow morning, I will help you find a carriage back to your hometown. Although my family isn't very wealthy, there is a room where you can rest. But if you find it inconvenient, I won't say any more." Fang Jinju was momentarily stunned, then her eyes filled with tears. "Auntie's kindness and good intentions, I am so grateful. I don't even know how to thank you. How could I dislike?" "Good, that's good. I'm glad you don't dislike it," said the woman, holding her hand and walking toward her home. "Then follow Auntie's lead and come home with me." North Liao, General's residence. Old Madame Chu held her sleeping daughter, Shu Shu, sitting behind her desk, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were swollen and red.
"Alie, stop trying."
"It hurts my heart like a knife being twisted," she whispered. In front of the time gate, Chuyi held a sharp dagger in one hand and grasped the blade with the other, without hesitation, slicing his palm open. Bright red blood immediately flowed down. General! General! Seeing this, Yi Tingxian and the Chu family soldiers were heartbroken and shouted in alarm. Old Madame Chu was frightened and cried out sharply, I offer my blood to the gods, Chuyi declared. Ignoring everything, Chuyi pulled up his robes and knelt, eyes red, and sprinkled his blood toward the time gate. I beg the gods, allow me to go to Huagua.
Clang.
He then threw the dagger aside and heavily struck the ground with it. Follower Chuyi asks the gods to allow me to go to Huagua. Once, twice,
Thrice.
each strike was heavy and sincere. Though he didn't speak more, his blood-soaked plea was deafening. Yi Tingshuan's eyes were filled with tears and pain. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the dagger beside Chuyi, and without hesitation, sliced his palm with the blade, offering his blood to the time gate. I offer my blood to the gods, begging them to allow the general to go to Huagua. Finally, he knelt beside Chuyi, bowing his head and praying earnestly. Seeing this, the Chu soldiers also stepped forward one after another, offering their blood in prayer. I offer my blood to the gods, begging them to allow the general to go to Huagua. I offer my blood to the gods, begging them to allow the general to go to Huagua. Old Madame Chu covered her mouth, her crying suppressed, but filled with grief. She knew that what Yi and the others were doing was not because North Liao could not bear losing the divine girl's protection, but because they could not bear the pain of losing both Jinju and Rue at the same time. Since Rue disappeared without a trace, Yi had only been briefly frantic before starting various attempts, trying to cross the time gate himself. First, he burned incense and prayed on his knees, but it was futile. Then he bowed 99 times, still unable to pass through the gate. Now he sacrifices himself with blood. Chuyi's sword not only cut his palm but also tore a large hole in Madame Chu's chest, blood pouring out continuously. After kowtowing 9 times, Chuyi slowly stood up, his forehead covered in bloody flesh and wounds. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then stepped forward toward the time-space gate. Everyone held their breath, hearts pounding with worry. Looking at the inner wall of the storage bin, Chuyi's hand trembled as he clenched his fist, blood seeping through his fingers and dripping onto the ground. Yi Tingxian and the Chu family soldiers' eyes were filled with deep disappointment. They saw the general try again and again, but could not pass through the time-space gate. They knew the general's heart must be suffering greatly at this moment. They were heartbroken, but didn't know what to do. 2 tears rolled down Chuyi's cheeks and fell to the ground, quickly lost in the dust. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and knelt again before the gate.
General, maybe.
Yi Tingxian couldn't help but try to comfort him, but saw Chuyi tear open his shirt, revealing his upper body. His thin but once strong back showed signs of hunger before, now covered with many scars, each one stabbing at the hearts of the Chu soldiers. Chuyi picked up the sharp dagger beside him. General? Seeing this, Yi Tingxian hurried forward in panic, grabbing Chuyi's hand. What are you doing, General? Madame Chu was also shocked and shouted, you know. The Chu soldiers knelt around Chuyi, surrounding him. General, maybe the time-space gate is just temporarily gone. You must not do anything foolish. Yes, General, the goddess and Rue will be fine. Please, don't hurt yourself. General? Chuyi spoke calmly, let go. Though his voice was soft and steady, Yi Tingshuan's heart trembled. Reluctant but obedient, he released his hold. Chuyi didn't hesitate and stabbed the dagger into his chest. Blood burst out, splashing onto the time-space gate. It stained the ground and everyone's eyes. Chuyi bowed his head heavily, shouting loudly, I offer my blood to the gods, begging them to allow Chuyi to go to Huagua. His voice trembled with grief, unable to hold back tears. Please, gods, show me a way. I am willing to sacrifice 20 years of my life in exchange. Yi Tingxian and the Chu soldiers all wept, kneeling before the time-space gate, begging the gods, let the general go to Huagua. We are willing to sacrifice 20 years of our lives in exchange. If their thoughts could be heard, the granary would be deafening. After a long time, Ji finally stood up and slowly stepped through the door of time again. Every step felt heavy, like pressing on everyone's chest, creating a sad and slow rhythm. In front of him was still the inside wall of the storage room. Despair weighed down like a mountain, pressing from above. Zhu Ye's vision darkened, and he fell straight back, collapsing backward. General, on the outskirts of the city, in Huaishui Alley, a woman took Fang Jinju into a small, old courtyard at the end of the alley. Qing Yu. At her call, a girl about 17 or 18 ran out from a side room. The girl had dark skin but still looked pretty and delicate, with a simple, innocent smile on her face. Mother! When her eyes landed on Fang Jinju, she froze for a moment, then looked timid and unsure. The woman gently said, Qing Yu, this is my guest. She's a little younger than you, and she's your sister. Go pour a glass of water for her. Sister? Qing Yu whispered, then her eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister. Qing Yu will go pour water for her. She happily ran into the kitchen. Fang Jinju sensed something, but she hid her surprise and called out to the girl's back, Thank you, Sister Qing Yu. Qing Yu peeked out from the kitchen, her face full of innocent joy, and said shyly, No need to thank me. Seeing Fang Jinju's sincere expression, the woman's eyes reddened. Jinju girl. Before she could finish, a man's voice came from inside the house. Xiao Wan, is there a guest? Please invite the guest to sit in the main hall.
It's not good for people to stand outside.
Han Xiaowan quickly responded, Yes, I know. The guest is Miss Jinju. It's not proper to bring her into the room to greet you. She will stay with us for a while tonight, and I will let you know. The man inside was warm and friendly. All right, everything is fine. Our family is poor, so if we don't serve well, I hope Miss Jinju won't mind. Fang Jinju repeatedly reassured him, Uncle and Auntie are kind and warm-hearted. Jinju feels very grateful. Even if the sky is my blanket and the earth is my bed, I think it's wonderful. How could I dislike it? Good, such a good girl. Xiao Wan, don't worry about me. Just take good care of Miss Jinju. The woman took Fang Jinju to Qing Yu's room, pouring water to wash her face and hands while telling her a little about their family. Her uncle's name was Yu Xian. Her name was Zhao Xiaowan, and she had only one daughter, Qing Yu. The family of 3 relied on each other for life. When Qing Yu was 6 years old, she had a mental breakdown. Although she is now 19, her mind and spirit are still like that of a child. Qing Yu was naturally a pure and beautiful girl, but that was not a good thing for her. Aunt Xiujian purposely darkened her skin to protect her from the world's constant malice and danger. Hearing this, Fang Jinju admired Aunt Xiujian's deep love and felt how harsh the world is. Even in the capital, it is so difficult. So imagine the terrible situation North Liao faced earlier. Shui once told her that experiencing things firsthand is very different from just hearing about them. Now, Fang Jinju truly understands what Shui went through. When the country is unstable, how can the family be safe? Chui.
Help me.
Little uncle. Ruerue is scared. Little uncle, don't leave. Ruerue is afraid. On the bed, Chui, unconscious and sweating coldly, was trapped in a nightmare. Jinju. Ruerue. In the dream, Jinju was helplessly struggling in the water, her eyes full of fear. She reached out but couldn't touch anything. She wanted to jump into the water to save herself, but suddenly the scene changed, and she fell into a deep abyss. As she kept falling, she saw Ruerue's small body also rapidly dropping. The little one reached out helplessly, crying for help. Little uncle, Ruerue is scared, Wawa.
Scared.
Chui desperately reached out to pull Ruerue into his arms, but the little one suddenly fell further, swallowed by darkness in an instant. Ruerue. Chui suddenly woke up with a sharp cry. Seeing this, old lady Chu gently patted his back, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi, I know you blame yourself and feel pain, but now that things have come to this, you must not hurt yourself. Yi, Jinju has helped North Liao so much. She is a person with deep blessings. I believe she will be safe.
And Rue.
When she mentioned her grandson, old lady Chu couldn't hold back her tears. She quickly wiped her eyes and spoke with a trembling voice. Rue was able to pass through the gate of time because he is chosen by heaven. He will definitely be safe. North Liao needs you. Mother and Shu also need you. You absolutely must not get hurt. Chui's eyes flickered with a faint clarity amid his pain. Mother, don't worry, I won't be hurt. Give me a few days, just 2 or 3 days. His lips trembled, tears falling with each word. Even if a heart is torn apart by self-blame and blood, it still beats with responsibility. If Jinju and Rue had encountered danger in Beiliao or during his time, he would dig 3 feet underground to find and save them. But unfortunately, they disappeared into another time and space. No matter how much effort he puts in, he cannot protect them even a little.
Jinju, Hui. If you are still out there, please give me some sign.
Late at night, in the quiet, Fang Jinju lies on the bed in the room that Aunt Xiaowan prepared for her, unable to sleep for a long time. Before her accident, she sent a photo to Zhu Yi. When she suddenly lost contact, he must have been frantic. Could he be sending Rue and Shu alone to check the farm? What if the 2 little ones face danger? Her restless thoughts keep coming, making it impossible for her to calm down. She must go to Beiliao as soon as possible. Fortunately, Aunt Xiaowan said she would personally take her tomorrow to find someone she knows to rent a car and send her back home. She didn't dare say she was going to Beiliao, only that she was from Mengzhou. Aunt Xiaowan said Mengzhou is about 800 miles from the capital, and renting a car would cost about 5 or 6 taels of silver. With food and lodging, her 10 taels of silver probably wouldn't last until she reached Mengzhou. Fang Jinju decided that she would sell a recipe at Jingxiang Tower first tomorrow, then rent a car to Beiliao. She didn't know how long she thought about it before she finally fell into a hazy sleep. Woo-woo. Sister. Rue is scared. In her dazed state, Fang Jinju seemed to hear Rue's voice. She anxiously looked around and saw a bullock cart slowly moving forward. On the cart, several burlap sacks were loaded, and the crying seemed to come from inside the sacks, sharp, helpless, and desperate. Fang Jinju was shocked and desperately tried to chase after the cart, but she couldn't run at all. She could only watch helplessly as the cart disappeared into the fog. Suddenly, the scene shifted. She was in another room, where several children were with 5 flowers and thrown into a corner of hay. A big man burst through the door, casually grabbing one child. Fang Jinju and the child stared at each other in horror. It's Rue. The next day, Fang Jinju and Aunt Xiaowan first went to Jingxiang Tower. Before they even got close, they saw the place crowded with villagers. The shopkeeper Gao stood on a platform, smiling happily as he spoke, causing a cheer from the crowd below. Seeing this, Aunt Xiaojuan excitedly pulled Fang Jinju aside and said, "Oh my, it's really happening. So many people have come. Miss Jinju, your idea is amazing. Business at Jingxiang Tower is good, and selling the recipe book should go smoothly." However, Fang Jinju was distracted, looking around nervously. "Aunt Xiaojuan, wait here. When the shopkeeper is free, I'll go talk. I need to buy some essential items for the journey. We'll meet in the alley later." Aunt Xiaojuan nodded happily, smiling widely. Yes. Be careful on your own. I'll wait for you in the alley after I sell the recipe books." After saying that, they parted ways. Aunt Xiaojuan went to the crowd watching the scene, while Fang Jinju followed her dream's memory, searching the street aimlessly. Last night's dream felt so real and clear, and she only saw Rue in her dream, not Shu. Fang Jinju guessed that Zhu Yi couldn't contact her, so Rue was sent to the farm to check the situation. Although she didn't understand why, she had a faint feeling that something had happened to Rue. She tried to remember the details of her dream, wandering through twists and turns until she unknowingly arrived at a remote alley on the outskirts of Dongcheng. Just as she turned the corner, Fang Jinju saw a broken courtyard with a cart parked in front. It was the same cart from her dream. She was about to rush forward when she saw a big man come out of the courtyard, removing a burlap sack from the cart. Fong Jinju quickly covered her mouth and retreated to the corner, her eyes filled with fear. She clearly saw that the sack had struggling, writhing movements inside. This was definitely a hideout for flower pickers. If her dream last night was real, Rue must be inside that sack right now. But shouldn't Rue be in Betrayal? Even if Zhu Yi asked Rue to check the farm, he would definitely have her contact some elders to ensure the child's safety. Why would Rue suddenly appear in Tangwu City? Fong Jinju struggled to suppress her doubts, quietly observing the flower picker's movements. After they unloaded the sacks, one big man drove the cart away, and the broken courtyard's door was locked from inside. Soon, she heard the angry shouts of men and the frightened crying of a child, quiet, muffled, as if their mouth was gagged. Fong Jinju held her breath, feeling a tightness in her chest. She prayed silently that Rue was not inside, but also hoped she was. Her feelings were complicated and hard to describe. After a long wait, the courtyard finally fell silent. Fong Jinju paced back and forth outside, thinking of ways to get inside. Suddenly, she heard voices talking. She quickly crouched behind the corner to look. She saw a short, chubby old woman leading a well-dressed middle-aged man into the yard. "This time, I brought good stuff. I'm sure you'll find what you like." The middle-aged man looked kind and calm, not at all fierce, but for some reason, the strange smile at the corner of his mouth made Fong Jinju feel sick, and her heart started to alarm. What should she do? What is the best way? She must find a way to save Rue. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. Fong Jinju quickly made up her mind, straightened her clothes, and knocked on the yard door. "Is anyone there?" The voices inside paused for a moment. Then footsteps approached, and the door was opened slightly, revealing a suspicious, unfriendly man's face. "Who are you looking for?" It felt like a snake was wrapped around her heart. Fong Jinju's palms were sweaty, but she kept a proud and disdainful face. "I'm from Zian Street, here to look at the goods." She guessed that the children brought here often ended up in wealthy families. But not all were lucky. Some were bought to be loved as children, not just to be servants or workers, but... So she didn't dare ask Aunt Xiujuan for help. She was afraid Rue was really inside. She was afraid that if she left for a moment, Rue would fall into the hands of bad people. Ning Qiu refused to give up. Even if it cost her life, she had to be sure Rue was inside. The man was stunned. His unfriendly expression faded a little, then he opened the door wider and peeked out at the alley sides. Only then did he look back at Fong Jinju, doubt in his eyes. "Which family are you, from on Zian Street?" Fong Jinju glared at the man, annoyed. "Even if I wanted to tell you, would you dare to listen?" In front of such shady, dirty matters, no wealthy family would want to reveal their secrets. The more mysterious, the more these crazy villains would be afraid to ask. After all, only dead people keep secrets. If someone found out the secrets of a wealthy family, it would be like holding a weapon against them. Those thugs would be close to death. Sure enough, the man's face flickered. Then he grinned yellow teeth. "I'm sorry, I don't understand the rules. Please come inside. Please come inside." Fong Jinju lifted her chin and shot a disdainful look at the man. She strode into the yard with an arrogant attitude. The old woman and middle-aged man who had entered earlier were already inside. In front of them, for children of different heights trembled. The youngest was only 6 or 7 years old, and the smallest. Fong Jinju's eyes suddenly tightened. The smallest child was Rue. Noticing the movement, the middle-aged man and the old woman looked over with strange expressions. Rue also looked over, with her small hands tied behind her back and her mouth tightly sealed. Fong Jinju almost suffocated in the child's tear-filled eyes. Seeing her, Rue was first stunned with disbelief, then quickly blinked away her tears, and her eyes brightened. Fong Jinju was startled inside, hurriedly moved forward, pushed aside the middle-aged man and the old woman, and leaned in to look at the children carefully. Judging by the middle-aged man's appearance, He was probably a lower-middle-class rich person. The more she acted arrogantly, the more it seemed she had strong backing. Otherwise, where would her confidence come from? Sure enough, a dark shadow flickered across the middle-aged man's eyes, but he held back his anger. She first pinched Rue's chin, seemingly inspecting him, but secretly winked at the small child and gently squeezed his chin with deliberate care. Rue's small body trembled uncontrollably, tears falling one by one from her big eyes, hiding the joy she felt upon seeing her sister. Fong Jinju's heart eased slightly. She released Rue and continued inspecting the next child, paying even more attention than when she looked at Rue. After examining all the children, she pointed to a 5-year-old boy beside Rue and asked, "What's the price for this one?" Then she hesitated for a moment and pointed to Rue again, saying, "And what about this one?" Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "Miss, this child is the one I saw first." He pointed at Rue with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Fong Jinju's heart suddenly tightened, but her gaze with the middle-aged man grew colder and more intimidating. "So what?" Seeing the tension between them escalating, the man quickly stepped forward and said, "Please, both of you, don't be in such a hurry. Let's discuss this calmly." Fong Jinju coldly interrupted, "There's nothing to discuss." She reached out and grabbed Rue and the other child she was interested in, her face showing determination. "I was just asking for the price, and I might not even want either of them. But if anyone dares to compete with our master, I won't choose at all." Finally, she ignored the middle-aged man and looked at the man beside her. "Tell me, what are the prices for these two? I want them all." The middle-aged man's previously gentle expression twisted in anger. "Is there no respect for order? First come, first served." This 3-year-old boy is thinner than the others, but upon closer look, he is more handsome than the rest. I immediately liked him, but I didn't expect someone to interrupt. Even though the other person looks tough and not easy to deal with, I couldn't hold back my anger. The old woman quickly forced a smile and stepped forward to smooth things over. "Old Mr. Zhou, take another look. These two are quite good too. Why don't we sell these two at a lower price? What do you think? Is this how you do business?" The middle-aged man looked at the old woman with a stern gaze. "You shouldn't be advising her, the latecomer, and instead make the first ones back down." The old woman and the man looked at each other, their expressions filled with worry and hesitation. Both of these people seemed difficult to deal with. "What should I do?" The man carefully looked at Fong Jinju. "Miss, you originally didn't want these children either. Why not give them to old Mr.
Zhou?"
The 3 big ones cost 10 taels of silver each. If you pay 20 taels, you can take all 3 big ones.
"How about that?"
Fong Jinju let go of the children's hands, her face flushed with anger and shame. She looked at the man and snapped, "What? Do you think people from Ziyun Street can't afford silver? Such a lack of sense. I think you don't want to stay in the capital anymore." She then looked at the middle-aged man again. "Old Mr. Zhou, right?" Fong Jinju pushed Rue toward him and sarcastically said, "If you have the courage, today you can take this child away. I want to see if you have the luck to handle it."
Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang!
After she finished speaking, her heart pounded fiercely, blood rushing to her head, and her cheeks turned red. Fong Jinju was gambling, betting on who could be more reckless. If this middle-aged man was tough, she was ready to fight to the death. Either she would escape with Rue or die together here. She would never leave Rue alone. Unaware, her reddened face from nervousness was seen by the middle-aged man and the flower seller, who looked annoyed. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then finally dared not offend the unknown Fong Jinju over a mere toy. He angrily turned away. Fong Jinju quietly let out a breath of relief. Then she looked at the man and the old woman without saying a word, a meaningful smile on her lips. "I want all 4 of these children. What's the price?" If possible, she truly wanted to save all 4 children. If not, she would at least save Rue and the child in her hand. The man and the old woman looked at each other, their eyes filled with struggle and uncertainty. They usually do business with people like Lord Joe, who are of a certain status. How did a big customer suddenly come? Someone they can't afford to offend, like Lord Joe, is not someone they can easily deal with. After thinking carefully, the man spoke cautiously. This is your first visit. Just give what you think is fair. The girl in front looks difficult to deal with, and her family's power must be strong. They probably don't lack money. Instead of asking for a high price and offending her, it's better to leave the offer to her. Hearing this, Fong Jinju showed some admiration in her eyes. You have some good judgment. Then she took a small purse from her pocket and threw it over. 10 taels. Is that too little? There was a cold look in her eyes and a strange smile on her lips, as if any complaint about the price would bring great trouble. The man and the old woman looked at each other with displeasure. These children could be sold for 30 or 50 taels. She thought the girl from a wealthy family would pay more, but she only offered 10. That was a big loss. Fong Jinju didn't look at the man and woman but directly grabbed the children and was about to leave.
Miss.
The old woman couldn't help but chase after her. Fong Jinju stopped and turned around with a stern look. What's wrong? You think it's too little? Too little? Come with us to Zion Street to get our master's money. She pulled the children and walked out of the yard without looking back. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles and looked fierce. She was about to chase after them, but was held back by the man. Forget it, don't chase. It's better not to cause trouble. Just let these kids go for now. I'll go out and catch a few more later. They didn't know how long they had been walking when they finally couldn't hear the voices behind them anymore. Fong Jinju slowed her steps. But she didn't dare stop. She kept walking while taking the things out of the children's mouths and untied the ropes around their hands. I'll let you all go, but you must be good and stay quiet. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble. If you behave, when we get to the house, you'll eat well and enjoy yourself. Do you understand? The children had already been frightened by the old woman's slap and were trembling like quails. Naturally, they nodded repeatedly at Fong Jinju's words. Fong Jinju wasn't trying to scare the children on purpose. When she left the yard earlier, she accidentally saw the middle-aged man following behind them. She tightly held Rue's hand, constantly warning the children with a stern tone, "Don't even think about running away. Everyone here is with us. If you try to escape, you'll be caught and punished. But don't be afraid. Just come back to my house and make our master happy. Then you'll get to eat meat every day, and no one will dare bother you. Do you understand?" The children nodded repeatedly. We understand. Rue looked up at his sister's side face, his eyes shining with a sense of security. Although he didn't understand why his sister suddenly became so cold and fierce and said such frightening things, he knew at that moment that she came to save him. He wanted to rush into her arms, but he also knew he couldn't do that now. He had to behave well and not cause trouble for his sister. Noticing that the middle-aged man behind them was still following, Fong Jinju clenched her teeth and led the children towards Zion Street. Although the original owner was an unloved legitimate daughter, she was still well known on Zion Street. The guards at each entrance recognized her familiar face and wouldn't treat her like a troublemaker. Fong Jinju knew her way and turned into the main road of Zion Street.
Who are you?
Which family's house are you going to? State your name. Not far ahead, she heard the guards shouting and questioning. When she turned around, she saw the middle-aged man following her being stopped and questioned by the guards. Fong Jinju's face was cold, her eyes serious, and she exuded a commanding presence, her aura intimidating. Thinking about how Rue almost fell into that man's hands and might have suffered greatly, she truly wanted to hurt him. Those with nothing to fear from shoes are not afraid of those with shoes on. In this world, she had nothing, only a fragile life. Although she couldn't resist her instinctual fear, she was willing to go all out if pushed too far. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with fear, and he hurriedly turned and ran away. Fong Jinju's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the suppressed tears finally surged forward. But she dared not stay here. She pulled the children and quickened her pace, turning out through another exit of Zion Street. They hurriedly arrived at the alley where she had arranged to meet Auntie Xiaojuan. "Jinju, Annie Xiujuan had been waiting here for a long time, anxious and worried. When she saw Fong Jinju rushing over, she hurriedly asked, "Where have you been? I was so worried. What's going on with these children?" Aunt Xiujuan's voice brought comfort, and Fong Jinju's tense feelings suddenly collapsed. Her legs went weak, and she sat down heavily on the ground. Aunt Xiujuan quickly reached out to catch her, worried and gentle. "What's wrong, child? Don't be scared, Auntie. Did someone bully you?" Tears filled Fong Jinju's eyes, and she couldn't speak clearly. She instinctively reached out and tightly hugged Rui Rui. Only then did Rui Rui dare to cry, trembling in his sister's arms. When he cried, a few other children also started crying, except for one boy who stood silently, expressionless, like a puppet without a soul. Although she didn't understand everything, Zhao Xiujuan didn't rush to ask questions. Instead, she gently stroked Fong Jinju's back, waiting for her to calm down. After a long while, Fong Jinju finally spoke. "Auntie, I saved these children from the flower picker." She touched Rui Rui's head and said, "This child has no family, so I let him stay with me for now. I am now so scared I feel weak all over. Please, Annie, think of a way to send these 3 children back to their families." Zhao Xiujuan was shocked and pale, then looked at Fong Jinju with both admiration and worry.
You, child.
"You're too brave. What if something happens? What should we do then?" Fong Jinju forced a smile. "My brother was kidnapped by the flower picker. I hate such things the most. I acted impulsively and risked my life. But don't worry, Auntie. I did everything carefully and didn't cause any trouble. I just need you to help me run an errand. You risked your life to save others, so running an errand isn't a big deal. It's a great deed, and I was lucky to help you. Do you remember the way back to Andy's house?" "Yes, I do."
"Good.
"You take the little one home first. I'll send these children back to their families and then come back." Fong Jinju gratefully said, "Thank you, Andy." She then looked at the children with a gentle expression. "There was a bad person following us earlier. I had to scare you to protect you from him. Now that you're safe, listen to this lady. She will send you home to be with your family." The 2 children finally stopped crying and nodded anxiously. Zhao Xiujuan quickly reached out to hold the children, ready to leave, but she noticed one child was standing still, unable to be moved. "Child, don't be afraid. Grandma is taking you home." She thought he was scared and spoke softly to comfort him. The young boy said nothing and ran to stand beside Fong Jinju, looking unwilling to go with her. Zhao Xiujuan tried to step forward to pull him away, but the boy kept avoiding her. Finally, he tightly grabbed Fong Jinju's sleeve, his empty eyes fixed on her without blinking. Fong Jinju reached out and held his hand, noticing that his arms and hands were covered with old, worn scars. Her eyes softened, and she gently touched his face. "Little brother, there's no danger now. This lady is kind, and she knows my sister. She will take you home to see your parents. You can trust her and go with her." The boy still refused to let go, clutching Fong Jinju's sleeve tightly. Her eyes flickered with concern as she asked, "Do you not have any family?" The boy was silent for a moment before nodding. Fong Jinju asked again, "Are you trying to stay with your sister?" He nodded once more. After a brief hesitation, Fong Jinju looked at Zhao Xiujuan. "Auntie, you should take the other 2 children home first. These 2 will stay with me. Tomorrow I will take them away." Zhao Xiujuan looked at the boy with a complicated expression and then took the other 2 children and left. Outside, it was not a place for talking. After a moment, Fong Jinju, holding one child's hand, returned to Annie's house in Huai Shui Alley. Seeing Fong Jinju bring back the 2 younger brothers, the younger one happily called her sister, and Qingyu happily ran to the kitchen to boil water. Fong Jinju and Uncle Yu in the room exchanged a few words, then took the 2 children into her bedroom to sleep.
Hui hui.
As soon as she entered the room, Fong Jinju hugged Rui Rui in her arms, then gently pushed him away, holding his small face and pressing her forehead against it. Various emotions flooded her face. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I was a little overwhelmed just now and it's still dangerous outside, so I didn't dare hold you casually. I love you, Rui Rui." Rue pouted and nodded hard, his eyes full of his sister. Sister is here. Rue won't be afraid. The boy standing beside them, with hollow eyes, showed a fleeting ripple of envy, but it quickly disappeared. Fong Jinju's eyes looked calm and steady, then she hurriedly asked, Rue, how did you end up here? What about Shushu? Is Uncle and Grandma okay? Rue shook his head. Shushu cried. Uncle and Grandma are very worried. Uncle told Rue to find sister. Rue was with a rope, and he ran to find sister, then fell into the water. And then Rue came here. Fong Jinju's brow furrowed slightly. It seems that once she dies, the door to time and space will close. Just at that moment, Rue entered the door and was pulled into time and space. Among the mysterious events, it appears that the fate of 2 children and her are intertwined, so Rue also ended up in the capital city. Fong Jinju's eyes showed pain and worry, but her concern hadn't fully gone away. How did you end up in the hands of the bad guys? She asked. Rue reached out to wipe away the fallen golden bean. When Rue woke up, she was already inside the bad guy's bag. The bag was stuffy and dark. Rue couldn't stretch her legs, and she was very scared. Fong Jinju felt heartbroken and couldn't help but hold Rue close. Don't be afraid. It's okay now. Rue hugged her sister tightly, her big eyes gradually calming down. Sister, where are we? Can we still find Uncle Xiao? Gurgling sounds came from the little child's stomach. Fong Jinju quickly pushed him away and assured him, Tomorrow, I will take you to find Uncle Xiao. Are you hungry? Finally, she looked at the little boy. Little brother, stay here with Rue. Don't run around. I will go get something to eat for you. Just then, Qingyu came in carrying hot water. Fong Jinju gave her a few instructions to watch over the 2 brothers, then went to greet Uncle Yu and entered the kitchen to start cooking. She prepared several soft scallion pancakes and cooked a pot of pickled vegetable soup. She first handed a portion to Uncle Yu and then warmed another for Aunt Xiaojuan in the pot. Only then did Fong Jinju carry the food to the main hall. 2 adults and 2 children sat around the table to eat. Fong Jinju couldn't help but glance at the little boy. She knew Rue well. At such a young age, he already understood table manners and wouldn't wolf down his food even if he was hungry. With elders like Chu Yi and old Madame Chu teaching him, it wasn't surprising he behaved so well. But this little boy was much more graceful and composed than Rue when eating. It was clear he was very hungry, yet he ate each bite carefully and with restraint. After eating a small piece of pancake and drinking a small bowl of soup, he put down his chopsticks. Fong Jinju couldn't help but offer him another pancake. There's more. Eat a little more. The little boy shook his head, but couldn't help but glance at the pancake. Seeing this, Fong Jinju gently pushed the pancake into his hand and said softly, Little brother, no need to be so formal. Eat until you're full. The little boy looked at her silently, then quietly put the pancake back on the plate. Fong Jinju was stunned. Children are the least able to control themselves. Even Rue and Shushu, though polite and careful when eating, only feel satisfied when their stomachs are full and round. This little boy is too restrained. Even Qingyu and Rue paused their eating movements. After a few moments, Fong Jinju couldn't help but ask, Little brother, what is your name? The boy's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Seeing that he wouldn't speak, Fong Jinju didn't want to force him. She softly said, It's okay if you don't want to tell me, but you will be following me later. If I don't know your name, it might be inconvenient. Let me give you a nickname so it's easier to call you, okay? Hearing this, the boy nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Fong Jinju looked at his calm, deep eyes and felt a strange sadness. She hoped his eyes would be filled with stars of happiness, bright and shining. She decided to call him Star Baby. Although he was only 5 or 6 years old, she saw a sense of gloom in his eyes. She didn't know what he had been through before, but it was probably not very good. If possible, she wanted to do her best to give him some warmth in the future, helping this small child find the lively spirit that belongs to his age again. The boy was stunned for a moment, then nodded, agreeing. Fong Jinju smiled gently and reached out to pat his head. Star baby, my name is Fong Jinju. Until I find your family, you can treat me as your sister. I will do my best to take care of you. Rue, Star baby is older than you, so he will be your big brother from now on. Are you happy? Rue grinned, happy. Then he tilted his head and looked at Star baby. Big brother Star baby, do you want to let Rue be your little brother? Star baby nodded. Although his face was still expressionless, a layer of moisture appeared in his eyes, as if he was afraid someone might see. He hurriedly lowered his head in panic. Seeing this, Fong Jinju didn't say anything more. She gently patted his head to comfort him. After dinner, Fong Jinju boiled some water to help the two children wash up so they could rest for a while. They had been frightened and very tense. Now that they relaxed, they must be very tired. First, she washed Rue, and the little boy fell asleep deeply with his head on the pillow. When it was Star Baby's turn, he refused to take off his clothes no matter what. Fong Jinju thought he was shy because he was a little older, and she patiently coaxed him for a while, saying she would only wash his upper body, and he could wash himself for the lower half. Finally, Star Baby, with a bright red face, took off his shirt. But what she saw next made Fong Jinju gasp in shock. A thin, small body was covered in a patchwork of old and new scars. From the shape of the wounds, it was clear there were whip marks, burns, and cuts from sharp objects. Except for the neck and face, the covered areas of clothing revealed no good skin.
This.
Fong Jinju looked at the child with shock and deep sadness. Xingbao. Her words caught in her throat, unable to be spoken. Clearly, Xingbao's injuries were caused by abuse. Asking about them would reveal the child's wounds, so she dared not inquire. She wrung out a towel with care, but didn't know where to start. She only roughly wiped the child's small body before letting him crawl into bed, wearing only his underwear. When she carried a basin of dirty clothes outside, she looked back at Xingbao, who sat by the wall with hollow eyes, tears welling up but no sound of crying. Finally, he pulled his head back under the blanket, only the slight tremble of the corner of the quilt visible. At sunset, Aunt Xiujuan finally returned, carrying a basket of vegetables. Fortunately, the two children remembered their homes and knew where they belonged, so it didn't take long to find them. The children's family was full of gratitude. The basket contained their gift of thanks, simple cassava grains, enough to feed them for several days. Aunt Xiujuan didn't want to accept it, but they chased her far to give it, so she had no choice but to take it. Hearing this, Fong Jinju's heart finally eased. After a simple meal, Aunt Xiujuan quickly took out a small purse from her. Jinju, this is 40 taels of silver for selling the recipe.
Keep it.
Fong Jinju was surprised. Wasn't it 20 taels? Aunt Xiujuan explained. The shopkeeper said if there are more recipes, just bring them. He'll buy as many as you have. I told him this recipe is passed down in the family and wouldn't sell unless absolutely necessary. He also said if you're willing to sell, he's willing to pay double.
I see.
Fong Jinju nodded. Anyway, I'll be returning to Mengzhou County tomorrow. Maybe I won't have another chance to do business in the capital. Selling a few more recipes isn't a problem. Then it would be good if Aunt Xiujuan could make another trip to sell 3 more recipes. The children are already asleep, and I need to buy some things for the journey. All right, let's go out together. She asked Xinghua to watch over her 2 brothers, then they closed the door and headed into town. This time, everything went smoothly. By evening, they had finished shopping and headed back to the estate. 3 recipes sold for 150 taels of silver, and with the previous 30 taels, the total is 180 taels. Fong Jinju wanted to give Aunt Xiujuan 80 taels, but she refused to accept anything and angrily turned back to her room. Before going to sleep, she brought another quilt and laid it down as if chased away by ghosts, then left. Fong Jinju was touched, but did not argue or push further. She quickly washed herself, tucked Xingbao into bed, and lay down beside Rue in her clothes. Big sister. As soon as she lay down, Rue snuggled close and softly said, Rue has a secret to tell Big Sister. Fong Jinju hurriedly hugged the little one and lowered her voice gently. Are you awake now? What secret do you want to tell big sister? Ruerue shrank into her arms again, and her small mouth moved close to her ear. Big sister, Ruerue's mind has a farm. Fong Jinju was stunned. Ruerue's mind has a farm? Then her mind quickly flashed with something, and she asked hurriedly, Ruerue, are you saying your head is filled with a farm? Can you take out the things from the farm? As she asked, Fong Jinju held her breath, her heart pounding with excitement. Ruerue was silent for a moment, then reached into her hand and pushed something into Fong Jinju's palm. It seems I can. Fong Jinju gasped and quickly withdrew her hand from under the quilt. It was her usual water straw cup. She was so surprised she almost sat up from the bed. Carefully controlling her excitement, she leaned in and asked again, Ruerue, can you also take out other things? Big sister is a bit craving snacks. Can you get a small bag of cookies from the mini supermarket for me? The little one in her arms nodded repeatedly, and in the next moment, she shoved a bag of cookies into Fong Jinju's hand. Fong Jinju couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly sat up on the bed. Xingbao on the other side seemed disturbed and turned over. Fong Jinju quickly pulled her feet back, her heart pounding abnormally. This was too unbelievable. The farm clearly belonged to her, but it had become Ruerue's magic tool. Ruerue also sat up and asked, Big sister, did I scare you? When she was in the bad guy's sack, her stomach was very hungry, and Ruerue remembered the small bread from the farm. Unexpectedly, the small bread had come into her hands. At that time, Ruerue was also very scared. Fong Jinju regained her focus and quickly tucked the little Ruerue, who was, back into the quilt. She also lay down herself, speaking in a softer voice, Ruerue, this secret can't be told to anyone except sister. Do you understand? At first, it was Shushu feeling sorry for her because she was working so hard, which suddenly triggered her magical ability to teleport everything. Now, Ruerue also has a space-related magical ability. But whether she has a magical ability or not, what does it matter? Ruerue and Shushu are her magical abilities. Ruerue nodded repeatedly. Yes, Ruerue understands. Ruerue will listen to sister. Fong Jinju thought for a moment and then asked, Ruerue, when did you realize you could take things from the farm? Ruerue told her everything in detail. Fong Jinju's heart tightened. Did that bad guy find out?
No.
The little one shook his head quickly. After eating the small cookie, Ruerue put the empty bag back in the farm. Fong Jinju was excited again. Ruerue meant that he could not only take things out of the farm but also put them back. Ruerue. Fong Jinju waved her water cup and said, Sister doesn't want to drink water right now. Please put the cup back in the farm. As soon as the little one nodded, Fong Jinju's hand suddenly went empty. Now, all her excitement and tiredness disappeared. She was originally worried that taking 2 children to Betrayal, a long journey, might encounter dangers. Although she knew a few self-defense tricks, in this dangerous and chaotic world, her skills were very limited. She didn't even know if they could reach Betrayal safely and find Zhu Yi. But now, with Ruerue having a farm-related magical ability, she felt much more at ease. She remembered that she had bought almost everything she could think of to stockpile supplies for Betrayal. Now, the farm was fully stocked. Not only would they have enough food and drink on the way, but even if they faced danger, her stash of fireworks, weapons, and knives could be quite useful. Seeing that Ruerue was still energetic, Fong Jinju tried a few more experiments. It turned out that everything in the farm could indeed be taken out and put back freely. Then she tried to have Ruerue bring items from outside the farm, which were not originally from the farm, back into it. Surprisingly, that worked too. This meant that if they encountered danger and needed to escape, they could carry their money and belongings with them and then put them back into the farm at any time, without worrying about losing anything. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju had a bold idea in her mind. After testing with Ruerue, she found that it was indeed possible. Having verified everything she could think of, Fong Jinju finally felt satisfied and hugged Ruerue as they fell into a deep sleep. Click! After an unknown amount of time, a sudden mouse squeak broke the silence of the night. Originally, Xingbao, buried deep in the quilt, poked his head out and opened his eyes. Then he quickly slipped out of the quilt, hurriedly shaking Fang Jinju's arm. Fang Jinju, still sleepy, opened her eyes to see Xingbao, lying by her bed. She was startled and sat up quickly. "What's wrong, Xingbao? Get back into the quilt quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold." But unexpectedly, Xingbao didn't listen. Instead, he hurriedly slipped off the bed without his shoes and opened the door. Fang Jinju quickly put on her shoes, wrapped Xingbao in her coat, then looked outside. It was just dawn. She asked with some confusion, "What's wrong, Xingbao?" Xingbao pointed outside and finally spoke his first words since last night. "Go." Fang Jinju was stunned and relaxed a little. Thankfully, Xingbao could talk.
Go.
Xingbao repeated urgently and then tried to break free from Fang Jinju's arms. In the dim morning light, Fang Jinju clearly saw Xingbao's small face turning red with urgency. She gently patted his back to comfort him and asked, "Xingbao, do you mean you want her sister to take you and leave quickly?" Xingbao nodded repeatedly, as if danger was imminent. Fang Jinju felt puzzled, but remained patient. "Don't worry, Xingbao. After breakfast and saying goodbye to Granny Xiaojuan, we can leave." Xingbao raised his voice slightly, anxiously adding two more words, "leave." "Danger." Fang Jinju was stunned. Although Xingbao's words and actions seemed a bit random, she somehow felt that the child wouldn't act without reason. Since it was already bright outside, and they had to leave anyway, leaving a little earlier wouldn't hurt. Okay, listen to Xingbao. Let's get dressed, say goodbye to Granny Xiaojuan, and then go. Xingbao, go wake up your little brother quickly." As she spoke, Fang Jinju took out the new clothes she bought for the two children yesterday. Apart from the old clothes they were wearing, she bought a fresh set for each of them. To avoid attracting attention, she chose cotton underwear and the plainest, most worn-out coarse cloth for the outerwear. She washed the children's dirty clothes yesterday, but they probably weren't dry yet. They would wear the new clothes now, and the old ones would be hung to dry at the farm for Rue. Hearing the noise, Aunt Xiaojuan, yawning and dressing, came out. "Jinju, why are you up so early?" Zhou Jinju quickly went to meet her. "Auntie, I just had a bad dream. I feel uneasy. It's better to leave the town quickly, to avoid causing you trouble." Zhao Xiaojuan was surprised. Seeing that Fang Jinju looked upset, she skipped the usual politeness. "Since you're feeling uneasy, I won't keep you. Better to leave soon, so things don't get complicated. Last night, I baked over 10 flatbreads for you as supplies. I want to pack them for you. You should go and get ready." She hurried into the kitchen. Fang Jinju looked away from her grateful expression. When she turned around, she saw the two little ones had already dressed themselves and put on their shoes. "Xingbao, go help Grandma Xiaojuan in the kitchen. I'll pack the rest of the things." Although Xingbao is quiet, he is obedient and sensible, just like Rue. He immediately ran out. Fang Jinju then began sorting the things she bought yesterday. She didn't buy much, just some clothes for changing, a clay jar and some oil, salt, coarse grains, and fire-starting stones. These are essential for living outdoors. Now that Rue has a farm space, she can store heavier items there first. She can also swap lighter things to make her bag bigger without attracting attention. After packing everything, Fang Jinju took 30 taels of silver and hid it under her pillow. The Zhao family is kind. If they hadn't taken her in and helped her, she wouldn't have been able to gather enough silver to go to Betrayal. When capable, one should repay kindness. Otherwise, as time passes, the initial eagerness to repay will fade, and all the words about gratitude will become empty talk. She didn't know if she would ever have the chance to thank Auntie Xiaojuan again. She must repay her now, so she won't have regrets later. She still had over 100 taels of silver left. Even if Rue didn't have a farm space, this money would be enough for the three of them to reach Betrayal. Moreover, Ruerue's farm still has many supplies. Once everything was packed, Zhao Xiaojuan took Fang Jinju and the others through 2 alleys to a familiar house. The head of this family is surnamed Huang, about the same age as Uncle Yu. He used to be a coachman for a noble family. As he got older, his only son took over. He bought a regular carriage and now earns a living by transporting people and goods. Thanks to Zhao Xiujuan's advance notice yesterday, Uncle Huang had already fed the horses. When they arrived, he quickly started preparing the carriage. Jin Zhu, it's not easy for you to take care of 2 children alone. You must be very careful in everything you do. Watching Fong Jinzhu help the children onto the carriage, Aunt Xiujuan couldn't help but touch her tears. After this goodbye, I don't know if we'll have a chance to see each other again. Jinzhu also teared up and stepped forward to hug her. I've taken note of everything Aunt Xiujuan advised. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what I might have faced. You, Uncle Yu, and Qing, you all need to take good care of yourselves. There's still a long road ahead. Once things settle down, I will find a chance to come back and visit you. Zhao Xiujuan patted Jin Zhu's back. We all need to stay well. The road is long and the journey is far. After parting, you'll have to rely on yourself. You're just a girl, and you're taking care of 2 children.
Sigh.
If you find someone suitable, you should find a good husband to share your life. Jin Zhu nodded firmly. Zhao Xiujuan wiped her tears and forced a small smile. All right, get on the carriage quickly. Don't delay anymore. She then kindly reminded Uncle Huang. The carriage started to sway as it moved. Jin Zhu lifted the curtain and waved to Zhao Xiujuan. Auntie, go back quickly. Zhao Xiujuan stepped forward a few paces, touched her tears, and waved her hand. All right, I'll go. Uncle Huang whipped the horse, and the carriage sped up. After turning a corner, he and Aunt Xiujuan parted ways completely. Jin Zhu finally lowered the curtain and quickly wiped away her tears. Uncle Huang, please go a bit faster. We need to get out of town as soon as possible.
Got it. Sit tight.
Outside, Uncle Huang cheerfully responded, and the carriage's speed increased again. Jin Zhu reached out, holding the 2 children tightly in her arms. Since Huai Shui Alley was near the city gate, after about an incense stick's time, the carriage slowed down, probably crossing the city gate. Hearing the soldiers questioning outside, Jin Zhu felt a little nervous.
How many of you?
What are you doing outside the city? Reporting to the official, we are just messengers earning travel expenses. We're sending a guest home. While speaking, Uncle Huang lifted the curtain. A soldier peeked in and looked inside. Jin Zhu politely nodded and bowed. Let's go. If it's a long journey and you can't return before curfew, come back to the city tomorrow. Yes. The soldier waved them through, and Uncle Huang quickly lowered the curtain and drove out of the city. Once on the official road, Jin Zhu finally relaxed her heart. She didn't know that shortly after they left, chaos broke out in the capital. A large group of soldiers and officials carried portraits and searched the streets for people. The city gates of Sifang were immediately sealed, allowing no one to enter or leave. Uncle Huang, how many days do you think it will take us to reach Mengzhou? The carriage moved smoothly. As the scenery outside sped past quickly, Fong Jinju couldn't help but ask. She and Ruerue hadn't appeared all day, so Chu Yi and old Madame Chu must be worried. And Shu Shu, who had promised to take her back, had not only broken her promise, but also she couldn't see Ruerue anymore. The little boy must be very sad. Although the 2 children usually behaved well, stubborn children like them could be very difficult for adults to handle. She needed to return to North Liao as soon as possible, and the sooner, the better. Uncle Huang smiled and said, Our Tanwu kingdom isn't very big. The carriage can easily travel 200 or 300 miles a day. If all goes well, we should reach Mengzhou in 4 or 5 days. Hearing this, Fong Jinju felt a little relieved and asked, Uncle Huang, on this journey, we need a travel pass, but my luggage was stolen by bandits, and I lost the pass too. What should I do? Is that so? Uncle Huang paused and replied, We will pass through Azhou and Xiangzhou counties. Without a pass, it will be a bit difficult. But I often travel outside, and I know there is a route that doesn't go through the city walls, though it's a bit roundabout. It will take at least 10 days to reach Mengzhou this way. Fong Jinju was pleased to hear this and said quickly, That's fine. 10 days is 10 days. Uncle Huang, don't worry. I will also pay you the extra carriage and horse expenses. Please take the longer route. Uncle Huang cheerfully agreed. Of course, as a carriage driver, I listen to my customers. We'll go your way, miss. Just then, outside, the chirping of birds could be heard. Sitting beside Fang Jinju, Xingbao suddenly changed his expression. Fang Jinju and Uncle Huang were talking without paying much attention, but Ruerue noticed Xingbao's unusual behavior. He tilted his head, reached out, and placed his small hand on Xingbao's paw, softly saying, "Brother Xingbao, don't be afraid. Ruerue and sister are here. We will protect you." Xingbao's big, clear eyes looked friendly. He tilted his head and looked back, his eyes flickering with struggle, as if weighing something. Ruerue quickly grinned widely and took his brother's hand, saying, "Ruerue is holding brother's hand. Now brother won't be afraid, right?" Then he snuggled close to his sister, saying, "Ruerue is next to sister. Ruerue isn't afraid either. Brother, you should also stay close to sister." Star Treasure's mouth moved slightly, but did not smile. Instead, there was a sense that something had settled in his eyes. He gently tugged on Fang Jinju's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, someone is chasing us." Fang Jinju was startled and quickly lowered her body, leaning in close to ask, "Star Treasure, how do you know someone is after us?" His eyes flickered with uncertainty. He pressed his lips and gritted his teeth, saying, Little bird told me." The little bird told him. Fang Jinju's mind was buzzing.
Ha!
Seeing her shock, Star Treasure's face turned pale. He instinctively shrank back toward the corner of the carriage, distancing himself from Fang Jinju. Fang Jinju snapped out of her surprise, quickly hiding her astonishment. She reached out to hold Star Treasure's small hand but was startled when he, frightened, hugged his head and tremblingly curled up in the corner of the carriage like a quail. "Star Treasure, don't be afraid." Fang Jinju's heart ached. She gently picked him up onto her lap, hugging him tightly and patting his back to comfort him. "Don't be scared, sister is not a bad person." Her eyes still showed shock, mixed with complex feelings. This morning, Star Treasure had mentioned danger, and he seemed to have a sense of it, not just speaking casually. Now he said someone was chasing them, and that a little bird had told him. Plus, the child's instinctive reaction of shrinking back earlier suggested that, like Ruerue, Star Treasure might have something special about him. Someone might have discovered it before and mistreated him, causing him to become quiet and reluctant to speak. He was afraid his secret would be found out and that he would be beaten or abused again. But despite his fear, he still chose to tell her, which showed that he had already placed his trust in her deep inside. She couldn't let the child down. Star Treasure opened his trembling eyes and fell into Fang Jinju's gentle, kind gaze. His painfully numb chest trembled slightly. "Star Treasure, I believe you." Fang Jinju's voice was very soft. "Please also believe that I won't hurt you, okay?" Star Treasure's eyelashes fluttered. After a long moment, he nodded. Fang Jinju let out a breath of relief and then leaned in close, lowering her voice to ask, "Star Treasure, can you understand what the little bird is saying?" In the past, she would never have believed in such mystical stories, let alone ask a child so seriously about such a shocking question. But everything that had happened to her recently was extraordinary, so now she was willing to accept anything. Star Treasure nodded, but his eyes still flickered with fear and unease. Fang Jinju continued to gently pat their backs and asked, "Do you know who is chasing us?" Xingbao hesitated and replied, "I don't know." "Bad people, the ones who took Xingbao. They have a picture of Xingbao and have already left the city after us." Upon hearing this, Fang Jinju's eyes tightened suddenly. They had only been out of the city for half an hour. If the pursuers were riding fast horses, they would catch up in less than an hour. There was no time to waste. "Uncle Huang." Fang Jinju quickly called out, "Uncle Huang, did you hear the sound of hooves?" Uncle Huang at the front of the cart was stunned. "No, I didn't." Fang Jinju said again, "Uncle Huang, I hear it now." "Uncle Huang, I have very good hearing since I was young. I wouldn't lie. Things are serious now, and I can't hide it from you. Yesterday, I saved some children from the flower picker. I think we are being watched. Can you see if there's a hiding spot ahead? Let us get down and hide for a while." You drive the cart back to the city. If those people stop and question you, just say that a carriage came halfway and took us away, so you turn back. That way, they won't trouble you. Hearing this, Uncle Huang looked a bit worried. Not far ahead is Baishan Ridge. I'll ride quickly to take you there. You can hide on the mountain. In just a short while, the carriage stopped. Fang Jinju hurriedly got out with the two children and their belongings. Indeed, Baishan Ridge was a range of mountains with many misty peaks, stretching as far as the eye could see. Fang Jinju took out 3 taels of silver from her purse and handed them to Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang, this is what we agreed on earlier. Keep it for now. This time, I caused you trouble. If you think it's risky, just go back to the city. We'll find our own way back to Mengzhou. Uncle Huang hesitated for a moment, but didn't refuse. He took the silver and put it in his pocket, saying, I promised Aunt Xiaojian to send you safely back to Mengzhou, and I won't go back on my word. Don't rush to leave now. Stay in the mountain tonight. Once the danger passes tomorrow, I'll come back to pick you up. There's no time to waste. Don't hesitate or refuse. Hurry up and go up the mountain. I have to leave now, too. After watching Uncle Huang drive away, Fang Jinju quickly led the two children to find a nearby path up the mountain. But they only found a steep trail. Star Treasure, we are now family. Since you told your sister your secret. Down the narrow path, Fang Jinju crouched and looked into Star Treasure's eyes seriously, saying, Then your sister and Ruerue will tell you a secret too, so you can feel more at ease. She then took her bag off her shoulder. Ruerue, put the bag away. As Ruerue nodded, the bag in Fang Jinju's hand suddenly disappeared. Star Treasure's eyes finally showed a wave of shock. He looked at Ruerue in disbelief. You are different too? Ruerue grinned and nodded repeatedly. Big brother, I can understand what the birds are saying. Ruerue can do magic tricks. Then he stepped forward quickly and took Star Treasure's small hand. We are the same. We are both super cool boys. We will protect sister together, okay? The little boy's words filled Star Treasure's eyes with a spark of life. He held his hand tightly and nodded hard. The mountain was tall and the road steep. After great effort, Fang Jinju and the two children finally reached the top. She didn't rush into the deep mountains, but instead pulled the children to hide in the bushes and look down the mountain. After about the length of an incense stick, they saw a dozen black-clad people riding tall horses rushing toward them. Fang Jinju quickly pulled the two children down and crouched low. She saw that the group of black-clad people didn't stop, but directly crossed the mountain ridge where they were hiding and sped along the official road. She finally let out a sigh of relief. After the sound of hooves faded into the distance, she turned to look at the deep forest. Unfamiliar trees lined up one after another. To compete for sunlight, they grew tall and dense, like a green curtain blocking the sky. Looking up, only scattered light could shine through the gaps in the branches and leaves. Between the trees, dense bushes and thorns formed a natural barrier, like a protective formation against outsiders. Compared to the bright sky outside, the mountain was deep, mysterious, and cold. It was so intimidating that she wished she could retreat 3 miles away. Ruerue. When she looked at the two children, Fang Jinju hid her fear completely. Get a curved sickle from the tool shed. She was afraid of this mountain, which was like a primeval forest. But no one knew when those black-clad people might come back. They definitely couldn't walk along the official road for now. It was easy to be discovered along the mountain trail. She had to take the children into the mountain to hide for a night. Only after the black-clad people returned to the capital without success would she dare to continue their journey. Just as she finished speaking, several knives appeared on the ground. There were cleavers, kitchen knives, and sickles. Fang Jinju picked up a sickle and told Ruerue to put the others away. Xingbao, hold your brother's hand and follow behind your sister. Fang Jinju gave some instructions, then swung the sickle to cut through the bushes, struggling to clear the way ahead. Xingbao and Ruerue held hands tightly and followed closely behind their sister. After half an hour of chopping, the bushes were less dense. Although bumpy, the path was much clearer. The deeper they went into the mountain, the colder and darker it became. Fang Jinju felt the temperature drop at least 5 or 6 degrees. Even though she had lived alone on the farm before and had gained some courage, she no longer dared to go further inside. She looked around and saw a narrow gap in the mountain wall covered by vines, which looked like the entrance to a cave. Fong Jinju quickly led the children over. As they got closer, they realized it was indeed a cave. However, the entrance was very narrow. Fong Jinju tried it and found she could just squeeze through, but she didn't know what was inside. Xingbao, Ruerui, wait at the exit for now. Sister will go in and check the situation. Feeling uneasy about the unfamiliar environment, Fong Jinju was worried there might be some wild animal inside, so she didn't dare to take the children in recklessly. Xingbao and Ruerui nodded sensibly and stood where Fong Jinju told them, not moving. Fong Jinju asked Ruerui to take out a flashlight and carefully stepped inside. To her surprise, although the entrance was narrow, the inside was quite spacious. The ground was uneven, but overall much flatter than outside, making it a good place to stay. Fong Jinju carefully checked every corner and confirmed there were no unknown wild animals before returning outside. Xingbao, Ruerui, we have a place to stay tonight. The cave gave Fong Jinju a strong sense of safety, and her tone was filled with happiness and relief. Ruerui's small face relaxed, and his eyes curved into a smile. Yay, that's great. We have a place to stay. Wherever they were, as long as they had sister, it was home. Xingbao's small mouth also unconsciously curved into a smile. After going inside, Fong Jinju asked Ruerui to bring out a large rechargeable lantern and hang it from the vines hanging through the cave's gap. She turned on the switch, and the cave was instantly as bright as daylight, filling her with a sense of security. The shock and disbelief in Xingbao's eyes were also illuminated brightly, and his small mouth opened in surprise. Seeing this, Ruerui proudly grinned at him. Brother Xingbao, it's so bright, right? This is a magic lamp. Ruerui, you're so clever, huh? Star Treasure nodded eagerly, eyes full of admiration. Seeing the two little ones start to become skilled, Star Treasure also seemed more lively. Fong Jinju smiled with relief and said, Ruerui, take out 2 sets of your warm autumn clothes. The cave was still dry, but the temperature was lower than in the forest. She needed to quickly put some clothes on the children to prevent them from catching a cold. Then, she found a relatively flat spot and had Ruerui move the bed from the dormitory outside. As soon as the soft, pink bed appeared, the cave felt warmer and more cozy. Fong Jinju couldn't help but feel grateful. If Ruerui didn't have farm space, they would have to sleep on the ground in simple clothes tonight. Just the temperature in the cave was enough to make them uncomfortable. So, she felt very thankful and content with the current situation. After moving the bed, Fong Jinju also asked Ruerui to bring out the dining table and the gas stove from the kitchen. They had left in a hurry in the morning and hadn't had breakfast yet. She was already very hungry, not to mention the 2 children. She asked Ruerui to pick some fresh vegetables from the farm and also took eggs and potatoes from the fridge. After bringing out the eggs and potatoes, Ruerui scratched his head, looking puzzled. Fong Jinju asked repeatedly, What's wrong? Ruerui? Ruerui thought for a moment and held up 10 fingers, explaining, There are so many. Ruerui took some, but there are still so many left.
Why?
Fong Jinju was stunned. Then her face lit up with joy. Could it be that the farm supplies were endless? She asked again, Ruerui, go check if the bed in the room is still there. Ruerui nodded. It's still there. He then pointed to the gas stove. This is the same as in the kitchen. Hearing this, Fong Jinju couldn't help but laugh happily. Great, great. That's wonderful. Ruerui, bring out some toys and play with Brother Xingbao at the table. Sister will prepare some delicious food for you. Who else could enjoy such comfort during a time of escape and hardship? Hearing this, Ruerui held Xingbao's hand and went to the table. He reached out, and a packet of colorful modeling clay appeared. The bright, beautiful colors immediately made Xingbao's eyes widen, and his previously vacant expression sparkled with a few stars. Brother Xingbao, do you know what this is?
No.
I don't know. This is modeling clay. You can mold little rabbits and puppies. Which color do you want? Ruerui grinned and pushed the clay toward Xingbao. You choose first, brother. Rue will teach you how to make a rabbit, okay? Star Baby looked at him in disbelief, tears gathering in her big eyes.
Can I?
Rue, sitting on the small stool, swung her little feet.
Of course you can.
Rue can play with Gurgup too. Star Baby sniffed and carefully pointed at the black one. Then, I want this one. Hearing this, Rue frowned. Black isn't pretty. Then she pushed forward all the colorful, pretty ones, red, yellow, and others. Gurga, you can have the black one. These also for Gurga, okay? Star Baby quickly lowered her head, tears falling to the ground. She hurriedly wiped them away, then looked up with a small, proud smile.
Thank you, D.
Although Fong Jinju was busy, her eyes kept watching the two little ones. Seeing this, a big smile spread across her face. At the general's residence, the granary, Shu sat on a small stool, staring fixedly at the space-time door as if her soul had been taken away, like a puppet doll. Shu, just one bite, okay? Grandmother begs you. She pleaded with tears in her voice. Shu didn't refuse or open her mouth, but her big eyes shimmered with tears, ready to fall. Old Lady Chu looked helplessly at Shu Yi sitting on the bed's edge, sobbing. Shu hasn't eaten anything since yesterday.
What?
Last night, she didn't sleep either. She had nightmares all night. When she woke up, she cried looking for Dija, asking for Gurga. What should we do? Chuya's eyes flickered with redness inside. Rue and Shu had always been very obedient. But now, they looked like this, something that had never happened since they were born. Shu was small, but her heart was full of deep feelings, even more pure and intense than adults. Jinju and Rue both had problems. For him and his mother, without the responsibility of Bei Liao and the general's residence weighing on them, they wouldn't be able to hold on. For Shu, it was an even more deadly. He picked up the porridge on the desk, slowly walked to Shu, and ate a big mouthful right in front of her. Then he said, Shu, eat your food well. Little uncle promises you, we will find Jie and Gurga. Shu's dull eyes finally flickered. She looked at Chu Yi for a moment, then turned her gaze back to the space-time door. Clearly, she didn't believe it. A shadow flickered in Zhu Ye's eyes. He couldn't even deceive himself. How could he coax Shu? It's okay to coax for a day or two, but what about for a long time? No matter what, he must get Shu to speak first and eat. Shu, my little uncle, is telling the truth. Zhu Yi put all his firm belief into his eyes. Last night, sister and brother came into my dreams. Sister said they are both doing well, but the door of time suddenly closed, so they can't come here. But she said, if we wait 100 days, the door of time will reopen, and then Shu will see sister and brother again. Shu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Zhu Yi again. Really? Really? When has your little uncle ever lied to you? He took the porridge bowl from Madame Zhu's hand, scooped a spoonful, and fed it to her. Sister said, even though we can't see her, she's very powerful and can see what we're doing and thinking. She said she saw Shu feeling sad and not eating, and she and brother also felt sad and didn't want to eat. So, for sister and brother, Shu must eat well too. Shu blinked, tears falling like beads. Really? Are sister and brother really still there? Can they really see Shu? Zhu Ye's heart ached terribly, but his face remained firm. Really? Little uncle doesn't want sister and brother to be sad, so he hurriedly ate a big bowl of rice. Madame Zhu quickly turned her head, silently wiping her tears, forcing a smile. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. I must eat well too, so I don't worry Jinju and Rue. She then walked to the desk, picked up her porridge, and started eating eagerly. Shu's small hand moved on her lap, then she opened her mouth and ate the food from the spoon. She reached out and took the porridge from Zhu Ye's hand, drinking it eagerly along the edge of the bowl. While drinking, she pouted, tears falling heavily into the bowl. Zhu Ye's eyes filled with pain, waves of tenderness washing over him, but he also let out a gentle sigh of relief. Soon, the bowl was empty. Shu Shu took the spoon again, carefully scraping the remaining food from the bowl and finishing it all. Finally, the little girl pulled a small handkerchief from her pocket, carefully wiped her mouth, then stood up, looked around and grinned. Sister. Brother. See, Shu Shu, I ate well. Shu Shu, be good.
You too, eat well.
While speaking, her small mouth couldn't help but pout briefly, but quickly recovered. Shu Shu, stop crying now. You all must not cry either. Old Madame Chu's eyes filled with tears, but she held them back. She nodded and smiled softly. Jinju, Rue, you should have seen it, right? Shu Shu listened so well. Tonight, you must come to my dreams and praise her properly. Seeing this, Madame Chu quickly buried her face in her porridge bowl, letting hot tears fall into it. Did sister make bad food? In the cave, Fong Jinju and the two little ones were eating at a table. Xing Bao still ate until he was half full and then put down his chopsticks, but she clearly saw him swallowing saliva as if still wanting more. She couldn't help but ask. Xing Bao shook his head, his eyes flickering.
No, no.
Sister's cooking is very tasty. Hearing this, Fong Jinju didn't hesitate and scooped another piece of bread for him. If you don't finish this bread, I won't believe what you say. I might get angry. She guessed that Xing Bao had been mistreated before, probably not allowed to eat enough or stay warm, which made him learn to control himself at such a young age. It was truly heartbreaking to see. Xing Bao was stunned. He quickly took the bread and took a big bite. Delicious, very delicious. Rue also took a big bite and nodded. Sister's cooking is the best. Fong Jinju affectionately patted their heads, a happy smile on her face. That's right. Eat more, and sister will be happy. Just as she finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside, quite loud. Fong Jinju's heart suddenly tightened. She quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks, and Rue took out a small machete, walking cautiously toward the cave entrance. Roar! Before reaching the entrance, a fierce beast's roar sounded, startling Fong Jinju so much that her legs went weak, and the machete almost dropped from her hand. Next, there was a heavy snorting sound, and the sharp scraping of claws on the mountain rocks. Fong Jinju tremblingly took a few steps toward the entrance and saw clearly the huge creature outside. It was a bear. Fortunately, the entrance was narrow, making it hard for the bear to squeeze in. But such a beast, just looking at it was terrifying. She had to drive it away.
Hui.
Fong Jinju nervously swallowed and quickly said, "Take out Thunderbolt and the lighter."
Hui hiedli obeyed.
Fong Jinju trembled as she lit the lighter. Sister.
Xing Bao ge that Fang Jinju shou li.
Can I talk to it? Fong Jinju was momentarily stunned. Then her face showed surprise, doubt, and worry. Star Treasure, can you still talk to wild animals? Aren't you afraid? She, as an adult, was trembling with fear in this situation, let alone such a small child. Star Treasure shook his head. They won't hurt Star Treasure. He couldn't explain why, but he just knew that people might hurt him, but these furry friends would never do that. Fong Jinju was shocked but saw that Star Treasure's face was serious. Still holding his hand, she nervously moved closer to the cave entrance. It's strange. As soon as they approached the cave, the bear suddenly stopped moving and sat down at the entrance. Although it was dark outside and only the bear's outline was visible, Fong Jinju clearly felt the animal's gaze, making her spine tingle. Star Treasure opened his mouth and softly whispered, and. The bear panted and let out 2 low growls, as if responding. Although she couldn't understand, Fong Jinju sensed that the beast's growling was friendly. After some communication, Star Treasure looked up and said, "Sister, Annie Bear's baby is hungry. She smelled something tasty and came to find it. I told her she won't hurt us." Auntie Bear? Baby Bear? Fong Jinju was full of surprise. She thought Star Treasure only understood bird language, but now she realized this child was even more mysterious and powerful than she imagined. These fierce wild animals seemed no different from ordinary creatures in his eyes. Maybe we should give it some food? Seeing the bear sit up and turn to leave, Fong Jinju quickly said, "Star Treasure, stop it. Let's give it some food. The weather was getting colder, and animals found it harder to find food. Since the farm supplies were plentiful, helping this mother bear was not a bad idea. Hearing this, Star Treasure's eyes lit up. He quickly called out to stop the bear. The bear turned around, leaned its head toward the cave entrance, and its big eyes looked surprised and stunned. Roar, although wild animals can look frightening, seeing that it understood human speech, Fong Jinju was less afraid. She hurriedly asked Ruerue to bring out a dozen white-feathered chickens from the farm. Seeing the chickens appear out of nowhere and flutter away in fright, the bear's eyes widened with shock. Then it took 2 steps back and bowed repeatedly to Fong Jinju and her companions with its paws. Roar, roar, roar! Star Treasure's lips curled into a small smile. Sister, Annie Bear says thank you, Fairy. Although Fong Jinju couldn't understand, she could see that the beast was grateful. Her heart relaxed completely. Star Treasure, ask if they have enough food. If not, we can give them more. Before entering the mountains, she was worried about encountering wild animals at night. But she didn't expect that the child she casually saved could speak animal language and easily resolved her worries. Good deeds are rewarded, and at this moment, it became very real. After communicating with the big bear, Fong Jinju asked Ruerue to bring out a few white-feathered chickens. She thoughtfully tied the chickens together with a string and gave them to the big bear. When the big bear left, Fong Jinju couldn't help but squat down, hold Star Treasure's small face, and kiss him on the cheek. Star Treasure, you're so amazing. She also didn't forget to hug Ruerue, kiss, and cuddle him. My Ruerue is also great. With you all here, I really have nothing to worry about. Fong Jinju's words and actions filled Star Treasure's eyes with stars. The dark, hollow space shone with countless stars. Ruerue's face lit up with happiness. He held Star Treasure's hand and said, Ruerue is great. Big Brother is great too. Ruerue and Big Brother will protect Sister and listen to her. Fong Jinju smiled warmly, full of affection. Oh, how lucky I am. Every treasure I meet is so caring and sensible. I am so happy. Let's go, take a bath and sleep. After drawing water from the space, she quickly washed the 2 children. The 3 of them snuggled into a soft, warm quilt. Fong Jinju also took out a storybook and told stories to the 2 little ones. The light chased away the darkness. Her gentle voice made the children snuggle close. The cave was no longer a cold refuge, but a warm home. Roar, roar, howl, chirp. The 2 small ones were happily listening to their story when suddenly, wild animal roars came from outside. From the sound, there seemed to be quite a few. Fong Jinju quickly put on her shoes and went downstairs. The 2 children also hurriedly got up and dressed. With a flashlight, Fong Jinju was stunned. Tigers, wolf packs, bears, eagles. Unknown and known wild animals and birds surrounded the cave entrance tightly. Star Treasure. Fong Jinju's voice trembled slightly. She quickly waved her hand to let Star Treasure come forward. Just as she hugged the 2 little ones, she saw the animals outside either bowing, crouching, or lowering their heads, all bowing to her and the children like a respectful salute. Fong Jinju's eyes widened. Star Treasure, what are they doing? Older sister. Star Treasure cautiously said, They think we are gods and are begging us for some food. Hearing this, Fong Jinju relaxed. So that's how it is. It seems that when she fed the big bear earlier, all these wild animals came to ask for food. Visitors are guests, and they are so sincere and polite. There's no reason not to entertain them. Fong Jinju waved her hand and smiled. Star Treasure, tell them that today they will be full. Star Treasure quickly stepped forward and relayed her sister's words. Ruerue waved her small hand. 200 white-feathered chickens and 200 mandarin ducks suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. In an instant, the poultry fluttered and flew away in surprise, while the wild beasts cheered and chased after them. The quiet forest suddenly became lively, like a feast. Seeing this scene, Fong Jinju was both amazed and moved, and a bright idea suddenly flashed in her mind. Star Treasure. Once the idea appeared, she couldn't hold back. She crouched down and looked at Star Treasure, her eyes shining with hope. Ask these friends if they can help me with something? Hearing this, Star Treasure nodded repeatedly. Not yet. Wait until they've eaten and drunk enough, Fong Jinju said, then took the two little ones and left the mountain cave, eagerly waiting. After a while, the outside of the cave gradually returned to silence. Following Fong Jinju's instructions, Star Treasure approached an old eagle and communicated with it. Soon the eagle nodded. Fong Jinju trembled with excitement and hurriedly pulled Rue back into the cave, telling the little one to take out her brush and notebook to start writing a letter. The old and young at the general's residence must think she and Rue are gone, and they don't know how sad and worried they are. Especially Shu. She couldn't imagine how much the little one would cry. Even earlier, knowing that the people at the general's residence would worry and be upset, she felt helpless. Now it's different. Star Treasure has friends with wings who can act as messengers. They don't know when they will reach Betrayal, so she must send a letter back to comfort Churi and the others. After finishing the letter, she put it in a plastic bag, tied it to the eagle's leg, and also placed a white feathered chicken in its claws for the eagle to eat on the way. She watched as the eagle spread its wings and soared into the night sky. When the wild beasts dispersed, Fong Jinju and the two little ones returned to the cave and peacefully went to sleep. Split up and search. They can't have gone far. Half asleep, Fong Jinju heard a sharp male voice and suddenly woke up, sitting upright. Boss, there's a cave over there. Look at this cave entrance. There are many animal footprints. Could it be an animal den? Such a small opening. Even if there are animals inside, they wouldn't be very big. You two should go and check. Outside the cave, a group of people in black clothes are searching around. As they talk, two of them are already getting close to the cave. By this time, Fong Jinju and the others have quickly changed into their clothes and packed everything from inside the cave into the farm. After hiding the two children inside the cave, Fong Jinju holds the thunder of the sky at the entrance. As the footsteps outside get closer, her heart beats faster, almost jumping out of her chest. Her hands are sweaty as she grips the thunder of the sky. Is it so narrow? Just as she speaks, a person in black squeezes sideways into the cave entrance. Fong Jinju quickly lights a fire. With a whoosh, the thunder of the sky hits the black-clad person's face, exploding it in a burst of blood and flesh. There's no scream, just a loud thud as the person falls to the ground.
Quick!
They're hiding in this cave. The black-clad person behind him looks shocked and shouts loudly behind him. Just as he bends down to look inside, a bolt of the thunder of the sky hits him head-on, knocking him backward. Seeing this, Fong Jinju feels a little relieved. She watches from the cave entrance as the black-clad people rush toward her, their eyes full of tension. She doesn't dare use her lightning from too far away. It's autumn, and the trees are dry. If she misses her target or hits the wrong place, it could start a forest fire, an uncontrollable disaster. Star Treasure, quickly try and call your friends to help. Seeing that there are too many black-clad people, even with the thunder of the sky, she knows she can't fight them all. A shocking idea flashes in her mind, and she quickly shouts into the cave. While she speaks, the black-clad people are already rushing forward. Fong Jinju quickly ignites her fire and strikes with lightning. The two children also run out from their hiding spot. Star Treasure lets out a loud howl. He's inside. Everyone, charge. The leader of the black-clad group was still wary of Fong Jinju's thunder of the sky. When he hears Star Treasure's cry, his eyes flash with determination, and he immediately gives a fierce order. Despite fearing Fong Jinju's lightning, the black-clad people no longer care. They rush in a crowd, seizing the chance to grab Fong Jinju. Suddenly, a knife is pressed against her neck. You brave woman. You dare to kill. He swings his knife, aiming at her neck. Stop. Seeing this, Star Treasure rushes out of the cave and quickly throws himself onto Fong Jinju, holding her head tightly. Rue quickly followed behind, suddenly jumping up and grabbing the legs of the man in black, biting down hard. He made muffled sounds in his throat, fierce like a little wolf pup. The man in black felt pain and tried to shake him off, but couldn't do it no matter what. Seeing this, another man in black swung his sword to attack the little one.
Hui hui.
Fong Jinju's whole body froze with shock, and she shouted desperately. She turned over and tried to block the sword with her bare hands. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged forward, knocking the sword-wielding man to the ground. With a quick, precise bite, it cut through his neck. It was a large wild wolf. Howl, yowl, roar. Right after, several wild wolves rushed over, knocking down the black-clad men one after another. The men in black were terrified and hurriedly raised their swords to defend themselves. But besides the wolves, there were also tigers and brown bears. They bit off the men's arms or tore them apart. In just a short time, dozens of black-clad men turned into scattered bodies on the ground. The man in black who had just tried to kill Fong Jinju was half gone, but Rue was still holding tightly onto his leg.
Hui hui.
Fong Jinju's heart trembled like thunder. She crawled over with her hands and feet, trying to pull the little one down, but she couldn't. Tears flooded her eyes as she hugged Rue's trembling little body and comforted him. It's okay now, Rue.
Sister is fine. Let go now, ah.
Xing Bao also knelt beside Rue, placing his small hand on his little head. It's okay, little brother. Our furry friends saved us. Only then did Rue loosen his grip. His small body stiffened for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at Fong Jinju. Seeing that his sister was safe and sound, the little one burst into tears and sobbed loudly, throwing himself into her arms.
Wah wah, sister.
His tiny body trembled violently as he clung tightly to her neck, afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. Fong Jinju held the little one tightly, tears streaming down her face as she comforted him. It's okay, sweetheart. Sister is not hurt at all. Then she freed one hand and pulled Xing Bao into her arms as well. She was overwhelmed, shocked, moved, and filled with fear, all these feelings almost drowning her. Although Rue often talked about protecting his sister and, on the farm, would always use his small body to shield her, she was still terrified of such dangerous and bloody scenes, especially since he was so young. But Rue still rushed out without hesitation to protect her. And Xing Bao, under the threat of the sword, instinctively protected her head. The children never think about life and death or weigh the pros and cons. They only act on instinct. The two children's feelings for her are so pure and strong that they surpass many other emotions in the world. The herd of animals did not leave, but instead kept the three of them surrounded from afar, watching cautiously in all directions. After calming down for a while, the two little ones finally relaxed. Fong Jinju quickly helped them stand up and bowed deeply to the herd. If it weren't for the herd's help, they might have lost their lives today. Their gratitude was sincere and heartfelt. To thank the herd, Rue brought out several hundred chickens and ducks to reward them. Fong Jinju then hurriedly took the two children to the agreed place with Uncle Huang, hiding in a dense bush at the mountain's entrance. This spot was chosen so they could see the official road, and it was also the safest place, as the most dangerous area. If any black-clad people came, they wouldn't expect her to hide at the entrance. They planned to wait until noon. If Uncle Huang didn't arrive by then, she would take Rue and Xing Bao over the mountains from Baishan Ridge to Xiongzhou County. The mountain path was difficult and would take longer, but with animal friends protecting them, their lives would be safe. Fortunately, before noon, a carriage from the capital appeared. As it drew closer, Fong Jinju recognized it as Uncle Huang's carriage, her eyes brightening. She quickly led the children down the mountain. At the general's residence. Big sister, brother, look. Shushu can feed herself now. Shushu sat on a small stool, with a meal set on a high stool in front of her, eating eagerly with a wooden spoon. After scooping a spoonful, the little girl raised it and reached toward the time portal. Look, Shushu, eat a big mouthful. She fed herself a mouthful of rice, then looked around as if waiting for someone to praise her. Seeing her look around fruitlessly, her gaze fell on herself. Zhu Ya's lips curled up. Shushu is so good. Tonight, big sister and brother will praise her again. As he spoke, he fed himself a large mouthful of rice, chewing hard, but it felt like chewing wax. Even after swallowing, he couldn't taste anything. Little uncle. Shushu struggled to swallow her food and pointed at the time portal. In there, a few days later, will it open? Zhuya's eyes flickered slightly, smiling. In 98 days.
Oh.
Shushu tilted her head, no longer asking, and buried her face in her bowl. Seeing this, old Madame Zhu turned away, wiping her eyes. General? Yi Tingxian ran inside quickly, carefully holding something in his hands. The first batch of hengmai we planted has sprouted. Zhuya's eyes brightened slightly. He put down his bowl and went to meet him. Yi Tingxian opened his hand, revealing a wheat ear in his palm, though it was not yet fully ripe. Zhuyi plucked a grain, put it in his mouth, and chewed. His teeth felt empty and flat, but as he bit deeper, he felt a rough sensation. He smiled slightly, with his eyes slightly moist. Jinju, did you see that? The wheat is growing well in North Liao, and it will be harvestable soon. General, the catapult has been built, and the clothing factory has made clothes for the people for spring and autumn. Yi Tingxian carefully observed Zhuya's expression and said cautiously, General, you should go out and check the situation. The other day, there was quite a commotion at the general's residence, and since you haven't left the house for a few days, there are rumors in the city, saying that the goddess no longer blesses North Liao. A sharp look flashed in Zhuya's eyes. So what? Jinju has done enough for North Liao. Do you still want to rely on her forever? Yi Tingxian quietly closed his mouth and said no more.
Ah, yeah.
Old Lady Zhu stepped forward softly, take Shushu to the fields for a walk, and see Jinju's sincere efforts. She has done so much for North Liao soldiers and civilians, and more importantly, she wants to fulfill your wish for peace in the world. She wouldn't want you to drown in sorrow. Zhu Ye's expression grew stern, and he finally nodded, looking at Yi Tingxian. You go out first. I will come later. Hearing this, Yi Tingxian breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. Okay, I'll go prepare the horses now. He then ran out of the granary, as he did when he arrived.
Suddenly, a sharp eagle sounded, startling Yi Tingguan.
He instinctively looked up at the sky and saw an old eagle with wings spread wide, about the size of a person, circling above the general's residence, as if it would swoop down at any moment. Be alert. Don't let this bird hurt anyone. Yes, General Yi. Seeing this, Yi Tingxian warned the Zhu family soldiers at the gate, then took a step back and looked up at the sky. Another eagle cry sounded, and outside, Zhu family soldiers held long spears, ready to guard against the sky. Zhu Yi frowned, strode out of the granary. Don't come out, General. That old eagle might hurt someone. A few Zhu family soldiers warned cautiously, telling Zhu Yi not to come out. Zhu Yi had already stepped outside, looked up at the sky. Chirp! The eagle let out another cry, then surprisingly swooped down. General, be careful. Quick, get inside. The Chu army immediately assumed battle stance. One soldier stood behind Chu Yi to protect him, while others waved long spears, shouting loudly in an attempt to scare the eagle away. Unexpectedly, the eagle spread its wings and glided onto the roof opposite the granary, still calling out chirp, with a hint of annoyance. It seemed to say, I was only sent to deliver a message, not to risk my life. Eagles usually don't come near crowded places. Why would it fly into the city? Who knows? Better to scare it away so no one gets hurt. Huh. The Chu soldiers grew suspicious. While trying to scare the eagle, they also picked up stones from the wall to throw at it. Seeing this, the eagle had no choice but to flap its wings and fly up to avoid the stones, but it kept circling without leaving. Strange. It still won't leave. I'll go get a bow and shoot it down. If we do, fine. But what if it hurts Shushu? Yes, go get it quickly. Unable to scare the eagle away, some soldiers hurried to fetch a bow and arrows. The eagle. Helpless, it could only extend its claws and wave them around in the air.
See?
I'm just here to deliver a message. Just a messenger. Then it quickly flew to hide behind a roof eave. The soldiers wanted to follow and shoot it down, but Chuyi said, "Wait a moment." There seemed to be something tied to its leg. He walked to the courtyard, looked over, and indeed saw the eagle peeking out from behind the eave, looking around cautiously but alert. "Stay here and wait. Without my orders, do not act rashly." Saying that, Chuyi took a deep breath and leapt onto the roof eave. Shushu was curious and wanted to go see what was happening, but she was stopped by the soldiers. "Shushu, it's dangerous. Go inside quickly." Suddenly, someone flew up unexpectedly, startling the eagle into a flap, almost causing it to fall from the eave. Chuyi quickly stopped and stared silently. Seeing no movement from the newcomer, the eagle cautiously peeked out again, its sharp eyes fixed on Chuyi. After waiting a moment and sensing no threat, it tentatively jumped onto the edge of the eave, extending its leg that was tied with the message. It shook it a little.
"See?
"I told you. I'm just a messenger." Only then did Chuyi realize that there was indeed something tied to the eagle's leg. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Clearly, the eagle was frightened by the Chu soldiers, which is why it quickly extended its leg to show him. "It's just a bird, so smart. Does it understand human speech?" Thinking of this, Zhuyi cupped his fists to the eagle. "I don't know why the eagle friend has come, and I apologize if I have offended you." The eagle's round eyes blinked, finally showing a smart and polite response. It relaxed and stepped forward toward Zhuyi. Zhuyi was shocked. Could it really understand human language? Seeing the eagle approach and then lift its leg, swinging it gently, Zhuyi quickly crouched down and saw a plastic bag tied to the eagle's leg. A plastic bag? His eyes widened with surprise. He hurriedly reached out and took the bag from the eagle's leg, opening it. Inside, he saw familiar paper, and his body trembled. His footing slipped, almost causing him to fall. "General!" The Zhu family soldiers, who had been watching, all exclaimed in surprise. Zhuyi performed a quick move in the air to steady himself, then excitedly raised his hand to signal them. "Everyone stay silent." He then sat on the edge of the eaves, trembling as he unfolded the letter. "Zhuyi, I am Jinju. I am doing well." As soon as he read this line, the handwriting became blurry. Zhuyi quickly wiped his tears, took a deep breath, and pushed aside the 2 days of grief and sadness. He felt as if an invisible hand had suddenly lifted his pain, filling him with new hope and joy. "And Rue is with me. We are together, so don't worry. I disappeared at the same time as Rue. You must be very worried, right? So, when I had the chance, I immediately sent you this message to reassure you. You must be very curious why the eagle is delivering this message, and even more curious why I am sending it from ancient times. Well, after I sent you the picture that day, I fell into a fish pond. Somehow, when I opened my eyes again, I was in the Tangwu dynasty." As he read, tears streamed down his face. His throat kept tightening, and he swallowed the sour, fearful feelings repeatedly, unable to hold back. The soldiers of the Zhu family, witnessing his vulnerability, felt both shocked and anxious. They wanted to speak but dared not. Finally, they quietly moved toward the granary and disappeared from Zhu Ye's sight. What a formidable leader the general was. He had never shown weakness before, let alone cry. The general surely didn't want them to see him like this. The letter was very long, and Zhu Ye's emotions surged as he read. Jin Zhu had become the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's house and had narrowly escaped being beaten to death by her biological father. Rue also ended up in the hands of a flower seller for unknown reasons. Both of them had survived a life and death ordeal. Jin Zhu even rescued 4 children from the flower seller, one of whom could speak animal language, which is why the eagle came to deliver the message safely. Seeing this, Zhuyi felt heartache and couldn't hold back tears. Whether during peaceful times when everything was smooth and he was capable, or during sudden hardships and difficulties, Jin Zhu's intelligence, resilience, and kindness remained constant. If not, she wouldn't have had the chance to send him this message. But after facing many challenges, she must have been very scared. After reading the letter, Zhu Yi made up his mind. When Jin Zhu was in danger in Huagua, he couldn't go to protect her. But now she has arrived in his world, and he would never let her face hardships alone to come to him. He must go to pick up Jin Zhu and Rui Rui. Zhu Yi stood up and bowed to the eagle, calmly grooming its feathers. Thank you, eagle friend, for delivering the message. Please join me for a meal to thank you. When the eagle heard there was food, its eyes lit up. It nodded vigorously and excitedly flapped its wings twice. Although the fairy kindly brought it food to fill its stomach on the way, such a long journey was not enough. It promised to deliver the message as quickly as possible and didn't dare delay. It took a short break to eat during the journey and then flew straight here. Not only was it hungry, but its wings felt sore from flying so much. Seeing this, Zhu Yi flew down and ordered, quickly, kill a few chickens for the eagle friend to eat. Earlier, Zhu's army had clearly seen the eagle's little movements under the eaves. They knew this eagle was extraordinary, so they hurried to take action. Only then did the eagle feel at ease and land in the courtyard.
Ah Yi.
Old Madame Zhu, who had been holding back all the way at the granary, quickly stepped forward. What happened? Shu Shu also ran over, first looking at the eagle walking outside, then tilting her head in confusion and looking at Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi looked at Shu Shu, wanting to say something but holding back. He had finally coaxed Shu Shu to eat properly. If Jin Zhu and Rui Rui didn't appear before her, he dared not reveal anything that might cause trouble. Seeing him hesitate, old Madame Zhu immediately understood and didn't ask further. After comforting Shu Shu to play with Nurse Wei, Zhu Yi finally shared the news. Hearing that Jin Zhu and Rui Rui were still alive, old Madame Zhu covered her chest and burst into tears. That's wonderful. I knew Jin Zhu and Rui Rui were chosen by heaven. They wouldn't be so easily harmed. Then she hurriedly said, Ah Yi, Jin Zhu is alone with 2 children heading to Betrayal. It must be dangerous. We can't just wait here. Zhu Yi nodded, his eyes full of determination and urgency. I will go to support them. Old Lady Chu nodded and greeted him, but then hesitated. It's best if you go personally to them, but if you leave Betrayal, I worry it might cause unrest among the people.
And Shu Shu.
These past few days, she's finally feeling better. If she sees you leave again, I'm afraid she'll become upset once more. Hearing this, Chu Yi fell silent. Although Shu Shu was still young, she was very sensitive and stubborn. Going to Jin Zhu and the others might take several days. If Shu Shu found out he was hiding something from her, she might be upset with her mother. Mother, I will talk to Shu Shu myself, Chu Yi decided after some thought. Old Lady Chu nodded. Shu Shu is still young, but she's sensible. You should tell her the truth. She might understand the adults' plans. I'll go bring her here now. After Old Lady Chu left, Chu Yi first called Yi Tingxian inside and gave him some instructions. Once he received the order to proceed, Chu Yi quickly sat at the desk and wrote a reply to Jin Zhu. Just after finishing the letter, Shu Shu ran into the granary happily. Little uncle. Grandmother said you wanted to see little uncle, so I came. Chu Yi quickly reached out and picked Shu Shu up, standing face to face with her. Shu Shu, today I received a letter from sister. He took out Jin Zhu's letter and unfolded it, showing it to Shu Shu. Sister has come to see us. She and her brother are on their way here. Shu Shu's eyes lit up suddenly. Really? Then she grabbed the letter and grinned widely. It's sister's handwriting. Shu Shu recognizes it. Sister's writing. Her little face finally looked lively again. At that moment, Chu Yi felt that telling Shu Shu the truth was the right choice. Shu Shu, our place isn't as safe as your sister's country. She's just a girl, and her brother is still young. They're coming to find us, but they might face danger along the way. Chu Yi spoke seriously and carefully. So I want to go and sister and her brother. What do you think? Shu Shu's smile froze, and she looked worried. Then, little uncle, when will sister and brother come back? If everything goes smoothly and there's no danger, they'll be back in about 8 or 9 days.
최후의 answer에 토네스트.
At most, 15 days. I'll definitely bring sister and brother back. Things are unpredictable. It's better to give a longer estimate so the children won't worry or get anxious if they don't return on time. But little uncle, it's dangerous for you too. What should we do? Shu Shu frowned, her small face full of concern. Chuyi gently touched the child's head and said with a smile, Shu Shu, if you're worried, little uncle won't go. Hearing this, Shu Shu nervously stood up. Then sister, brother, what should we do if it's dangerous? Should Shu Shu let little uncle go, or not? Chuyi put away his smile and said seriously, little uncle listens to Shu Shu. The child took a few steps, then sat back down across from Chuyi. He placed a small hand on Chuyi's and said seriously, little uncle, go. Little uncle is brave. He will fight the bad guys, protect sister, and protect brother. Then little uncle will leave, and grandma and Shu Shu will stay at home. Little uncle worries. No worries, little uncle isn't worried. Brother Tingxian is here. He will protect grandma and Shu Shu. Really? Shu Shu isn't afraid? I'm not afraid. Shu Shu isn't afraid. Shu Shu wants sister and brother. Chuyi's eyes softened slightly. He picked up Shu Shu and held her in his arms. Don't worry, little uncle will definitely bring sister and brother back. In the capital city, a luxurious study in a grand mansion. A man in a dark blue robe stood with his back to the door, looking serious and unreadable. A bunch of useless people. They can't even catch a child. Why do I keep you all? A man kneeling in black trembled and said, Master, the group sent to search the mountain didn't return. They were all eaten by wild animals. Only skeletons remain. That child is a demon. Shut up. The man scolded sharply. If he were an ordinary person, I wouldn't bother to look for him so hard. At the ends of the earth, I will find him and bring him back to me. You have 10 days. If you can't find him, come back empty-handed. The man in black shivered all over. Yes, master.
At dusk,
The setting sun slowly sank, and the sky darkened. Heading towards Azhou Prefecture, a carriage was steadily speeding along an unknown path. The path twisted forward and disappeared into a forest. Inside the carriage, 2 children were happily molding small dogs out of clay. One molded the body, the other the head, and they exchanged ideas eagerly. Since the dangerous cave incident, the bond between the 2 kids had visibly grown stronger. Star Treasure started talking more, finally showing some lively, cheerful 5-year-old behavior. Seeing this, Fang Jinju felt both happy and at ease. Her eyes moved between the 2 children and the scenery outside the window. The territory of Tangwu country, as Chuyi mentioned, was just a tiny place. The land was poor, so there was little farmland. Previously, she didn't fully understand the concepts of small and few, but now she was beginning to see some real meaning. Along the way, everywhere she looked, there were mostly mountains and flat land, with hardly any villages in sight. Finally, they came across a wide, flat area, but it was bustling with villagers, crowded and busy. Even she, as an outsider, could tell that resources were limited. Seeing this, Fang Jinju felt a heavy weight in her heart. With many people and little food, and being exploited layer by cunning people, she could easily imagine that the common folk at the bottom of the Tang Wuchao era lived very hard lives, almost like suffering spirits. She sighed softly, then looked ahead and said, Uncle Huang, it's getting late. Why don't we rest in the forest nearby tonight? Uncle Huang looked around and happily agreed, that's a good idea. We've traveled most of the day. Both people and horses are tired. This forest has flat ground, and the cart can go in. We can rest peacefully for the night. As they spoke, the cart entered the forest and went a little further. Uncle Huang then turned the horse onto a small path and entered the woods. Although the trees were dense and the terrain uneven, Uncle Huang was skilled at driving the cart. It was a bit bumpy, but still steady and safe. After another incense stick of time, Fang Jinju lifted the curtain behind the cart to look. She could no longer see the end of the small path through the trees. Only then did she signal Uncle Huang to stop. Miss Jinju, you and the children rest here for a while. I'll go get some hay for the horses and see if there's a water source nearby. Uncle Huang took off the harness and eagerly led the horses away. No wonder he was in a hurry. He usually traveled far and stayed in the county town or inns, so he didn't worry about feed or water. But this was his first time camping outdoors overnight. They had dry food and water, but it was hard to find enough for the horses. Fang Jinju quickly stepped forward and said, "All right, Uncle Huang, you go ahead. I'll stay with the children and gather some firewood." Uncle Huang turned around with a happy, bright face. Good, good. Don't go too far from the cart. Just gather some nearby. I'll be back soon. Fang Jinju nodded repeatedly, watching Uncle Huang lead the horses into the woods. She quickly started gathering firewood with the two children. With Star Treasure present, she wasn't worried about wild animals coming at night. Gathering firewood was just to keep warm, since the cart was barely big enough for 3 people to sleep in. She couldn't bear to let Uncle Huang, an elderly man of 60, stay outside alone. So, naturally, she decided to sleep outside herself. Fang Jinju had already made up her mind. At night, she planned to ask Ruerue to bring out some warm medicinal patches, but she also needed to gather some firewood to make it look like they were preparing for winter. It was the season of autumn decline, and Fang Jinju had the idea of a firewood gathering contest. The 2 kids were very happy and eager. In no time, they collected a large pile of firewood. Seeing that Uncle Huang hadn't returned yet, Fang Jinju guessed there might be no water source in the forest. She then took the 2 children to look around and found a few dried-up natural water holes. Her heart lifted with joy. She quickly asked Ruerue to draw water from the farm and filled the water holes halfway. But that wasn't all. She also told Ruerue to release 2 chickens from the farm and warned the children carefully. If Grandpa Huang asked about it, they could say they caught wild chickens by luck. These white-feathered broiler chickens were a modern hybrid breed, rarely seen outside the northern Liaoning area. No one in this era would know them, and calling them wild animals wouldn't make Uncle Huang suspicious. Besides that, Fang Jinju also told Ruerue to move a patch of weeds from the farm near the water holes. Since it was the season, they couldn't find fresh hay for the horses, and they relied on the horses to travel. They couldn't afford to neglect them. With a reliable farm at hand, Fang Jinju didn't want to suffer hardships unnecessarily. Within what she could explain, she aimed to make herself and the animals around her as comfortable as possible. That was the right thing to do. After everything was arranged, Fang Jinju carried the 2 fresh white-feathered chickens back to the cart. Unexpectedly, Uncle Huang had already returned, looking very disappointed. It was obvious he hadn't found any water or grass for the horses. Grandpa Huang. Ruerue held Xingbao's hand and happily ran toward Uncle Huang.
Look.
We caught wild chickens. Uncle Huang looked over and immediately focused on the white-feathered chickens in Fang Jinju's hand. His eyes widened in shock. Are these wild chickens? He had lived half his life and had never seen white wild chickens before. And at this season, wild animals usually hide deep or stay alert. How did they catch these? Though he was puzzled and suspicious, he quickly stepped forward to take the chickens from Fang Jinju's hands. TSK. They fit perfectly in your hands. Each one probably weighs 5 or 6 jin, about 2.5 to 3 kilograms. Where did you find them? Seeing Uncle Huang's face full of surprise and amazement, Fang Jinju also smiled excitedly, like she'd won the lottery. Uncle Huang, these wild chickens flew right into our hands. Uncle Huang's eyes widened even more.
Huh?
Fang Jinju half-jokingly, half-seriously said, I'm not lying to you. I was just as surprised myself. After gently rubbing the heads of the 2 children, she said mysteriously, Uncle Huang, you won't believe this. Ever since I saved these 2 kids, I feel like my luck has really turned around. Not only did this wild chicken come running to me on its own, but we also found water. In short, blaming luck for everything that can't be explained is always a safe bet. Really? Hearing this, Uncle Huang was very happy. Where is it? Take me there quickly. I was worried about finding water to feed the horses. Fan Jinju and the others hurriedly took Uncle Huang to the water hole. Before Uncle Huang could react, the horse eagerly ran forward and started drinking loudly. After drinking enough, the The horse plunged into the grass near the water hole and happily started eating. Xing Bao pulled Rui over to the horse, whispering quietly. Finally, Xing Bao took Rui's hand to touch the horse's head. Uncle Huang's heart tightened. Just as he was about to speak to stop them, he saw the horse stretch its head over and nudge Rui's small hand, happily bouncing around. The two children and the horse looked very peaceful and warm. Uncle Huang was so surprised his eyes widened, and a shocked smile unconsciously appeared on his face. This horse was usually quite temperamental. He had spent a long time training it just to get it to obey. Even so, the horse was not affectionate towards people, including its owner. But now it was actively showing friendliness to the two children. And there was more. He had been delayed for so long and hadn't found anything. But Jinju and the others not only collected a large pile of firewood, but also found water. They even managed to get food for both the people and the horse. Although Jinju was joking casually, he genuinely believed that good people are rewarded. The two children they saved must be very lucky. Uncle Huang, please also help us by killing these two chickens. We'll roast them for dinner tonight. Fan Jinju spoke at the right time. Uncle Huang snapped out of his surprise, nodded happily, and quickly took the white-feathered chicken to another water hole. It was clear that Jinju and the others were very lucky. There were several water holes, and they didn't need to worry about mixing or contamination. Jinju didn't waste time either. He hurriedly took the two children to the horse cart to start a fire and boil water. They could easily use the large clay pot and salt. But the ingredients for marinating the chicken were not so openly available. However, Jinju had a way. Once Uncle Huang finished slaughtering the chicken, Jinju asked him to go gather more firewood, so they wouldn't run out at night. As Uncle Huang left, Jinju arranged for Xing Bao to keep watch nearby, then asked Rui to bring out all the ingredients for marinating the chicken. The marinated chicken was just taken off the grill when its aroma quickly spread, filling the air and making everyone's mouth water. Not only the two little ones kept swallowing their saliva, but even Uncle Huang, who was gathering firewood, was distracted. He paused, looked around, and then hurriedly gathered a big pile of wood before sitting down with the children in front of the fire, staring intently at the roasted chicken in Fong Jinju's hand. Fortunately, the white-feathered chicken was tender, and it was cooked in about half an hour. After letting it cool for a bit, Fong Jinju tore off two chicken legs and offered them to Rui and Xing Bao. To everyone's surprise, neither of the children accepted. Rui swallowed hard and pushed the chicken leg toward Uncle Huang. Grandpa Huang, you eat first. Sister eats first. Xing Bao nodded eagerly. Yes, Grandpa, you caught the chicken and Sister roasted it. You should eat the best. Uncle Huang looked pleased. He was about to refuse when Fong Jinju smiled and said, All right then, Grandpa Huang, you can have one chicken leg. Sister prefers chicken wings, so I'll give her both wings. The remaining chicken leg can be shared between Rui and brother. Okay? Rui and Xing Bao both grinned and nodded happily. Uncle Huang didn't refuse again. Brother, take a big bite first. Little brother, you go ahead. I'm the older brother, I'll listen to you. Hee okay. Rui will listen to brother. So delicious. This is so tasty, it smells so good. The two little ones took bites, their faces full of happiness. Uncle Huang took a big bite, and suddenly his eyebrows shot up in surprise. The tender, rich meat in his mouth was so delicious it almost melted his tongue. Their family wasn't poor. They could enjoy meat during festivals. But he had never tasted such delicious meat before. After finishing one chicken leg, Fong Jinju handed over a piece of chicken from the body. Uncle Huang praised, Jinju, you're so skilled. This chicken is cooked perfectly, so tasty. Fong Jinju smiled softly. It is indeed delicious. This is the first time I've had such good chicken. I only added a little salt, so I can't claim to be skilled. The chicken is just naturally very good. That's true. Uncle Huang believed her, without hesitation. This chicken looks extraordinary. To think I, an old man, have tasted such good chicken in my life. It's worth it. Rui patted his chest happily. Rui thinks so too.
Ha ha ha.
The soft, childish voice was full of adult words, and their adorable, cheerful expressions made the two adults laugh out loud. In the quiet mountain wilderness, the sound of laughter was bright and clear, startling the birds on the high branches into flight. Suddenly, a gray sparrow swooped down and landed on Xingbao's shoulder. Night fell. On the official road from Beiliang to Mengzhou, several dark figures moved quickly like swift swallows. In just 2 hours, they reached the boundary of Mengzhou County. At this moment, the 4 city gates of Mengzhou County were closed, guarded by soldiers every few steps, with patrols every 5 steps. High on the watchtower, soldiers were keeping watch for any movement outside the city. The dark figures did not approach the city gates, but instead leapt straight along the wall toward the west. Although Mengzhou County has the least farmland, its rugged terrain surrounded by mountains creates a natural barrier, making it a key defensive point for Tangwu. Even the city walls are closely connected to steep mountain cliffs, with defensive barriers set up at important roads at the foot of the mountains to prevent people from climbing over. However, most of Mengzhou's troops are stationed at the training camp and the city gates, so the defenses at the mountain foot are not very strict. Since the mountains are difficult to cross and enemies can't easily attack from there, ordinary people can't climb over the mountains into the city. Therefore, until dawn, no one noticed the dark figures climbing the mountain, then quietly descending into the city and arriving at a house on the outskirts. "Uncle Huang, you go ahead to the carriage. I'll take the 2 kids to the bathroom." "Okay, don't go too far." "Got it, Uncle." After eating and resting, as night fell and it got dark, Fang Jinju and Uncle Huang greeted the children and then moved to a hidden spot. After walking a good distance, Fang Jinju looked toward the campfire, then quietly asked in a low voice, "Xingbao, do you have something to tell sister?" Earlier, during dinner, a gray sparrow landed on Xingbao's shoulder and chirped for a while. She saw Xingbao looking restless, as if she had something to say. Xingbao nodded repeatedly, reached up to cover her ear, and whispered, "Sister, those bad guys are chasing us again. This time, they brought many people." Hearing this, Fang Jinju's heart tightened. She thought they had already escaped, but it turned out those people were still relentless. Thinking of something, she cautiously asked, "Xingbao, did they hurt you before? Are they trying to force you to do something?" Star Treasure was silent for a moment, then nodded. "The bad guys know my secret. They made my fluffy friends bite a young lady. Star Treasure didn't want to, so they hit me and didn't let me eat. Later, my mouse friends dug a hole and helped me escape." Fang Jinju suddenly understood and nodded, then asked, "Why were you caught by the flower picker again?" "Star Treasure doesn't know anyone and doesn't know where to go. Then someone covered my nose, and later I saw my sister." "Star Treasure, do you still remember your daddy and mommy? Do you remember when you were kept in that small house?"
Daddy.
"Mommy? What's that?" Star Treasure only remembers being inside that small house all the time. After speaking, Fan Jinju felt a deep ache in her heart and held the little one's hand tighter. Star Treasure was 5 years old, but didn't understand what Daddy and Mommy meant, or even where he came from. He had been kept inside without seeing the outside world, and just as he saw the outside, he was caught by the flower picker again. Fang Jinju's nose felt a little sore. She crouched down and hugged Star Treasure tightly. Rue sensed something and also stretched out his little arms to hug his brother tightly. There was silence, no words spoken. But in Star Treasure's eyes, tears suddenly filled up. His tiny heart, full of attachment, broke through the ground and trembled as he extended a small leaf of trust toward the world. Fang Jinju was almost sure that if she couldn't catch Star Treasure, those people wouldn't give up easily. They wanted to use Star Treasure to do bad things, and that couldn't happen. With her decision made, she held the 2 little ones' hands and returned to the carriage. The next day, at the gate of Mengzhou County, people and horses came and went in a constant flow. A small, unremarkable caravan mixed in among them and successfully left the city, heading toward the capital. "Master, we're safe now." After walking about a mile out, Han Kongwu hurriedly released Chu Yi from the hidden compartment of the carriage. It was hard for the general, such a tall man, to bend in such a tight space. But there was no other way. Mengzhou County borders North Liao. Their faces are unfamiliar, so with a quick disguise, they could pass easily. But Chu Ye's face looked too much like General Chu, and even with a beard and a bad disguise, it was hard to hide the resemblance. To be safe, Han Kangwu dressed as the owner of the carriage, and Chu Yi pretended to be a servant. The other 4 Chu soldiers, 2 disguised as drivers and 2 as guards. Emperor Wu's 18 prefectures almost all had generals stationed there. Previously, it was because of these people selling supplies to the North Liao that, even after the North Liao abandoned their territory, they could hold on for 2 more months. Before leaving Mengzhou, the generals had already prepared their gear. As soon as they sat down, Zhu Yi ordered outside, "Don't worry about the people in the carriage. The faster we go, the better." Yes. He pulled back the curtain, watching the scenery rush past, feeling as if he was running fast himself. He wished he could spread wings and fly to be with Jin Zhu and Rui.
What?
You want me to return to the capital? As soon as Huang Shu opened his eyes, he was shocked when Fang Jinzhu asked him to go back home immediately. Jinzhu nodded firmly. "Last night, I didn't sleep well. I kept feeling something was going to happen. After thinking it over, I believe it's best for you to return to the capital quickly. If something really happens and you get involved, how can I explain to Aunt Xiujuan? How can she explain to your family?" While speaking, she took out 20 taels of silver from her purse and handed it to Huang Shu. "Please also sell the carriage to us. I know you're tired from walking back to the capital, but I don't know if the silver is enough to buy a horse and carriage or pay you. If it's not enough, I'll..." Enough. Huang Shu snapped out of his thoughts and quickly agreed. Then, he realized something. "No, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, first, you don't know how to drive, and second, if there's real danger, how will the 3 of you handle it? No, I can't leave you all alone to go back to the capital." Seeing the old man's determined face, Jin Zhu felt touched, but her expression was even more resolute. "Huang Shu, think about your family. If something happens to us, what will they do? Don't worry about driving. I know a little. It's just a bit slower, that's all. And you saw for yourself we're lucky. If we stay calm, we might even turn danger into safety. But if we're always worried about involving you, Huang Shu, it might affect our luck. Then, disaster could be unavoidable. So, Huang Shu, even if it's just to give me peace of mind, you must go back home. It's just that it's tough for you to walk back at your age." When she mentioned his family, Huang Shu hesitated. Seeing Jin Zhu's sincere and reasonable face, and knowing she wouldn't accept any argument, he couldn't press further. "The carriage was bought by me for 5 taels of silver. Since I can't take you to Mengzhou, I can't offer any payment for your help, especially since you've already given me 3 taels of silver before." While preparing the horse-drawn carriage, Uncle Huang said, "5 taels of silver is enough. Since we've agreed, let's get on the carriage. The forest path is difficult for horses and carts. I'll drive it out for you and teach you a few driving skills on the main road before you go." Fang Jinzhu nodded with gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Huang." When the carriage left the forest, Uncle Huang carefully explained driving tips to Fang Jinzhu and watched her try them out before feeling assured. She carried the 2 little ones into the carriage and sat at the front, her hands gripping the reins, sweating from nervousness. "Uncle Huang, the journey is long. Please take care of your health. If you encounter a carriage on the way, remember to spend some silver to get a ride back to the capital. Uncle Huang, we're leaving now." Uncle Huang waved his hand. Go. Be careful while driving. If you really run into trouble, well, knock on wood, safe travels. If we reach Mengzhou County, remember to write us a letter to let us know you're safe." Fang Jinzhu nodded firmly. "Once I settle in, I'll write to you immediately." She shook the reins, and the carriage started to move slowly. In just a few breaths, she left Uncle Huang behind. Fang Jinzhu leaned out and threw a small pouch by the roadside, calling out loudly, "Uncle Huang, this silver is for you. If you don't pick it up, someone else will get a good deal." The pouch contained 10 taels of silver. "Drive on." After saying that, she shook the reins and lightly tapped the horse's rear, and the carriage quickly sped up.
Hey.
You girl. Uncle Huang sighed. All right, I'll accept it. If I come to the capital again someday, remember to visit Uncle Huang's house. Grandpa Huang, goodbye. The two little ones leaned out the back window of the carriage, waving their little hands eagerly at Uncle Huang. Sister, I can't see Grandpa Huang anymore. After a long while, Xingbao helped Ruerue sit at the front of the carriage. The wind howled past her ears, and Fong Jinju wiped her cold sweat, saying, Xingbao, tell the horse to slow down. I don't know how to drive, and I wanted to go slower. Xingbao quickly communicated with the horse, and soon the carriage's speed gradually decreased. Fong Jinju's tense body relaxed little by little. She was confident enough to buy Uncle Huang's carriage because she believed that with Xingbao there, even if she had never driven before, she could keep the carriage safe. After all, she was someone who knew how to drive, and with the horse cooperating well, Fong Jinju quickly got the hang of it. The cart's speed increased, but the ride became smoother. In just an hour, they traveled over 50 miles. While driving, Fong Jinju talked to the two children, subtly teaching them how to act if they encountered danger. Nay, suddenly, the lively horse stumbled and lunged forward, falling hard. When Fong Jinju was thrown off, she clearly saw a rope stretched across the ground. Her head hurt, her arms hurt, her legs hurt. Everywhere hurt. Fong Jinju felt like all her bones were shattered. Her mind was buzzing, snowflakes filling her vision. She almost blacked out. But she dared not faint.
Hui.
Star baby. Fong Jinju didn't know how she managed to get up. Even as warm blood flowed down her cheek, she felt nothing. She staggered toward the overturned cart and saw Star baby lifting the curtain, struggling to pull Ruerue out. The two children looked terrified, clearly very scared, but they moved quickly and carefully, seeming unharmed. Seeing this, Fong Jinju's legs gave way, and she sank heavily to the ground, her vision darkening again and again. She shook her head. Fan Qinfu, no fan ting. The situation was strange and dangerous. She couldn't faint. Big sister. Star baby and Ruerue crawled out of the cart, leaning on Fong Jinju, trying to support her with their small bodies. They didn't cry when the cart fell, but seeing their sister covered in blood, tears burst from their eyes instantly. Fong Jinju forced a smile and said, It's okay, sister's fine. Don't cry. Before she could recover, chaotic footsteps and the sound of sheathed blades scraping against each other came from ahead. Then 4 or 5 burly men jumped out from the bushes on both sides of the mountain wall. That's a woman. And 2 kids. Unlucky ones. Look at how ragged they are. It's a waste that our brothers have been hiding behind for so long. Hearing this, Fong Jinju's dizzy mind suddenly cleared a bit. She looked up, her heart pounding. A wolf-tooth club, a broad axe, a knife, beast skin, horse skirt, and a bald, rough man. If they weren't bandits, what else could they be? Instinctively, Fong Jinju tried to stand up, but her left arm was in severe pain, so she quickly retracted it. A sudden cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her heart skipped a beat. It felt like her left arm was broken from the fall. But she couldn't think too much. She quickly switched to her right hand to support herself, shakily stood up, and stepped in front of the 2 children, looking at the approaching people with caution.
Wow.
This woman is quite lucky. She fell so hard, but still managed to stand up. A scar-faced robber looked surprised, then became fierce, saying, Hand over everything valuable on you. Fong Jinju didn't hesitate. She quickly took out all her silver and handed it over, saying, Please, good sir, accept this. Please, everyone, spare our brother and sister's lives. Her tone was respectful, her voice trembling slightly. The robbers looked at each other, their eyes filled with amusement. She's got some sense. Hey, she's got nearly 100 taels of silver. Didn't expect this woman to have some family wealth. Haha, just that little? Not enough for me to fill my teeth. Third boss, don't be in such a hurry. It's only morning. This is a good start. There might be bigger fish behind this. Third boss, this woman looks fair and delicate, and she's pretty. Why not take her back to the camp and let the brothers have some fun? Look at you, lustful fool. Did we just bring back a few women the other day, and now you're bored? Hee hee, different women, different tastes. As they spoke, the robbers started eyeing Fong Jinju with lecherous glints in their eyes. Just being looked at like that made Fong Jinju feel as if she was being overwhelmed by suffocating and feeling sick. She had been naive and hopeful, thinking that these robbers might spare her and the children after taking their valuables. But in this chaotic world, human life was the least valuable thing. If you had value, they'd play with you. If not, they'd kill you casually. Life or death, it all depended on the whim of the stronger. Seeing the robbers slowly approaching, Fong Jinju's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She silently held Xingbao's hand, her expression calm. These wicked villains would make perfect snacks for the beast friends. Big sister, the bad guys behind are coming. Fong Jinju was about to let Xingbao call out to the beast friends, but Xingbao spoke first. Her voice was soft but clear enough for Fong Jinju to hear. She paused, then quickly came up with an idea in her mind. When the robbers reached them, Fong Jinju had already made her decision. Please wait, brave warriors.
We are not ordinary people.
Fong Jinju's expression suddenly became calm, with a hint of sarcasm. There are also people chasing us behind. If you take us back to your village, you might not enjoy your leisure time, and it could bring you trouble. With Xingbao present, these bandits couldn't harm them. But those behind are different. They know Xingbao's skills. After the lesson in the cave, they probably came prepared this time, making escape difficult. Although they are in danger now, it might also be a chance to turn the tables and survive. Hearing this, the brave men exchanged glances and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, little lady trying to trick us? You're still too young for that. Exactly. The Three Dragon Gang does dangerous work. The more trouble, the more excited we get, ha. Fong Jinju looked serious and asked, Are you really not afraid? I haven't heard of the Three Dragon Gang, but I know how powerful the people behind you are. I think you can't compare to them. But if you're brave enough to take in us three siblings, you might make a lot of money. At the end, her face showed a mysterious look mixed with doubt. This well-timed doubt successfully stirred the pride of the bandits. The scar-faced man looked angry and embarrassed. Hey, little lady, you dare to look down on us just because you haven't heard of the Three Dragon Gang? The bald bandit grabbed him and looked suspiciously at Fong Jinju. What's this big fortune you mentioned? Be honest, is it real or fake? If you try any tricks, it won't be the people behind us who deal with you. I'll cut you down right now. Seeing his fierce look, the two young ones wanted to step forward to Fong Jinju, but she held them back firmly. She smiled confidently and said, You don't need to threaten me. I carry a big secret. I've already prepared to escape if I can, and if I can't, I'll take the secret to the grave. They say the forest is full of loyalty, and I was lucky enough to trust you. Looks like I made a wrong bet. She stepped forward and said, If you want to kill, then do it. It doesn't matter who kills us. Seeing her indifferent attitude, the bald bandit's eyes flickered, and he seemed unsure for a moment. Suddenly, the scar-faced man knelt down, pressed his ear to the ground. In a moment, he jumped up, pointing behind Fong Jinju and shouting, Third boss, there are really many people coming. Fong Jinju raised her eyebrows. If you're going to kill, just do it quickly. If you wait any longer, you might not get the chance at all. Although she appeared calm, her heart was tense. This was a risky gamble. Compared to being in the hands of the black-clad men behind her, being with the thieves was somewhat better. But she wasn't sure if these thieves were as brave as they claimed. Go. Drive the cart to a hidden spot and hide until the danger passes, she ordered. Both of you, take the ropes from the ground. The bald man seemed to have made up his mind. He immediately gave orders and then looked at Fong Jinju with a mean expression. You, follow me back to the camp. Hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, some thieves pushed forward to grab Fong Jinju. But she dodged them easily. Don't worry, we want to go back to the camp just as much as you do. We won't cause trouble. She then signaled the two children to walk ahead. Seeing her cooperate so well, The bald man's eyes flickered with greed and excitement. Maybe this young woman really was a big prize. The Three Dragons gang was on a mountain nearby. The thieves thought the two children were slow, so they each carried one. Under Fong Jinju's calming words, the children didn't complain or cry. They sat quietly on the thieves' shoulders, eyes full of worry as they looked at their sister. At the foot of the mountain, she had fallen hard. Fong Jinju still had blood on her forehead and was now holding her injured arm. Every step she took was unsteady. Her sister must be in a lot of pain. After walking a while, the bald man ordered someone to carry Fong Jinju as well.
But she subtly changed the subject.
A brave man brought us back to the camp. Does that mean he believes what I said? Then, based on the secrets I know, can we three siblings survive? The bald man was interested. He snorted coldly. That depends on how much your treasures are worth. Fong Jinju turned her head and raised her eyebrows at him. If so many people are chasing us relentlessly because of those treasures, they're worth more than just a few thousand taels. She looked back at the mountain path and continued climbing. Those treasures, even if you Three Dragons gang had them, would be enough to support a city for 20 years. Seeing her so confident, the greed in the bald man's eyes grew stronger. If what you say is true, I could spare your lives with just a word. But if you dare to lie or play tricks, I'll have my brothers torture you to death. These two little ones, I can also roast them as snacks for drinking. Hearing this, Fong Jinju's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Is empty, and demons walk among humans. There is only worse evil, never the worst. No wonder Chuyi never dares to openly mention his ideals. In this chaotic world, evil people run rampant inside, and enemies outside watch closely. To eliminate evil and enemies and create a peaceful era is truly as hard as climbing to the sky. Of course. Fong Jinju took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and agreed, in front of a hero, we siblings are like ants. We dare not lie or act recklessly. Don't worry. I just want to stay alive. Heroes want money. We each take what we need. The bald man looked at her back and asked, "Where's that thing?" Fong Jinju casually replied, "It's in a mountain in Mengzhou County." Mengzhou County? That's hundreds of miles away from here, isn't it? Yes, so this matter is very serious. Since you are the third in command, you probably need to go back and discuss with the other two leaders. If you want to go with me to get it, we'll need to prepare carefully. There's no treasure. It's just a delaying tactic. Since escaping the black-clad pursuers is impossible, let the bandits of the Three Dragons gang her. She's more worried about being tricked by the second-in-command in front of her than reaching Mengzhou County. The two inside the camp are hard to fool. After climbing for a while, Fong Jinju felt her legs and arms no longer belonged to her. Her injured arm was throbbing painfully, making her sweat profusely. Only then did she see the gates of the Three Dragons gang camp. Her eyes flickered slightly. She had seen many such bandit camps in TV dramas. The gates were usually shabby, and the inside was a mess. But the gates in front of her were 2 meters high and wide, and the signboard was as grand as the mansion of the Prime Minister's residence. A dozen heavily armed bandits guarded the entrance, each strong and burly. If not for their mismatched clothes, they looked even more imposing than the guards on Purple Cloud Street. The houses inside were not luxurious, but orderly. The tallest building in the middle was much higher than the others, and its facade was more prominent. It was probably the residence of the leaders. The bald man and others did not exaggerate. Just from this camp, it's clear that the Three Dragons gang is not ordinary mountain bandits. Fong Jinju pinched her waist hard, forcing herself to stay alert. There were 2 more villains she had to deal with later, leaving no room for mistakes. Sure enough, the bald man led Fong Jinju straight into the central building. "Third brother, why did you finish work so early today?" As soon as I entered, a tall man came toward me. His eyes flicked over the 3 of us like a poisonous snake. He asked, "What's going on here?" Although Fong Jinju kept her eyelids drooping, she quickly saw clearly that the man at the top was a short, dwarf-like man. Everyone says small but capable, and she immediately judged that this dwarf was the boss of the Three Dragons gang and the most difficult to fool. The bald man told everything that had happened before and after meeting Fong Jinju. Finally, his eyes sparkled as he said, "If we can bring back those treasures, our brothers and the whole camp won't have to risk their lives anymore." "Big brother, second brother, what do you think?" The tall, thin man looked at Fong Jinju with suspicion. "Do you really believe what this woman says?" He then reached out and hit the bald man. "Are you crazy?" The dwarf also slid off his stool, looked around at the three of us, then turned to the bald man. "Third brother, do you know why you're only the third? Raising a treasure that has supported a county city for 20 years, and it's still far away in Mengzhou County. Do you believe such nonsense? If you don't start using your brain, I will remove your position as the third boss and choose someone else. Here's a chance. Take them down and kill them now. Just seeing them makes you look stupid and annoying." After speaking, the dwarf coldly shot a sharp look at Fong Jinju, then turned around confidently and returned to his seat. The bald man was not only cooled by the words of the two leaders, but also stabbed with a heart full of anger. Looking at Fong Jinju, his fury was so intense he seemed ready to burn her alive. He reached out to push her out, but Fong Jinju loudly said, "Without even a proper investigation, you cut off a huge source of income. How can you still be the boss or second in command? I think the third boss is brave and clever. It's really unfair that she's under you two self-righteous people." As soon as she finished speaking, two venomous gazes immediately locked onto her like snakes. Seeing the second in command raise his hand to slap her, she was not afraid and instead faced him directly. "I am the daughter of the Marquis's house. I can accept death, but I cannot accept insult. Coming to your camp is to buy dignity with great wealth. If you slap me, you are rejecting this wealth and dignity." The second brother's palm paused just inches from Fong Jinju's cheek, his eyes wide with surprise. "You? The legitimate daughter of the noble family?" He then looked her over carefully. "This is the first time I've seen such a poor-looking noble lady." He sneered, "Just because you judge people by appearances, you think the third brother is stupid?" Fong Jinju coldly retorted, "Unafraid, if I'm being chased and attacked. Do you think I should wear fancy clothes to escape?" She ignored the second brother's attempt to speak and turned directly to the dwarf man. "My face is proof enough. With a little investigation, you'll see I'm not lying. Our three siblings' lives and deaths, and whether the Three Dragons gang will get rich, all depend on what the big brother decides." Seeing her confident and sincere expression, the dwarf man's eyes flickered with thought. After a moment, he waved his hand. "Second brother, go down the mountain immediately and find a painter to come here. Third brother, find a place for them to stay and watch over them carefully. If there's even the slightest mistake, I'll hold you responsible." Hearing this, the third brother's face lit up with joy, and he quickly agreed, "Yes, big brother. I'll lock the three of them in my room. They won't escape." But the second brother still hesitated, full of doubts. The dwarf man shot him a fierce glare, and he dared not speak further, only nodding in agreement. "Also, second brother, while you're out looking for a painter, please find a doctor for the young lady." Fong Jinju quickly added, "My arm is broken. If I don't get proper treatment, I might miss the important affairs of the Three Dragons gang." The second brother snorted, "It's just one arm. As long as I don't die, nothing will be lost." Fong Jinju refused to show weakness. "Normal people might survive a broken arm, but I'm not favored, and I've been raised as a noble lady since childhood. The third brother knows how badly I was hurt, and you all scared me so much I climbed up the mountain, exhausted my energy. I might not live long enough for you to finish your plans. If I die from my injuries and fever, it's no big deal. But the Three Dragons gang will lose a fortune because of the second brother's impulsiveness." The second brother, furious and ashamed, shouted, "What a smooth-talking woman." The head of the family sternly shouted, "Second brother." Seeing this, the second brother glared at Fong Jinju fiercely, then turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. The head of the family looked at Fong Jinju. "There's a doctor in the village. Third brother, have the doctor come and check her." "Yes, big brother." I'll take care of everything for them. Don't worry. Chu Yi and his group arrived in Qinzhou County in the afternoon. After changing horses in the town, they replenished some dry food and water, then hurriedly closed the city gate and left. Master, your chest wound isn't fully healed yet. Traveling day and night like this. Han Kongwu looked at Zhu Yi with concern. It's not good for your health. The goddess is very powerful. She surely won't be in danger. You don't need to worry so much. When they entered the town earlier, they also changed Zhu Ye's medicine. The rough journey kept causing his chest wound to bleed, which was very worrying. Zhu Yi shook his head, his eyes firm. You don't understand. Jin Zhu's powers only work in her own place. Here, she's just an ordinary woman, a weak girl with 2 children. It will be very dangerous.
Don't worry about me.
As long as we stay safe, we should hurry and find a safe place to rest for an hour later tonight. With this speed, they should reach the borders of Xiangzhou County by tomorrow morning. Jin Zhu and the others are also heading north to Liao. Maybe they will meet in Xiangzhou County. The Eagle's message was sent 2 days ago. Jin Zhu should have received it. It said they would help them. When she gets the message, she will reply immediately. Considering the distance and time, he should receive Jin Zhu's reply by tomorrow night. Then he will know if she is safe and where she is now. Jin Zhu, you must wait patiently for me to come and pick you up.
Somnongung.
The doctor fixed a wooden stick on Fong Jinzhu's arm and applied some medicine. The bald leader of the gang then settled Fong Jinzhu and the others in a side room of his house. When they entered, a thin woman was making the bed. Hearing footsteps, she trembled with fear, her movements quickening but trembling nervously. Without turning around, Fong Jinzhu could feel her fear and panic. Take good care of these 3 girls in the next few days. If anything goes wrong, I will cut off your ear again. Do you hear me? The woman turned around, bowing humbly with her body bent. Yes, I understand. At that moment, Fong Jinzhu saw that the woman's left eye was covered with cloth, still bleeding through the fabric, looking extremely fierce. A cold shiver ran from her feet to her head and heart. Looking at the 3rd leader, she felt like he was a monster wearing human skin.
Someone.
Guard this room tightly, and also make sure the windows are well sealed. As soon as the 3rd leader gave the order, more than 10 bandits stepped forward, sealing the door and the bed tightly. As long as you stay here honestly, you won't lack food and drink. Finally, the 3rd in command looked at Fong Jinzhu with a mix of threat and reassurance, saying, Once we have the items, I will naturally let you go. But if you dare to use tricks or schemes, He didn't finish his sentence, but his fierce and cruel gaze revealed everything. Fong Jinzhu nodded honestly. Don't worry, in front of real strength, all tricks and schemes are useless. I know my place. The 3rd in command should do his best to get the eldest brother to leave for Mengzhou County quickly. That way, you can get the treasure sooner, and I can gain my freedom faster. The 3rd in command looked at her. No matter what the elder or 2nd brother thought, he firmly believed in Fong Jinzhu's identity as the legitimate daughter of the Fong family. After all, an ordinary woman in this situation wouldn't be able to stay calm and speak to them without showing fear. If this time they really managed to secure the treasure, maybe he could climb to the 2nd in command's position and no longer have to suffer the contempt of his 2nd brother. After the 3rd in command left with the woman tidying up the bedding, Fong Jinzhu finally relaxed and sat down heavily on the bed's edge. Big sister, it hurts. Rue had been holding back tears for a long time, but they finally fell, and he pointed at Fong Jinzhu's injured arm. Star Treasure also pouted, looking very worried. Fong Jinzhu reached out and gently touched their heads, smiling softly. It's okay. The doctor has checked and I don't hurt. But she did hurt. Especially now that she was relaxed, the pain in her arm seemed to amplify tenfold, making her sweat cold. Earlier, when the doctor was fixing her arm with a wooden splint, it was swollen abnormally. She didn't know if it was a fracture or a. But in ancient times, being trapped and only able to use a wooden splint to help it heal was already quite good. She just hoped her arm wouldn't be useless. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju quickly leaned close to Rui's ear and asked him to bring out a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine. Chiu. Just after swallowing the medicine, a familiar eagle cry came from outside. Fong Jinju's eyes lit up. It was the messenger eagle returning. She quietly tiptoed to the window, pressed her face to and looked outside. She could only see the figure of the guarding bandits, but couldn't see much detail. Hero, could you open the window so we can get some air? Fong Jinju's eyes flickered, then she patted the window frame. Anyway, with so many of you guarding, we can't escape, right? The outside bandits simply responded dismissively that it was not possible. Seeing this, Fong Jinju dared not speak further, worried about arousing suspicion. But how could she contact her eagle friend? Noticing her anxiety, Xingbao tugged at Fong Jinju's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, I can ask my mouse friends to help." Fong Jinju's face lit up with hope. She quickly crouched down and taught Xingbao how to communicate with the little mice. Then she asked Rui to take out paper and a pen. Although they had arrived in Mengzhou County and she had ways to cover their lies, she didn't trust the villains who said they would let them go after getting what they wanted. She needed Xu Ye's help to rescue them. She told Xingbao and Rui to stand at the door and keep watch. In the shortest time and simplest words, Fong Jinju explained everything that had happened and asked Xu Yi to find a way to help them in Mengzhou County. Finally, Xingbao quietly called out a few times from the corner, and a mouse crawled out of its hole. Just as the little mouse carried a letter into its hole, the door suddenly creaked open. It was the one-eyed woman who had tidied up the bed earlier. She brought in some food. She kept her head lowered, trembling all over. "Madam, please have some food. When you're done, just leave it here. I'll come back to tidy up later." After placing the food down and giving her instructions, the one-eyed woman turned and left. Fong Jinju didn't say a word, nor did she move closer. Because outside, the bandits were watching them closely, not blinking. Saying anything more might cause trouble for her and the woman. Once the one-eyed woman left the house, Fong Jinju didn't look at the bandits outside. She smiled at the two children, saying, "Eat now." There was a simple vegetable dish and 3-course steamed buns. Just enough for them to fill their stomachs. Rui and Xingbao hurried forward, picking up their chopsticks. "Eat, sister." Rui took a bun and held it near Fong Jinju's mouth. "Sister, it's okay, Rui will feed you." Xingbao carefully picked a vegetable and held it in her hand, watching Fong Jinju with anticipation. Fong Jinju quickly bent down, took a bite of the bun, then ate the vegetable from Xingbao's chopsticks. Chewing happily, she said, "It's so good. Even if my arms are useless, as long as I have you too, I won't go hungry. Come on, you eat too. Take a bite, then feed me one." Seeing this, the bandits outside finally closed the door with a complicated look. After finishing their meal, Fong Jinju called out, and the one-eyed woman came to take away the dishes. As soon as the bandits shut the door, the mouse friend crawled out from under the bed, carrying a somewhat tattered letter in its mouth. She put down the letter, and the mouse friend called out twice to Star Treasure, then quickly disappeared. For some reason, Fong Jinju sensed dissatisfaction in the mouse friend's voice and asked curiously, "Star Treasure, what was it just saying?" Star Treasure shyly scratched his head and replied, "Annie Mouse said that Uncle Eagle was so hungry he almost ate it. It was so scared." Fong Jinju also felt a bit embarrassed. She had forgotten that eagles are predators of mice. Fortunately, Eagle Friend was very self-controlled and didn't cause any harm to the mice, or she wouldn't be able to explain to her helpful mouse friends. She sighed as she opened the letter. "Jinju, I was so happy to hear that you and Rui are safe. Words can't express how I feel. When we meet again, I will tell you everything. Jinju, as I send this letter, I am already on my way to meet you. Jinju, before I arrive, please take good care of yourself and the children. When you receive this letter, please write back and tell me where you are and if you are safe. Jinju, Rui, wait for me." The familiar handwriting made Fong Jinju feel at ease instantly. After reading, she felt both comforted and surprised. Xu Yi had already set out to meet them as soon as he received the letter. Considering the distance, they should have already left Mengzhou County. Although she had already sent Chu Yi to meet them, Fang Jinju wasn't worried about any miscommunications. Chu Yi was the battle god of Beliao and an expert in military strategy. He would carefully plan based on her letter. After reading the letter, Fang Jinju told Ruerwei to take the letter back to the farm. Thinking that Chu Yi was rushing to meet them, she felt both relieved and excited, and her arm pain seemed to lessen a little. Although it was still early evening, she had already snuggled into bed with the two little ones. They hadn't rested well last night due to staying out, and today she was injured and tense, so she quickly fell into a deep sleep with her head on the pillow. Please let me go, sob. No. She was suddenly awakened by a woman's sharp scream. Loud, obscene laughter from men and desperate pleas from women echoed around her. She could guess what was happening without thinking. In an instant, Fang Jinju was wide awake. The sounds from the next room were like a trigger, and soon, the entire village was filled with the screams of women. Fang Jinju's anger flashed instantly, like a raging wave. If she hadn't lied to protect herself, she would probably be one of those unfortunate women now. She quickly, gently woke Xingbao and asked him to call a mouse friend to go out and shake the beast. She didn't know everything, but since she saw and heard it, she couldn't pretend to be deaf and ignore it. Within her ability, she had to help these innocent women. This time, Fang Jinju asked Ruiru to bring a bag of rice from the farm as a reward. She promised that as long as things went well, she could ensure that all the mice in Sanlong Gang would never have to worry about food for their whole lives. She also asked her mouse friends to greet the wild animals helping them, saying that if they had a chance to leave Sanlong Village, she would treat them to a big feast. Although these animal friends didn't expect anything in return, just helping based on Xingbao's words, they did it out of kindness. Whether human or animal, helping her was a sign of gratitude, not something to take for granted. If they had the ability, they should repay immediately. The mice saw the bright white rice and their eyes widened with excitement. They squeaked a few times at Fang Jinju and the others before slipping away quickly. This time, without needing Xingbao to explain, Fang Jinju understood everything. The mice of Sanlong Gang must be celebrating wildly. They thought it would take at least a stick of incense to see results, but surprisingly, they soon heard the sound of pots and pans clattering from the next room, along with a man cursing as he chased mice, and women screaming in panic. Why are there so many mice? Quick, everyone, get up and chase the mice. Immediately after, there was chaos outside, as if the villains of Sanlong Gang had all come out in full force. Fang Jinju let out a breath of relief and pretended to be startled, calling out, "Hero, what's happening outside?" Someone outside responded impatiently, "Just go back to sleep. Nothing serious." Although they said that, the noise outside grew louder and louder, even with the sound of a man screaming in pain. Fang Jinju guessed he had been bitten by a mouse. She curled her lips slightly. She originally asked these little creatures to go shake the beast, but unexpectedly, they handled it themselves. Fang Jinju couldn't help but secretly praise these tiny creatures, who were usually beaten and scolded by everyone. This time, they had done something truly great. With such a big commotion, tonight those villains probably wouldn't bother the innocent women anymore. Fang Jinju then held the two little ones close and peacefully fell asleep. The chaos outside lasted all night. The more excitement there was, the more at ease Fang Jinju felt, and she slept well through the night. At dawn the next day, they were awakened and taken to the boss's house without even having breakfast. Seeing that all the villains looked tired and yawned along the way, Fang Jinju felt very relieved. But she kept a calm face and showed no emotion. The three bosses also looked exhausted and sluggish. Fang Jinju's eyes were full of doubt, but she didn't ask any questions. The boss looked at Fang Jinju with a suspicious gaze. All these years, the three dragon gang had been peaceful. But yesterday, after they brought this woman back, there was suddenly a rat infestation at night. He vaguely felt that last night's events might be connected to this woman, but seeing her innocent and confused expression, the boss yawned and withdrew his gaze. He thought he was going crazy. If this woman really had such great powers, how could she have been caught and brought to their camp? Finally, he told the artist kneeling on the ground trembling, "Go, draw her face. As long as the drawing looks enough like her, she can be spared from death." Once the portrait was finished, Fang Jinju and the others were locked in a room again. If they took the portrait to Xian Street in the capital and inquired, they could confirm her identity. A round trip would take a day and a night. Fang Jinju guessed that by the latest the day after tomorrow, the Three Dragon Gang would take her to extort money. During this time, she planned to do something big. After days and nights of traveling, Zhu Yi and his group had already left 30 miles outside of Qinzhou Prefecture. Now, their carriage was moving much faster than before. "General, since Miss Jinju can still send messages, it means she is safe." Han Kangwu was worried himself and tried to comfort, but his words sounded unconvincing. "Don't worry. With our speed, we should reach Xiangzhou in a few days."
Then,
"Go faster." Zhu Yi interrupted Han Kangwu. He clenched the letter tightly in his lap, his eyes already bloodshot. Jinju and the others had fallen into the hands of bandits and robbers. Not only that, the child she saved was unusual, and a group of people in black was chasing them. Although Jinju was clever and planned to let the robbers them to Mengzhou, claiming that with a child there, they could call on beast friends for help in dangerous moments, so they wouldn't be in danger of losing their lives.
but
That was a bandit den. Who knew what they might encounter next? Although he had already sent someone back to North Lia to gather more troops, just thinking about Jinju and Rue walking on a tightrope made his heart feel tight and suffocating. Faster. Even faster. At this moment, Chu Yi only wished he had wings, so he could instantly go to the bandit hideout and save them. Han Kangwu was also anxious. With 100,000 troops ready at the front, he had never seen the general lose composure in battle. But now, he could clearly feel that beneath the general's calm restraint, there was a mountain of chaos and upheaval. The general was worried and confused. When Jinju and Rue disappeared earlier, although the general kept his emotions in check without losing control, everyone could feel the deafening sadness in his heart. Now, with Jinju and Rue again trapped and in danger, if anything else happened, he was afraid the general might not be able to hold on. "General, I know you're anxious." Han Kangwu steadied his mind and comforted him, but I think Jinju's move was very clever. Jinju was able to send a message, which shows she has gained the trust of the Three Dragons gang. Indeed, only under their protection could she avoid being caught by the black-clad pursuers. Our top priority now is to think about how to follow them quietly if we meet the Three Dragons gang head-on, and how to protect Jinju until we reach Mengzhou Prefecture. After all, there are only 3 of us. Even if you, General, can fight 100, we can't recklessly attack. We must absolutely ensure Jinju and their safety. Hearing this, Chu Yi refocused his thoughts. He knew that bringing Han Kangwu along was the right choice. Yi Tingxian and the others were capable but impulsive and impatient. But Han Kangwu was different. He was older, like a father, calm and meticulous. At critical moments, he could always soothe people's hearts just right. "You're right." After a while, Chu Yi finally spoke, his gaze gradually becoming clear. "Don't worry, I already have a plan." Three Dragons Gang. For 2 consecutive nights, there had been a rat infestation, and everyone couldn't sleep peacefully. The gang leader immediately started questioning Fang Jinju overnight. He had confirmed her identity. She was indeed the legitimate daughter of the Xiang family. But confirming her identity was not enough. Why was the noble daughter of the Xiang family wandering outside, fleeing for her life? If Fang Jinju showed even a hint of suspicion, he would kill all 3 siblings without mercy. Faced with sharp questioning, Fang Jinju remains calm and composed. She had already prepared her words. "To be honest, the hidden treasures in the mountains of Mengzhou County are all things my father has been collecting over the years." She looks serious and says, "The people hunting me are also sent by my father because I accidentally overheard the butler reporting to him about where he was hiding the treasures, so he wanted to silence me." When she speaks, The three household heads exchange looks, their faces complicated and filled with disbelief. Second household head immediately questions, "You are his real daughter. Even if you knew where the treasures are, so what? We're all family. If one suffers, we all suffer. Can you really betray your own family and harm your own interests? He would at most warn you, but not kill you. Your story doesn't hold up at all." Fong Jinju shows a hint of self-mockery and says, "Family? When you sent people to investigate, didn't you look deeper into the situation? Earlier, I said I was just his wife from before he became successful. He didn't like me from the start, thinking I was his shame. Since he remarried, I, his daughter, am seen as even lower than servants. When I overheard his secret this time, it was just a reason for him to get rid of his shame, an excuse that sounds noble. Moreover, I happened to overhear his secret because my stepmother set a trap for me." She sighs with a bitter smile, shaking her head. "I barely escaped with my life, but my father's influence spreads all over Tangwu. Where could I possibly run to?" Fong Jinju looks at the heads of the household with hope and vitality in her eyes. "But my father probably never expected I would willingly go into the bandits' den. For me, the Samlong gang is actually safer than outside." The chief of the household's guarded and perceptive gaze softens slightly, but his tone remains sharp. "Trying to use the Samlong gang to avoid trouble? You have quite some guts. I'm just trying to stay alive. Is that wrong?" Fong Jinju's voice carries a hint of sadness and helplessness. "Even living one more day is good. The reason I act this way is because I know this will bring great benefit to the Samlong gang, so I dare to do it." Her eyes dimmed a little. "But I know that with the power of the Three Dragons gang, they can't compete with my father, who is a high official of the country. That's why I tried to hide the source of our family's wealth. I thought that as long as you didn't know the truth, you might still fight for it. I also wanted to take the chance to negotiate with the leaders, asking the gang to shelter us siblings and give us a safe place to hide. But the wise and careful leader saw right through me, leaving nothing hidden. Now that you already know the truth, this deal is off. Do whatever you want, kill or cut, it's up to you." After saying this all in one breath, Fong Jinju finally seemed to relax a little and smiled. "If only the leader could let us siblings enjoy a good meal before we die, that would be the best." Seeing her calm attitude toward life and death, the leader's eyes showed a new respect. Although she already believed most of it, she still made a final test, asking, "Since you know there's no way out, isn't it better to die at your own father's hands? Why die here, in our bandits' den? What's the point?" Fong Jinju paced happily. "My own father? From the moment he tried to kill me, he's no longer my father. To me, he's even less than you. At least with you, I still have a chance to negotiate for my life. But with him, I have only death ahead. The only way for me and my two brothers to survive is if I find new parents who will save us. All the moral rules and ethics in this world mean nothing when faced with life and death. As long as I can fool these villains, as long as I can keep myself and my children safe, there's nothing I wouldn't say or do."
Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, the leader burst out laughing. "Knowing how to adapt makes you a wise person. You really understand this well, just like my temper. Second brother, go prepare immediately. Tomorrow we set out for Mengzhou." Not only the two leaders were shocked on the spot, but Fong Jinju also couldn't believe it. You really dare to oppose my father?" The leader jumped down from his high seat. "You really think the Three Dragons gang is just a small force? Almost half of Tangwu's bandits and robbers listen to me. You said it yourself. Your father would never expect you to make a deal with us, so he could never guess that we're after his wealth this time. When we get to Mengzhou, we'll catch him off guard again. These possessions were obtained through deception and theft from the court. Even if they are taken away, he can only suffer quietly. Otherwise, his wealth could rival a kingdom. The young emperor might think he's hoarding wealth and preparing to rebel, so he wouldn't let him sit comfortably in his position. Just focus on guiding the carriage safely from inside. There's no need to worry about anything else." As he spoke, he walked up to Fong Jinju and the others. "Third brother, help the second brother prepare things. Leave some people in the village to guard the home, and everyone else, Come with us to Mengzhou. He was small and seemingly full of greed and ambition, despite his tiny body. Fong Jinju was surprised inwardly. The word short but clever fit this villain perfectly, embodying his cunning and intelligence. It's a pity those qualities weren't used for good. To prevent mice from causing trouble tonight, the villagers started setting mouse poison early in the evening. They poured a lot of effort into it, mixing poison into the grain. In this world, people can't even get enough to eat, let alone animals. If all goes as expected, tomorrow the Three Dragons gang will find a lot of dead mice. But they didn't realize that the mice in the Three Dragons gang's territory were better fed than they were. While humans eat coarse grains, the mice are feasting on fine rice and flour. Plus, Fong Jinju had instructed that the poisoned grain on the ground was ignored by the mice. They wouldn't touch it. That night, the number of mice increased several times compared to the previous days, as if all the mice from the nearby hills had come down. They were unusually fierce, chasing and biting anyone they saw.
Ah,
So many mice. Fong Jinju rushed out of the room with the two children behind her, followed by a large swarm of mice. The guards at the door were covered in mice themselves, unable to protect themselves, let alone her. Don't let her escape. The third-in-command hurried over when he saw them run out. He looked like he was wearing a coat made of writhing mice, with wounds from bites all over his body. Though not life-threatening, the pain was intense. But Fong Jinju and the two children ran straight into the main house, showing no intention of fleeing. Big boss, think of a way quickly. Fong Jinju shouted as she hurriedly moved around the house, dodging the mice with the children. This chaos is disturbing everyone's sleep. How can we continue our journey tomorrow? Why not go down the mountain and sleep in the wild? The main house leader was quick and agile but also annoyed. Seeing this, a flash of determination appeared in his eyes. He immediately made a decision. Third brother, send people down the mountain with me. The second brother ordered the people staying behind in the village to use any method necessary to kill all the mice on this hill. If he returned from Mengzhou County to find the same scene, he would make them answer with their lives. Although the reason for the mice's disturbance was unknown, he was too focused on the important matter at hand to care. The young woman was right. Since they were leaving tomorrow, it was better to go down the mountain tonight and stay overnight. Soon, the third brother led Fong Jinju and over 200 bandits in a hurried escape down the mountain. As they left, the women who had been captured earlier started screaming and ran out of their rooms, all covered in mice. Behind them, a group of mice was chasing after everyone. Strangely, these mice seemed trained. They blocked and pushed, trying to herd the women outside the village. The women, already frightened by the bandits' cruelty, dared not run out of the village when faced with such a scene. But when they turned around, the mice suddenly attacked fiercely. Desperate to survive, they gritted their teeth and ran outside the village. Fortunately, most of the bandits had already gone down the mountain, and the guards at the gate were too busy being chased and bitten by the mice to stop them. One after another, the women escaped from the village. In their panic, they didn't realize that the mice on their bodies hadn't actually bitten them. Only after they had run quite a distance did they notice that the mice had disappeared without a trace. The one-eyed woman also managed to escape. She ran down the mountain desperately, falling many times and getting scratched by thorns and stones, leaving blood marks all over her. But she didn't feel any pain and wished she could fly away. She feared that this hard-won chance for freedom was just a dream. Throughout the descent, her mind kept replaying Fong Jinju's look of compassion and salvation when she looked at her. She felt that the recent mice disturbances were somehow connected to that young woman. Their escape from this den of evil was surely thanks to her kindness. From now on, as long as she lived, she would be grateful to that woman every single day. The villains had already prepared carts and horses at the foot of the mountain, disguising themselves as a courier team. There were 20 wagons, 2 for passengers and the rest for cargo, filled with empty boxes. The leader and second-in-command rode in one cart, while Fong Jinju and the 2 children rode in another. Although the wagons were a bit cramped, Fong Jinju slept peacefully through the night. With so many bandits guarding outside, what was there to fear? At dawn, The convoy began to move slowly. Fong Jinju opened her eyes briefly, gave a few instructions to the children, and then tried to rest. If they could sleep, they should. If not, they could sit up and relax. Then she closed her eyes again, feeling peaceful. Actually, she couldn't sleep. Her arm hurt badly. Although she took painkillers, sitting was more uncomfortable than lying down, and being awake was worse than closing her eyes. Seeing the worried looks of the two little ones made her feel even worse. It was better to pretend to sleep with her eyes closed. Even with her eyes shut, her mind kept racing. Shui should have already received the letter and be returning to Betrayal now, preparing to rescue them. But Mengzhou County had been designated as a border area by the court, with strong military forces. Shui's troops trying to rescue people right under Mengzhou's nose would be very difficult. One careless move could mean they might never return. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju felt a chill.
No.
Shu Yi and his men cannot go to Mengzhou. They must save themselves. Once they escape the city, Chu Yi can come to help them. Just as she thought this, a cry of an eagle came from outside. Fong Jinju quickly opened her eyes. Chu Yi had replied. But the bandits on both sides of the carriage were guarding tightly, so the eagle's message couldn't get through. They had just left not long ago, and stopping now to get off would be unreasonable.
She could only endure it for now.
Fortunately, her eagle friend was clever and had been following the convoy calmly, occasionally calling out. After about half an hour, Fong Jinju saw through the curtain that they were passing through a forest. She nodded to the two little ones. Ruerue immediately understood and loudly said, "Sister, Ruerue needs to go." "Sister, I also need to go." Xingbao quickly echoed. "Sister, Ruerue is about to." "Sister, I've held it for a long time and can't hold it anymore." Fong Jinju winked at the two little ones to praise them, then lifted the curtain and spoke to the people outside. "Good sir, please pass the message to the boss. The children need to go urgently." The bandits outside looked at her, then hurried forward to pass the message. This woman was now like a goddess of wealth. The boss had also ordered that as long as they didn't let her escape, everything else was fine. Soon, the convoy slowed to a stop. The third-in-command personally came out with 6 burly men to follow Fong Jinju and the others into the woods. The 6 men surrounded the two little ones in a circle. Fong Jinju said she also needed to go. The third-in-command followed her a short distance, helping her squat behind a bush to quickly take care of it. He was just 5 or 6 steps behind the bush. As Fong Jinju lifted her foot, he quickly moved to grab the back of her collar to prevent her from escaping. Quack! Suddenly, a flock of crows cawed loudly from the forest. Immediately, a large group of crows flew out from the trees, chaotic and rushing toward the tall men. The third-in-command quickly drew his sword and prepared to defend himself. At the same time, Fong Jinju waved her hand, and her eagle friend silently landed beside her. Fong Jinju swiftly took the letter from its foot and tied the pre-prepared message onto its leg. Rue's eyes flickered with concern. A few white-feathered chickens suddenly appeared deep in the forest, jumping and fluttering in fright. The eagle friend's eyes brightened, and it quickly flew up to perch on a tree branch. Rue, Xingbao, are you ready?" Fong Jinju stood up in a panic, nervously looking in the direction of the two children. "We're almost done. Then we'll go back to the carriage," she said nervously. "This place is really scary." Rue cheerfully replied. Rue hasn't finished pulling yet. "Don't worry, sister's here with a brave uncle." The bandits. Everyone called them bandits, and they had long since gotten used to it and even took pride in the name. But hearing those words from such a young child made it feel strange and uncomfortable. They returned to the carriage. After walking a bit further, Fong Jinju finally took out the letter from her shoe. "Jinju, by the time you receive this letter, we should already be in Xiangzhou County. Also, I've arranged for someone to return to Beiliao early and secretly hide in Mengzhou. I know you're clever and brave, but dealing with bandits is like playing with fire. I'm very worried, but there's nothing I can do now. Everything depends on you. So, if it comes to a desperate situation, remember to prioritize your life." Don't be bound by worldly morals. Act decisively. Your and Rui's survival is the best outcome. Fang Jinju's lips curved into a reassuring smile as she had Rui take the letter back to the farm. Although Chuye's words were very vague, she understood immediately. If a woman falls into bandits' hands, even suicide might not guarantee her chastity. Not to mention ancient times. Even in modern days, women assaulted by villains find it hard to escape societal judgment. Women with strong personalities or those afraid of gossip often choose to die to preserve their virtue. Chuyi didn't mention the word chastity, but the meaning in the letter shook her deeply. Actually, even if she were alone and helpless, she would do her best to survive. But Fang Jinju was very grateful. Grateful that in this chaotic world, she still had a friend like Chuyi willing to risk his life for her. Just as she was feeling comforted, the carriage suddenly slowed down. Fang Jinju snapped back to reality. Just as she was about to open the curtain, she heard a tall man outside whispering harshly, "Be quiet, a group of black-clad people just arrived ahead." Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly withdrew her hand. No need to ask, it's definitely the black-clad people chasing after them. "Brother, please stop." The black-clad person's voice came from outside. Fang Jinju hugged the two children tightly, holding her breath and listening carefully. The leader of the group said, "Who do you think you are? Why should we stop just because you say so? You're delaying our mission. Can you afford the consequences? Ignore them. Keep moving." Fang Jinju's eyes showed worry. Robbers are just robbers. From their words and attitude, they seem fearless and aggressive. Most people would run away at this scene. But these black-clad people are not ordinary. Shush, shush, shush. The black-clad men immediately drew their swords and blocked their way. "Sir, you don't look like someone escorting a caravan. You seem more like a bandit. But no matter who you are, you have to cooperate in front of us. Tell us, did you see a woman in her late teens or early 20s with two boys? And who is sitting in that carriage behind? Lift the curtain and let us see." Fang Jinju's heart tightened. These black-clad men are even more aggressive than robbers. She had underestimated them. She thought hiding among a group of robbers would keep her safe from these black-clad people. But she didn't expect them to be so relentless. They are determined to catch the star treasure no matter what. Fang Jinju became more convinced that the leader of the black-clad group must be planning some big, sneaky scheme involving the star treasure. Just as she felt tense, she heard the leader of the robbers snort coldly outside. 200 robbers all drew their swords at once. Even if the emperor himself came, he would have to speak softly in front of me. How dare a little brat question me? I haven't even seen the person you're talking about. Even if I had, I wouldn't be bullied into answering you. You're asking for death. I can send you on your way. Then, she heard the robbers rushing out.
"Wait."
The black-clad man raised his hand calmly and said, "It seems you haven't seen the person I mentioned. We apologize for our impatience. That woman and the children have truly caused trouble for our lord. The lord pressured us too harshly, and we searched in vain all along. Only then did we dare to stop and ask. Although your men are many, we are all top experts. If we fight, both sides will suffer losses. We apologize if we have offended you. Please forgive us, and let us part ways peacefully. That is the best choice for both of us." Without waiting for the leader's response, we rode away in the opposite direction. The black-clad man passing by the carriage paused briefly, his eyes showing suspicion and hesitation. In the end, he rode away. The bandits, realizing too late, rushed after him, shouting curses at the departing figure. Although tensions were high and conflict seemed imminent, they suddenly withdrew without explanation. During this back and forth, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. The black-clad man was unpredictable. I was truly afraid he might suddenly stab through the carriage window with his sword. My thoughts were a bit shallow. Still, I am glad I took the risk. Even if a fight broke out, it would be two groups of villains hurting each other, which would be a good outcome for us. After the black-clad man left, our journey went smoothly. We rested once at noon to eat and resupply. Then we crossed Zhou Prefecture in one go. The next city is Xiangzhou Prefecture. We stayed overnight along the way. I also received a reply from Chu Yi and sent him a letter back. Chu Yi and his group have already changed horses and left Xiangzhou Prefecture. Based on the distance, we are only about 50 miles from Xiangzhou. That means we are less than an hour away from Chu Yi. Thinking of this, I felt excited and nervous. Excited because, although I knew what Chu Yi looked like, I had only seen him in videos before. Now, I can finally see the North Liao war god in person, my friend from over 2,000 years ago. This feeling is like meeting an online friend face-to-face, making me both eager and thrilled. But I also felt more nervous. Chu Yi and his two companions are only 3 people. Even if they come quickly, they can't fight these bandits. They can't avoid being noticed and followed by the bandits either. In his letter, Chu Yi suggested a plan, but I think it's extremely risky. His words are firm, so I believe he won't change his mind. We can only adapt as needed. If Chu Yi's plan works, and he uses the bandits as shields to us back to North Liao, that would be the best solution. But if that doesn't work, at worst, let these bandits all be swallowed by the beast. If I encounter black-clad men again, even if they have ways to deal with beast friends, with Chu Yi present and the fake weapons in the farm, it would only be a bit troublesome and noisy, but never life-threatening. Fang Jinju hugged Xingbao and Ruerui, whispering softly, like a mosquito. To be completely safe, the children's cooperation is essential. Chu Yi, don't worry, I am fine, not just in terms of life. Ruerui and Xingbao are also very well. This afternoon, we really met black-clad men face-to-face. Without those bandits acting as shields and dealing with them, we might have fallen into the hands of the black-clad men. We have already passed Zhou Prefecture and traveled another 30 miles. Counting it up, we are less than an hour away. I am very excited and nervous. I hope everything goes smoothly from now on. After reading the letter, Chu Yi's eyes relaxed significantly, and the worry that had been pressing on his mind all along finally eased by half. Keep moving, don't stop. Night falls. It's roughly the early hour of high, around 9 to 11 p.m. The time when sleepiness is strongest. But Fang Jinju feels no sleep at all. The 2 little ones are also wide awake, quietly staring at the top of the carriage. They had slept all day, and just now, after a report from a little mouse, Chu Yi and the others are about to reach this forest. Fang Jinju looks calm on the surface, but inside, her heart is pounding like the tide at Qiantang River. Excitement and nervousness surge together. Who's there? Suddenly, a man outside shouts cautiously. Fang Jinju's eyes brighten, then tighten, holding her breath. She hears someone entering the woods. Brother, we are travelers passing through. We saw many fires in the forest earlier and thought it was a merchant convoy, so we dared to come in and ask for some water. Fang Jinju's heart pounds wildly. It's Chu Yi's voice. Ruerui's big eyes suddenly widen, and she covers her little mouth. Little uncle. The moment she hears this voice, her tiny heart feels as if a strong hand has suddenly lifted it, making her feel very secure. Get lost, get lost, get lost. The bandit man waves impatiently. There's no extra water here for you. Leave now. Chu Yi takes a step back, quietly glances at the 2 carriages behind the man, and says calmly, Good sir, don't take offense. We've disturbed you. Then he turns to leave. Suddenly, he paused and turned back. Excuse me, brave one. Do you know how far the 3 Dragons gang is from here? Hearing this, the bandit's eyes showed a hint of caution. The 3 Dragons gang is a bandit hideout. Why are you looking for them? Not far behind, the head of the group lifted the curtain of the carriage window, his sharp gaze falling on Zhu Yi. Under the glow of the bonfire, Zhu Yi's strong face, though polite, couldn't hide his wild spirit and rebellious attitude. This is a private matter. Sorry, I can't tell you the details directly. If you know the way, please point me in the right direction. If you don't want to say, I'll take it as nothing. He then turned around, walking away decisively. Wait. The head of the group called out. Ever since Zhu Yi spoke, Zhu Jinju's heart was tense. He hadn't shared his plans with her in detail. Now, hearing such a scene, she felt quite scared. She tightly held Xingbao's hand. If Zhu Yi was in danger, she would immediately ask Xingbao to find beast friends for help. The moment the head of the group spoke, the bandit instinctively put his hand on Zhu Ye's shoulder, trying to stop him from leaving. A sharp look flashed in Zhu Ye's eyes. He grabbed the bandit's hand and struck his elbow back. The bandit groaned in pain and, before he could react, was thrown out, crashing hard into a tree trunk and falling heavily to the ground, unable to get up. Seeing this, the third-in-command immediately led others to rush forward, surrounding Zhu Yi and his companions tightly. Zhu Yi and Han Chong from the Zhu family army formed a triangle defense back-to-back, watching the bandits carefully. The third-in-command drew his big sword and said fiercely, "If you dare to attack our people, I think you don't want to live anymore."
Zuye Fronet.
Martial artists dislike being ambushed from behind. That was just instinctive self-defense, not meant to harm anyone. Without a word, the third-in-command swung his sword to attack. Enough talk, take this life. Jinju's heart immediately jumped to her throat. Without thinking much, she sat up and lifted a corner of the curtain. Zhu, you must have had a plan. She needed to stay calm and not make any sudden moves that could ruin his plan. Fortunately, at this moment, the members of the Three Dragons gang were focused on Zhu Yi and his companions, not noticing Jinju's small action of peeking. She clearly saw that in just 3 moves, Zhu Yi disarmed the third-in-command's sword and held it against his neck. Jinju's eyes sparkled with amazement. No wonder he's the North Liao war god, such a powerful skill. It was an easy victory. The 2 men accompanying him were both skilled fighters. With a few punches and kicks, they knocked out several robbers. Everyone stop. Seeing the third-in-command become a hostage under Chu Ye's knife, the boss's eyes darkened with surprise, and he quickly shouted to stop. Then he lifted the curtain and jumped down from the carriage. Chu Yi looked sharply at him, noticing he was a dwarf, but showed no particular reaction. "I assume you are the leader of this caravan." He spoke calmly and confidently, neither fearful nor angry. "You can see that your men started the fight. We just wanted to ask for directions and didn't want trouble. But if trouble comes to us, we are not afraid." Han Kongwu added, "Yes, we are fugitives on the run. We live day by day, risking everything. We don't seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either." Hearing the words fugitives, the boss's eyes flickered with complexity. Seeing their skills, he looked at them with a bit more respect. He hurried forward. Wherever he looked, the robbers wisely stepped back several paces. Seeing this, Chu Yi loosened his grip on his big sword. "My men are rough by nature. We act this way to protect ourselves." The boss stepped forward and stopped about a yard away from Chu Yi, his expression softening. "Please don't take offense, heroes." He glared sharply at the third-in-command. "How many times do I have to tell you? Don't act rashly when something happens. They are just asking for directions. Why cause a big fuss?" The third-in-command hung his head and muttered, "Big brother, I was wrong." Hearing this, Chu Yi immediately lowered his sword, placing it on the ground and releasing his grip. Seeing this, Fang Jinju quickly took a few deep breaths, and her hand holding Xingbao relaxed. Xingbao's small hand was a little sore from being squeezed, but he smiled happily, looking at his sister with admiration and affection. His sister's hand was a bit cold, but Xingbao felt it was very warm, very warm. Chu Yi bowed to the boss with a fist salute, his face calm. "We hope the boss will forgive us. Since it was a misunderstanding, we will not bother you anymore." He then signaled Han Kongwu and the others to prepare to leave again. The big boss hurriedly called out, "Heroes, please stay." Chu Yi turned around, looking puzzled and a little cautious. "May I ask what your intentions are in seeking the Sanlong gang?" The head of the group, with his hands behind his back, looked friendlier and said, "Honestly, we are messengers. Along this road, the Three Dragons gang has influence. To travel smoothly, we have to pay tribute to them every year. I happen to know the leader of the Three Dragons gang. But if you want me to guide you, I need to ask about your background first. If you have bad intentions, I might get into trouble myself." Hearing this, Zhu Yi frowned and thought for a moment. Then he stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said, "Since the boss wants to help, I shouldn't hesitate or hide anything. That would make us seem suspicious. We are just officials from Mengzhou, on duty for a few months. Before this, we were sent by the governor to collect taxes from villages. Seeing the villagers starving and thin, some even dying of hunger, we lied about the harvest and secretly took 2/10 less grain from the people." At this point, Zhu Yi looked pained and said, "We didn't expect that some spies of the governor saw what we did. They told the governor, who could have punished us directly. Instead, he took us to confront the villagers. The villagers accused us of stealing that 2/10 of grain and warned them not to tell anyone." Zhu Yi chuckled bitterly. The governor's purpose was to make us see the truth and warn his men. If you're kind to others, you might end up hurting yourself. In this world, if you are kind-hearted, you are just asking for trouble. After hearing this, the head of the group understood most of the story. So, even though the governor woke you up, he can't tolerate disloyalty. He wants to punish you to set an example. And you, feeling wronged, escaped? Zhu Yi looked surprised but nodded. "Yes, you see clearly, boss. We don't want to die unjustly, so we had to run." His eyes turned firm. "This time, we are determined to join the Three Dragons gang. We want to break free from the world's moral rules and just live freely and happily."
Oh.
The boss looked happy and said, "Before, you worked for the government, wearing official robes. Wherever you went, you looked impressive and commanded respect. But if you become bandits or thieves, you'll have to shed blood and ignore all notions of justice. You'll be cursed and looked down upon for your whole life, and even after death, you won't be able to face your ancestors. Maybe you'll even end up in the deepest. Are you willing to do that?" Zhu Yi didn't speak, but Han Kongwu angrily said, "Working for the government doesn't change anything. It's just like being a criminal in disguise. I think the officials in the government are even more shameful than bandits and thieves. Since everyone has to do bad things sometimes, I'd rather be a thief or bandit and do it openly and honestly." At this point, Fang Jinju finally felt at ease. She knew that Zhu Yi was very good at planning. First, they pretended to ask about water to gather information and reveal their intentions. The members of the Sanlong gang would suspect they were looking for the gang, so they wouldn't let them go easily. Then, they quickly withdrew their plan, forcing the gang to attack first. This gave Zhu Yi and his friends a chance to show their skills. Capable people, no matter where they go, are respected. This was a trap for the boss. Whether they were enemies or friends, he wouldn't let Zhu Yi and his friends leave easily. The most clever part was their reason for surrendering. The angry words about officials and bandits would surely resonate with the boss. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the boss laughed loudly and praised them repeatedly. Finally, he looked at Zhu Yi and said, "Do you really want to join the Sanlong gang?" Zhu Yi looked confused, but said firmly, "No falsehood in my words. May I dare to ask for your help in recommending me?" The second-in-command stepped forward at the right moment and laughed. "You're lucky, kid. You accidentally met the real boss. No need for an introduction. The person in front of you is our boss of the Sanlong gang." The boss stroked his beard, pleased, and looked at Zhu Yi and the others in a daze. Among the vast crowd, fate brought you to me. He looked at Zhu Yi with admiration. "If you want to join my gang, we are also in need of talent. It's a perfect match."
Vän Yan, han kom vid puset Zhu Yi egentlig.
Zhu Yi quickly stepped forward, clasped his fists, knelt on one knee, and earnestly said, "So it's the great leader. We were blind and have offended you." Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali also knelt behind him. Their eyes showed reluctance, silently cursing. One kneel by the general, and they might be risking 20 more years of life. Fang Jinju saw that Xinwu was like Zhu Yi, but she couldn't help but clench her fists because she was willing to kneel for them, even for a dwarf villain. She forgot her left hand was injured. When she clenched her fist, it pulled at her wound, making her gasp in pain. Zhu Yi's eyes sharpened, and he instinctively looked up and around. He quickly realized that Jinju was hurt. "Thank you for the recognition. Great leader." Seeing the leader's suspicious look in the corner of his eye, Chuyi calmly withdrew his gaze and earnestly looked into his eyes. The three of us brothers are willing to dedicate ourselves to the great leader. Han Kangwoo and Zhang Dali also echoed, "We are willing to dedicate ourselves to the great leader." The leader's doubt eased, and he smiled. "Good. From today, you are members of my Three Dragons gang. As long as you are loyal with your skills, you will soon stand out in my gang and be trusted." Chuyi lowered his eyes, hiding the murderous intent in his gaze. "We will be loyal to the great leader." "All right." The leader looked behind him and ordered, "Go bring water for these three new brothers." Immediately, a bandit brought over a leather water jug. Chuyi hadn't moved yet when Han Kangwoo and the others, grateful and overwhelmed, took it first and started drinking greedily. A general like Shenwu's body should not be tainted by the dirt of bandits. Let them hide the dirt first, then reluctantly give water to the general. Finally, Chuyi tilted his head back and poured the water from the jug into his mouth. His lips didn't touch the jug, but he showed no disgust. Instead, he looked free and unruly. Anyone watching would think he was a hero wandering the rivers and lakes, never suspecting he was a bandit. The bandits looked on in disbelief, feeling it was incredible. Such a person had been forced into banditry. This world was truly rotten to the core. Han Kangwoo and Zhang Dali. It was still the general. If they let him do this, they would surely be suspected of being insincere and dismissive. Seeing the leader's genuine admiration in his eyes, the second and third leaders exchanged looks, their faces showing complex and tense expressions. "Since we are all brothers here, I might as well tell you." The leader smiled and said, "This time, we are going to Mengzhou County for a big task. You are lucky, once you join the gang, you have a chance to make a difference." As he spoke, he signaled to Chuyi and the others to walk toward a campfire. "Come, everyone sit down and talk." Chuyi and the others obediently sat by the fire. Behind the fire was Fong Jinju's carriage. Chuyi quietly chose a spot where he could see the carriage curtains. He saw a corner of the curtain being lifted. Although he couldn't see clearly, he knew Jinju was watching him. He felt more at ease, but also felt a sharp pain inside. Jinju, where exactly was she hurt? Was her injury serious? The robbers surely wouldn't have treated her, so she must be in a lot of pain and uncomfortable. But in her letter, she said she and Rue were safe and sound. She clearly didn't want him to worry. "Tell me your names," the leader said, bringing Chuyi back to the moment. He quickly looked respectful and replied, reporting to the leader, "My surname is Chu, named Yi, meaning surrounded by enemies, and my given name is Yi, from the military fortress." The leader's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Your name has a deep meaning. Your father must have wanted you to achieve great things, and had high hopes for you." Chu Ye's face slightly stiffened, then his eyes became more sincere. "If my father were alive," hearing this, he would see the leader as a true friend. His words made the leader very pleased. The second and third leaders looked a bit uncomfortable. No wonder they are paid by the court. Chuyi not only has better martial skills but also looks good, and he speaks with skill. He might soon replace them in the leader's heart. Han Kangwoo reporting to the leader, "My father also wants me to achieve great things and bring glory to our family, but he's a rough man, not as educated as Brother Chu's father. So my name is quite straightforward, Zhengwu." The leader laughed loudly. "Your father's ambitions are quite down to earth." Zhang Dali, though skilled, was unfamiliar with the others and simply gave his real name. "You all come from Mengzhou County, so you must be familiar with the terrain there." After learning Chuyi and the others' names, the leader began to plan openly. Chuyi and the others cooperated and shared everything they knew. This conversation lasted about half an hour. In the end, the head of the group became more confident and satisfied, feeling that their mission in Mengzhou County was almost certain to succeed. "Start working under the third leader. If this effort pays off, I won't treat you three unfairly," he said to the three second in command. Then he returned to his carriage. The three men quietly reminded Zhu Yi of their roles, making sure they understood their positions. Seeing they were sensible, He waved them to find a place to sleep freely. Zhu Ye's group adapted quickly. They simply leaned against the back of Fang Jinju's carriage. It was late at night, and everyone except the patrol guards was deeply asleep. Fang Jinju hummed softly, a tune she didn't know, soothing the two little ones into peaceful dreams. Her gentle voice touched Zhu Ye's heart deeply. He opened his eyes, feeling both pain and tenderness swirling together in this soft moment. Though trapped, he remained gentle and strong, calmly finding a way out. Even in pain, he still cared for those around him. How could there be such a wonderful woman in this world? Fortunately, things weren't the worst yet. Fortunately, this time he could rush to her side and protect her. Seeing the two little ones breathe steadily, Fang Jinju stopped humming. A faint sparkle appeared in her eyes, and a happy smile formed on her lips. Although Rue and Xing Bao were extraordinary, and having them nearby meant no danger to their lives, Fang Jinju still felt uneasy, like a floating leaf on water. But now, Zhu Yi was close by. It was like the floating leaf had finally touched a solid, fertile island, growing roots desperately and firmly anchoring itself. Fang Jinju couldn't help but reach out, tapping twice on the wooden board behind the carriage. Zhu Yi, very softly, like a falling leaf into a quiet lake, causing only a tiny ripple, but it struck his heart clearly. His deep eyes, blending with the dark night, suddenly shone like bright moonlight. He quietly looked around, then reached out and gently tapped twice again. Jinju. Inside the carriage, Fang Jinju's lips curved into a smile, her eyes warm. She reached out and tapped rhythmically a few times. Zhu Yi, it's so good to see you. His ears twitched, and without missing a beat, he also responded with a gentle tap. Jinju, I came late. Sorry you had to suffer. Fang Jinju pursed her lips, guessing what Zhu Yi might say, but she kept tapping in response. Just now, when the fight started, my heart almost jumped out of my chest, you know? This idea is too risky. Because it was too long, it got messy at the end, and I didn't even know how many times I knocked. Fang Jinju unexpectedly found herself amused by her own actions and burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth. This small noise did not wake the bandits. Zhu Ye's eyes also reflected a deep smile. Although her laughter stopped quickly, he seemed to see Jinju's smile forming. He didn't know what Jinju had said, but she was probably happy that he came to help. He reached out and knocked a few more times seriously. Jinju, from now on, I will always protect you. Rue turned over, and the carriage shook slightly. Fang Jinju worried she might say too much and lose her composure, attracting the bandits' attention, so she knocked once more and ended the conversation. She slept peacefully through the night. Big sister, Rue needs to. The next morning, Rue was the first to wake up, his soft voice waking up the entire forest. Fang Jinju calmly pulled back the curtain. Zhu Yi stood quietly outside the window. Their eyes met. Although the man looked a little tired, he was very much alive. A strong sense of safety washed over her. This feeling was so real that even watching a video 100 times couldn't compare. Jinju's eyes lit up with surprise and joy. She saw a bandit approaching in her peripheral vision and quickly winked at Zhu Yi, saying, "Good man, we need to go to the bathroom." Her lively eyelashes fluttered like feathers brushing her chest, making her feel ticklish and itchy. Zhu Yi almost couldn't hide the confusion and caution on his face. "Wait, I'll ask the boss." While speaking, he exchanged a glance with Rue, who was still sleepy in the carriage, then turned around. Rue was now fully awake, even clenching his small fists, but his face remained calm. Wow, it's little uncle. The child's inner cheer was deafening. Zhu Yi was new here, so naturally he wouldn't take the three of them to the bathroom. The third in command stepped forward. "Come out now." Rue and Xing Bao were carried down by the bandits. Fang Jinju was the last to get off. She was hanging on her chest, her arms swollen abnormally from being fixed with a wooden board. Zhu Ye's breath caught, and he quickly lowered his gaze to hide his underlying pain. Jinju was injured so badly. the third in command, and his team moved a bit deeper into the woods with Fong Jinju and the others. Rue had just taken off his pants and squatted when suddenly a huge movement came from the forest depths. The ground trembled slightly, thorny bushes rustled, and animal shadows dashed and leaped toward them. High in the treetops, flocks of birds were startled and flew into the sky. At once, the sounds of beasts roaring and birds crying filled the air, all indicating panic and chaos. Everyone looked around cautiously. Fong Jinju was surprised and quickly looked at Xingbao. A raccoon suddenly pounced, knocking Xingbao to the ground. Xingbao. She was startled and hurriedly rushed over, shielding the two small ones in her arms. Big sister. Xingbao whispered into her ear, "I'm fine. That friend just said, the Earth Dragon is about to turn over." Big sister, what does Earth Dragon turning over mean? Why are these friends all so scared? Earth Dragon turning over? Fong Jinju's eyes widened suddenly. Is an earthquake happening? What's going on? I don't know, boss. It seems like all these wild animals are fleeing out of the forest. Hearing the commotion, the boss stepped out of the carriage, and the robbers gathered around him. Could there be something scary deep inside the forest? It must be, or why would there be such a big noise? As the robbers panicked, countless wild animals howled and rushed past the crowd, fleeing towards the mountain forest exit in a panic. They looked up and saw birds also flying away in the same direction. Even the horses with saddles were restless, neighing anxiously, pulling the carriages and turning around as if they wanted to escape with the animals. The robbers reacted quickly, rushing forward and desperately pulling on the reins. But it was useless. The horses grew more frightened, broke free, and dragged the carriages as they galloped out of the forest. Run! Fong Jinju suddenly screamed. Let go of the horses and run with them. The Earth Dragon is turning over.
Run.
She grabbed Rue, who was holding Xingbao, and they ran toward the robbers. Earth Dragon turning over. No wonder the animals are acting strange. This must be a natural disaster coming. Hearing this, the robbers all panicked. If it really was the Earth Dragon turning over, it meant a disaster from heaven. None of them would survive. The boss shouted sternly at Fong Jinju running over. How do you know this? Just as she was speaking, Xingbao tripped over a branch and fell, pulling Rue down with her. Chuyi had already quietly approached them and reached out, grabbing the two small ones and holding them under his arm. Forget it. I'll carry these two. The boss is asking questions. You better go forward and answer. His tone was urgent and sharp, but he signaled Fong Jinju with a subtle look. Fong Jinju immediately understood and said, "Thank you, brave sir." Then she quickly stepped forward. "Big boss, my father is the prime minister, and he has close ties with the celestial overseer in the palace. I know some basic knowledge about astronomy and geography. When birds and beasts rush out of their nests, it's usually because a volcano is erupting or a dragon is stirring beneath the earth. This area is already very mountainous and dangerous, so it must be a dragon stirring. Big boss, I don't have time to explain. I swear with my life that the dragon will stir very soon, and it will happen within just a few moments. Everyone, run quickly. Follow the birds and beasts to escape. If you don't escape before the dragon stirs, you will definitely die." Hearing this, the big boss's face suddenly changed with shock. Even if he didn't believe Fong Jinju's words, seeing the panic and strange signs among the animals, he guessed it was probably true. "Run now. Let's get out of this forest first." As he spoke, the big boss led the way, quickly drawing his dagger to cut the reins on his horse. He climbed onto the horse and fled. Seeing this, the second in command and some bandit leaders also followed suit, fighting to get on their horses and escape. The bandits who couldn't get a horse also went mad, rushing out of the woods in a wild panic. "Hey, wait for us. Big boss, don't leave us behind." Fong Jinju's eyes flashed, and she shouted loudly. Chuyi also cooperated in time. "Big boss, you haven't said what to do with this woman and the two children?" The big boss didn't even look back. He whipped his horse and shouted, "Chuyi, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Now is your chance to make a contribution. Their lives are in your hands. When it's safe, bring them to meet me. If you and that woman are still alive then, I'll make you the fourth deputy of the Three Dragons gang." Hearing this, Fong Jinju almost spat in disgust. What a master manipulator. In such a situation, he still brainwashed his men and made them risk their lives for him. Chui felt a bit relieved inside. Although he didn't expect a natural disaster, at least he could now protect Jinju and the others openly. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Fong Jinju didn't notice and staggered. Chui quickly handed the two children to Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali, then leapt forward and firmly caught Fong Jinju. "Jinju, don't be afraid." Fong Jinju unexpectedly fell into Chuya's arms. Despite the shaking earth and mountains, she suddenly felt incredibly safe. She nodded quickly and steadied herself. "We must leave here now. Old Han, Dolly, hurry and take the children to escape first. Head left. It's faster than going straight through the forest, and that area is flat, which helps avoid danger." Chu Yi quickly finished giving instructions. Han Zhang and the others didn't hesitate. They hugged the children and followed his directions, fleeing swiftly. He then looked at Fong Jinju, a faint flicker in his eyes. "Jinju, forgive my rudeness." Fong Jinju was momentarily confused, but then she was suddenly embraced by a warm, solid hand around her waist, pulling her into a tight hug, pressing her close to Chu Ye's body. A strong, masculine scent overwhelmed her, making her heart skip a beat. She heard the man's deep, hoarse voice say, "Hold me tight." Fong Jinju's mind went blank for a moment, but her arms instinctively wrapped around Chu Ye's neck, holding him tightly. Chu Ye's throat moved as he gathered his strength, leaping forward swiftly to chase after Han Zhang and the others. The wind howled in her ears. The trees blurred past in a flash. The ground trembled loudly, like a beast roaring. As they moved through the air and over the ground, Fong Jinju's heart was also tense, hanging in suspense. Maybe it was the fear of the sudden earthquake or the height fright from the leap. She instinctively closed her eyes and buried her face deep in Chu Ye's neck. His neck was warm, and as he used his energy to move, the muscles and veins their pulse strongly. Strangely, Fong Jinju's heart gradually calmed down. She slowly opened her eyes a slit. The man's tense, powerful Adam's apple suddenly caught her eye, making her eyes tremble slightly. She quickly closed her eyes again, as if avoiding a taboo. In just a few breaths, Chuyi had carried her out of 100 zhong. "Master, hurry! Master, be careful." The anxious voices of Han Wu and Zhang Dali reached her ears. Fong Jinju opened her eyes at the sound. She saw they were only about 10 zhong away from the open ground outside the forest. The earth trembled more fiercely, tearing the ground into deep cracks and chasms. Trees were uprooted or collided and fell into the abyss. Just as they were about to emerge from the forest, a tall tree came crashing toward them. Chu Ye's eyes tightened. He pushed Fong Jinju away and shouted, "Old Han, Dolly, catch Jinju. Be careful of her injured arm." Fong Jinju was thrown into the air unexpectedly, and the sudden loss of weight made her heart stop for a moment. Almost at the moment Chui made his move, Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali instinctively shielded the child under their arms. They quickly leapt forward, with their arms passing under Fong Jinju's armpits, and carefully lowered her to the ground. However, Chu Yi, unable to dodge in time, was crushed by a tall tree and fell into the tearing abyss of Hongyuan, along with the tree itself. "General!" Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali shouted in unison, their voices filled with distress. Fong Jinju's eyes widened with shock, crying out, "Chu Yi!" Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, like mountains collapsing and landslides. The Hongyuan where Chu Yi fell rapidly tore toward the three of them. Faced with danger, Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali, though anxious, protected the two children and Fong Jinju, leaping to find a safe place to hide. Even on flat ground, cracks in Hongyuan appeared, making escape impossible. Fortunately, Han and Zhang's light skills were excellent, and they avoided being hit by falling debris, narrowly escaping the abyss.
They didn't know how long had passed.
The earthquake finally subsided. The mountains collapsed, forests fell apart, and the land either suddenly rose or caved in. What they saw was a scene of destruction and chaos.
Cheheoye.
Fong Jinju's heart pounded like a galloping horse, her voice trembling with panic. Please, both of you, go save him. Looking into Han Kangwoo and Zhang Dali's eyes, her own were already filled with tears. Seeing her like this, both men also had tears in their eyes. Han Kangwoo hurriedly said to Zhang Dali, Dali, go quickly and save the general. He must stay here to protect Jinju and Ruerue. Zhang Dali swiftly darted out. Big sister. Sniff. Uncle, he'll be okay, right? Ruerue pouted, tears falling one after another. Star Treasure also looked frightened, clearly scared by the sudden disaster. Fong Jinju quickly wiped her tears, reached out, and pulled the two children into her arms. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. Uncle is the strongest person in the world.
He'll be fine.
While speaking, she looked around anxiously, her worry clearly visible in her eyes. Chuyi, please, I beg you, don't have an accident. General? After searching for a while, Zhang Dali suddenly reached her in the ground, both surprised and happy. General, are you okay? The abyss was bottomless, with countless trees tangled and stuck inside. Fortunately, when the general fell, he grabbed a tree trunk, now hanging in midair. I'm fine. Quickly, find a way to pull me up. Chu Ye's voice echoed faintly in her ears. Fong Jinju, just wiping her tears, burst into fresh tears again. Quick, Ruerue, get a rope. Ruerue also wiped her tears hard and quickly followed the instructions. Then, a rope suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the ground. This mysterious scene shocked Han Kangwoo, who widened his eyes. This rope. Big brother, there's a long story, but save the people first. As he spoke, Fong Jinju had already stuffed the rope into Han Songwoo's arms. Hurry! Han Kangwoo snapped back to his senses and frowned. But if we do it again, don't worry about us. Fong Jinju shook her head decisively. Saving the general is the most important. Although there might be aftershocks, the terrifying power from before was gone. Their situation was much safer than Chu Ye's. Seeing her determined and resolute expression, Han Kangwoo no longer hesitated and quickly flew over. Fong Jinju kept her eyes fixed on Han and Zhang pulling the rope, her face tense. The moment Chu Yi grabbed the ground with his hand, her heart finally settled.
Hui soto da pesitedli.
Just as she was about to shout, Fong Jinju held her back. Rue, hold on, don't make a sound yet. Although they were still some distance from the bandits and thieves fleeing in the same direction, the situation was uncertain, so caution was wise.
Hui obediently crocheted down.
Soon, Chu Yi was pulled up. General, your leg. After seeing the situation clearly, Zhang Dali exclaimed in shock. The general's leg had a large, bleeding constantly. Fong Jinju's heart tightened suddenly. Chu Yi looked over immediately and, seeing that the three of them were safe, couldn't help but smile at Fong Jinju. Good. He finally protected Jinju this time. From afar, she saw the man smile at her, and her eyes felt sore and swollen, her throat choked. She hurriedly stood up, pulling Rue and Xingbao, ready to find a way to go over. Jinju, don't move. Seeing this, Chu Ye's smile suddenly faded. He hurriedly crawled up, anxious, but because of the pain from the wound, he staggered. You stay where you are, we'll come over right away. He then limped toward Fong Jinju. Seeing this, Han Kangwoo and Zhang Dali quickly stepped forward, supporting him, and leapt over the abyss. In just a few breaths, the three reached the safe flat ground where Fong Jinju and her companions were. The cloth on Chu Ye's left calf was torn open, revealing a deep wound with flesh exposed, blood flowing non-stop, shocking to see. Fong Jinju looked away from the wound and turned her gaze to Chu Yi. Although everything before me is blurry, I can clearly see the man smiling and saying, Jinju, you are all safe and sound. That's wonderful. But you are injured. Fong Jinju sniffled and whispered, if you didn't save me, With your skills, you could have escaped safely. Her voice was soft, but Chuyi heard her clearly. Seeing her cry for him, his heart felt soft and warm. If I couldn't protect you before, and I can't now, then even if I escape safely, what does it matter? A strange feeling burned in the man's eyes, shining on Fong Jinju, and then deep into her heart. Her eyes flickered slightly. She wiped away her tears and said, "Thank you, Chuyi." Then she looked at Han Zhang and the others. "Thank you all for risking your lives to save us. No matter how many plans we made, we didn't expect such a disaster. If you hadn't come, we really might have." Feeling something was wrong, Fong Jinju quickly changed the subject. "It's good that everyone is safe now. That's the best outcome. There might be aftershocks soon, so let's go over there first." She looked around and pointed to a large, intact flat area nearby. Despite such a strong earthquake, this place didn't collapse or tear apart. The ground here must be special. Even if there are aftershocks, this will be the safest place around. Chu Yi and the others nodded. Han Zhang and another person moved back and forth, helping everyone transfer to the safe spot Fong Jinju mentioned. Rue, go to the medicine cabinet and get a bottle of saline solution and iodine. They are the 2 bottles of medicine your sister used last time when you hurt your knee. Do you remember? As soon as she landed, Fong Jinju kept talking to Rue. And also the hemostatic powder, anti-inflammatory medicine, bandages. Rue followed her instructions and took out the medicines one by one. Not only Han Zhang, but Chuyi was also surprised on the spot.
Fan Yin looked at Han Kongwu.
"Big brother, please roll up Chuyi's pants and expose his wound." Then she handed a bottle of saline solution to Zhang Dali. This young man used this to open the wound and clean it thoroughly. Seeing her organized work, Han Zhang and the others quickly followed her instructions. After dressing Chuyi's wound completely and giving him the hemostatic powder and anti-inflammatory medicine, Fong Jinju finally let out a sigh of relief. "General, check your chest wound as well." "Shut up." Zhang Dali was quick to speak, worried about Zhu Ye's chest injury, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhu Yi softly stopped him. Fong Jinju caught something in time, her face changing slightly. "Zhu Yi, what's wrong with your chest?" Zhu Ye's eyes flickered uncertainly. "It's nothing, just a small injury from before." "Big brother, please help untie his clothes so I can take a look." Fong Jinju knew Zhu Yi somewhat and interrupted directly, looking at Han Kongwu. Han Kongwu hurriedly reached out to try to unbutton Zhu Ye's clothes, but was stopped by Zhu Ye's stern look. Seeing this, Fong Jinju became anxious. "Zhu Yi, do you really want me, a young girl, to help take off your clothes? You promised you'd always listen to me. You take it off yourself." If her hand hadn't been injured, she might have actually helped herself to do it, given Zhu Ye's obvious concealment. Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali both paused, unable to hold back a quiet smile. Zhu Yi glared at them, his face stiff but obediently unbuttoned his clothes. The bandage on his chest was stained with a bright red, which hurt Fong Jinju's eyes. "What's going on?" Fong Jinju looked at Zhu Yi nervously, asking with doubt, "When did you get hurt? Where exactly? How did it reach your chest?" Her questions were urgent and full of concern. Zhu Yi lowered his eyes and reached out to put his clothes back on. "It's nothing, just an accident a few days ago." "Big brother, tell her." Fong Jinju looked directly at Han Kongwu. "I know he won't tell the truth."
Han Kongwu awkwardly glanced at Chuyi.
Seeing this, Fong Jinju's face darkened. "All right, if he won't say, then I won't push. Maybe I was overthinking and caring too much. Originally, being in this unfamiliar place, seeing you all felt like family. I didn't expect you to treat me like an outsider." She turned her face away, looking aggrieved and angry, but inside her eyes was only worry. Although she hadn't known Zhu Yi for long, due to their ties with Beiliao, their friendship was extraordinary. Anyone would worry when someone was in danger. Just like she didn't want Zhu Yi to worry after her arm was hurt, Zhu Yi not revealing the origin of his chest injury probably meant something serious happened, and he didn't want to worry her. But if they just kept her out completely, and if she accidentally found out and they hesitated to explain, it would be very painful. so she had to deliberately push their buttons and provoke them a little. Sure enough, Chu Yi suddenly became anxious. Jinju, you're not an outsider. We are your family. Fan Jinju didn't move and just gave him a gentle tap on the back of his head. Miss Jinju. Zhang Dali couldn't hold back and stepped forward. The general's chest wound was from the day you and Rui went missing. Only then did Fang Jinju turn her face, her eyes full of shock. Before she could react, Zhang Dali continued, at that time, you sent a photo, and then we couldn't contact the general. We thought maybe you fell into the water, so Rui went to check. But Rui also disappeared without a trace, and even the door of time suddenly closed. We were all very worried, but we didn't dare let Shushu go on the dangerous trip. The general thought of many ways, burning incense and praying, sacrificing his own blood to the gods, even willing to shorten his lifespan by 20 years, just to open the door of time and save you and Rui. As he spoke passionately, he suddenly reached out and pulled Chu Ye's hand, holding it in front of Fang Jinju. The wound on his palm, which had just scabbed over, was torn open again, revealing a fierce flow of blood. Miss Jinju, look. This is the wound where the general first sacrificed his blood. Later, it was useless, so he used his heart's blood. Finally, Zhang Dali's eyes turned red, and he choked with emotion, unable to speak further. Han Kongwu also had tears in his eyes. That day, the general's determination was so intense it looked almost crazy, which really frightened them. Fang Jinju's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her heart was like a hurricane sweeping through, chaotic after the shock. She knew that her and Rui's disappearance must have driven Chu Yi and old Chu crazy with worry. Old Madame Chu might cry and be very sad, even helpless. But Chu Yi was the pride of Betrayal. He should be able to stay calm and steady, and he had to stay calm. But she never expected that Chu Yi would go so far as to hurt himself. She looked at Chu Yi, her eyes full of swirling emotions. Unbelievable, heartache, shock, and deep gratitude. Throughout her life, Fang Jinju had never felt such complicated feelings.
You.
Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes full of tears, her voice hoarse and unsteady, almost on the verge of crying. Seeing her like this, Chu Ye's heart felt as if it was being sanded by a carpenter's file, painfully and helplessly. Jinju, it's not as serious as he said. Chu Yi quickly smiled and said, at that time, with the situation being what it was, I couldn't just sit and wait, so I came up with some foolish ideas. Looking back now, maybe those actions helped. Seeing you and Rui safe and sound makes everything worth it. The man's face was always serious and handsome, but whenever he faced Fang Jinju, he couldn't help but show a clumsy, helpless expression. He was like a big wolf dog, brave and fearless when facing prey or danger, but in front of his owner, he would lower all defenses and show pure, sincere loyalty. As he spoke, he instinctively reached out to comfort the fragile woman by placing his hand on her shoulder, but immediately remembered that men and women shouldn't touch, so he quickly withdrew. However, Fang Jinju grabbed his hand firmly. Chu Ye's eyes flickered with surprise. His cool yet gentle hand, small enough to hold only 3 of his fingers, seemed to hold his heart steadily. The woman's eyes revealed her deep, honest pain, covered with tears. Just one more look, and he would be completely captivated. His ears turned red, and he lowered his gaze to hide the intense feelings in his eyes. He instinctively wanted to pull his hand back.
Jinsu, ai fine.
But Fang Jinju held his hand tightly. Is this still called being fine? What do you call it then? I worked hard to help Betrayal because I just want everyone to be safe. I understand you're worried when Rui and I went missing, but you can't solve it by risking your health. Doing this would only scare Shushu and hurt the old madam's feelings. Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali nodded heavily. Not just Shushu and the old madam. Everyone was terrified. But when the general showed such determination, who dared to advise him? Seeing the woman so emotional that her voice trembled, Chu Yi looked at her with a panicked, helpless expression. I was wrong. What I did before was indeed inappropriate. Actually, at that moment, he couldn't think clearly. All he wanted was to find a way to save Jinju and Rue as soon as possible. He didn't want Jinju to be angry, thinking he was reckless and careless. Han Kanwoo and Zhang Dali exchanged a secret look. They must have heard wrong. The general said he was wrong. The general's tone and expression when facing Miss Jinju no longer held any of the commanding presence of a battlefield hero. It was almost like. The two of them desperately tried to think of words to describe Chu Ye's current appearance. Yes, just like in those stories, the soldier, this steel-hearted man, had become as gentle as a soft silk ribbon. You. Seeing Chu Yi admit his mistake, without hesitation, Fang Jinju's eyes softened. Her heart, which was filled with fear and chaos, was instantly soothed by his sincere and earnest attitude. All right. I'm glad you're okay, or I really would have become a criminal of North Liao. This wound just healed, but it tore open again. We need to bandage it quickly, or it will be harder to heal. As she spoke, she released his hand and looked at Han Kangwoo and Zhang Dali. Please, hurry and bandage the general properly. Soft and gentle, Chu Ye's fingertips suddenly felt empty, and a sense of loss arose in his heart. Miss Jinju, don't worry. Leave it to us. Jinju, is your arm all right? I see it's very swollen. It must hurt a lot, right? Han Kangwoo and Zhang Dali worked together, one bandaging her palm, the other her chest, still unable to hide their concern for Jinju's arm. Jinju smiled and shook her head. The worst pain has already passed. Now it looks scary, but it's much better. Chu Ye's eyes tightened with worry. His good hand clenched into a fist slightly. How did this arm get hurt? If bandits hurt Jinju, he would definitely cut off all their arms and legs as punishment. Before Jinju could speak, Rue trotted forward, her little face full of worry. Little uncle, sister, I fell from the carriage. Bad guys used a rope. It hurts so much. Then, tiptoeing, she carefully brushed Jinju's hair from her forehead. Look, sister, here too I got hurt. There's a lot of blood. The child's face was full of concern. Then she waved her small fist. Little uncle, beat those bad guys to death and avenge sister. Chui hadn't had time to speak before Jinju smiled and hugged Rue into her arms. She spoke first. No need for little uncle to do anything. Bad people will get what they deserve. With such a big disaster, those bad guys probably didn't escape. Right now, all my sister wants is to return quickly to North Liao, to see Shu Shu and the old madam. Rue, don't you want to go too? Based on her gratitude toward North Liao, as soon as she spoke, Chu Yi would be willing to risk his life for her. She had no doubt about that. Kalai Tangwu's escape from danger was truly thrilling and intense. Right now, she only hopes that everyone is safe and can return to North Liao without any more complications. When she heard about her sister, Rue immediately shifted her focus, her eyes shining brightly. I miss my sister so much. I miss Grandma too. Then she turned around quickly and eagerly grabbed Xingbao's hand. Big brother, Rue has a sister too. She's super cute and well-behaved. You're my big brother, and she's your sister too. Xingbao's eyes lit up with surprise and happiness. Really? Is that okay? Would she want to be my sister? Rue nodded firmly. Yes, she's even better than me. But, Rue, I think she'll be sad if she doesn't see us this time. Big brother Xingbao, should we prepare a gift for her? Yes. What do you think she would like? When talking about Shu Shu, Rue looked proud and loving, chatting happily with Xingbao like a little show-off. Seeing this, the adults all smiled happily. It's so good. Everyone is safe and together again. That's the greatest happiness. Suddenly, Zhang Dali's stomach made a loud growling noise. Fang Jinju smiled and said, You're in such a hurry to travel. You probably didn't eat well along the way, right? Zhang Dali scratched his head shyly and replied with a grin, Actually, I brought enough dry food when we left. I was munching on biscuits while riding, so I didn't miss a meal. But last night and today's chaos used it all up. However, the general was worried about the girl and Rue. He didn't eat much either. Vice General Han sat beside him and was also anxious and upset, so he probably didn't eat enough. Fan Jinju looked at Chu Yi and squinted her eyes. Now that we're safe, you should be hungry, right? Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Han Changwu quickly looked around. After such a disaster, all the wild animals must have been affected. I'll go nearby and try my luck. Maybe I can find some leftovers.
Cheheouye nodded.
Also, go check on the bandits and see what's happening. Brother Han. Fang Jinju kept urging. Just check on the bandits. If you find any wild animals, look for them. If not, forget it. We have plenty of food. Hearing this, Chu Yi and the others were all surprised. They had plenty of food? They looked at Fang Jinju and the two children, but saw no bags or packs. Where could the food be? Looking at the rope on the ground, Zhang Dali suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in surprise, Miss Jinju, you made this rope out of thin air? Can you really create food out of nothing? Fang Jinju quickly signaled for silence. Shou, this matter must be kept secret from everyone except us. Do not tell anyone. Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali. They nodded repeatedly. The goddess is still the goddess. Although she has become a gentle woman in Tangwu, she still possesses great powers. The goddess is the hope of Beliao. We must protect her well and never let her be harmed. After Han Kongwu slipped away, Chu Yi told Zhang Dali to go gather firewood. Finally, he looked at Rue and Xingbao, then his gaze fell on Fang Jinju with a puzzled expression. Fang Jinju understood and moved forward, leaning in mysteriously. Actually, it's not me. She winked playfully and nudged Rue with her lips. It's Rue. He's connected to my farm and can freely take whatever supplies he wants, and they never run out. The young woman's delicate face was close enough to see her clear eyelashes, fluttering with her joyful, slightly trembling lips. Every word sounded like divine music. Every subtle expression was imprinted in Chu Ye's heart. Chu Yi. Seeing Chu Yi lost in thought, Fang Jinju giggled and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Are you stunned? That's exactly how I looked back then. Although I don't have much ability myself. At the end, Fang Jinju's face showed a little proud shyness. She reached out to touch Rue and Xingbao. Then she looked at Chu Yi with a smiling face. But I have these clever little treasures. She smiled brightly at Chu Yi, and also you, my brave general friend. How many people in this world are as lucky as me? Seeing her proud of herself, Chu Yi felt his chest swell with emotion and tried hard not to let his voice reveal his feelings. Everything you have is what Jinju deserves. Fang Jinju's eyes curved happily. No wonder Rue and Shu's little mouths are so sweet. It's truly a family tradition of the Chu family. She spoke, then slightly reduced her smile and said seriously, Chu Yi, when I just agreed with Dolly, I was thinking we shouldn't reveal the powers of the children. There are no walls that don't have holes. The more people know, the harder it is to hide secrets. The black-clad men found out about the star treasure, so they keep chasing us. Anyway, I have the aura of a goddess, so I can blame all the strange powers and mysterious things on myself. That way, the children won't be in danger. Don't you think so? A flicker of emotion crossed Chu Ye's eyes. And you? Why don't you think about your own safety? This silly girl always considers others first, but forgets to think about herself. Fang Jinju raised her chin proudly and said, I'm so smart and can adapt quickly to any situation. Plus, I have you, the mighty General Shenwu, as my friend. From now on, wherever you go, I'll go with you. With you protecting me, what's there to be afraid of? Hearing that, Chu Yi smiled. The wind was bright, and the flowers and grass lost their color. Fang Jinju's eyes widened slightly, and she shook her head with a TSK. Chu Yi, you should try to hide your smile in the future. Chu Yi's smile stiffened a little.
Why?
Is it because it's ugly? Fang Jinju frowned, looking helpless. As he spoke, he instinctively touched his chin, looking a bit awkward. Women usually prefer gentle, modest manners, right? Influenced by his family traditions and hardened by the battlefield, naturally looked a bit rough. Fong Jinju's smile finally couldn't be contained.
Haha.
You're handsome without even knowing it. Can't you tell I'm joking? That smile you just had was the only pretty sight in this war-torn place. She stretched out her healthy right hand, her fingers flickering near his face. So don't hide it. Smile more often. It makes you feel good, and others will find you pleasant to look at. Double the benefits. Her unabashed admiration and affection reflected in Chu Ye's eyes, shining like silver moonlight and stars. He smiled again, but his ears turned a faint red of shyness. Jinju, you just need to. He instinctively wanted to praise her, but then hesitated, feeling he couldn't be as open as Jinju. If he said what he truly thought without restraint, she might notice his feelings weren't pure and become distant. Fong Jinju blinked, waiting quietly for him to finish. Chuyi suddenly changed the subject and smiled, saying, Jinju is right. I always listen to Jinju. From now on, I will always be cheerful. Though his words were insincere, he felt this feeling deeply within himself at that moment. What he wanted to say was just stay there and do nothing. That is the most beautiful scenery.
Miss Jinju is right.
You should smile more, General. Zhang Dali, carrying a bunch of firewood, jumped down happily and grinned at Chuyi, saying, hee hee, we all love to see you smile. Rue also tilted his head and smiled. Yes, yes, Rue also loves to see Uncle smile. Chuyi lightly glared at Zhang Dali as a warning, but the corners of his mouth lifted into a broad smile. This little bit of firewood is hardly useful. Go and gather more. Zhang Dali straightened his back and grinned to his ears. Yes. I'll go right now. Then, he quickly left in a whirlwind. As soon as he left, Han Kangwu arrived from behind, looking a bit displeased. Seeing this, Chu Yi and Fong Jinju also suppressed their smiles. How is it? General, those bandits lost quite a few, but about a dozen are still alive. What about the big boss? Is he dead? Han Kangwu shook his head. He's still alive and well. The third in command also didn't die, but the remaining bandits, about 10 or so, are injured to varying degrees and are not a threat. When I just went over, I heard the big boss telling the third in command to go into the woods and find us. Whether to fight or run, they need to decide quickly. Hearing this, Fong Jinju sneered inwardly. Only a few people are left, still dreaming of making a quick fortune. Chuyi raised his gaze and looked at them, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Though it was fleeting, Han Kangwu immediately understood. General, you and Jinju should stay here. I will go back again. Those just barely surviving bandits don't need Zhang Dali. One person is enough. As he turned around, he saw the third in command approaching with 3 slightly injured bandits. Seeing that Chu Yi and his group were safe, he was surprised and said, Wow, you're impressive. The third in command was right about you. Han Kangwu and Chu Yi exchanged a look, their eyes filled with silent killing intent. Good, then they wouldn't need to come to their door. Hearing the bandits' voices, Rue and Xing Bao instinctively snuggled close to Fong Jinju, their little faces falling. Fong Jinju's heart tightened, but seeing Chuyi calm and composed, she relaxed quickly and quietly comforted the 2 children. Previously, facing over 200 robbers and holding their lives in her hands, Zhu Yi and the others, despite their high martial skills, couldn't help but feel nervous and hesitant to act rashly. Thinking about how Zhu Ye's 3 strong soldiers had to bow and scrape to that dwarf all the way to Mengzhou County, Jinju felt a deep sense of humiliation and frustration. Now, things have changed. People's plans often fail against the heavens. A natural disaster brought both danger and luck. Although they narrowly escaped death, it greatly weakened their enemy's strength by about 90%. Moreover, with the collapse of official support, even if the men in black didn't give up, their horses and carriages couldn't move freely. Once the pursuers arrived, they would have already returned to the borders of North Liao. In a way, it was a blessing in disguise. While thinking this, the second in command led about 78 robbers closer. They were rough mountain folk, not very skilled in fighting, relying mostly on numbers and their rough aura to make an impact. Even the chasm before them was too wide for them to cross directly, forcing them to take a detour. Seeing this, Jinju felt reassured, like taking a calming pill.
Zlie.
Seeing the distance still quite far and the danger looming, the second-in-command stopped and called out from afar, "I won't go any further. You quickly bring the 3 siblings over and come with me to meet the boss. The boss always keeps his word. Since your second brother unfortunately died, you're very lucky. Once you join our 3 Dragons gang, you can become the third-in-command right away." As for him, he would naturally fill the vacancy left by the second brother and be promoted to second-in-command. Zhu Yi and Jinju exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile, full of sarcasm. Han Kongwu shouted, "Third-in-command, you'd better come help quickly. My brother is injured and can't walk." His eyes also held a mocking, playful smile, but the third-in-command couldn't see it. The third-in-command frowned. He keenly sensed that the other was boasting to show off his strength. They had just started, and he already looked down on him. Soon, he might try to ride over his neck just because he had completed his elder brother's task. He absolutely wouldn't allow that. Was Chui hurt? A flash of joy and murderous intent crossed the third-in-command's eyes. He decided to take advantage of his illness and kill him, eliminating this threat. When the boss asked later, he would say that they all, like the second brother, had unfortunately fallen victim to a natural disaster. Thinking this, he responded, "All right, wait a moment. I'll come over right away." And then he would come to take their lives. Hearing this, Han Kongwu turned around and sat down directly. Don't be fooled by how straightforward this looks. They've already taken many twists and turns. Fang Jinju quietly whispered something into Rui's ear. Then a few bags of bread and bottles of mineral water appeared in the space between them. "Big brother Han, eat some to fill your stomach first. You'll have more energy later." She reached out and handed a bag of bread to Han Kongwu. Han's eyes widened like a cow's, and he took the bag with both hands. "Thank you, Miss Jinju." At the same time, Zhu Yi tore open a bag of bread and handed it to Fang Jinju. "Eat some too." Fang Jinju pursed her lips and nodded with a smile. "Thanks." Then she quickly handed the bread to Xingbao. "Eat quickly." Zhu Yi felt both comforted and helpless. He hurriedly opened 2 more bags and handed them over. Fang Jinju was surprised, but then smiled with bright eyes. "You should eat some too. Once this is over, I'll get you some medicine to boost your energy and blood. You're hurt. Just eating bread isn't enough." Zhu Yi grinned widely. Okay." Seeing this, Han Songwu's eyes twitched with a suppressed smile. "Miss Jinju, don't worry. I'll finish this quickly and won't delay the general's medicine." "Oh, what's this about medicine to boost energy and blood?" "The goddess is the best medicine for the general." From afar, they saw Chu Yi and his group still leisurely eating and drinking, not even glancing over. The third-in-command's face darkened even more. These people couldn't be left alone to do whatever they wanted. Thinking of this, his speed increased. Soon, the third-in-command and his men arrived beside Zhu Ye's group. Sure enough, Zhu Ye's leg was wrapped in thick bandages. Their eyes fell on the food and water in their hands, filled with suspicion. He couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get this food?" The bags holding the food were transparent. The bottles of water were even clearer than glass. Han Kongwu quickly stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, then looked at the third-in-command and said vaguely, "This is a secret. Come closer. I can only tell you." The third-in-command's eyes flickered, and he stepped forward quietly, subtly reaching for the dagger at his waist. When he was 4 or 5 steps away, Han Kongwu suddenly kicked him in the chest, knocking him and the 3 other bandits flying backwards. Behind them was a wide gorge, over 10 feet across. The last 2 fell straight down, but the third-in-command and another bandit clung desperately to the edge. "Zheng Wu, what are you trying to do?" Below was a 100-zhong deep abyss. The third-in-command shouted in panic, "Pull me up quickly." Han Kongwu stepped forward confidently, stomping on his hand. Third boss, I kindly told you a secret, but you want to kill me. Why is that? As he spoke, he pressed down hard with his foot, causing the third boss's hand bones to loudly. The third boss let out a sharp scream, looking at Han Kongwu with fear. I didn't do anything. Han Kongwu sneered. Whether you did or not, you're going to die today. The third boss's eyes flickered with fear, and he broke out in sweat. I know what you want. I'll give you my position. Is that okay? Quick, pull me up. Han Kongwu burst into laughter, then casually picked up a stone and threw it at another robber's hand. The robber screamed and fell into the abyss. The third boss was so scared, he wet himself. Zhongwu, hero, big brother. Don't kill me. If you spare my life, I'll lead everyone to swear allegiance to you as the new boss. Han Kongwu raised his hand and hit him on the head, knocking him out. Do you think I care about being a robber boss? Just because you hurt Miss Jinju, I'd die 100 times to take revenge. The third boss shook his head in disbelief. Miss Jinju. You know her? Are you doing this on purpose? Han Kongwu smirked mischievously. What do you think? Then he relaxed his grip and watched calmly as the third boss, full of shock and regret, fell into the abyss. Such a death is really too kind for you. Yes, they really got off easy. Thinking of the women in the Dragon Gang's camp who had been mistreated, Fang Jinju's eyes burned with anger. These people causing harm to countless others. They deserve 1,000 cuts and a slow death. Hearing this, Zhu Ye's eyes darkened slightly. All right, then we'll follow Jinju's plan. Let them be cut into pieces and executed slowly. What Jinju said was exactly what he wanted to do. Those robbers had harmed many people. They should taste the fear of innocent victims. He looked at Han Kongwu. No need to bring them here. To avoid scaring the children, just handle it as Jinju said. Han Kongwu immediately understood, respectfully clasped his fists, and flew away. Seeing this, Jinju's anger eased somewhat. She then returned to the main topic. Zhu Yi, what should we do next? The Earth Dragon flipped over, destroying the official road completely. Even with horses and carts now, they couldn't use them. They could only walk back to North Liao. But Zhu Yi was injured, so he couldn't rush. This place is not suitable for staying long. Zhu Yi looked around and said, We don't know if Betrayal has heard that I left the city, so we need to return to Betrayal quickly. Once Han Kongwu finishes his work, we will set out. Fang Jinju instinctively looked at his legs. Right now, the roads are blocked and you're injured. Rushing back on this road will not help your leg heal. Jinju, don't worry. Just then, Zhang Dali carried a bundle of firewood and roughly interrupted, I'll take turns carrying the general with Brother Han. We won't let his leg bear weight. Zhu Yi shook his head decisively. It's just a minor skin injury, not a big deal. I can walk by myself, and I can also carry 2 children. As he spoke, he looked at Fang Jinju. It will be hard for Jinju to walk all this way. Fang Jinju smiled. You're injured and still not afraid to travel. Why should I find it hard? Besides, I've been kept in the boudoir for too long, and I've become weak. This is a good chance to train myself properly. Zhu Yi said if we walk on foot, it will take at least 7 or 8 days to reach Betrayal. Plus, the ground is cracked from the Earth Dragon's movements, making travel difficult. It might delay us by a few more days. His eyes flickered slightly, but he was sincere and serious. If Jinju can't walk anymore, don't force yourself. I can carry you. At this moment, Zhu Yi couldn't help but recall how Jinju had curled up in his arms like a kitten earlier. That soft trust and dependence made him almost forget they were in danger, wishing time could stop there. Hearing this, Han Kongwu staggered slightly as he landed, almost falling. Zhang Dali paused his fire-making and chopping, then quickly said, No. The general's leg is injured. We're worried if he walks alone. How can he carry Jinju girl? Just focus on walking your own way. Jinju girl and the 2 children will be left to me and old Han. We'll take turns carrying them. Before he finished, Han Kongwu slapped him on the back of the head. What are you thinking? Jinju girl is a divine maiden. We, being rough and humble, are not worthy to disrespect her. Naturally, Someone like the general, with his status, is suited to care for the divine maiden up close. The general's body has been tempered through many hardships. He's never been injured. This leg injury is nothing. We just need to take care of the 2 children, saving us worry for the general and Jinju girl. He said this while wildly winking at Zhang Dali. It turns out she is just an uneducated young girl who hasn't married yet, thinking she was speaking for the general. The general only needs to write admiring the goddess on his face. Can't you see that? She is so full of herself. Good people doing good things. Zhang Dali looked a bit wronged and scratched his head, but he quickly understood and nodded. Yes, Brother Han is right. I will follow Brother Han's arrangements. Chu Ye's face remained calm, but inside, he felt pleased. It has nothing to do with your status. I am the city lord. Only by personally serving Jinju can I show my sincerity. It's still old Han who handles things carefully and properly. Fong Jinju silently chuckled. I have strong legs and feet. I don't need you to carry me. Since we've decided, let's quickly find something solid to fill our stomachs. We should travel more before dawn. In this unfamiliar time and place, Beiliao is the only place she knows well. The sooner she returns to Beiliao, the more at ease she feels. After speaking, Fan Jinju let Rui release 2 white-feathered chickens, which Han and Zhang prepared to roast according to her method. The group enjoyed a hearty meal. Then they set out to return to Beiliao. Sure enough, not just the official roads. The entire land was either steep cliffs or deep ravines, difficult to traverse. Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali, skilled in lightness skills, each carried a child and moved like swallows, smoothly stepping over the terrain as if walking on flat ground. They quickly leapt forward 10 or more yards. Chu didn't show off his skills. His leg was only injured on the surface, with no damage to bones or muscles, so he walked normally. When encountering uneven ground or deep ravines, he easily crossed with a breath of effort. As for Fong Jinju, she looked a bit miserable. Although she had strong legs and feet, the road after the earthquake was as difficult as passing a level in a game. While Chu Yi and the others moved at a steady pace, she had to take small jogs, zigzagging about. Some parts of the ground were hollow, and she almost stepped into a ditch several times. Jinju, let me carry you. No, I have strong legs and feet. It's not right for you, who are injured, to carry me. Don't bother to walk around the detours with me. You go ahead and wait for me. I'll try to run faster. Miss Jinju, the terrain is dangerous and hard to pass. Just let the general carry you. Han Kongwu called from ahead. Otherwise, at this speed, we won't make it back to Beiliao in a month. Fong Jinju puffed out her chest and ran a bit more. Why are you shouting? As long as Jinju is happy, what does it matter if we walk for a year? Chuyi smiled gently and comforted her from afar. Jinju, don't rush.
Take your time.
We're waiting for you. Suddenly, Jinju felt a bit discouraged. Are good legs and good feet something worth showing off? Chuyi can walk faster on one leg than she can. She suddenly stops, reaching out her arm to the man patiently waiting across the gap. Forget it, you'd better carry me. Compared to you all, I'm too useless. I really don't deserve to show off. Chu Yi smiles, hands behind his back, and in just a moment, appears in front of Fong Jinju. He turns around, kneels, and says, "Come on up." The delicate girl carefully leans in, her body soft and gentle. Chu Ye's hair even seems to carry a hint of a smile. His arms carefully slip through her knees, and he gently lifts her onto his back. Jinju, hold on tight. Fong Jinju, feeling guilty, clings to Chu Ye's shoulders, tightening her body to make it easier for him. Don't push yourself too hard.
If you can't handle it, then.
Before she finishes, the man leaps into the air, easily crossing the wide gap of over 10 feet. She screams in fright and instinctively presses her face against his back. The softness makes Chu Ye's breath slightly unsteady, almost losing his balance. Looking down at the deep abyss beneath them, Fong Jinju turns pale and tightly hugs his neck like a koala. Chu Yi, slow down. I'm afraid of heights. Her face is pressed close to his neck, warm breath making Chu Ye's ears turn red. "Jinju, trust me. Close your eyes." Fong Jinju obediently does as told. In that moment, she feels suddenly safe and secure. Then, an exhilarating sense of freedom and joy washes over her. When she opens her eyes again, her worry and guilt are completely replaced by admiration. "Chu Yi, you're even more amazing than I imagined. You're like a hero straight out of a fantasy story."
No, that's not right.
"That's just a fantasy show, but you are truly a hero." Chu Ye's smile never fades, and it deepens a little at her words. Fong Jinju's praise is always sincere and straightforward, making people feel warm inside and full of pride. After just a few breaths, they catch up to Han Zhong and the others, and even surpass them a bit. "Uncle Han, hurry. Little uncle is ahead of us now," Rue excitedly shouts. Han Kongwu, below, speeds up, determined not to lose.
Got it.
Zhang Dali, full of enthusiasm, says, "Xing Bao, hold on tight. Uncle is going to speed up." Xing Bao, smiling happily, nods eagerly, full of surprise and excitement. This is a happiness he has never experienced before. Whether chasing or resting, before they know it, the group has traveled 30 or 50 miles. Just 2 miles further ahead is Xiangzhou County. "Help! Save my son! Boo-hoo, oh heavens! Why are you so cruel to us?"
Why?
After walking a bit more, several villages appear densely packed, with cries of despair and sadness echoing loudly. Chu Yi and the others stop to look ahead. Their eyes see collapsed houses, fallen trees, ruined fields, chaos and destruction everywhere. They can faintly see villagers who survived by luck, frantically digging through the debris to rescue people, crying loudly. Even from a distance, the scene feels intense and hopeless. Everyone's faces turn serious at the sight. Life for common people has always been hard. This great disaster has completely cut off their way to survive. If the villages are like this, the city of Xiangzhou County must be in a terrible state too. They wonder if this disaster has affected other places, or if North Liao has been impacted. Fong Jinju and Chu Yi exchange a knowing look, clearly thinking of the same thing. She quickly asks Xing Bao to call a bird flying from the northeast and inquires about it. Fortunately, the tremor from the Earth Dragon only affected Mengzhou County, which also suffered some damage. North Liao felt the quake, but is currently safe. Chu Yi looks toward the village, a hint of struggle on his face. Seeing this, Fong Jinju decisively says, "Since we've encountered this, let's help if we can." The court abandoned North Liao, but the common people are innocent and unaware. They are just poor souls oppressed and exploited by the court. Even if they survived the disaster, if no one helps them, they'll just be waiting to die. The lives of ordinary people in troubled times are truly as bitter herbs. Chu Yi turns his head, unsurprised to see Fong Jinju's determined eyes. He knew that even if he could be ruthless, Jinju wouldn't stand by and do nothing. The group arrives at the nearest village. As they get closer, the scene of destruction hits even harder. A woman's face is covered in blood and dust, holding a bloodied, disfigured child, crying desperately as if she might pass out at any moment. A man with a broken arm, apparently crushed by something, seems unaware of pain, desperately digging through the rubble with his remaining hand, blood dripping from his 5 fingers. "Axio, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you and the baby. I'll get you out soon." Before Chu Yi can speak, Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali rush forward to help dig. Fong Jinju quickly asks Rue to fetch some hose from the farm and hands them to the others. Chu Yi asked in a deep voice, "Brother, where is your family? We will help you dig them out." The man was stunned, looked up, and his eyes were covered with blood, making it hard to see his emotions clearly. Suddenly, he burst into loud crying, "Please, save my wife and children. They are under that rubble." Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali hurried to the spot he pointed to, calling out names to check if they were still alive and carefully digging through the debris. "Miss, please help us." "Hero, please, my mother is also trapped underneath." Help me. Sniff, save me.
I don't want to die.
As help arrived, cries for help came from all directions. Chu Yi quickly joined the rescue team. Fong Jinju quietly instructed Ruerue to take out some good digging tools, distributing them to the villagers who could help. With some assistance, the villagers who were still alive showed signs of hope in their eyes and worked hard to rescue their loved ones. A few screams sounded, and indeed, some lives were saved from the rubble. More and more people were pulled out, but only a few were still alive. Some had lost children, others had lost parents. The tragic scene of families broken and people dead was vividly portrayed at that moment. The man with a broken arm, along with his wife and children, was also pulled out. There was a pregnant woman among them. She curled up, clutching her large belly tightly. Tears streamed down Fong Jinju's face as she covered her mouth and sobbed. Ruerue was stunned at first, then started crying with hiccups. Xingbao held his brother's hand tightly, quietly sniffling. Chu Yi, Han Kongwu, and Zhang Dali also had tears in their eyes. The man stared blankly at his wife's body, then suddenly, in a flash, he headbutted the sharp blade. Han Kongwu, quick on his feet, kicked the away, and Zhang Dali quickly grabbed the man, passing his arm through his waist and holding him tightly. Brother, we've finally survived. Don't do anything stupid. The man wailed loudly. What's the use of surviving? What's the use? No family, no land, and no one cares about us. Living even a moment longer is worse than death. He was crying and tears were flowing freely, shouting at the sky, Unkind heaven, why don't you send a stronger disaster to wipe out this world completely, so it's all gone? Suddenly, everyone still alive looked up and howled in grief. Their sadness and despair shook the heavens. Who said no one cares about your lives? Chu Yi let out a hoarse but powerful shout. I will take charge. I will take charge. His firm voice echoed in everyone's ears. The man's breakdown suddenly stopped. Everyone fell silent and stopped their actions. They all looked at Chu Yi. Fong Jinju wiped away her tears, her eyes shining as she looked at Chu Yi. No one knew how important this sentence was, but she understood. Once spoken, it must be kept. You're going to take charge of us? The man stammered. There are so many of us. How do you plan to control us? He staggered forward to Chu Yi, looking sad and frantic, pointing with his healthy hand at the destroyed village. Can you restore our village and fields to how they were? Or can you support us for a lifetime? Ha ha ha, even the court can't control our lives. How can you? If just opening your mouth could make our wishes come true, I would want everyone in this world to have enough to eat. Hearing this, someone else quietly cried out in despair. An old man trembled and stepped forward, saying, Hero, his child will be born in a few days, but suddenly faced such a disaster. He is too great, and he can't help but speak harshly. Please don't take it to heart. Your help in saving our families is already a great kindness. We know you mean well, but he's right. The court can't control our lives, so can we really rely on you? Our fields are destroyed. We have no food or water, and there's no way but to wait for death. It might be better to die quickly in this disaster. Unfortunate timing. Fate playing tricks on us. These words seemed to drain the old man's strength. After speaking, he collapsed to the ground, tears flowing freely. Fong Jinju looked at Chu Yi. Just then, Chu Yi also looked at her. They shared the pain and despair of these villagers. They understood their feelings. They didn't believe in themselves, which was human nature. Fong Jinju stepped forward a few steps and softly asked, Chu Yi, what do you plan to do? I will help you. Her eyes were gentle yet firm. A flicker of resolve appeared in Chu Yi's eyes. Jinju, I only dare to say such arrogant words because I have you by my side. Don't you think I am being unreasonable, demanding too much? Fong Jinju's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly. Don't worry. It's natural to expect more or to ask for everything. Whatever you do to me, I will do the same to you in the future. I won't suffer losses. Helping people is like fighting a fire. Hurry up and tell me your idea. Chu Yi's brows relaxed, and after scanning the area, he looked at Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali. You two stay here, and watch the children. Jinju, and I will be back soon. Then he turned to Fang Jinju. Jinju, come with me. He led the way to a quiet place, and Fang Jinju quickly followed. Jinju, this recent disaster has affected many counties. Rebuilding the towns and farmland will cost a lot. Looking at the devastated scene, Chu Ye's expression grew serious. Based on how the court has handled North Liao before, they probably won't send supplies to help these lucky survivors rebuild their homes. So, Jinju, I plan to bring these people back to North Liao so they can settle there. Jinju nodded in agreement. All the farmland here is destroyed. They can't farm anymore. Even if we leave some food for winter, it's only temporary. Moving them back to North Liao to settle is the best long-term plan. But if we take these villagers away, it will attract attention from other disaster victims. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes. What should we do then? Chuyi looked around and said firmly, then we take everyone back to North Liao. Chuyi, I know you care about the world, but you must act within your means. Jinju added, even if North Liao has enough supplies, can one city really accommodate so many disaster victims? Chuyi explained, this isn't arrogance. I've shown you many photos of North Liao, but they don't show everything. North Liao's land is poor, but its territory is vast, comparable to half of Tangwu's land. Not just these few counties. Even if all of Tangwu's people settled in North Liao, it would be feasible. Hearing this, Jinju looked amazed. Just one city, and it's so big? Does that mean Tangwu has abandoned half of its territory? Are they willing to do that? Chuyi smirked self-deprecatingly. Why wouldn't they? North Liao is large, but its land is barren. It's hard to feed the local soldiers and civilians, let alone pay taxes. For the court, a city that can't pay taxes is just a ruined city, worth nothing. But now things are different. Jinju, the seeds you provided allow every piece of land in Betrayal to be fully used, enough to feed more people. Fang Jinju nodded with a click. Good, good. Now I feel at ease. But will Tangwu agree to bring their people back to Betrayal? Also, we are only a few people traveling, and it's already hard. If more disaster victims come, many problems could arise on the way. If not handled well, it might cause more trouble. Besides, with so many people, food is a big issue. Although the farm has enough supplies, we can't take too much out at once, or it might attract bad people. Seeing her careful thinking and clear reasoning, Zhuyi looked at her with admiration. Jinju, your thoughts are very good. People are unpredictable. Not everyone among the common folk is kind. Just the three of us can't control everything. So, I plan to send a message to Betrayal, asking Xiongda, Li to send 5,000 Shu family soldiers to help. Gathering 5,000 soldiers is a big move. How will we do that in Mengzhou County? Don't worry, I have a plan. Mengzhou County is also affected by the disaster, so it will be chaotic. We can use two tactics when the time comes. At this point, Zhuyi lowered his voice a bit and Fan Jinju instinctively moved closer. The more she listened, the more her admiration for him grew. She couldn't help but raise her thumb in front of Zhuyi. The name War God truly suits you. Not only did she give him a thumbs up, but even her injured hand persisted in doing so. From today, you are my idol, Fang Jinju. A slight smile eased the seriousness in Zhuyi's eyes, and his eyebrows lifted slightly. Jinju, the road ahead is tough. It will take at least 5 or 6 days for the Chu family army to arrive. As for the food problem you mentioned earlier, I haven't figured out a solution yet. Fang Jinju's eyes sparkled slightly, and she smiled mysteriously. In the face of natural disasters, it's reasonable to find a merchant caravan that lost its way in Hongkou, right? Hearing this, Zhu Yi was initially stunned. Then his eyes suddenly brightened. He reached out and, mimicking Jinju's earlier gesture, gave her a thumbs up. Thinking for a moment, he extended his other hand and waved both thumbs at her. Your wisdom, like a goddess, makes us look up to you. His serious face carried a hint of innocent joy. Fang Jinju covered her mouth, holding back her laughter. Since we've agreed, let's go back quickly. When the two of them returned, all the villagers instinctively stood up. The man and woman avoided them and discussed seriously. At that moment, they realized that although the man's words earlier were just words of passion, his true intention was genuine. Now that they saw the villagers approaching, they suddenly understood. Although these two people dressed just like the villagers, their appearance and demeanor were extraordinary. Although they didn't believe that these thin and weak individuals could really do anything for them, all the villagers couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. Any hope of survival made everyone unwilling to accept death passively. After stepping forward, Chuyi didn't rush to speak but instead checked each villager's injuries with Han Kangwoo and Zhang Dali, giving simple bandages. Seeing their sincere desire to help and their calmness in the face of danger, even the two children followed closely, awkwardly helping. The villagers seemed to find a pillar of support. Though their grief remained, their hearts calmed down a lot. Fong Jinju couldn't do much but comfort the sad and grieving women. While talking, she accidentally revealed their plan to go to Betrayal. The woman wiped her tears and asked in disbelief, "You're going to Betrayal?" This one sentence drew everyone's attention. They are actually going to Betrayal? Isn't that the county city abandoned by the court? The old man who had been speaking couldn't help but look at Chuyi and ask, "Hero, Betrayal is probably already a dead city. Why are you going there?" And the court has strict orders forbidding people from Betrayal to come to the Central Plains, and vice versa. If the court finds out, that would be a death sentence. On the way back, Chuyi had already prepared an excuse. Seeing the topic shift, he quickly said, "Old sir, to be honest, we're going to reunite with my older brother. Moreover, Betrayal is not a dead city, but has become a beautiful, peaceful land of 10,000 acres. His words caused the villagers to sigh. 10,000 acres of peace. Are you joking, hero? Yes, Betrayal is known as the poorest place in Tangwu. Everyone knows that. Why would you lie to us? Looking at Chuyi again, the villagers' eyes were full of suspicion and complexity, unsure of his true intentions. Why would we lie to you? Is there anything worth lying about now? Zhang Dali couldn't stand others insulting his general and immediately retorted in a stern tone. Hearing this, the villagers looked at each other and felt a bit ashamed. Yes, they now have only a miserable life, with no value at all. What's there to be fooled by? These few people have done their best to help them, clearly showing they are kind-hearted and righteous. Their words and actions just now seemed a bit like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. But Chuyi said that North Liao has become a paradise, and they didn't believe it either. Chuyi looked at Zhang Dali, signaling him to stay calm. It's natural that you don't believe, because I don't believe it either. Chuyi continued, even though my closest brother told me about this, I still couldn't believe it. But I know my brother wouldn't lie to me, so I want to see for myself whether it's true or not. Fan Jinju stared at Chuyi without blinking, full of admiration. No wonder he's a seasoned general. His words and actions are full of careful planning. Since we've already talked about this, I might as well tell everyone everything. Chuyi took the opportunity to say, my brother is a deputy general in the Chu family army of North Liao. Not long ago, he went to great lengths to send a letter home. That's how we learned what North Liao has been through. He said that when North Liao was in dire straits, the court not only ignored them but also hesitated to help. The main general of North Liao could have abandoned the city and returned to the capital, but he insisted on staying with the soldiers and civilians, trying every possible way to trade valuable goods for grain so that the soldiers and civilians could survive. His strong sense of righteousness moved the gods. Then the gods descended upon North Liao, not only blessing the soldiers and civilians with grain and water, but also giving them divine quality seeds. These seeds can take root anywhere and produce 1,000 jin per mu. Now North Liao is no longer a wasteland, but a land full of high-yield crops. My brother also said that the court is now full of treacherous officials who oppress the people, making life difficult for everyone. When I received the letter, I immediately secretly took my family to reunite with him in North Liao. We plan to settle there, and I guarantee our family won't go hungry. Everyone thought North Liao was completely out of supplies and had become a dead city, but in fact, the lives of the soldiers and civilians there are 1,000 times better than those of the people in Central Plains. So just now, in my desperation, I said those words, not out of nonsense, but because I thought that even if the court doesn't help us, we can go to North Liao with me. The leader there is kind and loves his people, and he won't ignore disaster victims. Maybe he'll even shelter us in the city. No matter what, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we can't give up easily, right? After he finished speaking, the villagers were completely shocked. Hero, I know you want to encourage us to keep living, but you don't need to bother weaving beautiful dreams for us. If there truly were gods who pity humans, then why do disasters still happen suddenly? Yes, we appreciate the hero helping us, but what he says is too shocking to believe. Sorry, we can't trust it. Zhu Yi nodded. I share everyone's sadness and despair, so I told you what my brother said. We met by chance, so it's normal if you don't believe me. But I want to say, if you're not afraid of death, why not go to North Liao to see if it's real or not? He paused, then continued, we can't stay here forever. If you're willing, come with us to North Liao. I promise to take good care of everyone on the way. I won't forget what I said about looking after you. If you don't want to go, we won't force you. But I think surviving a natural disaster is already lucky. Even if we die, we should struggle a little first. That's all I have to say. Think it over yourselves. We'll wait for you at the village entrance with a cup of tea. Then he stopped talking and walked to Fang Jinju. Let's go. Seeing them really leave, the villagers immediately gathered together in groups. Uncle Quan, what should we do? Yes, Uncle Quan, the hero makes sense. Could it be that the natural disaster didn't take our lives, but we're just eager to die ourselves? If that's true, I'm afraid my mother wouldn't be at peace underground either. But the court probably won't care about us. Now our home is gone. Our fields are gone. Even if we want to live, we can't. Are we really going to follow those strangers to North Liao? His words are too mysterious. I just feel uneasy inside. The villagers gathered around the old man Uncle Quan, talking nervously. Everyone looked confused and scared about the uncertain future. Uncle Quan sighed and looked at the villagers. So, are we going to wait here and die painfully and feel at ease about it? His words made everyone fall silent. Those heroes seem sincere. They don't look like bad people. Besides, what do we have worth their scheming for? Uncle Quan added, right now, it's just death waiting for us. Whether it's early or late doesn't matter. There's nothing to worry about. Instead of hopelessly waiting here to die, we might as well follow them to North Liao and try our luck. Furthermore, that hero spoke honestly. The Zhu family has been loyal for generations, and the Zhu army has guarded the border for over 10 years. Even if death is unavoidable, I would rather die within the borders of Betrayal. Saying this, Uncle Quan stood up with a firm and hopeful look. At least there, the brave spirits of the Zhu army will protect us, and we won't be oppressed by treacherous souls. His heartfelt words instantly revived the villagers' cold blood and despairing hearts. Uncle Quan is right. As long as we are on this land, we can't escape oppression in life or death. I want to go to Betrayal, even if I die there. Yes, I want to take my mother with me and bury her under Betrayal's city walls. My younger brother was timid in life. If I leave him here in this cold place, he will surely be bullied by evil spirits. I must take him with me too. Soon, the villagers started speaking. Not only did they want to go to Betrayal, but they also wanted to bring their deceased family members along. Uncle Quan's eyes filled with tears as he said in a deep voice, "None of our villagers can be left behind. We will go to Betrayal together. Changda, go quickly and inform those heroes. Tell them to kindly take us to Betrayal with them. I'll go right now." A middle-aged man ran towards the village entrance. Uncle Quan looked over the villagers and said solemnly, "The journey to Betrayal will be difficult. We don't know what might happen along the way. For those heroes, our village might be a trouble, especially since we want to bring our lost loved ones. So, we can only bring the ashes of our family members." Hearing this, everyone's faces showed deep sorrow and pain. But soon, some men turned around and began searching through the ruins for wooden beams. Others carefully carried their silent, fallen family members to open ground. Sister, the fire is so big. Rue held Fong Jinju's hand and pointed ahead. Why are they burning such a big fire? Just as Fong Jinju and her group returned to the village, they stopped in their tracks. Thick smoke billowed, flames soared into the sky, and there were deep, heavy cries of grief. Though separated by some distance, the atmosphere of death and sorrow was overwhelming. Fong Jinju stared steadily at the towering flames, tears filling her eyes unknowingly. They are sending off their loved ones, lighting the way for them. The bigger the fire, the brighter the path. Nature's disasters are merciless. Even in times of peace and prosperity, they cannot be avoided. As long as the homeland offers protection, after disasters, the homeland can be rebuilt, life can go on, and the future will no longer be confusing. China has protected its people through many crises. It makes every citizen proud to be born in China, and even in the next life, they want to be Chinese again. But here, these simple villagers, even in death, do not want to die on this cold, unfeeling land. At this moment, she really wants to return to China. Where will their families go? Rue lifts her small face and looks at Fong Jinju, her big eyes full of innocence. Fong Jinju lowers her gaze and smiles firmly at the blurry little girl in front of her. They will go to China, where their sister used to be, and become Chinese citizens. This is not just an idle remark. It is her prayer. She prays that these people, whose lives are as bitter herbs, can be reborn in China after death. She doesn't ask for wealth or fame, only for daily food and safety, happiness and peace. Hearing this, Rue grins happily. Wow, that's great. Then they won't hurt anymore, and they won't go hungry. Right? Fong Jinju nods strongly, yes. From now on, every day will be a good day for them. Chuye's brow relaxes slightly, and a look of surprise flashes in his eyes. Jinju's kindness and goodness are not superficial. They are naturally embedded in her bones and blood. That's why, in every smile, every word, every sentence, she unintentionally reveals her true feelings. This heavy, mournful scene of cremation, spoken by her, surprisingly turns into a symbol of new life and hope. Look! From a neighboring village, a woman suddenly exclaims, Yongtan village has such a big fire. The villagers, who were immersed in grief and despair, stand up and look over. What are they burning? I don't know. Let someone quick and nimble go see. Ashes and flames. The villagers spontaneously remove their outer clothes, carefully wrap their loved ones' bones, and tightly carry them on their bodies. Then, Uncle Chu leads everyone to Chuyi. Hero, young lady, we've kept you waiting. Let's go. Chuyi nods silently, turns around, and leads the way. He glances back at the ruins behind him, and the villagers decisively follow. How is it? What happened in Yongtan village? Are they cremating the dead? A man from a nearby village just ran back and was surrounded by villagers asking eagerly. The man gasps for breath and nods repeatedly. Cremating the dead isn't the main point. The main thing is they've left. Left? The villagers look at each other in shock. Where did they go? What other place could they go to? The man said, I don't know, but I saw them from afar. It seems they headed northeast. Northeast? The villagers looked more suspicious. Even if they are fleeing to survive, they should go to the western capital. Why head northeast? Yes, northeast leads to Mongzhou and Beiliao. The recent disaster was so fierce that I fear Mongzhou might also be affected. It's not better for us. Why are they going in that direction? The man's eyes flickered uncertainly. It seems the leader isn't from Yongtan village. Hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances, vaguely guessing something. Let's go, and follow them to see. A middle-aged man suddenly spoke. We're just waiting to die here. Maybe if we follow them, we can find a way to survive. Without waiting for others to respond, he quickly headed out of the village. Seeing this, the villagers hesitated, but then helped each other and hurried after him. North Liao General's residence. Yi Tingxian took the letter from Eagle Friend and ordered someone to bring food for him. Old Madame Chu pulled Shushu forward, her face full of worry and tension. Did you find Jin Zhu and Rue?
How are they?
Yi Tingxian didn't delay. He quickly opened the letter and read it carefully. The generals have already met Jin Zhu and the others. Jin Zhu, Rue, they're all fine. That's great. Old Madame Chu's face lit up with excitement. Shushu's tense little face relaxed instantly, and her big eyes brightened. The generals really encountered the dragon turning over. Old Madame Chu's eyes tightened. Are they okay? Yesterday, the entire land of Betrayal was trembling, as if some giant beast was about to emerge from underground. Fortunately, this strange phenomena stopped after a moment, only causing the tables and chairs to shake, with no major damage. Although the strange event was over, old Madame Chu, experienced and wise, guessed that some underground dragon had turned over, causing the disturbance. Yi Tingxian immediately sent people to investigate Mengzhou. Sure enough, Mengzhou was already in chaos, a land of disaster. When they heard the news, everyone in the general's residence was frantic. The generals hadn't returned yet. They didn't know if. Old Madame Chu didn't sleep all night. She didn't even eat breakfast, only coaxed Shushu to eat a small bowl. Just now, when she saw Eagle Friend, her heart finally felt a little relief. It's okay. Yi Tingxian quickly said the generals are all fine and, seeing the letters end, his face darkened and he straightened his back instinctively. Madam, the general is taking a group of refugees back to North Liao. We must immediately send 5,000 soldiers to assist. Hearing this, old lady Chu relaxed completely and said repeatedly, Good. You go and arrange it quickly, go and assist. Yi Tingxian rushed out like a whirlwind. Did you hear that, Shushu? Little uncle is fine, and sister and brother are both well. Old lady Chu crouched down, reached out, and gently held the child's face, smiling with relief. Shushu happily jumped, her big eyes curling into a happy arc. Then Shushu will see them soon, right? Yes. Shushu, the gift isn't ready yet. Grandmother will help Shushu prepare it. Won't Chu Yi and the others really leave us behind? Yeah, they left last night. It's already morning. They definitely won't come back. What should we do? Wait a bit longer. If they don't come back, we'll go to North Liao ourselves. 50 miles outside Menzhou County, on a low-lying flatland in Yangtan Village, the villagers woke up to find that Chu Yi and his group hadn't returned. They immediately felt uneasy. Those heroes looked capable, and although they had been considerate of them, the villagers still found it hard to keep up. Fortunately, along the way, there were occasional puddles and water holes, so they weren't thirsty. But the surroundings were all desolate ruins, and they found nothing to eat. They had traveled most of the day, feeling exhausted and hungry. Chu Yi found a sheltered spot and made a fire for the villagers to rest overnight. Meanwhile, the group dispersed to hunt for wild animals and find food. Chu Yi and his team took good care of them along the way, helping them cross every difficult ravine they encountered. Everyone regarded them as the backbone, the main support. When they said they wanted to go find food, the villagers were worried. Worried they wouldn't come back. After waiting for a while, Uncle Chi stood up and said, Even if someone helps us, our fate is ultimately in our own hands. We can't completely rely on others. Everyone disperse and look for food, wild vegetables, weeds, leaves. Anything familiar and non-toxic, stuff your stomachs with it. Once you're full, pick some more to bring back as dry rations. Hearing this, the villagers felt a bit calmer and obediently got up. The old village chief was right. Their lives are their own. How could they rely on others' kindness and then become dependent on them? Even if those heroes really abandoned them, they still had to live and see for themselves in North Liao. We're back. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out from afar. Everyone looked up together and saw Zhu Yi carrying Fang Jinju, swiftly rushing toward them. At this moment, it was as if they saw a divine being.
히로체헤우예.
Miss Jinju. In the next instant, the villagers erupted with excitement, waving their arms at them. A man named Zhang, who had lost his wife and children and broken an arm earlier, looked over. His eyes, which had been lifeless before, suddenly filled with tears. He reached for his waist and muttered to Xiao, "Did you see that? There are still people in this world who care about us besides family." In an instant, Zhu Yi carried Fang Jinju and appeared before the villagers. He accidentally stepped on a stone and staggered. The villagers quickly rushed forward, reaching out to steady both of them. "Miss Jinju, why are only you two back?" "Yes, what about Zhengwu and the two children?" Fang Jinju smiled and said, "We found some grain. Just 2 miles ahead, Brother Zheng and the others are guarding there. We came back to report the news." "Found grain?" The villagers were all stunned. Uncle Quan stepped forward, excitedly asking, "Really?" Zhu Yi smiled and said, "Absolutely." As soon as he spoke, everyone cheered. "That's great. That's great." Fang Jinju smiled and urged them. "That place probably lost a merchant team, so there's quite a bit of grain scattered around. But it all fell into the ravine. Brother Zheng and the others are trying to fish it out. We need to hurry and help." Uncle Quan excitedly called out to the villagers, "Come on, everyone. Get ready. Let's go together." Zhu Yi carried Fang Jinju on his back and led the way, with everyone following in a mighty procession. After walking about 100 yards from Yangtan village, another group of people peeked out from a shallow ravine not far from their resting place. "It looks like they found food. Let's go. Quickly check it out." As they spoke, a group of people climbed out of the ravine, pulling each other, and hurried after them. The 2-mile journey was not far, but every few steps, they encountered a sudden rise or a ravine. It was very difficult to move. Normally, it would take about the time of a fragrant stick of incense to get through. Knowing there was grain ahead, everyone's feet seemed to be on windfire wheels, and they reached the destination in less than half an incense stick. Before getting close, they saw Han Kangwu at a deep ditch, pulling a rope and tugging something upward.
"Quick! Help now!"
Seeing this, Uncle Zhang waved his hand, and a few strong men immediately rushed forward. "It's really grain. Lots of grain." When they reached the scene, the men were so excited they knelt down and looked down into the ditch. The ditch was about 3 zhang deep, with many fallen logs crisscrossed inside. On these logs, scattered bags of grain hung in pieces. Some bags were torn on the branches, revealing white rice inside. Not only on the logs. At the bottom of the ditch, dozens of grain bags were scattered. Zhang Dali was standing at the bottom, tying up grain. Seeing the villagers arrive, he shouted, "Don't just celebrate, help pull the grain up quickly." Hearing this, the men responded eagerly, "Yes, yes, got it." Then they hurriedly helped Han Kangwu pull the rope together. "That's too slow. You guys pull from above, I'll help Dolly from below." Seeing help arrive, Han Kangwu handed the rope entirely to a few men and jumped into the ditch himself. Using the logs for leverage, he quickly reached the bottom in just a few breaths. Did you see that? They really found the grain. About 30 zhang away, a group of villagers chasing from behind saw the people from Yangtan village discover the grain, their eyes shining with greed. "Village chief, what should we do now?" A greedy man looked eagerly, unable to hide his excitement as he spoke his thoughts. "We have many people. If we go up to it, we might win." The middle-aged man, called the village chief, glared sharply at him. "Shut up. Are you trying to be a robber?" The man pouted in dissatisfaction. "In this situation, as long as we survive, what can't we do?" Seeing him still arguing, the middle-aged man kicked him hard, pushing him away. "Fine, if you're so capable, go steal it then. Let's see if you're good enough for those skilled fighters to handle." The man yelped as he fell out from behind cover, feeling disgruntled, but not daring to speak further. The village chief looked around at the villagers behind him, then whispered angrily, "Anyone who shares his thoughts, get out now. Our Wuyong village can't tolerate thieves." The villagers' faces flickered with greed, but they quickly hid their greed again. Although the man was reluctant, he still rubbed his backside and withdrew into the crowd. "Village chief, what are we supposed to do following them?" "Yeah, village chief, if it weren't for the grain, why would we stick so close? It's exhausting for everyone." Though afraid to speak out of respect for the village chief, Everyone was confused and uneasy, asking questions one after another. The middle-aged man looked behind the villagers and said, "Do you think we're the only ones following them?" His warning made everyone turn around and look behind. Sure enough, about 100 yards away, faint figures could be seen stirring, and it looked like there were quite a few people. It was probably the disaster victims who had also noticed the movement and were following behind. This disaster was so terrible that not only us, but thousands of others lost their way. The middle-aged man looked serious as he said, "The people from Yongtan village wouldn't follow someone to Betrayal without a reason. Neither are we following them without a reason. Similarly, these people behind us are not following us without a reason. Everyone is just trying to find a little hope in despair. And the few people taking Yongtan village to Betrayal, they're hoping for something. I'm just an ordinary person without special skills, yet I can tell someone is behind us. Do you think those skilled fighters in front don't know we've been following them all along?" Hearing this, the villagers looked at each other and suddenly understood. The man who had just suggested stealing grain was sweating coldly without realizing it. If they had already noticed us, then why haven't they attacked us? Logically, if someone was lurking behind us, they would try to eliminate the threat. With their skills, killing everyone in our village would be easy. Why haven't they attacked us yet? Exactly, village chief. This makes no sense. Though scared, the villagers' doubts grew stronger. The middle-aged village chief scolded, full of frustration. "Foolish. Are you even listening to the main point? The people up front are hoping." Hope. The villagers were stunned. Why would those people take Yongtan village to Betrayal? Have you not seen how they treated the people of Yongtan village along the way? The middle-aged village chief was both angry and excited. They are good people and capable good people. They not only helped and looked after the people of Yongtan village, but now they've also found food to survive with. His words were clear and thorough. The villagers finally understood everything clearly. Someone cautiously said, "Village chief, do you mean that if we had rushed to steal the grain just now, we would have offended those kind people in front and ended up losing everything?" The middle-aged village chief finally relaxed and nodded. Not only that, if we had rushed to steal the grain, those behind us would be waiting to take advantage. What good could come from that? Village chief, what should we do then? Yeah, we can't just eat bark and wild vegetables every meal, right? Once they understood the danger, the villagers felt very conflicted. The middle-aged village chief snorted coldly. "What? You're tired of eating bark and wild vegetables? If you don't want to eat them, then go hungry. You're just jealous because others found some grain, so you think eating bark and wild vegetables isn't enough. But think about it, if we hadn't followed them, what would have happened now? Either wait to die or find food ourselves if we want to survive." After this stern talk, the villagers looked ashamed, and no one spoke again. Seeing this, the middle-aged village chief sighed and said, "First, find something to fill your stomach. Once those ahead leave, we can go see if there's anything we can pick up. We're lucky to be able to follow closely behind them. If anything is found, we'll know about it first. The others can only follow our lead."
Be content with that.
Hearing this, the villagers agreed and stopped feeling dissatisfied. They split up to look for food. Meanwhile, at Yongtan village, it took over an hour to carry all the grain from the ditch. There were more than 30 bags of grain. Each bag weighed about 70 to 80 jin, roughly 35 to 40 kilograms. That adds up to over 2,000 jin, around 1,000 kilograms, of grain. Am I dreaming? Smack.
Ouch.
That hurts, it really hurts. I'm not dreaming, it's all real. One man couldn't help but slap himself, feeling the pain but smiling happily. Someone else pinched a few grains of white rice and put them in his mouth, tears of excitement in his eyes. "I've got refined rice. I've got refined rice." All the villagers were either clapping, jumping, or hugging each other, completely overwhelmed with excitement. Tangwu, who could grow refined rice, was rare. Only the very top officials of Tangwu country could afford to eat refined rice. But now, they had actually found some. They wouldn't even dare to dream of this normally. Especially after experiencing a natural disaster yesterday, they thought death was the only fate awaiting them. Who would have thought there could be such a surprising turn of events? Thud. Uncle Quan hurriedly walked to Zhu Yi and Fang Jinju and suddenly knelt down. Benefactor. Hero Zhu Yi, Miss Jinju, you are our saviors. Both Fang Jinju and Zhu Yi were startled, then quickly reached out to help him up. Uncle Quan, what are you doing? Get up and speak. But the old man seemed to have his knees glued to the ground and couldn't be moved. Soon after, villagers stepped forward, kneeling behind Uncle Quan and bowing their heads to Zhu Yi and his group. Thank you, benefactor. If it weren't for you, we'd still be trapped in the ruins, waiting to die. We wouldn't have met such hope. Thank you so much. The benefactor saved our entire village. From now on, just say the word, and we'll go through fire and water for you. Seeing this scene, Fang Jinju and Zhu Yi exchanged looks, both filled with relief and pride. Uncle Quan, get up quickly. Once the villagers' excitement calmed a bit, Zhu Yi helped Uncle Quan to his feet at the right moment. We've been through hardships too. We understand everyone's pain and struggles. Zhu Yi looked at the villagers and comforted them, but no matter how hard it is, as long as we're alive, there's hope. If your family saw this, they'd be happy for us, right? His words made everyone tear up and nod repeatedly. The benefactor is right. No matter what difficulties we face, we must live well. Living is hope. Seeing this, Fang Jinju quickly smiled and said, everyone, don't just get too excited. Those who have strength, carry the bags. Those who don't, help lift. Let's use this energy to push forward and find a good place to start a fire and cook. All right. Men carry 1 bag each. Women help lift 2 bags. We follow the benefactor's lead and keep moving forward. With that, Zhang Dali carried Xingbao at the front, and the villagers helped each other carry over 30 bags of grain behind him. Zhu Yi and the others deliberately walked at the back. After the villagers had gone a little way, Fang Jinju whispered a few words to Ruerwei, and then the group hurried to catch up. Village chief, they're getting far ahead. Seeing this, the villagers from Manhwa village, who had been watching Yangtan village, quickly reported to the village chief. Village chief Zhao Liangpeng looked ahead and then behind, then said, no rush. We've finally found some food. Let's fill our stomachs first. He casually sat down, pulled out a piece of bark from the fire, blew on it lightly, and then took a bite. Seeing this, the villagers held back their curiosity and sat down quietly. They ate the bark and drank a simple soup made from leaves and wild herbs, barely filling their stomachs. When they saw that all the food they had painstakingly gathered was gone without any waste, Zhao Liangping stood up and called a few men. Follow me to check ahead. The others stay here and wait. The disaster victims nearby kept a close watch on their movements. If everyone went forward, it might cause too much noise. Their village chief always had good ideas, so everyone obediently stayed in place. Zhao Liangpeng then led 7 or 8 men to the place where the villagers from Yangdan had found the grain earlier. They hurried to the edge of the ravine, but suddenly froze in place. Then, everyone knelt by the edge of the ditch, their excitement spilling out like a waterfall. Zhao Liangpeng quickly whispered, hold it in, don't make a sound. If we make any noise, it will attract attention. Zhen Quan, go over there and call some strong men. Let everyone else stay quiet and still, don't look this way or make any noise, so the disaster victims behind don't notice anything unusual. Zhen Quan nodded repeatedly, rubbed his face, and pretended to be calm as he turned back. Zhao Liangpeng then looked again into the ditch. It was full of grain. There were hundreds of bags. He felt a surge of joy but also couldn't help but wonder. He hadn't really expected much, as finding grain by chance was very unlikely. And since grain was so precious, anyone who found it would take everything they could carry, leaving nothing behind. But surprisingly, the grain taken from Yangtan village was less than 1% of what was in this ditch. Where did all this grain come from? Zhao Liangpeng stood up and looked ahead. Thinking of those extraordinary people, he suddenly had an impossible thought. Could it be that heaven sent divine beings to guide them to safety? With this thought, Zhao Liangpeng quickly knelt down in front, calling a few other men to kneel as well, and they all bowed their heads in reverence. The appearance of this grain was too mysterious. No matter what, it was clear someone was saving their lives, and they must show their gratitude. Village chief, look, there's a rope here. A man saw 2 bundles of rope and handed them to Zhao Yangpeng, along with a letter. Zhao Yangpeng's heart skipped a beat as he quickly took the letter. The envelope was inside a transparent, glass-like bag, which looked very special. Zhao studied it carefully for a while before opening the bag and carefully taking out the envelope. He looked at the men. The men also looked at each other, all feeling amazed. Then they looked at the rich food at the bottom of the ditch. Everyone's expression became serious and respectful. The envelope had no name or signature, but Zhao instinctively felt that this letter was left for him by the extraordinary people from before. He respectfully took out the letter paper from the envelope. It was a type of paper he had never seen before, with tiny, clear writing. It was definitely not written with any ordinary pen. Dear children, I know you are going through hard times, feeling sad and hopeless, but all changes in the world are part of destiny. The dark and painful journey is almost over, and light is just ahead. But remember, take only what you need.
Do not be greedy.
If you harbor greed, you will block your path to light and fall into darkness forever, suffering a bad end. Also, when you finish using the rope, return it to its original place. Once you finish reading this letter, put everything back as it was. Children, I hope you are kind and brave, honest and open-hearted, so you can achieve good results. After reading the letter, Zhao Yangpeng was deeply shocked. No wonder. The people earlier must have been celestial beings guiding the way. He quickly, carefully restored the letter and put it back in its place. The men looked at each other quietly and whispered about the letter's content. Zhao looked serious and said, "This grain is a gift from the celestial beings. The letter is also left by them. Don't ask too many questions. Hurry and bring the grain up." He paused, then sternly warned, "Just take 30 bags. Don't take more than that." 30 bags were enough for their village to last a month or 2. Although they didn't understand everything, they dared not disobey and quickly did as told. After gathering enough grain, Zhao didn't delay. He led the villagers and hurried northeast to chase after them. Mengzhou County. Temporary refuge camp. Captain, something's wrong. A soldier struggled across the cracked ground and reached the largest military tent. The governor's head was tightly wrapped, and his arms and legs were bandaged. He was lying on a bed. Hearing the news, he angrily shouted, "What is there to be so scared of? Is there anything worse than this situation right now?" But because he suddenly exerted himself, he pulled at his wound and cried out in pain. The soldiers hurriedly knelt down in front of him, trembling as they reported, "The Chu army is already at the city gates."
What?
The governor suddenly sat up. This movement caused pain all over his body, and he fell back onto the bed, nearly losing consciousness. After a while, he calmed down and said in disbelief, "Is North Liao planning to rebel?" Earlier, Lord Wang was sent to investigate North Liao. On the way through Mengzhou County, there was a special order saying North Liao had been out of food for 2 months and was no longer dangerous. The real worry was that Changwu might take the opportunity to attack North Liao and annex it into their own territory. So, if anything unusual happened at the city gates, they would notice immediately, and he would set off 2 smoke signals to warn them. At that time, Mengzhou County would immediately send troops to North Camp to rescue. But many days had passed, and no patrols had reported anything. He thought everything was going smoothly. He even guessed that North Liao was a dead city and that Lord Wang would return in a day or 2. But unexpectedly, a natural disaster struck, turning most of Mengzhou County into ruins. He was buried under the debris and almost lost his life. Today, he was finally rescued, received treatment, and was resting. He was thinking of secretly leading a team of guards back to the capital to report the disaster, using his serious injuries as an excuse to quickly abandon the mess in Mengzhou County. But unexpectedly, the Chu army suddenly arrived at the city gates. What is really going on? Shouldn't North Liao have fallen long ago? Something's wrong. The Chu army has broken into the city. Before the governor could make a decision, chaos erupted outside. The governor's face turned pale with fear. He shouted loudly, "Quick! Help me up, and let's escape." It's better if the governor stays inside to avoid getting hurt by swords and knives. We will go fight the Chu army. But the soldiers and guards made excuses and ran away. Soon, Chu soldiers stormed into the camp and easily the governor. Capture the leader first. Plus, nearly half of Mengzhou County's 30,000 soldiers had been lost to the disaster, and the remaining ones were injured and weak. The Chu army of 3,000 soldiers easily took over Mengzhou County. According to orders, all surviving soldiers and civilians were to be taken back to North Liao. Chongwu's troops could persuade North Liao's people to switch sides, so the soldiers and civilians of Mengzhou County could do the same. Meanwhile, Xiongdali had already led 2,000 Chu soldiers on the way to Xiangzhou County. We have already traveled 30 miles at this moment. 50 miles away from Mengzhou County. The people of Yangtan village are temporarily staying overnight behind a steep mountain wall. They are busy gathering firewood and starting fires. Compared to the despair after the natural disaster, now everyone's face is full of vitality. Do you think we've met a fairy? A few women gathering firewood whisper among themselves, secretly glancing at Chu Yi and the others with respect and awe. I think so. Although Hero and Miss Jean Ju said that the grain was left behind after a passing merchant caravan was attacked, it's strange that so few grain bags broke when they fell from such a high place. Yeah, and along the way we've found pots, bowls, even oil and salt. It's like we can find whatever we need. It's really amazing. Exactly. I didn't believe what Hero Chuyi said about immortals in North Liao before, but now I do. I even think Hero Chuyi might be an immortal sent by heaven to save us.
Sure.
Let's speak softly. Since they're hiding something, their true identity as immortals must be kept secret. We can't reveal it, or what if they disappear? Yes, it's enough that we know. We mustn't talk about it loudly or offend the immortals. The women quickly shut their mouths and focused on gathering firewood. Come quickly and look. Another woman nearby suddenly exclaimed, waving a bunch of wild vegetables in her hand. I found wild vegetables. So many good ones. Hearing this, everyone dropped their work and ran over. Are these really wild vegetables? They're so neatly grown and lush. It's like they were cultivated by people. Can we grow such beautiful vegetables? I've never seen vegetables grow so well. Suddenly, a man lowered his voice and said, Don't you think our luck has been too good on this journey? Everyone nodded in agreement. It's not just luck, it's Hero Chu Yi and the others who are lucky. I believe we've met a fairy. Hero Chu Yi and the others are definitely immortals.
Sure.
It's enough to know in our hearts. Don't speak out loud. Quick, go ask Hero Chu Yi and Miss Jean Ju if we can pick these vegetables. Someone immediately ran to Chu Yi and his group, bowing respectfully and sincerely, almost falling to the ground. Hero Chu Yi, we found a patch of wild vegetables that are growing very well. Can we pick some?
최혜우엔 어땠?
Yes, just pick enough for us to eat. Don't take too much. Leave some behind. Maybe later we can save more people. All right. Happy with the answer. The villagers ran off excitedly. Just as they left, an eagle friend landed beside Fong Jinju. There's news from Beiliao. Fong Jinju's eyes lit up. She quickly moved closer to Chuyi. Letting her soft hair fall casually, it brushed past Chuyi's hand, making his heart feel like it was tickled by a feather. Chuyi looked down and saw the tiny soft hairs on Jinju's cheek. His eyes shimmered with gentle ripples. He spread the letter in front of her.
Wow.
Fong Jinju looked up at Chuyi, full of excitement and disbelief. Your troops are really strong. You've already taken Mengzhou County so quickly? Chuyi was dazzled by her bright eyes and smiled. First, my troops are indeed elite soldiers. Second, Mengzhou County was hit by a natural disaster, so it was vulnerable. Actually, this journey has gone smoother than expected. General Xiong and the others didn't need to come. Fong Jinju sighed in relief. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Chu Ye's expression suddenly turn cautious. She quickly changed the subject and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yi and Han Kongwu both stood up. "There's movement behind us." Fang Jinju also stood quickly and listened carefully to the sounds of arguing and noise. Chu Yi looked at Fang Jinju. "Jinju, you and the children stay here. We'll go see what's happening." Fang Jinju nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry about us. You guys, if things look bad, come back quickly. We can leave immediately." Han Kongwu hurriedly called back the people from Yangtan village, telling them to protect Fang Jinju and the children well. Then the three of them flew back swiftly. "You already have so much grain. Why do you still covet ours? Your grain? Did you grow it? Did you write your name on it? Even if we didn't grow it ourselves, we found it first. Why should we give it to you? Isn't there any justice or law?"
Huh?
Justice or law? In these chaotic times, where is justice or law? Only the strong survive. Exactly. I advise you all to hand over the grain peacefully. Otherwise, with just your village, you can't compete with us. You'll only be asking for trouble. Don't think you can escape natural disasters, but not human conflicts. Yes. Hand over the grain. Hand it over. Just after Chu Yi and the others turned back about 100 zhang, they saw two groups of people facing each other in a tense standoff. One group had about 200 people, with several hundred bags of grain behind them. The other group had only 60 or 70 people, half of whom were at the front, while the rest protected dozens of bags of grain with their bodies. The strength and numbers were clearly different. Seeing this, a flash of understanding crossed Chu Ye's eyes, and his expression grew serious. From the moment they left Xiangzhou County, they knew that several groups of refugees had been following behind. And more refugees would keep coming, drawn by the commotion, all the way behind them. Originally, he planned to gather all these refugees together and move forward as a group. Since they were going to bring these refugees to Bei Liao for resettlement anyway, it was better to gather them early and make arrangements. But Jin Zhu thought that wasn't a good idea. She said that before the Chu family army arrived, they should be cautious and plan carefully. Even if they were skilled in martial arts, they were only 3 people. People are different, and the customs between villages vary. When there are many people, chaos is inevitable. The suspicious appearance of the grain and supplies was obvious to anyone paying attention. Kind-hearted people might see the differences but tend to think positively, cherishing what they have. But not everyone is kind-hearted. Some might have malicious intentions, deliberately stirring trouble. For their group, that would be a problem. Jin Zhu said that his actions were a righteous act, and she only supported him with both hands. But the premise was to ensure their own safety and interests. Kindness must have a sharp edge. Kindness should be shown to those worthy of it. Otherwise, it's foolishness. If they gather the refugees, how to make the grain appear reasonable and fair becomes a difficult problem. So, Jin Zhu thought of a plan. She deliberately left a few hundred bags of grain at the gap. She also left a warning letter. She said these 2 things are a test of people's hearts. Good-hearted people would respect the letter, take only what they need, and leave some hope for the refugees behind. People like that are worth helping. But greedy ones would ignore the letter and swallow all the grain. Such people, if they entered Bei Liao, would tarnish its reputation. For now, Jin Zhu's plan seemed very effective. Why waste words? Just go and seize the grain. Yes. Everyone grab it. Seeing that more people are coming to steal grain, Chu Yi and the others, Yan Fei included, stand in the middle. Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali step forward together, quickly grabbing the necks of the 2 leading men. One quick move makes both of them kneel on the ground, unable to move. Catch the leader first. They are all experienced fighters. With just one look, they can tell who is the head of these 200 people. Sure enough, once the 2 leaders are captured, the 200 behind them suddenly lower their flags and stop their drums.
Who are you?
The middle-aged man caught by Han Kongwu looks pale and terrified, but he stubbornly says, "I advise you not to interfere. This has nothing to do with you. They followed all the way here. Only after confirming that the villagers of Yanghua village are ordinary people did they dare to join a few other villages to attack the grain. Who would have thought? Suddenly, a hero appeared. Although he was arrogant earlier, it was only because he had many people behind him. He is just a farmer, and even against equally strong farmers, he could win with force. But these people in front of him seemed to be skilled fighters, definitely not easy to deal with. The sudden scene surprised the villagers of Yanghua village. When they saw Chu Yi and the others clearly, they became very excited. They are those heroes. No, maybe they are even like immortals. With them here, justice will be served. Zhao Liangping quickly stepped forward and respectfully said to Chu Yi, "Thank you, heroes, for saving us. If you hadn't appeared in time, our village might have lost everything today." Chu Yi looked sharply around and asked, "The grain behind them, was it stolen from you?" Everyone was stunned. Zhao Liangpeng also froze. Then his eyes showed surprise and admiration. "Yes, the grain behind them was stolen from our village. But they still want to wipe us out completely. Please, heroes, help us get justice." By the end, everyone's face and heart were full of admiration for the people in front of them. Spouting nonsense. The grain thief reacted and became angry and ashamed. Don't think that just because someone is backing you, you can talk nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Kongwu struck him hard, and the man let out a scream. The group that was eager to steal grain suddenly lost their momentum and shrank back, only able to jump and scold. "Yes, this grain is ours. Do you think you can change ownership just by talking?
Bah.
Don't think that having someone support you means you can turn around and bite back. With so many of us who really suffers.
Exactly.
Let go of our village chief now, or we won't end this easily." Han Kongwu swiftly struck with a hand chop, knocking the village chief they mentioned into unconsciousness. Then he moved quickly, precisely grabbing the shouting villagers one by one, knocking them out with quick hand chops. This ruthless and decisive scene frightened the grain raiders. They retreated several steps, and no one dared to speak harsh words anymore. Seeing how they bullied the weak and feared the strong, the villagers of Yanghua village suddenly became brave, stepping forward and glaring at them fiercely. Zhu Yi looked coldly at the grain raiders. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance." He then focused on one man and asked, "Where did all these grains behind you come from?" Zhang Dali stepped forward and pulled the man out. The man's eyes flickered, and he stammered, This is our own harvest." Without waiting for Zhu Yi to speak, Zhang Dali struck him with a hand chop, knocking him out. Zhu Yi then looked at another woman. "He's not telling the truth, you tell me?" The woman's face turned pale with fear. She looked back at the villagers behind her and struggled. You're forcing confessions." Zhang Dali struck her again, and she collapsed to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the grain raiders instantly panicked. The villagers of Yanghua village felt satisfied and looked at Zhu Yi and the others with respect and fear. At this moment, they were grateful that their village chief had foresight and made the right decision to correct their wrong actions. Zhu Yi's gaze swept over the grain raiders. Everyone who met his eyes felt a chill and lowered their heads. "Do you know what was in that letter?" After a moment, Zhu Yi asked. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, their faces puzzled. Clearly, they didn't know about the letter. Zhu Yi understood this and glanced at Han Kongwu. Han Kongwu understood and reached out to the unconscious man. Sure enough, he hadn't returned the letter to its proper place, but kept it hidden. The villagers of Yanghua village looked at each other and realized something. It turned out that these villagers had been kept in the dark by their village chief and didn't know where the grain came from or the warning in the letter. Zhu Yi instructed Han Kongwu to read the letter aloud in front of everyone. After hearing it, a group of grain raiders looked very frightened. "Hero, we didn't know anything." "Yes, Hero, the village chief said that finding this grain was our luck. He also said that the world is a place where the strong eat the weak. Not just the court, but even between countries, only the ruthless survive better. He also said that only by sticking together and fighting for other supplies can we survive in this world. That's why we listened to him and took their grain." "Yes, Hero, we didn't realize that the grain was a gift from the gods." Chuyi didn't interrupt them, but waited for the voices to quiet down. Then he spoke. Maybe you truly didn't know, but that doesn't make you innocent. If your hearts are kind and your will strong, even if you didn't know about this letter, you wouldn't be blinded by these people's greed and would not follow them to do evil. If you have the courage to do wrong, it should be against those who once oppressed and cheated you, not just against poor people like yourselves. With these harsh words, he unmasked the raiders' shameful cover. The group's eyes flickered, and they couldn't even argue back. Finally, a woman spoke sadly. What can we do now? When everyone turns evil, if we still insist on kindness, we will be bullied and excluded. In such a situation, if we are alone, how can we survive? We may be wrong, but hero, you can't judge everyone by one side. Her sincere words received some agreement. Even the people from Manhwa village felt some sympathy. Chuyi looked at the woman. I won't deny your point. Sometimes to survive, you have to make difficult choices. The reason you made mistakes is because you blindly followed the wrong leader. The leader's character and vision determine the fate of a group. As he spoke, he pointed to the villagers behind Zhao Liangpeng. If they face the same situation, these people might also be forced by circumstances to make wrong choices, just like you. But they're luckier because they have a good village head. Chuyi looked at Zhao Liangpeng and the villagers from Yanghui village. From the moment you followed us, we have known everything about your actions. Some of you were greedy and reckless. If your village head hadn't stopped you in time, warned you to stay true to your morals and kindness, we wouldn't be here to help you today. We might have let you suffer the consequences yourselves. Hearing this, the people of Yanghui village felt both grateful and scared. Zhao Liangpeng stepped forward excitedly, clasping his hands. You are wise, hero. I only think that surviving a natural disaster, blessed by the gods, is a great luck. Besides respecting and being grateful, I dare not have any other thoughts. Now I believe that sticking to our principles earlier was right. We'll stay alert in the future. Your steadfastness in the face of temptation is rare. Because of that, you will surely reap good results in the future. I have something to ask of you, big brother. May I speak freely? Zhao Liangpeng nodded without hesitation. Whatever the hero asks, I will do my best. Chuyi nodded happily and looked back at the group fighting over grain. If you don't want to end up like them, I can give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Do you want it? The grain thieves quickly nodded in response.
Good.
Chuyi nodded, his expression slightly easing. First, leave 50 bags of grain behind. The rest, including this letter, must be returned to their original place. This disaster has affected many people. Not only do you want to survive, but everyone does. More victims will head north to Liao, and these grains are supplies for all the victims. If you take them all, you'll cut off the future for others. Second, because of your blind obedience, you almost harmed yourselves and others. You need a wise leader to guide and control you. He pointed at Zhao Liangpeng. From now on, you all listen to this big brother's arrangements. Do you understand? Hearing this, not only the grain thieves but also Zhao Liangpeng and the villagers from Yanghui village were stunned. After a moment, the grain thieves nodded eagerly. Hero, we understand. We will listen to this village head from now on. We won't make mistakes. Hero. Zhao Liangpeng's eyes sparkled. He stepped forward and said, I have a small request. I hope the hero can grant it. Zhu Yi nodded, indicating he should speak directly. Suddenly, Zhao Liangpeng knelt down before him, saying, Hero cares for us, the suffering people, and is a person of great righteousness. Compared to me, the hero is the true leader. Please, hero, take us to Betrayal together. We will always follow the hero's lead. If anyone has even a hint of doubt, we leave it to the hero to handle. His words awakened everyone. Both the grain raiders and the villagers of Yanghua village knelt before Zhu Yi. The village chief is right. Please, hero, be our leader, and we will go to Betrayal together. We will obey the village chief and the hero in everything. Seeing this, Han Kongwu and Zhang Dali looked at Zhu Yi, waiting for his decision. Zhu Yi pondered for a moment before saying, All right. Either way, we are going to Betrayal, so it's just a matter of convenience. But I must be clear, I will only be the leader during the journey. Once we reach Betrayal, you must listen to this big brother. If anyone causes trouble, I won't forgive easily. We will remember the hero's words and not dare to disobey. Good. Then let's quickly return the grain to its original place and set out again. With Zhuya's approval, everyone seemed to find their backbone and was overjoyed. In half an hour, everything was arranged. Zhuyi took the lead, leading a large group forward confidently. When they were about 10 zhang away from the camp at Yangtan Village, the group suddenly stopped in panic. At the camp near Yangtan Village, a black-armored army approached. The villagers of Yangtan Village stood up nervously, shielding Fang Jinju and the two children behind them, looking warily at the approaching soldiers. The group from Manhwa Village was confused and afraid, hesitant to move forward. They were heading to Mengzhou County. These soldiers must have come from Mengzhou County, but they didn't understand why they were here this time. Thinking of this, the refugees felt anxious and scared. Normally, after a natural disaster, even if fleeing, they should head toward the capital. But they were running in the opposite direction, which was very strange and would surely lead to questioning. If any cowardly person was frightened into revealing something they shouldn't, they would all be in danger. General? With a loud shout, the leader of the black-armored army dismounted and grinned widely, running toward Zhuyi. General? Everyone froze in shock. They quickly looked at Zhuyi, waiting for his response. General, I am honored to serve you. I am here to support you now. Xiongdali looked proud and confident, then turned to Fang Jinju.
God.
Miss Jinju.
Hui hui.
Seeing this, Rui ran over quickly, opening her little arms to hug him. Uncle Xiong. Xiongdali happily lifted the small girl high into the air and then pressed her gently against his neck. Good kid, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Rui held his big head and giggled happily. Everyone watching was stunned, like they had turned to stone. What exactly is going on here? When Xiongdali and his group arrived, Zhuya's heart settled, and there was nothing left to hide.
Dali, come with me.
Hearing this, Xiongdali quickly put Rui down and followed Zhuyi away from the crowd. As he left, all the villagers erupted like boiling water suddenly spilling over. Did that officer just call Chuyi a hero, General? Is that right? Yes, I really heard it. Chuyi is a general. He's really a general. Is he the general from Mengzhou County?
No.
Chuyi is taking us to North Liao. He must be a general from North Liao. North Liao's general? North Liao only has the Zhu family army. Amidst the chatter, only Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangpeng remained silent. The Zhu family army.
Cheheuye.
The Zhu family. From the villagers' words, it seemed like they suddenly understood something. They looked up sharply and exchanged glances. Chu Yi is a hero's alias. Chu Yi must be a descendant of the Zhu family's military family, without a doubt. Knowing the truth, both of them were overwhelmed with excitement. No wonder Chu Yi and his team worked so hard to help the disaster victims. It turns out he is the leader of the Zhu family army, the ruler of North Liao. If there's anything worth hoping for in this corrupt and chaotic world, it's loyal and upright people like the Zhu family. The court abandoned North Liao long ago, cutting off the last hope for the people. But North Liao did not fall. Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangpeng looked at the spirited Zhu family army soldiers in black armor, nodding repeatedly in praise. North Liao not only survived but also, as Chu Yi said, became a peaceful paradise with vast lands. Thinking of this, unfamiliar Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangpeng, and even the villagers from the two villages who had argued earlier and Yangtan Village, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, all excitedly shook hands, hugged, or jumped with joy. Everyone's hair and clothes radiated pure happiness. Seeing this scene, Jianzhu's eyes filled with relief and emotion. Previously, these disaster victims were like headless flies, only instinctively seeking survival. Even if they found food, it could only give them temporary safety because food will eventually run out. But now, after guessing Chu Ye's identity, Their hope for the future is more vigorous than ever, like floating plants battered by storms finally seeing a place to root and settle. They are eager to rush there immediately. Don't worry, General. I will do my best to handle this matter. You can safely take Miss Jean Zhu and Ruerwei back first. Old Madame Chu and Shu Shu are eagerly waiting for your return. While they were excited and flustered, De Xiong and Chu Yi had already finished their main conversation and were heading back, chatting casually.
최혜우엔 어땠?
So many things happened today. Mother and Shu Shu must be safe every day. Luckily, everything is going smoothly. Once we return to North Liao, everything will settle down. Suddenly, as they approached, Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangpeng, along with all the disaster victims, knelt down on the ground. Commoners salute the general. Thank you, General, for your great kindness. Everyone knelt respectfully, bowing deeply to pay their respects to Chu Yi. They had thought that even after reaching North Liao, everything would still be uncertain. But now, the Lord of North Liao was right in front of them. He had carefully advised them to stay alive and guided them to North Liao. This showed that the Lord of North Liao was a person of great virtue and kindness, allowing them to seek a new life there. Chu Yi paused, not feeling surprised. He looked at Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangpeng. I didn't explain my identity earlier because of my own reasons. It wasn't intentional concealment. Even if I had told everyone who I am, without proof or credentials, it would be hard to earn their trust. So I created a story, using emotion to persuade everyone to follow me to North Liao. As you can see, I am Chu Yi, the top general of North Liao. Everyone, please stand up and speak now. Hearing this, the disaster victims cheered again. Guessing and hearing Chu Yi admit his identity are two different things. Thank you, General Chu. Thank you, General. The victims helped each other to stand up, their legs feeling a bit unsteady. Chu Yi added, now that everyone knows my identity, you should have no more worries. Just hurry to North Liao City. Once there, I will arrange proper shelter for everyone based on the situation. He spoke with a serious expression. Let me be clear. Betrayal City, do not accept people with bad intentions. If anyone commits crimes or causes trouble here, they will be dealt with by military law, no mercy. Hearing this, the villagers who had previously stolen grain felt a chill in their hearts. Don't worry, General. We will behave ourselves and won't listen to others' tricks anymore. Yes, General. We were like headless flies before, so we were used as pawns. From now on, we will listen to you. Whoever controls their lives is their everything. From now on, they see no one but Commander Chu.
최혜우엔 어땠?
Belial's affairs are complicated. I need to leave with my family first. Then he looked at Xiong Dali. He is my trusted deputy. He will stay behind to protect you. Just follow his instructions. Uncle Quan stepped forward excitedly. The general is busy with his work. We will listen to you and to this deputy. Chu Yi wasn't just speaking casually. He really started to care about them. At that moment, the old man felt very grateful for his decision. After giving some instructions to Xiong Dali, Chu Yi led Fang Jinju and the others to leave first. That's wonderful. Fang Jinju couldn't help but sigh. We are all safe, and the disaster victims are regaining hope. Everything is moving in a good direction. That's great. She reached out her hand, feeling the wind flow through her fingers, as if all the bad things were carried away by the breeze. After getting used to it, she was no longer afraid of heights. Instead, she enjoyed the feeling of rushing through the wind, free and unrestrained. Chu Yi smiled slightly. Jinju, it's your presence that has made everything better. If Beiliao was still the same as before, he wouldn't have the confidence to bring those disaster victims back. If it hadn't been for Jinju's advice on the way to Beiliao and her bringing food supplies, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. While speaking, he effortlessly leapt over the steep ravine, moving quickly and steadily. Jinju pursed her lips and calmly accepted the compliment. These children are my good luck. Speaking of which, I suppose I'm also your good luck, Chu Yi?
Not just that. 최혜우에 whispered softly.
Jinju tilted her head closer. What? Not just that? Chu Yi smiled without answering. As he gathered his strength, his speed increased even more. Suddenly speeding up, Jinju felt her heart tighten. She tightly clung to his shoulder. Slow down a bit. I just got used to the previous speed. You hurt your leg, be careful. She didn't see the eyes of the man below, full of wild feelings. Grandmother, sister, Gugu, paint it red. Red is the best. Okay, then let's listen to Shushu. Paint it red. Grandmother, be careful. It's pink here. Good, good. At the granary of the general's residence, Old Lady Chu and Shushu are leaning over Chuye's desk, painting. The little girl carefully colors the person on the paper, focused and adorable. Old Lady Chu gently follows her granddaughter's instructions, full of love and pride. Shushu, you draw very well. Sister Jinju and brother will love it. Shushu tilts her head and smiles sweetly at her. Sister also praises me. Shushu, you're a good painter. Shushu will become a great artist someday. Old Lady Chu and Nurse Wei exchange glances, smiling happily. General? The general is back. Suddenly, footsteps are heard outside the door, and the Chu family guards shout in surprise. Shushu's big eyes widen. She drops her brush and runs out from her desk. Little sister. Rue and Xing Bao rush in together. Shushu's little feet suddenly stop. She stares blankly at Rue, rubbing her eyes uncertainly. Seeing this, Rue also stops unexpectedly, his face excited yet nervous. Little sister. It's brother. In the next moment, tears start falling from Shushu's eyes. She rushes over and hugs her brother tightly, crying, Brother. Boo-hoo. It really is brother. The little girl is too energetic and Rue, being small, loses his balance and falls backward while holding Shushu. Xing Bao quickly steps forward, trying to support them, but both children press down on him. The three of them tumble together in a pile. Chuyi quickly steps forward and lifts them up, setting them straight. Bad brother, scaring Shushu. Shushu is scared. After falling and being helped to stand, Shushu keeps hugging Rue without letting go, tears streaming down her face, rubbing her shoulder. Rue gently pats her small head to comfort her. Brother was wrong. Brother was really wrong. Shushu, don't cry. Don't cry, boo-hoo. He pulls her small hand and hits himself. Shushu hits brother. Shushu, don't cry. Shushu pulls back her small hand and cries even harder while hugging her brother. No hitting brother, boo-hoo. Seeing this, Xing Bao's eyes shimmer with tears, full of admiration. Ah yi. Lady Chu quickly stepped forward and grabbed Chuye's arm. Where are you and Jinju? She asked, her eyes full of worry as she looked around. Before Chuyi could speak, Fang Jinju entered the granary with a bright smile and called out, Old madam. Lady Chu was startled, then her face lit up with joy. Jinju, she exclaimed, rushing forward to try to embrace Fang Jinju. Fang Jinju hurriedly moved closer. Jinju? Lady Chu's hand suddenly froze, her eyes wide with disbelief and concern. What happened to your arm? Fang Jinju paused for a moment, then smiled gently. It's nothing, old madam. I just fell. Lady Chu's trembling fingers brushed her arm, and tears blurred her eyes. It's swollen so badly. It must hurt a lot. Come, sit down and talk, she said, taking Fang Jinju's good hand and leading her to a small table in front of Chuye's desk. The woman's roughness was gentle and warm. Fang Jinju let her lead her and sat down at the table. Old madam, it's really fine. I was scared earlier, but I don't hurt anymore. Lady Chu wiped her tears with a handkerchief. How can you say it doesn't hurt? You're so young. You want to carry everything yourself, just like Ah Yi. Ah Yi, quickly call a doctor from the military camp to check Jinju. The wood is loose. How will her arm recover like this? Chuyi nodded, a look of relief and happiness on his face. I already sent someone to the military camp when we arrived in town. The doctor should be on his way now. Lady Chu nodded repeatedly, then looked back at Fang Jinju with soft eyes. Jinju, you used to be alone, hurt and suffering, having to bear everything by yourself. But now it's different. The general's residence is your home. We are all your family. If you're hurt, just shout. If you're wronged, tell us. We will support you. Hearing this, tears welled up in Fong Jinju's eyes, but she smiled brightly. All right, I'll listen to you, old madam. But now I've returned to Beiliao. This is the general's territory. Who dares to make me suffer? Her proud little expression made Lady Chu wipe her tears and smile. That's right. No matter what, you've all come back safe and sound. That's enough. With all you've done for Beiliao, you can walk proudly in Beiliao from now on. Ha ha ha, really? What if I turn my head sideways? Will I get hit? Ha ha ha, you child. The happiest moments are when everyone is together. The once cold granary is now filled with warm, joyful feelings. A group from the Chu family quickly rushes into the yard. Seeing the lively and happy scene inside the granary, they hesitate for a moment, but then grit their teeth and go in. General. Her voice is soft, cautious not to break the warm atmosphere inside. Seeing his face look unhappy, Chuyi hides his smile and walks out of the granary. Come out and talk. The Chu family soldiers quickly follow. Fong Jinju's eyes flicker with a longing gaze outward. Big sister. Just as she is lost in thought, Shushu runs over quickly and throws herself into Fong Jinju's arms. She looks up with a tear-streaked face and pouts. Shushu, Miss Sister. Fong Jinju snaps back to reality, quickly lowers her head to touch the little one's forehead, then presses her small face close. Big sister also misses Shushu. See, I've come to where Shushu lives. And I saw it too. During the days when Big Brother and I weren't with Shushu, she ate well, slept well, and was very obedient, especially obedient. On the way, Chuyi told her about Shushu. Thinking of how this soft little girl looked after they had an accident, refusing to eat or drink, losing her spirit, her heart aches painfully. When she first entered, she wanted to hold and kiss the little one tightly. But she didn't want to interrupt their warm reunion. Now, seeing the soft, cuddly bundle in her arms, her heart melts completely. Hearing this, Shushu couldn't help but smile widely, her big eyes shining with affection. She reached out her small hand, cupping Fong Jinju's face. Will sister always stay with Shushu? Fong Jinju nodded firmly. Yes, I'll stay with you until you're tired of me, Shushu. Shushu was surprised for a moment, then shook her head like a rattle. No, I don't mind. I love sister. I cling to sister. Like a little tail. She then snuggled into Fong Jinju's arms as if confirming, her little arms wrapping tightly around her waist, her face full of happiness. Ha. Fong Jinju smiled brightly, holding the little one and giving her a big kiss on the head. All right, I've been missing my little tail these days. It was so uncomfortable. Without Shushu feeding me water, I didn't want to drink at all. Oh, that's great. My little tail has grown back. And Rue too. Rue patiently waited nearby for a little while. Seeing this, she couldn't hold back and happily jumped around to show off her presence, saying, Rue also wants to be a little sister's tail, sticking close to her. Fong Jinju smiled and waved her hand, pulling the little girl into her arms. Xingbao watched from the side, carefully following along with a silly smile, full of admiration. Fong Jinju winked at him and gestured with her finger, asking, Xingbao, do you want to be a little sister's tail too? Xingbao hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. Yes, I want to. He stepped forward, hesitating before opening his little hands. Rue reached out her small hand and pulled him over. She gently lifted her injured arm, holding 3 dolls in her other arm, feeling as if she was hugging the whole world, very satisfied. Old Madame Chu protected her arm and looked at the warm scene with a motherly smile. The more Fong Jinju looked at them, the more she liked her family deep in her heart. Jinju truly loved these children from the bottom of her heart. This girl was truly rare in the world. Jinju, when I received your first letter, I already tidied up your room. After the children had enough of their closeness, old Madame Chu stood up at the right moment and smiled. It's just next door in the yard. Would you like to come see it? Fong Jinju snapped back to her senses and smiled with narrowed eyes. Yes, yes, thank you, madam. Old Madam Chu looked at her with a teasing smile and said, from now on, this will be your home. Don't call me madam anymore, just call me auntie. Auntie. Fong Jinju responded generously, smiling as she took the elderly lady's arm, showing her youthful innocence. Thank you, auntie. Old Madam Chu's smile deepened as she patted her shoulder and then covered her hand with hers, saying softly, let's go. She looked at the three children with love and said, Rui Rui, Shu Shu. Little Xingbao, let's go together. Okay, Shu Shu naturally held Rui Rui's hand and looked at Xingbao with friendly big eyes. Reaching out her small hand, Xingbao, hold hands. Xingbao's eyes sparkled as he carefully took her small hand. Let's go, Shu Shu jumped happily, and her little sister also danced along joyfully. Watching her lovely younger siblings beside her, then looking at the kind old lady in front, and occasionally receiving gentle glances from her sister, Xingbao felt like he must be dreaming. His little mouth stretched to his ears. He hoped this dream would never wake up.
Wow.
As soon as he stepped into the yard, Fong Jinju was amazed by the scene and everything inside. The yard is so clean it shines without a speck of dust. In the southeast corner, there are two unknown large trees. Next to the trees, there is a stone table with stone stools and a very comfortable-looking lounge chair. Between the trees, there is even a backrest swing chair. Fong Jinju couldn't help but step forward quickly. Wow, a lounge chair and a swing. This is like my dream garden. Andy, you really put a lot of thought into this. Not all of these decorations in the yard are my work. There's a long story. Seeing her happiness, Madam Chu also smiled. Originally, Yu went to meet you quietly, but for some reason, the news got out, and the villagers thought the general was in trouble, so everyone was worried. Later, Tingxian made up a story that the goddess, because she protected Beiliao with her divine power and broke the heavenly rules, was banished to the mortal world to go through her trials. He also said that when the goddess was banished, she gave Yi a dream, telling him to go and meet you.
Huh?
Hearing this, Fong Jinju was first stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. That story probably wouldn't fool a 3-year-old, right? Madam Chu shook her head with a smile. Why not believe it? It's true. Though you have no divine power, you managed to bring a city back to life on your own. To us, you are like a goddess who saves people from suffering. Tingxian was just adding some embellishments. I heard that when you were banished to the mortal world, the whole city knelt at the general's gate for a whole day to pray for you, hoping Yi could safely bring you back. Then the old lady pointed to the swing and lounge chair. Everyone knows that if the goddess comes to Beiliao, she will stay at the general's house. So during this time, many villagers brought gifts. This swing and this lounge chair were made by some of the best carpenters in the city, who volunteered to build them for the general's house. Even the beds and all the wooden furniture inside were newly crafted. Although they aren't valuable items, they are made with great care and effort, which makes them very precious. Hearing all this, Fong Jinju felt her heart swell with happiness. She instinctively reached out and grabbed the swing's rope, feeling a little stunned. The swing rope was wrapped in soft cloth. It felt fluffy and gentle, not cold or rough for the season. This small detail deeply touched Fong Jinju's heart. She sniffed and looked at Old Lady Chu with a happy smile. Auntie, thank you all. Everything here was unfamiliar, but it felt like home. It made her feel safe. Child, never say those 2 words again. As long as it makes you happy and comfortable, we don't mind doing more for you. Then Old Lady Chu took her hand and said, Come, let's go into the room and see. Your bedding is all new. I personally washed, scented, and laid it out for you. But right now, the general's residence doesn't have good incense, so I mixed my own. I don't know if you're used to the smell. Where is the person now? After reading the letter, Chu clenched it tightly and asked in a serious voice. Chu family's soldier honestly said, Deputy Yi is worried there might be trouble, so he kept them in the camp and is watching over them himself, waiting for the general to return and deal with it.
최혜우의 어땠?
Good. prepare the horses. I'll just say hello, and then come. Yes, sir. Chu family soldiers immediately followed the order. Chuyi hid his sharp, complicated eyes and walked toward the neighboring courtyard. Grandmother, Shu, and I want to sleep with sister. Ruerue also wants to sleep with sister. Sister's arm is hurt. The bed is small and crowded. It will squeeze sister. Be good, listen, stay with grandma tonight and come to play with sister during the day, okay? Sister is in pain. Shu, take care of sister. Grandmother, we will sleep at the foot of sister's bed. Be good, okay? Before entering the house, she saw two little ones hugging old lady Chu's leg, whining that they wanted to sleep with their sister. Auntie, this bed is so wide. Let the children sleep with me. Just prepare a couple more quilts. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Fong Jinju smiled. I'm a little afraid of the dark, and I was hoping they would keep me company. Old lady Chu hesitated. But your arm. Fong Jinju cheerfully interrupted. It's okay. Don't worry about their age. They are all very sensible. They definitely won't hurt me. She caught a glimpse of Chuyi approaching and quickly got up from the bed.
Cheheuye.
Just as she was about to ask what had happened, she saw the children in the room and closed her mouth quickly. Seeing this, old lady Chu hurriedly called a few children over. Since sister agrees for you to sleep with him, then go ahead. Bring your little quilts to grandma. As she spoke, she took Xingbao's hand kindly and said with a gentle smile, let's go. While walking, she added, Xingbao, from now on, just call me grandma when you talk to Ruerue and Shu, okay? Star Treasure looked up in surprise. Really, can we? Old Madam Chu smiled gently. Of course. Having an extra little grandson makes the grandmother very happy. Star Treasure nodded eagerly, and a big tear fell to the ground. Seeing this, old Madam Chu's eyes filled with tenderness. She bent down and gently wiped the tear from the child's face. Don't cry. From now on, Star Treasure will be loved by many people. Shu and Ruerue also stopped and clumsily reached out to wipe Star Treasure's tears. Yes, Ruri loves Guga. Shu also loves Guga. But unexpectedly, Star Treasure's tears kept flowing. Old Madam Chu simply reached out and picked up the child. Oh, 2 years older makes a big difference. Star Treasure looks thin, but holding him feels just right. Let's go prepare a small blanket for Star Treasure. Grandmother, wait a moment. As the joyful laughter of the children drifted away, Chu Yi and Fong Jinju withdrew their proud and touched expressions. Their eyes met. Chu Ye's heart beat uncontrollably, and he lowered his gaze, hiding his feelings. Fong Jinju smoothed her lips into a gentle smile and asked, what happened? Did something occur? Chu Yi handed over a letter. Chong Wu sent a messenger. Fong Jinju raised her eyebrows in surprise and quickly took the letter. They want to buy grain from us? After reading the letter, Fong Jinju looked even more surprised. She looked up and asked, and they didn't mention the Crown Prince to Oba Jun at all? Chu Yi nodded, his eyes carrying a complex look. You said the Crown Prince to Oba Jun is the one the Chongwu ruler values most, right? Fong Jinju folded the letter and looked suspicious. And now, all 40,000 Chongwu soldiers have become ours in Beiliao. Isn't their ruler vengeful and cruel? Why aren't they attacking us? Instead, they want to buy grain? Something's wrong. Exactly. This isn't how the Chongwu ruler usually acts. Chu Yi agreed, with a nod. That's why I need to go to the military camp and find out what they're really up to. I think we should just ignore them. Fong Jinju turned around, walking back and forth with her hands behind her back. She blinked at Chu Yi and smiled silently. Her long eyelashes fluttered, as if brushing against Chu Ye's heart. Oh, it seems Jinju has a different opinion about this. As he spoke, he hurriedly turned around. His sharp gaze swept around and finally settled on a stool, which he sat down on decisively. Then he pointed to the stool beside him. Jinju, sit down and tell me your thoughts. I want to hear your opinion clearly. I don't understand much about leading troops or political schemes. I speak casually, and you listen however you like. If my words help you, that would be the best outcome. Fong Jinju obediently sat down and leaned in a little closer, saying, according to what you said earlier, The Qianwu kingdom has always been a reckless and aggressive place, relying on its strong army to invade and seize resources from neighboring countries without any order or rules. The crown prince was captured, and the Qianwu army rebelled and returned north. For such a proud and violent ruler, this is a huge shame. Why would they send envoys to do business with us? I guess, after these two battles, they are probably afraid of the divine power of Betrayal and dare not act rashly. This time, they're talking about buying grain openly, appearing peaceful and seeking good relations, but in fact, they are testing us. This explanation cleared up Chu Ye's vague thoughts. When he stood up, he looked enlightened and said, "If I go to the military camp and meet the envoy, it shows I still care about what the Qianwu kingdom is doing. The more we ask, the more we reveal, which is not good for us. With divine protection, we should be fearless. Ignoring them is the best approach." Fang Jinju nodded in agreement and summarized, "Yes, even if an envoy comes, or if the Qianwu ruler personally visits, you don't need to meet him face to face. They have bullied Betrayal before, so we shouldn't give them face. Let them think whatever they want and exhaust themselves." Chu Yi nodded repeatedly, making a firm decision. But seeing her sharp and wise eyes, he couldn't help but ask for her opinion. "What do you think is the best way to handle those envoys?" Hearing this, Fang Jinju's eyes flashed with a clever glint. She beckoned him to come closer. Chu Ye's eyes flickered slightly as he obediently leaned forward. Fang Jinju's words were full of teasing, her expression playful and mischievous, unlike her usual gentle and kind appearance. But for Jinju, no matter what she looked like, he thought she was always good. A dog can't change its habit. For such a bandit country, we should treat them with bandits' manners. She rambled on, and Fang Jinju, feeling thirsty, reached for the water jug on the table. But Chu Yi gently held her arm, saying, "Let me do it." Fang Jinju was momentarily stunned, then smiled, "No need. I'm not hurt in both hands. It's just pouring water." Chu Yi smiled without speaking and insisted on pouring her water. "General, the doctor is here." A Chu family soldier, carrying a medic's box, arrived at the door. Dr. Huang looked inside, his face full of excitement and anticipation. Earlier, he thought that being older might make him less energetic than the younger generation. But at this moment, he realized that his experience was his greatest strength. Otherwise, how could the general personally call him to treat the divine maiden? The young soldiers in the camp were all envious. Chu Yi quickly said, "Come in." Then he looked at the Chu family soldier and said, "Go ahead and say hello. No need to prepare horses. We'll decide when we go to the camp." The soldier nodded and left. "Thank you for making this trip, doctor." "It's hard work," Fang Jinju said politely with a smile. Dr. Huang was surprised and said, "It's no trouble at all. Being able to see the divine maiden is a great blessing. It's not hard. No wonder she's called the divine maiden. Her eyebrows are like guanyin, her face like Buddha, and looking into her eyes feels like a gentle spring breeze. Even when she's downgraded to an ordinary woman, she still has the kind and graceful aura of a celestial being." Fang Jinju quickly said, "Doctor, just call me Jinju." Although she knew the people of Betrayal saw her as a goddess, looking up at her with such reverence, as if she were a divine figure, was hard for her to bear. "Ah!" Dr. Huang let out a surprised cry, his eyes immediately falling on Fang Jinju's injured arm, full of pity. "How did you get such a serious injury? Who dares to hurt the divine maiden? That's bad luck for them for generations." He looked at Fang Jinju with a mix of anger and concern, saying, "Divine maiden, hold on. I'll treat you right away." Fang Jinju quickly extended her injured arm. "Thank you, doctor." Dr. Huang carefully and gently unwrapped the bandage on her arm, cutting it with precision. "Your Highness, it's so swollen. Such an injury. Even men can't endure it. Divine maiden, you've endured for so long."
Sigh.
"I'll treat you now." "Divine maiden, I need to examine it to be sure of the injury. It will hurt, so you must endure it." Fang Jinju nodded repeatedly, unbothered. "You're generous with treatment. I can handle the pain." It wasn't just words. She had taken painkillers. Even if it hurt, It should be within her tolerance. Dr. Huang's eyes flickered with hesitation. Then he made up his mind and pressed down carefully to examine her arm. Ugh! Suddenly, a sharp pain shattered Fang Jinju's understanding. She couldn't help but gasp and instinctively grabbed Zhu Ye's arm. Her forehead broke out in cold sweat instantly. She had taken painkillers. How could it still hurt so much? Zhu Ye's whole body tensed up, and his eyes were filled with worry and guilt. Throughout the journey, Jinju had been cheerful and seemed fine, not showing any pain, which made him overlook her injury, thinking it wasn't serious. Now, seeing the full extent of her arm and her pale face, he finally understood. Jinju must have been silently enduring to avoid worrying him. Almost instinctively, Zhu Yi tightly held Jinju's hand and looked at Dr. Huang. Did you find out what's wrong? He couldn't bear to imagine how much she would hurt if it happened again. Dr. Huang also broke out in cold sweat and quickly nodded. It's confirmed, it's confirmed. Then he frowned. The goddess's arm isn't broken, but it has a hairline fracture and soft tissue injury, which caused the swelling. Can it be healed and returned to normal? Zhu Yi interrupted urgently, holding Jinju's hand, his nerves tight with sweat. Hearing this, Jinju also frowned and endured the pain, looking at Dr.
Huang.
It's good if it's not broken. But with the medical level in ancient times, she was worried about lingering effects. Dr. Huang nodded confidently. Rest assured, General. Before I came to the army, I was skilled in treating bone injuries. Even if a bone is broken, I can help it recover most of the time. As for the goddess, it's just a hairline fracture. As long as she follows my instructions and takes good care, she will recover completely. Hearing this, Zhu Yi and Jinju both sighed in relief. It's a small blessing in misfortune. I'll apply medicine to the goddess right away. Before coming, the Zhu family army had described her condition. Plus, the army camp always kept medicine for bone injuries. In less than 2 tea breaks, Dr. Huang had bandaged and immobilized Jinju's arm perfectly. Zhu Ye's face eased a bit. There's nothing urgent in the camp right now. Stay at the general's residence for a few days. Once Jinju's condition improves, you can go back. Dr. Huang nodded repeatedly. He was eager to do so. The goddess had sent many divine medicines and tools earlier. They had studied them for a long time, but the formulas were unknown. Now, with daily pulse-taking, they might be able to learn something.
최혜우예.
As the pain grew stronger, Fang Jinju finally noticed that Chuyi was tightly holding her hand, jokingly saying, "My hand hurts." Chuyi was startled, quickly releasing her hand, and his ears felt like they were on fire. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Fang Jinju smiled slightly. "There's no need to apologize. You're just worried and distracted." "Don't say that." "You squeezed my hand so hard that my injured arm actually feels less painful." Hearing this, Dr. Huang covered his mouth to hide his amused smile.
Goodness.
The general's face seemed to turn red. Besides him, who else would be lucky enough to see the general like this? Could the general be interested in the divine maiden? No wonder. Her beauty makes any man admire her. Before, the divine maiden never descended to the mortal world. She was distant and hard to reach. Now it's different. The divine maiden has become an ordinary woman and is right here. Honestly, only a man like the general is worthy of the divine maiden. If only the general and the divine maiden could. Haha, that would be wonderful. Thinking of this, Dr. Huang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi with confusion, then waved her hand in front of Dr. Huang's eyes. "Doctor, what are you laughing at?" Dr. Huang snapped back to reality, noticing the sharp look in Chu Ye's eyes warning him. His smile froze. "And no, it's nothing. Just thinking how happy I am to see the divine maiden with my own eyes." Fang Jinju felt moved and helpless, so she continued with Yi Tingshuan's story, saying, "Doctor, now I am just an ordinary person. Please call me Jinju, or it might shorten my lifespan." Hearing this, Dr. Huang was shocked and quickly covered his mouth. "Oh dear, I didn't realize it was that serious." Okay, from now on, I will call you Jinju. Jinju. Doctor, the general's leg is also injured. Please take a look at it too. Fong Jinju sighed in relief and added, we only stopped the bleeding and bandaged it earlier, but his wound is quite large. It needs stitches to heal better. Dr. Huang and Chuyi both froze. Stitches? Then, Dr. Huang's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, how do you stitch it? Fong Jinju honestly explained the method for cleaning and stitching the wound. Dr. Huang stared wide-eyed, sighing repeatedly. Finally, Fong Jinju remembered something and looked at Chuyi. Can your phone still connect to the internet? The small medical device farm for wound stitching has internet access. But she is not a doctor and feels terrified when she sees the gruesome wound. She still needs a doctor to operate. However, even if the doctor is brave, they may not have the skill to sew the wound. Fortunately, stitching external wounds is relatively simple, but she still needs to watch a training video first. Chuyi shakes his head and says, after the gate of time closes, phones will no longer connect to the internet. Hearing this, Fong Jinju's heart sinks slightly. Although the farm has plenty of supplies and endless resources, it is not as convenient as when she was personally there. Seeing her unhappy expression, Dr. Huang also feels a little worried. After every battle, many soldiers with minor injuries still have hope of surviving. But because the wounds are too large, healing is difficult. Some with strong physical health might survive by luck, but they will be left with terrible, frightening scars. Most wounds, however, keep getting infected and eventually cause death, which is much more painful than a quick death. If she could learn the sewing technique that the goddess mentioned, then in future battles, they could save more people. Fong Jinju paces back and forth a few steps, then decisively says, let's go, Chuyi, and check the granary. Without waiting for Chuyi to reply, she hurriedly heads outside. Just in case. Because she died in China, the space-time door disappeared. But now she has been reborn in a different way. Will the space-time door reappear? Seeing this, Chuyi and Dr. Huang quickly follow her. They arrive at the granary. Fong Jinju walks straight to the space-time door. She is immediately pierced by the bloodstains remaining on the door. This is Chuya's blood used in a ritual to worship the gods. Just for this, she is willing to risk her life for Bailiang. Fong Jinju reaches out and pretends to touch the space-time door. Joyful reunion. She only glanced briefly earlier and didn't have time to think deeply. After her excitement cools, many ideas suddenly come to her mind. If she walks through this space-time door now, will she return to the farm? Thinking of this, she instinctively steps toward the door. Suddenly, someone pulls her back. Jinju. The man's shout makes Fong Jinju snap back to reality. She turns her head and sees Chuyi staring at her with a serious, intense look, holding her tightly so she cannot break free. What are you doing? It's as if she lets go, she will disappear. Fong Jinju's heart beats faster, and she steps back, smiling. It's nothing. I just had a sudden idea to see if I can go back. Don't try. Chuyi shouts fiercely, his eyes wild with madness. It's as if Fong Jinju takes another step forward, he will break down and go crazy. Her heart pounded with fear. She had always seen Chuyi as calm and steady, someone who remains unmoved even when a mountain collapses. Now, seeing him so anxious and out of control, she realized he was a different person. Seeing her frightened, Chuya's eyes flickered with a hint of restraint as he said, Here, it's dangerous. She turned around, patted his shoulder to comfort him, and said, Don't worry.
I just thought about it.
I wasn't planning to go over there for real. Please take out your phone, so I can see it. She took a step back from the time portal. Chuya's throat moved, and his eyes relaxed a little.
Come with me.
He then walked to the bed, reached under the pillow, and took out his phone, handing it to her. Dr. Huang, understanding the situation, stood about a yard away, craning his neck to look over. She pressed the power button. The phone was dead. Chuyi quickly took out a power bank. After waiting a moment, the phone turned on. Her eyes fixed on the startup screen, her eyelashes trembling slightly from nervousness. Chuya's eyes also tightened. The phone successfully powered on. The signal for mobile data flickered at the top right corner. Then, it showed full bars. The Wi-Fi signal was also full. Her face lit up with excitement as she looked at Chuyi.
Great.
We have signal. Chuyi was surprised. But earlier, there was no signal at all. She stood up, pacing excitedly, then sat back down in front of the phone, lowering her voice. I think it's because I've been reborn, so everything has returned to normal. She looked with shining eyes at the time portal. Maybe the portal is back too, then I can go back to the farm. If I can return to the farm, I can help North Liao even more. Seeing her eager and lively expression, Chuyi looked at the time portal with a complex gaze. Quietly, he changed the subject. Jinju, what are you planning to do with your phone? She snapped out of her thoughts and quickly said, Oh, I'm just looking up some information. Then she waved her hand, signaling Dr. Huang to come over. Dr. Huang had been eager for a while and hurried forward. Doctor, this video shows a stitching procedure. Come take a look. Can this really sew flesh back together? And if the stitches are long and go inside the flesh, how should we handle that? You don't know, but the stitches used for sewing flesh aren't ordinary. Some can be removed after healing, and others are absorbed by the body. Really? Dr. Huang was shocked and said, Is there really such a material for the thread? This is incredible. Fong Jinju smiled and replied, That's nothing special. I have all kinds of medical information. As long as you're willing to study carefully, I guarantee you can become the best doctor in Tangwu. Hearing this, Dr. Huang trembled with excitement and was about to kneel to Fong Jinju. Thank you, goddess. Thank you, goddess. Fong Jinju quickly reached out to stop him, jokingly but seriously saying, Have you forgotten again? If I call you goddess once more, I might live a day less. She wasn't trying to scare Dr. Huang deliberately, but she truly couldn't bear to be called goddess repeatedly. She was just an ordinary girl. Of course, she would help where she could, but she didn't want to be placed on a pedestal or feel overwhelmed. Hearing this, Dr. Huang's face turned pale with fear and guilt. He kept apologizing. Oh, I was wrong. It's Miss Jinju, Miss Jinju. Fong Jinju quickly held his hand. It's okay. The general is still waiting for your treatment. You should come and watch the video to learn. Then she looked at Zhu Yi, who was deep in thought. Zhu Yi, have someone find a piece of animal hide so the doctor can practice sewing while learning. Zhu Yi nodded and turned to leave. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped, looking at the space-time door. His eyes flickered with struggle. He then strode to the door and ordered Zhu Jijun to find some animal hide. Next, he arranged a room next to the granary on the right, set up a large table, and prepared it for Dr. Huang to practice suturing. He turned around. Zhu Yi saw Fong Jinju and Dr. Huang huddled in front of a phone. One explaining, the other eager to learn. They listened intently and enjoyed the learning process. He didn't make a sound to disturb them, quietly took a walkie-talkie, and left the granary. At Zhu Jijun's camp, Yi Tingxian lazily sat behind a military desk, reviewing military affairs. 2 small tables were set up on either side of the desk. For Chongwu envoys knelt on either side, waiting. Vice General Yi, we've been here for 2 days. Why hasn't General Zhu come to meet us? Our Lord has forgiven past offenses this time. We sincerely want to discuss trade with you, North Liao. Is General Zhu ignoring our Lord's goodwill and refusing to meet us again? Or perhaps your general isn't in North Liao City. The envoys exchanged glances in silence, then looked at Yi Tingxian in unison. Yi Tingxian lifted his eyelids and said, Your king may forgive past wrongs, but that doesn't mean our general will do the same. Chongwu has oppressed Beiliao for over 10 years. Do you think sending a few of your men with a letter can turn war into peace? Still, you're threatening us while on our land? His words were very blunt. The envoy from Chongwu looked pale and humiliated. As the diplomat of the strongest country on this continent, he was always treated with respect wherever he went. When had he ever been treated like this? Tangwu was the smallest and weakest among all the countries. Chongwu had never taken it seriously, especially since Beiliao had been abandoned by Tangwu. But now, This unremarkable Beiliao was stirring up huge waves. First, it intimidated Chongwu's army of 100,000 without a fight, making them retreat. Then, it escaped safely from several plagues. Not only that, it even pursued and attacked Chongwu's borders, capturing 40,000 of their soldiers easily. Finally, scouts from the border brought back shocking news. In just a few days, the barren land of Beiliao, covering thousands of acres, was fully planted with crops and turned into fertile fields. One event after another made the ruler pay close attention. The ruler wanted to send troops to conquer Beiliao and also to destroy Tangwu. At first, Chongwu didn't mind or oppose this.
But now, things had changed.
It seemed Beiliao was truly blessed by the gods. Even if they wanted to attack, they needed to understand their enemy first. That's why the ruler sent them deep into enemy territory, to find out the truth. But just the day after they arrived, the Chu family's army ruthlessly detained all 200 of their guards inside a military tent, where they ate, drank, and went to the bathroom without leaving even half a step. As for them, they were assigned to stay in a tent with 2 deputy generals. They had a bit more freedom than the guards, but only within the tent and the latrine. Anytime they stepped outside, they were closely watched by the Chu army, like guarding against thieves. Haha, Deputy Yi, do you think that winning a few battles against us means you can fight the whole Chongwu? The envoy's tone grew more sarcastic and bitter. I tell you, just mobilizing 2 cities' troops is enough for Chongwu to fight your entire country. And besides, you tiny Beiliao, our ruler looks favorably upon your northern Liao's grain supplies. If you honestly agree to this business deal, our Qianwu can agree to a 5-year ceasefire. If you refuse to show respect, don't blame us for being unfriendly. Yi Tingxian looked up and said, All right, come on then, let's fight. We have divine protection, so are you still afraid? His calm words made the messenger blush with embarrassment. Are you really going to tear things apart with us? Our Qianwu has 500,000 brave soldiers. Yi Tingxian smirked with disdain. We have divine protection, so are you still afraid? The messenger shouted hysterically, Our country is the leader among 6 kingdoms. With a single command, not only your North Liao, but even destroying Tangwu would be just a matter of moments. Yi Tingxian smiled. All right then, let's fight. We have divine protection, so are you still afraid? You. The elderly messenger pointed at Yi Tingxian, furious and anxious. Yi Tingxian was unbothered, spreading his hands and raising his eyebrows. What are you talking about? We have divine protection, so why should we be afraid of you? Suddenly, the messenger's eyes rolled back, and he fainted straight away. Several messengers rushed over, some shouting, some trying to revive him. Chaos broke out. Ha ha ha. Yi Tingxian laughed loudly and happily. He was speaking the truth. Even though the goddess had become mortal, based on the supplies she previously prepared for North Liao and their current military strength, they were not afraid of him or his Qiangu. Moreover, the general had just ordered him to act as arrogantly as possible in front of these messengers to vent his anger. It was a satisfying way to release his frustration. At the granary of the general's residence, the Chu family army had already moved the dining table over. Old Lady Chu and Nurse Wei personally cooked 8 dishes. This was the first day Jin Zhu and Xing Bao came to the general's residence. It was also a good day for Rue to return safely. The whole family had to sit together to celebrate. They made 8 dishes for good luck. Any leftovers wouldn't be wasted. Old Lady Chu divided the dishes into 2 portions in advance. The larger portion was for the Chu family soldiers and servants in the residence. The smaller portion was brought to the table. Once the servants set the bowls and chopsticks, the family gathered around the table. Wow, so many dishes. Shu sat between her 2 brothers, her small head just above the table, eyes wide with excitement at the delicious food. Rue and Xing Bao clung to the table edge with their small hands, their faces also forming 3 round shapes. It's understandable that the 3 little ones haven't seen much of the world. Let's not talk about Rue and Shu, since they can remember, they've been in Beiliao. Even before the famine, they rarely had a full meal. They've never seen a table with 3 dishes, let alone a table full of good food. As for Xing Bao, There's even less to say. Before meeting Fong Jinju and Rarewei, they only ate, drank, and did their business in that small hut, not knowing what a proper dining table looked like. Seeing the scene, the three adults exchanged worried looks. Old Madame Chu picked up the tea in front of her and said emotionally, "Since the court abandoned Betrayal, I never thought I would see such a day. Today's happiness is all thanks to Jinju." She raised her cup toward Fong Jinju. "Jinju, you and I are both hurt, so I'll toast you with tea instead of wine." Fong Jinju quickly raised her cup and smiled. "Auntie, the general's residence is my home. I do everything willingly for my family. If I toast anyone, it's you. Come on, let's all raise our cups and celebrate our reunion. I wish every day in the future will be better than today." Chu Yi looked at Fong Jinju steadily. "No matter what happens in the future, I hope we can stay as simple and happy as we are now, never apart." Hearing this, old Madame Chu's heart moved slightly, and she instinctively looked at her son. Then her face lit up with a full smile. "Yes, yes, today is the best day for my wife. I hope our family can always stay together, sharing joys and sorrows, good and bad." Fong Jinju was momentarily stunned, then stood up smiling and clinked her cup with everyone else. "Yes, cherishing the present is the right thing to do. Cheers." "Shu, you should toast too." "I want to toast as well." The three little ones smiled happily and eagerly tiptoed to raise their cups.
Cheers, cheers.
Fong Jinju cheerfully laughed, clinking her cup with each of the children, wishing our three little treasures happiness every day. Shu grinned happily. "Hee, sister is happy. The lady is happy. Little uncle is happy. Everyone is happy. Let's eat, let's eat." Fong Jinju smiled as she picked up her chopsticks, giving each child a piece of chicken. "Here, let's give our three big treasures a big piece of meat first. Eat meat to grow tall. Then some carrots and greens to keep us safe, ha ha ha." The scene was warm and joyful. Meanwhile, Dr. Huang had been locked in his room practicing for a full half-day. Refusing to eat or drink, he seemed to be possessed by a spirit. However, with focused practice, he naturally made progress. Chu Yi and the others had just finished their meal when Dr. Huang called them into a room. He performed a stitching operation on a piece of pigskin right there, allowing them to observe. Seeing Dr. Huang holding a curved needle and a sharp knife, sewing steadily and skillfully, knots, tension, speed, like a perfect copy from a video, Fong Jinju kept exclaiming, "Wow, Dr. Huang. You're really good at this. No wonder you're a doctor." Her full praise made Dr. Huang blush slightly with excitement. "It's thanks to the detailed information Miss Jinju provided, and I was also worried that delaying the injury on the general's leg might hinder recovery, so I was inspired to try harder." Fong Jinju gave a thumbs up. "That's amazing. Do you think you can sew up the general's wound now?" Dr. Huang nodded confidently. "No problem." So, Chu Yi became the first person to try Dr. Huang's stitching skills. Fong Jinju asked him carefully, "Sewing can be painful. Can you endure it?" Although surgical tools could be bought, anesthetics were controlled substances and unavailable. So, Chu Yi had to endure the pain while sewing the wound. Seeing her worried and sympathetic look, Chu Yi felt a warm, proud feeling and smiled, shaking his head. "Compared to your injured arm, this pain is nothing. Jinju, don't worry. I can brew a bowl of calming medicine for the general to ease about 80% of the pain." Before Dr. Huang finished speaking, Chu Yi shook his head. "No need to bother. Just sew it up. This small wound won't need many stitches. Be quick, and it'll be done in no time." Hearing this, Fong Jinju's face lit up first, then she quickly shot Chu Yi a sharp look. If there's a way to avoid pain, why suffer through it? She looked at Dr. Huang and said, "Please brew a bowl of the calming medicine for him." Dr. Huang instinctively looked at Chu Yi. Chu Yi glanced at Fong Jinju and nodded honestly. "Yes, I'll listen to Jinju." Good. I'll follow Miss Jinju's advice." Dr. Huang kept agreeing, a gentle, maternal smile appearing on his face. Immediately, Chu's soldiers brought a medicine jar and a small stove. Dr. Huang took out a medicine pouch from his medical kit, his eyes flickering as he looked at Chu Yi and Fong Jinju. In the end, He sighed and said, "Compared to the injuries the general sustained earlier on the battlefield, this leg wound is really nothing special." It sounded like he was talking to himself or telling a story to Fong Jinju. But it successfully caught Fong Jinju's attention. She walked over, squatted beside Dr. Huang at the medicine stove, and looked eager, as if saying, "Go on, I really want to hear more." Seeing this, Dr. Huang generously began to talk about the general's battle injuries. "I remember clearly, once the general returned from the battlefield with a wound over a foot long on his back. It kept getting infected and ulcerated. We had to dig out the dead tissue several times before it healed. Miss Jinju, think about how painful it was to cut out the dead tissue." The general was worried everyone would be concerned, so he didn't say a word. Looking back now, I still get chills. While speaking, he secretly watched Fong Jinju's expression. Unsurprisingly, he saw a hint of sympathy on her face. "Really? Over a foot long?" Fong Jinju suddenly felt a phantom pain in her back, and she immediately turned to Zhu Yi, her face full of pity, hesitant to speak. Finally, she couldn't help but ask Dr. Huang, "Didn't you make him a bowl of anesthesia to help with the pain?" Dr. Huang's eyes widened slightly, and he sighed, "Such a big wound. One bowl of anesthesia wouldn't be enough. And anesthesia must be used carefully, or it could harm the brain. The general just endured it like that. Honestly, in my whole career as a doctor, I've never seen such a tough man as the general. A true man of steel." Perhaps sensing Dr. Huang's hidden intentions, Zhu Yi cleared his throat uncomfortably. "None of the soldiers in the Zhu family army are weak men. You don't need to exaggerate. Jinju isn't a naive girl who hasn't seen the world." Hearing this, Dr. Huang's eyes flashed with annoyance. Of course, every soldier in the Zhu family army is tough. But the general is truly one of the toughest, no doubt about it. He patted his chest as if to assure her, "What I'm saying is the truth. I'm not exaggerating at all. Miss Jinju, I truly feel sorry for the general. His heart is only with the people of Betrayal. He doesn't bother pretending or showing off. He's always been straightforward, and we don't dare to say too much." He lowered his voice. "But I can see that, Jinju, the general listens to everything you say. Miss Jinju, in the future, please help us advise the general more, so he'll take better care of himself. Is the medicine ready?" Dr. Huang was about to tear through the window paper when Fong Jinju seemed to sense something. Chu Yi quickly changed the subject. "The food is ready. Bring it over quickly." Fong Jinju looked at Chu Yi with a faint sparkle in her eyes, as if she could see through him. Chu Yi felt his throat tighten. He suddenly realized that he couldn't hide what he was thinking. Seeing this, Dr. Huang's eyes flickered slightly. He hurriedly said, "Oh, it will take a little more time. The firewood isn't enough. I need to go get some more." Then he handed a fan to Fong Jinju. "Miss Jinju, please watch the fire. I'll be back soon." Without waiting for her response, he slipped away quickly, taking Chu Jiejun with him. Now, only Chu Yi and Fong Jinju were left in the granary. Everything was silent except for the crackling fire in the stove. Fong Jinju stood up and slowly approached Chu Yi, her expression serious. Every step felt like pressing on Chu Yi's heart. His hands, resting on his lap, tightened nervously. "Jinju, you've done so much for Beiliang and are so clever. I listen to you because I trust you."
Cheheouye.
Fong Jinju gently placed her hand on his shoulder, lowered her eyes, and looked into his. She softly interrupted him. Sunlight shone through the granary door, spilling over her and creating a glowing halo around her. She looked divine, stunningly beautiful. Chu Yi looked up, his eyes fixed and unblinking, as if capturing her image in his mind. "Although we haven't known each other long, I think I understand you a bit." Fong Jinju's eyes showed deep concern and seriousness. Her hand on Chu Yi's shoulder was firm, like she was determined. "Dr. Huang is right. You should take more care of yourself and be kind to yourself. But you carry the fate of a city on your shoulders. The pressure is huge, and it's easy to forget yourself." Chu Yi's eyes trembled slightly, struggling against his restraint. "Don't worry." Fong Jinju patted his shoulder with a brave smile, showing her loyalty as a friend. From now on, with me watching out for you, caring for you, we'll handle both our careers and personal lives. Not a single thing will fall behind. But when that time comes, don't mind if I'm a bit nagging. Chuye's eyes froze. Jinju's honest friendship was clear to everyone. But deep down, he wished she might feel more than just friendship for him. Then he smiled, feeling at ease. Having Jinju care about me is more than I could ask for. How could I dislike it? Outside the door, Dr. Huang and the Chu army were crouching by the wall, listening carefully. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. It seemed that Miss Jinju and the general's conversation was fine. It appeared they had understood part of what Dr. Huang said. But something still felt off. Dr. Huang, what are you all doing crouching here? A member of the Chu army hurried into the yard, asking confused. Dr. Huang and the others jumped in surprise, quickly gesturing for him to stay quiet and not reveal anything. If we don't go in now, the medicine will burn. Chuye's sharp voice came, and after a moment of awkward scrambling, everyone returned to their positions, each doing their own task. General, the common people have crowded tightly at the gate of the general's residence. They all want to see the divine face and thank the goddess. The Chu army reported honestly. When the general returned to the city, many villagers saw him. At that time, Deputy Yi had spun a story as an excuse, and the people couldn't resist. In just a few months, the earth-shaking changes in North Liao were all thanks to the goddess's protection. Knowing that the goddess was punished and demoted because of them, the people felt guilty. Fang Jinju finally realized that there was indeed noise outside. She instinctively looked at Chu Yi and shook her head. She had only done what she could, and she didn't deserve so much gratitude from the people. Just thinking about that scene was overwhelming. Chu Yi understood and stood up. Jinju, stay here. I'll go out and take a look. He then left with the Chu army. When he reached the gate, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Fang Jinju. Jinju, it's dangerous there. Don't act rashly. Fang Jinju followed his gaze and saw the space-time portal. She immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, don't worry. Chuye's eyes relaxed, and he left with peace of mind. Watching his figure, she looked again at the space-time portal, frowning thoughtfully. Dr. Huang turned down the fire a little and smiled happily. Miss Jinju, the general really cares about you. Fang Jinju's heart moved, and she smiled. Of course.
I can feel it too.
He treats me like a great benefactor, so he should care more.
Not just that.
Dr. Huang's smile was meaningful. It's more than that. Fang Jinju was stunned. She wasn't slow to understand, and her feelings weren't entirely blank. Naturally, she understood the hidden meaning behind Dr. Huang's words. Could it be that Chu Yi cares about her because he likes her? Thinking about this, she suddenly felt like her meridians were opened, and her eyes shone brightly. Many small details emerged quickly. Upon careful thought, Chu Yi, it seems he really likes her. At the general's residence gate, the people are eagerly waiting. Chu Yi walks out, causing a stir. Is that the general? The general has really returned. That's great, he's back. He's back. The common folk look excited. Their worries from days past suddenly eased, and they all stretched their necks to look inside. There is no one behind the general. He came out alone. Where is the goddess? Seeing everyone's curiosity and hope, Chu Yi scans around, his voice steady but quiet enough for everyone to hear clearly. The goddess has been demoted, but her memory remains. This is a divine secret. Deputy Yi revealed this divine secret to reassure the soldiers and civilians, but he cannot escape military punishment. Now that you are crowding here, it's not gratitude for the goddess, but rather bringing trouble to her. His words are strict and serious, causing the people to be deeply frightened. General, we didn't mean to do this. Yes, sir, we just wanted to thank the goddess with our knees. We didn't know the consequences.
We will leave now. Wait.
Chu Yi commands sternly. I understand your sincerity. So today, I only warn you. No punishment will be given now, But if anyone calls out for the goddess again or reveals this divine secret, I will not forgive them. Since everyone now knows, I cannot hide it either. The goddess's name is Jinju. She will stay at the general's residence from now on. Previously, Jinju worked hard to protect North Liao, and now she has become an ordinary woman without power. We must protect her. Just remember my words in your hearts. No need to speak out. Go home now. After speaking, the people silently nod in agreement and disperse in an orderly manner. They will repay kindness in their own way, without needing the general to tell them. Jinju has done so much for North Liao. From now on, her life is their life. When Chuyi returned to the granary, he saw only Dr. Huang inside, brewing medicine. His heart tightened, and he instinctively looked toward the time-space door. Where is Jinju? Because of his urgency, his voice cracked slightly.